Hey everyone, I'm Assistant Secretary Todd Brazil from the Department of Homeland Security. Sean actually covered everything. I don't have a briefing for you. So, yeah, that. I don't know what to tell you. Done, briefed. If only I had a mic. Best briefing ever, Todd. You're welcome, all of you. That was smooth. There's no cameras.
Hey, good to see you. How are you?
Hello everyone, we're waiting for this Inauguration Day security press conference to begin. In the meantime, while we wait for this to kick off, I do want to go ahead and play for you in the upper corner of your screen a Nancy Pelosi press conference that's happening right now.
Replacement, again, repeal and replace, what do they want to replace it with? I've told you before, it's alliterative, but it's not real until we see their replacement. So far, we see their replacement as cut and run. The Republican replacement plan is cut and run. Cut benefits, cut investments in hospitals that care for our people, cut jobs. It's with no positive upside to it. So again, we are not going to identify ourselves with cut and run, cutting of benefits, cutting of those covered, and cutting the savings that we have there. We just came from on another subject. We just came from the Russian an intelligence. As you know, last time we met, I mentioned that that unclassified report would be public later in the day, and it was. What's in the public domain is very clear. The Russian government hacked us. Vladimir Putin himself ordered the operation to denigrate Hillary Clinton, specifically. The operation sought to help Donald Trump, and the Russians intend to learn and do it again and again, not only in our country, but in other countries as well. House members were briefed this morning. I'd already had a more complete briefing last week, as you know. It's really very important for Congress to pass legislation to create an outside, nonpartisan, independent commission. National security leaders in our country on both sides of the aisle, or probably not even political in any way, have called for this commission. Every House Democrat has co-sponsored the Swalwell-Cummings Protect Our Government.
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of Nancy Pelosi's weekly press conference. We're going to take you live now to Loretta Lynch, the Department of Justice, announcing a report on the Chicago police investigation.
Chicago Police Department officers on the job. And on the basis of this exhaustive review, the Department of Justice has concluded that there is reasonable cause to believe that the Chicago Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of use of excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. Our investigation found that this pattern or practice is in no small part the result of severely deficient training procedures and accountability systems. Now, as my colleagues will explain.
All right, guys, we are recording this. We're going to take you back now to Inauguration Day safety, since many of you guys are very interested in Donald Trump's well-being.
Series of inaugural events. Here at our Multi-Agency Communications Center, we're represented by TSA, the United States Secret Service, the Metro Police, the Park Police, the Capitol Police, Homeland Security Investigations, the FBI, CBP, the Department of Defense, including our National Guard, FEMA, and the Washington Metro Area Transit Authority. A number of those agencies are represented with me here in this room. Following my opening remarks, we'll hear from the Deputy Director of the Secret Service, Bill Callahan, Chief Matthew Verderosa of the Capitol Police, Chief Robert McLean of the Park Police, Chief Ron Pavlik of the Washington Metro Area Transit Authority, and there are others represented here today. Following our remarks, we will take questions on topic. We will take questions on topic. Like past inaugurals, this inauguration has been designated by the Secretary of Homeland Security as a national special security event. I made that designation in July. This means that the United States Secret Service is responsible for the coordination and planning of the security around the event. It is important to emphasize that the inauguration, the NSSE, is a series of events that begins on January 19th and concludes on January 21st, the actual inauguration being the most prominent among them. We know of no specific credible threat directed toward the inauguration. However, that is only part of the story. Various different agencies have estimated a crowd on Inauguration Day of somewhere between 700,000 and 900,000 people. At present, we know of 99 different organizations that intend to demonstrate in one form or another at the inauguration in the area of the Capitol and the Mall, some pro and some con. We know of these 99 through permit applications or through social media. We therefore have done a lot to plan for the public safety and security of these events, to be on guard against acts of violence, demonstrations that get out of hand, and to provide for a safe and secure presidential inauguration. To do this, there will be approximately 28,000 officials dedicated to the security of next week's events. This includes approximately 10,000 individuals from the Department of Homeland Security, in particular the Secret Service, Homeland Security Investigations, TSA, CBP, the Coast Guard, all dedicated to the security of this event, and some 12,000 other federal personnel, including approximately 7,800 members of the National Guard, including the DC National Guard, the FBI, and others. In addition to that, of course, are the Metropolitan Police, the Washington, D.C. Police, some 2,800, and another 3,200 from police departments who will be part of this at the request of the Metro Police. There will be different types of perimeters, what we refer to as soft vehicle perimeters, where only vehicles of those who live or work within a perimeter will be permitted. There will be hard vehicle perimeters, where no vehicles will be allowed except for official vehicles. This year in particular, the hard vehicle perimeter will be heavily fortified by trucks, dumpsters, buses, and the like, given the current threat environment. For information about prohibited items in mag areas, in bag areas, we'll also have perimeters where there will be bag checks and perimeters where there will be some 300 magnetometers in the vicinity of the inauguration. For a list of prohibited items in the areas where we're scanning bags and the mag areas, go to secretservice.gov. All of this is dedicated to a safe and secure inauguration. There will be many people represented by the leaders you see on this stage working overtime to provide for a safe and secure inauguration. All of us here will be working overtime to provide for a safe and secure inauguration. Thank you very much. I'll turn it over to the Deputy Director of the Secret Service, Bill Callahan.
Thank you, Secretary Johnson. Good morning, everyone. As Secretary Johnson mentioned, my name is Bill Callahan, Deputy Director of the Secret Service, and on behalf of our Director, Joseph Clemency, I'd like to welcome you to the MAC. We greatly appreciate you taking the time to extend us the opportunity to discuss the collaborative planning, communication, and training involved in the design and implementation of the security plan for this event. First, I want to thank all the representatives of the federal, state, and local agencies that are here today and comprise the MAC. There are more than 47 different agencies represented here in the MAC. I believe this is a great demonstration of the strong relationships that exist between the law enforcement community, public safety agencies, and the private sector. On behalf of the members of the United States Secret Service, I want to express my sincere and deep appreciation for your many contributions in this effort. On July 1st, 2016, Secretary Johnson designated the inauguration an NSSE event. For the Secret Service, this designation means that we serve as the principal agency in designing and implementing the operational security plan. The designation also secures additional national assets and resources through the Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, and FEMA that will fortify protective operations as well as the crisis and consequence management parts of this planning. The Secret Service has planned and executed 56 national special security events throughout the United States over the past 16 years. Given the scope and breadth of this unprecedented presidential campaign, we work tirelessly with our partners that you see here today to develop comprehensive security and contingency plans for this event. Much like the Secretary, I would in particular like to thank HSI and TSA for the support during this presidential campaign. Our strategy has been to develop a security plan that will create a safe and secure environment for everyone, those attending the inauguration, as well as those who will be exercising their First Amendment rights. We recognize this event and the ensuing security arrangements may cause inconveniences to the citizens of Washington, D.C. However, it's our intent to minimize interruptions as much as possible. In closing, I want to thank all of our partners for your outstanding cooperation and contributions towards this effort. As we work together to ensure this inauguration is safe and secure for everyone. I'll turn it over now to United States Capitol Police Chief Verderosa.
Good morning, and thank you, Deputy Director Callahan. The United States Capitol Police have been preparing for this event for well over a year now, and we appreciate the partnership we have with our fellow law enforcement agencies, many of whom are here today. For the inauguration, we will be closing all of the streets in the vicinity of the United States Capitol to facilitate the inaugural ceremonies. Most of these closures will take effect beginning on Thursday, January 19th at 11 p.m. Some additional street closures will occur throughout the week, next week, to facilitate final event preparations. So I recommend that people visit our webpage at www.uscp.gov for specific details on Capitol Complex street closures. In addition, there will be no public parking on Capitol Hill, so I highly encourage everyone who has a ticket for the swearing-in ceremony at the Capitol to walk or take public transportation. As others have mentioned, we will also advise everyone to give themselves plenty of time to get to the events, to dress for the weather, and to review the list of prohibited items to maximize your inaugural experience. All ticket holders will be required to go through security screening. Gates will open to the public at 6 a.m. on January 20th. Ticket holders should refer to the back of their tickets for information on the recommended metro stations to use and to refer to event wayfinding signage on the ground when they arrive at the Capitol. We look forward to a safe and successful event on January 20th, and I again want to thank all of our law enforcement partners, and especially the men and women of the United States Capitol Police for all their hard work on this event. I'll now turn over the microphone to Chief Rob McLean of the United States Park Police.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to represent the men and women of the National Park Service and the United States Park Police. When you think about America's front yard, one thinks of the National Mall and those areas where visitors come to witness and be part of the democratic process, being that inauguration swearing-in ceremony and the parade down Pennsylvania Avenue. We're the proud stewards of those public lands where we invite visitors and anybody who wants to engage in a First Amendment activity and are proud of that responsibility. We're especially proud of our mission and the collaboration here in this amazing region. We do it on a daily basis, but when it comes to large-scale events such as the inauguration of the President of the United States, it's already established. It's well-versed, and those relationships are well-founded in a history of working side by side on a daily basis. And the collaboration of an NSSE is epitomized by the group standing here on this stage. And paramount is safeguarding the democratic process and its ideals, as well as protecting the visitors and the communities that we serve and protect. This is truly a whole-of-community event, which we have trained and planned for since June of last year. However, our eternal vigilance is our hallmark. Thank you. Oh, my fault. I'd like to introduce now Metro Transit Police Chief Ron Pavlik.
Good morning, and thank you as well, Chief McLean. So I just want to go over a little bit about our security posture for the Metro Transit Police on Inauguration Day, as well as talk a little bit about our service pattern On Inauguration Day, in addition to the local, state, and federal assets that are assisting the Metro Transit Police, we also have 14 other transit properties coming in to assist us as well. And we want to remind our Metro riders, as well as any of the participants attending numerous activities throughout the region, you know, if you see something, say something. If you see an abandoned item, unattended item, suspicious activity, report it to a uniformed police officer or a Metro employee without delay. We encourage all of our riders to go to our website, wamata.com/inauguration, and there you can see our service pattern and what kind of service we'll be delivering on Inauguration Day. We will open at 4 a.m. and be running service through midnight. We'll be riding peak train service or rush hour service from 4 a.m. to 9 p.m. There are 5 Metro Rail stations that are closed for security reasons. It's the Archives Navy Memorial Station, the Federal Triangle Station, the Mount Vernon Square Station, the Pentagon Station, and the Smithsonian Station. Our riders should expect similar to rolling street closures when dignitaries traverse throughout the National Capital Region. Our riders should expect that there may be times where we may restrict access to a Metro Rail station due to overcrowding. There may be times where our Metro stations may be an entrance-only station or an exit-only station, and we're doing that to meter and flow the crowd so nobody gets hurt. The safety of our customers and employees is paramount. Again, encourage anyone to go to our website, and also you can subscribe to our text alerts on Inauguration Day, which is POTUS, P-O-T-U-S, where we'll provide service updates as well as parking at our available parking lots. At this time, I turn it over to Captain Glover from the Metropolitan Police Department.
Good morning. Thank you, Chief Pavlik. Thank you, Secretary Johnson and service partners for allowing us to come out here and demonstrate to you all how important it is in collaboration underneath an NSSE. On behalf of Mayor Bowser, as Chief Peter Newsham, Assistant Chief Lamar Green, and Commander Jeffrey Carroll have been very instrumental and supportive of the planning process. Our citizens are well prepared and welcome this world and historic event. We would like to echo the fact that we cannot do this in a box. We are encouraging our citizens to have patience. They have availability to all the mapping and closures information on our DC government homepage, www.dc.gov. There's links that will take you to all that information. The men and women of the Metropolitan Police Department have participated in inauguration since 1865, and we look forward and are excited to be a partner in this inauguration. It's historic, and it's about demonstration of peaceful transition of power, and we welcome that opportunity to be part of that. Again, thank you for allowing us to do this, and we look forward to being in support of our partners. Thank you.
Okay, questions? Alicia, you no doubt have a question on topic.
I promise it's on topic.
Okay.
Thank you for being in. I appreciate that. You said this was, you described this as a somewhat unusual event in terms of this particular year, the special security circumstances, and the protest 99 individual groups. How different is this versus 2008, 2012? I know you were not secretary at the time, but surely you've been briefed. How significantly different is the threat environment as well to this compared to those?
Well, the global terrorist environment is very different, as you probably know, even from 2013, perhaps. As we have said in our most recent NTAS bulletin, we have to be concerned about homegrown violent extremism, home-born violent extremism, acts of lone wolves, self-radicalization. But aside from that, there's the larger picture of just general security, general public safety when you have a large public gathering such as this, with estimates of between 700,000 and 900,000 people in close proximity to one another. I mentioned that there are some 99 groups that we know about that are planning some form of demonstration over the series of events here in Washington, 63 on next Friday, January 20th. And so anytime you have coming together such large numbers of people, such large numbers of groups that intend to demonstrate and exercise their First Amendment rights, we've got to be vigilant, we've got to plan, we've got to prepare, and that's why we have so many different agencies and public safety organizations that are here under the umbrella of this NSSE.
But how is this different? I mean, again, there were an estimated 2 million people in 2008, roughly 1 million plus in 2013. The campaign was obviously different. We all know that.
Right.
There was violence at rallies and events. There were confrontations. What's the plan then for a potential repeat, but on a much larger scale? As you said, 99 groups. You know,
The plan is a large, well-coordinated, multi-agency effort that involves some 28,000 personnel dedicated to the security of the event. The Secret Service, the Capitol Police, the Park Police, the Metro Police, the Washington Transit Police, the National Guard, all in coordination here at this center and elsewhere. Yes, ma'am.
Maria Pena with Opinion, and thank you for doing this. Can you elaborate a little more on the security? Sorry. Thank you. Maria Pena with Opinion, and thank you for doing this. If you could elaborate on the security measures and update us on whether or not protesters are going to be allowed on the parade route. I know that there has been some controversy about some of the groups. So can you elaborate more about the protesters? Thank you.
Well, it's safe to say that demonstration groups, particularly those who apply for permits, will be, as long as they are nonviolent, allowed to exercise their First Amendment rights in the public areas, including in areas that will be subject to bag checks, and along the parade route, those who arrive early enough and who go through the magnetometers will be allowed in the parade route. So we'll have a lot of security, and there is a long list of prohibited items, but peaceful demonstrations, exercises of First Amendment rights are certainly permitted as long as they are not violent. Yes, sir.
There have been some reports that quote-unquote anarchists are planning to try and shut down in some way this inauguration. Are you aware of those reports? Bruce LaShan from Channel 9. Are you aware of those reports of some quote-unquote anarchists planning to shut down the demonstration, the inauguration, and what's your level of concern about that?
It's safe to assume that we are aware of a full range of reports of different types of planned activities. And in any event such as this, special precautions are taken to ensure that the official event cannot be disrupted, such as the parade, the procession of the presidential motorcade up to the Capitol and back. So we take extra precautions to ensure that the event itself cannot be disrupted.
It had, I mean, is it not accurate, and obviously you were not in office at the time, but I believe that demonstrators actually stopped George W. Bush's procession up to the White House.
Well, with every inauguration, every 4 years, there are lessons learned, and you know we have our ear to the ground. We listen for and keep an eye on planned demonstrations, planned activity, specific types of demonstrations, and extra precautions are taken to ensure that the actual official event cannot be disrupted or blocked. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Michelle Dubert with NBC News. There's a lot of interest, or a lot of talk. Michelle Dubert with NBC News. There's a lot of talk about drones this year compared to past inaugurations, certainly. I'm wondering what your level of concern is about drones, provisions that your agency and other agencies have made for keeping an eye out on them, and the capability that you have to disable or disrupt them.
Well, first of all, drones, unmanned aerial systems, are prohibited in Washington, D.C. Isn't that correct?
In the airspace, sir.
In the airspace, yes. Which makes Washington rather unique. This is kind of important because Christmas was just a few weeks ago. I suspect a lot of people got drones for Christmas, but drones are prohibited in the airspace over Washington, D.C. And this is something we have thought about, it's something we have planned for, and there is technology to deal with it.
Can you talk about how you plan for it, or what kind of technology you
No.
might have?
Sorry.
Got it.
Yes, ma'am.
taking to avoid clashes? Thank you. What steps are you taking to avoid clashes between opposing demonstrations?
Why don't I turn that over to the chief of the Park Police, who may have some ideas in that regard in planning.
Yes, so the National Park Service issues permits to First Amendment groups that wish to protest or exercise their First Amendment activity on National Park Service property. So that permitting process allows us to collaborate with those organizations and groups and identify areas along the parade route and within the National Mall to ensure that their First Amendment rights are protected. So it also allows us to separate groups. So we have issued several permits. We continue to issue them all the way up through the day of the inauguration to these groups, and they will be spread out, and they will be placed in areas where they can exercise their First Amendment right. We also have personnel, obviously, that will be monitoring these groups, and any disruption or opposing group would be allowed to demonstrate in the sight and sound distance of that group, however separated safely.
Yes, sir.
Paul Henley from AFP. You mentioned that there has been a change in the kinds of threats. You mentioned lone wolves and these other things. What new are you doing from previous inaugurations to address these kind of threats? And secondly, in Europe, we've seen two major events where trucks were used to crash into crowds, and you're going to have crowds outside the perimeter. So how are you going to, these kind of threats, how are you working to deal with those?
Well, as I mentioned, there are different perimeters. There's the magged areas. There are the areas where there will be bag checks. There are the perimeters in which no vehicles except official vehicles will be permitted, and then there are the soft vehicle areas where only a vehicle of someone who lives or works in the area can go there. There will be, at the hard perimeter areas this year, in light of the current threat environment, which includes Nice and Germany, more heavily fortified against unauthorized vehicles by dump trucks, heavy trucks, trucks with cement, buses, and things of the like. That is a precaution that we are doubling down on, in particular, this inauguration. And then there will be at the soft vehicle perimeters security to ensure that only vehicles that are authorized to be in those areas will be in those areas. But again, I refer you back to our NTAS bulletin. This is an environment that we're seeing now where we have to be concerned about individual acts of violent extremism, those who self-radicalize, and so we'll be on guard for that as well. Yes, sir.
Nick Vandos with the New York Times. Mr. Secretary, you gave estimates for the number of groups that will be protesting on and around the inauguration and for the number of people you expect at the inauguration. Do you all have estimates on the number of protesters you expect both on Inauguration Day and the following day? And then, in addition, could you talk a little bit about the additional security challenges and costs of having a large-scale march the day after the inauguration? What you all are doing to prepare for that?
The number of groups that we see on Inauguration Day is, at the moment, 63. For the 3-day period, 99 that plan to come to Washington for various different reasons. The NSSE does not encompass the march on Saturday. The NSSE is around the presidential inauguration itself. The total cost of the security for the couple of days, for the weekend, is a matter of addition among the federal government, the Washington, D.C. Police Department, the Department of Defense, the Guard. It's a matter of doing the math, and I'm sure it's a huge number. Yes, sir.
You mentioned lessons learned from past events. There was a lot of anxiety in the run-up to Cleveland and to Philadelphia. And in some cases, the numbers some cases in Philadelphia and Cleveland, the numbers didn't materialize and the threat seemed to be less than what you expected. What did you learn from those events and how does that apply here?
Good question. It's actually the case that in terms of demonstrations, we were actually more challenged in Philadelphia. There were larger numbers of demonstrators in Philadelphia, and I think a number of us anticipated that there'd be larger numbers in Cleveland. And the point I'll make there is that, you know, these estimates of crowds depend, there are a number of variables, like the weather. The weather can have a factor for general public, for the overall size of the crowds, and the demonstrations. The geographic location of a convention center or an inauguration has a lot to do with it. The ease with which one could get there and travel there, inner city. But the point I will make is one I make a lot. Too often in our world, good news is no news. In both Cleveland and Philadelphia, the Secret Service, the local police, in a well-coordinated and professional fashion, dealt with the various different security challenges that we saw, people attempting to penetrate the perimeters, the security zones, including those who were really kind of up to no good, which led to various different federal prosecutions, were interdicted and prevented from getting into the convention area. And if they had gotten into the convention area, some bad things would have happened. Those types of things did not receive a lot of publicity, but too often an event like a convention goes off smoothly and safe because of the timely professional actions of law enforcement, of the Philadelphia police, of the Cleveland police, of the FBI, of HSI, of the Secret Service, which we don't read much about, but it's there and it happens to keep an event like this safe. When I talk about lessons learned, we always evaluate, recalibrate with every major NSSE, with any major security event. We always keep our eye on how global threat streams evolve. It's something that, you know, on a daily basis, I evaluate every morning when I get my daily intel briefs. And we adjust appropriately. We fashion the appropriate security. This one will involve some 28,000 personnel for the event. And these types of events where the Secret Service plans and coordinates the effort, they're massive. They are massive. For example, September 2015, the UN General Assembly, which that year included some 170 world leaders and the Pope, was perhaps the largest domestic security operation in the history of this country. And it was executed in flawless, professional fashion by the Secret Service, along with loads of other federal personnel, people from my department, and the NYPD. And we're working toward a similarly successful inauguration. We have to be mindful of the number of groups that are intending to demonstrate. We have to be mindful of the crowd estimates for that day and plan accordingly. So every event is different based upon what we see and what we anticipate. Okay.
Just one more question.
Yes, sir.
Chris Gordon, NBC, Washington, D.C. You say that this is a 3-day event, but you just mentioned that the Saturday, January 21st, Women's March is not covered. Is that correct? Will you clarify what message do you have for the tens or hundreds of thousands of participants?
Well, certainly there will be a lot of security around the march. Metro Police, Capitol Police, federal law enforcement, but the march itself is not part of the NSSE. The NSSE is tied to the presidential event. The NSSE is tied to the inauguration, like a UN General Assembly or a political convention, a presidential nominating convention. But there will be loads of security around the march itself.
And as a follow-up, could you just say, when does this room go live? Is it 24 hours a day? From when to when?
From January 19th, which is the first such event that's part of the NSSE, is the, what is it?
It's 19th, and the first one will be the wreath-laying ceremony.
The wreath-laying ceremony. And then the morning of the 21st is a prayer.
At the National Cathedral.
The National Cathedral on the Saturday morning, the 21st. Those are the series of events in the NSSE begin and end with those events.
And is this 24 hours?
It's a 24-hour thing, yes. Okay, thanks a lot.
B-roll. Who asked a question about B-roll when we started? Yes, you are allowed to do that, sir. Yeah. Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so two logistics. One is for the purposes of filing story today, can we include Herndon in the daytime and just not say where this is located, or?
What did we sign on, Virginia? What did we sign on locating their date line? Is it Herndon or Dulles? Dulles. Yes, just use Dulles.
Okay.
Yes, Dulles. D-U-L-L-E-S. Yes. Yes, Dulles.
Okay. And then one thing that they didn't actually go into detail about is, so all this desks are going to be manned.
Yes.
And these screens are going to go live with images.
Yes.
Basically.
Yes.
From all of.
Okay, guys, that is the end of the Inauguration Day Safety Press Conference. We're going to take you live to Chicago. Loretta Lynch talking about the DOJ investigation into the Chicago Police Department.
Sometimes overlook police misconduct.
I would refer you to the full report. Our report does focus on the Chicago Police Department as well as the board IPRA that was set up to review it and talks about the interaction there as well. Our focus is also on the interaction of the Chicago Police Department with the citizens of Chicago, and also in seeing how can they more effectively fight crime, in determining whether or not there are constitutional violations there. So,
without Trump, when the Trump administration takes over, what's the guarantee? Even though there is this agreement, what is the guarantee? You all are leaving. What is the guarantee this will be a priority?
So, as is very, very clear, a transition is coming in Washington. But the departure of one or two people, and yes, the top people at the Department of Justice move on, but this agreement is not dependent on one or two or three people. This agreement has been negotiated and is dependent upon the career lawyers, both here in Chicago and in Washington. Also, it is dependent upon the partnership with the elected officials here, the police department here, as well as the community residents here in Chicago. It is the first step. And then I'll turn to you, although I think the mayor wanted to add something as well, but then I'll come to you.
I'm actually happy that you're doing that.
But then I'll come, sir, you'll be next. As well as I mentioned before, this is the beginning of a process. This is an agreement in principle to continue the investigation, to continue gathering the participation of community residents, of law enforcement officers, of everyone who has an interest in this, in really focusing and drilling down on the specific reforms that will be encapsulated in the consent decree. That work is carried on, regardless of who sits at the top of the Justice Department. But I will say, it is also something that is dependent upon this city continuing to lean in as it has done. This is something that is very much a partnership. We work very collaboratively because this is for you. This is for this city and for this police department. And in order to continue, we need to hear your voice. We need to hear the suggestions, the concerns that still exist, what needs to be in the consent decree. And then, even then, it continues to be an effort that requires the participation of everyone. The agreement will ultimately have obligations for both the city, in terms of the elected officials, the police department in terms of the command structure and what changes they will make, and the Department of Justice. But in every city in which we've done these consent decrees, community participation is essential, and that's not going away next week. I promised this gentleman.
I want to ask you, there's one word that I have not heard in this discussion today, and that is race. The Mayor's Police Accountability Panel found that there was disproportionate policing and that black people, brown people in the city were overwhelmingly abused to a greater degree. How much of a factor has race played in the operation of the police department, and how will the recommendations going forward look at ameliorating that?
Yes. So, and I'll ask Ms. Gupta to also address this, but what I'll say is that we found constitutional violations in the use of force, including deadly force, across lines. However, what we do see is that where you do have a greater police presence in minority communities, the impact of that lack of trust is felt to a greater degree in those communities. And then, of course, the collateral consequence of far, far lesser participation by victims, by witnesses in crime solving leads to a deadly cycle of continuation of crime in those communities also. Did you want to add anything, Benita?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll just say that, as the Attorney General referenced, the disproportionate impact of the systemic deficiencies that we found, and I said burden the Black and Latino communities in Chicago much greater. We also found, if you look at the report, recurrent incidents of racially discriminatory conduct by some CPD officers that went unaddressed by CPD over and over again. There's no question that in order to ameliorate and remedy the very serious systemic deficiencies in our findings, that the race issue and issues of trust between communities of color and the police department have to be addressed head on.
Okay.
Mayor, may anybody interview former police superintendent Gary McCarthy for this report?
I can't see the.
Hi.
Yes.
Did anybody interview former police superintendent Gary McCarthy for this DOJ report?
Attempts were made to reach former Superintendent McCarthy, but he was not available.
Can I hold on? Just hold on. I gotta.
Tell me whether the citizens of Chicago deserve an apology from your administration for those discriminatory actions and that unfair policing this report details?
Sure. Let me first of all try to make a comment at least on a couple questions. First, Charles, 13 months ago, we asked the Justice Department to expedite their work. So it was actually in our request that this work be done fast because I wanted to actually, without any shortchangings, get working on putting in place the reforms. So it was our request that it be done expeditiously. Second, I would say that if you look at it and look at that report, there's a series of recommendations at the back end that is going to be exactly the guiding points for both the superintendent, leadership of the police department, to get moving on what I would call stage 2 of the reforms and the foundation we've already laid over the last year. And Mary Ann, as I said in my comments, and I want to repeat, we're going to negotiate with the Justice Department if it's the Senate confirms Senator Sessions. We're going to continue to work with that new Justice Department, but we are going to take the recommendations in the back end of this report, of which I want to remind people, many of them come from the police officers themselves, about the leadership, the certainty around training, not just when you become an officer, but throughout your career, the investments in technology. All those things are things that officers themselves have asked for and asked of us, and we haven't done our job, both as a leadership of the police department and the city, providing the officers what they need. And I would say, Blake, both to you and the question, there is no room in the city of Chicago for racial statements, racism, or comments that are permissive of racism. You take an oath of office as a public official. Now, there is racism in every sphere of society. In every profession, there's racism. But when you have a responsibility as a public official, it means you have to serve every individual. And if you feel it's okay to make a racist comment, it is not permissible. And those individuals have to be held accountable, and held accountable for their statements. There have been actions in the past, and you know about those incidents, where people have been held accountable for what they've done. But I want to be clear, as the mayor of the city of Chicago, we have a set of values, and when you take an oath of office to serve the public, you uphold those values of that is one city with great diversity, but with one city and one future where there is no room for bigotry, hatred, or racism.
Mr. Mayor, you've been quite vocal about the sanctuary city. Just as recently as yesterday, Speaker Ryan has said that he does not want to see federal funding go to sanctuary cities. Does CPD need federal help? And what is outlined in terms of this consent decree specifically that is going to require funds, and where are those monies going to come from?
So, well, I've been clear about a number of things as it relates to welcoming people to the city of Chicago, and taking the what was executive order as a sanctuary city in 2012, making it the policy of the city beyond just the personal views of a mayor. And I say that as a son and a grandson of immigrants. My grandfather came to this city 100 years ago, 13 years old by himself. And I believe firmly that if you come here, you sacrifice, you struggle to give your children a better chance at a better tomorrow because of the country of your origin, you left. That is in our interest, that diversity. I met yesterday with Muslim leaders of the city and the surrounding area to give them comfort. We will stay as a sanctuary city because it's the right values and in our interest. And we're going to continue to abide by that because that is who we are, what we are. And I welcome the past involvement of the Justice Department at multiple levels, and not just the Justice Department, because a lot of these issues as relates to public safety are beyond criminal justice. They deal with economic opportunity, they deal with job training, they deal with mentoring, giving young men a sense of who they are and their potential. Those investments are key to resolving a complex issue in a comprehensive way. We are going to be clear who we are. We are a sanctuary city where whether you've journeyed across the Pacific, journeyed across the Rio, or journeyed across the Atlantic, Chicago says when you come here, welcome.
So do you believe that the Resignations help out? Where will the money come from?
Thank you.
Where will the money come from?
One more question, gentleman in the gray. Thank you, ma'am. Gentleman in the gray, and then we'll go to
Mr.
you.
Barden said, people in Chicago have been promised reform in this police department for decades. Why should anybody believe it'll happen now?
Well, look, I think that we all recognize the value of commitment. And you see the commitment here before you. This is a unique partnership, not just Main Justice, but the U.S. Attorney's Office. And as I mentioned, the career lawyers who stay, regardless of the turn of the electoral wheel. Not just, however, the Department of Justice coming in, trying to impose what we think is right for Chicago. You have the involvement of city leadership. You also have the involvement of CPD leadership, as well as the involvement and commitment of so many of CPD's command staff and officers. So every party to this, in terms of the agreement, is here before you and committed. And I have to say, during the course of this investigation, what has been quite striking for all of us is the commitment of Chicago citizens. The voices that we have heard, the people with whom we have met, whether they met with our teams in person, they submitted letters, emails, personal statements, talking about their experiences, good and bad, with CPD. And a lot of people came forward and talked about their positive experiences, but as you can imagine, we heard a lot of pain. And we heard from people who were also committed to continuing to work in that process to try and make this agreement come to life. And that has to continue. This is the work of everyone.
Can I say one thing, Ben, to your question? I got it, Fran. One question. The question is, let me try to say this so you can hear it. There's a difference between holding people accountable and being cynical. And what I mean by that is, given the history of the city, and I say that on the day in which we're obviously commemorating Martin Luther King's life and his work. But when he came to Chicago in '66, he talked about the Chicago Police Department. So it's right to say, with slightly a skeptical eye, what makes us believe that you're going to be sincere in following through. That's okay, but it's not allowed to be cynical. It gets you nowhere. And so you have to look at the work we've done over the last year. You have to look at this report. I would agree with all the other voices up here. This is a moment of truth for the city. There have been actions, whether you not only see what Dr. King said, but when you see what happened in Summerdale, incident for the police department, a body, Burge. This is a mayor that actually took a step forward for the city in closing that chapter. That this is not going to be changed. It's going to be done overnight. It's going to be a long process. But as I said earlier, and I want to repeat what I said in my remarks, we're on the road to reform. There's no U-turn in that. We're going to take the back pass part of this report and begin immediately implementing, as we did when we got the task force. A lot of you, when you said, why would you have a task force? It's going to be a whitewash. That was your comments. And over the year, then when the report was issued, there were voices that said, wait for the Justice Department. If we had waited, there were some parts of that report you wouldn't have heard what they said. We've actually done the right work in moving fast and moving and implementing the suggestions. We're going to do that with the back end and continue to work. It is right to hold us accountable to see that we are going to see through these changes. But as the mayor of the city of Chicago, given the history that backs decades, it is my commitment, I think I can say this for the superintendent since he said it himself earlier, we have chosen this path because this path of progress is in our self-interest to make these changes, holding, maintaining, and establishing the highest professional standards are complementary to a proactive, engaged police department in the communities.
Hi, thank you. One moment. With the strike. Thank you.
We had promised this lady, sorry.
Right here.
Fran.
If Attorney General Sessions, if he's confirmed, President Trump say, we don't like consent decrees. We want to take the shackles off police officers. What will you do in that event?
You sure you don't want to answer this one? Fran, I don't make it a practice to answer hypotheticals. Obviously, so we got to be honest. Senator Sessions gave his views, and nominee Sessions gave his views. I can tell you, and I can speak for myself, we are going to work with the incoming administration to, as we said in the signed principles agreement, to work through a consent decree. Simultaneously, the police department and the city are going to do what is necessary to take recommendations in the back end, other things that we have to do to continue on the road of making the steps that we think are important to build the trust that ultimately needs to happen. And that trust, I want to repeat this, our officers asked for these things. They spoke up on behalf of training, not just when they become an officer, but throughout their career in different areas. They've asked for greater investments in technology. They've asked for greater transparency. When you go back in the use of force recommendations by the police department, we published them so people could comment. You know, the lion's share of the comments were from police officers. They want this. And I would say to you, this is not us versus them. This is not about putting something on the police, but getting them a seat at the table to be part of the solution for better professionalized police. We are going to negotiate with the earnest of trying to reach an agreement. We are also going to do what's in our interest to do what's necessary to make the changes that are important for the professionalization and proactive police department to ultimately, because in the end of the day, the prism, all of us talked about, is public safety.
But do you believe in consent decrees?
No, that's, I already.
Do you believe in that?
I understand. As a person who ended the Shackman decree, negotiated and professionalized our hiring practices, I obviously believe, and I went to sign what I signed on behalf of the city if I didn't believe that they were right. I can't negotiate for the he's not the Attorney General yet, for Senator Sessions and the nominee of Donald Trump. I can negotiate on behalf of the city of Chicago and speak for the city of Chicago, as I have not only with my signature, but today and every day since the task force report.
Gentlemen with the purple tie in the back. Thanks.
Mayor Emanuel, you answered some of my questions in your previous answer, but have
You want to see if the answer is any different? Okay.
Have you directly spoken with the Trump transition team about this?
The Trump transition? No, because I've been working on the report. I haven't gotten the consent decree. We just got it. We were briefed last night. We were intimately involved in obviously working in material. We just got it. My view, and I want to repeat it, so I obviously wasn't clear enough. So let me try it one more time. You guys okay back there? Okay. My approach as the mayor I signed a principals agreement in principle to take the report, and now I have to negotiate with the next administration. I think the Attorney General spoke to this. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but what I heard is, yes, the leadership may leave, but the career people are there. We're going to negotiate. I can't negotiate for, assuming Jeff Sessions gets confirmed, I can't negotiate for him. But we're going to be at the table. But while we're at the table, Superintendent Johnson, the leadership of the police department, and the city of Chicago are going to make the necessary investments in training, technology, transparency, all the things, because this is what the police officers need to do their job. I want our police officers to be proactive and uphold the highest professional standards, which I believe are heads and tails of the same coin.
Attorney General, black sweater here.
Attorney General, if I may. Yes, sure. Attorney General, if I may. Do you still have confidence in James Comey, and do you have any regrets about how the Clinton investigation was handled?
Well, as you know, our IG is going to look at that. They're going to do an independent and thorough review, and everyone is going to cooperate thoroughly with that. So we don't comment further on that. I certainly think if you look at the tremendous work that the FBI has done across the country, as well as the support they provided here in Chicago, you'll see that we have confidence in them.
Last question up front. Thank you. Last question up front. Thank
Attorney
you.
General Lynch.
Thank you.
Attorney General Lynch. Mayor Emanuel has made a point to talk about problems of the past and reforms of the present. He mentioned the Burge scandal. Did this report find any difference in the conduct of police officers before Mayor Emanuel took office and after he took office?
So our report, I think, let me get the years that the report spanned for you specifically in a minute. But what I can say is that obviously we looked back in time, but we also looked at incidents that people discussed with us that were occurring during the actual investigation. So we certainly were hearing from people, from citizens, community members throughout 2015 and 2016 about their views of the current situation of Chicago as well. But let me confirm just for you what years we covered. Do you know, Vanita?
It was the last 3 or 4 years.
Okay, so the last 4 years.
And can you also discuss the enforcement mechanism in the decree?
So the consent decree has not been fully negotiated yet. What you'll see in the agreement in principle is an agreement between these parties to continue to sit down and talk about, with all the input that we have received and will continue to receive, and craft that consent decree. The consent decree, if you look at those from other cities, you will see specific issues listed and specific remediation that'll be taken, as well as things that the Department of Justice will provide as well. So that process will begin. So we can't, of course, obviously give that.
Thank you. Is there a third party?
Thank you, everybody, for joining today's press conference.
Once it's negotiated and signed, it goes to a federal judge for signing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Again, guys, we know we missed some of that press conference, the beginning of it, because we were taking you live to the inauguration safety press conference. So for those of you who want to hear more on this Chicago police investigation, I'm going to play this for you live later this afternoon on News Now. In the meantime, though, I want to take you live to the House floor, the House discussing Obamacare. This vote could change everything.
Milken Institute found that the repeal would lead to the loss of 3 million jobs. And the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget found it would add $350 billion to deficits over the next 10 years. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker. A vote for this budget resolution is a vote to take health insurance away from 30 million Americans and adversely impact the health care of millions more. I urge my Republican colleagues who have serious concerns about our fiscal path and misgivings about repealing the Affordable Care Act without replacing it. Let's lay down a marker that Congress should not rush headlong into this costly repeal, not only in terms of dollars, but in terms of health security consequences for the American people. I urge the House to vote no on this dangerous and destructive resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to note once again from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, if they say we have no plans, I want to reference them, several plans that have been filed, and I'll leave those here on the desk so they can pick those up at their convenience. It is now my honor to yield a minute and a half to the distinguished member from Texas, Mr. Poe.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I thank the gentlelady.
Mr. Speaker, the Affordable Care Act is a collection of failed policies and many empty promises. The American people have spoken. They do not want Obama's high-cost, job-killing, conscience-violating health care system. Since the enactment of Obamacare, almost 5 million Americans have lost their insurance plans and their own doctors. This is a far cry from the fake promises that were made on this House floor in the dark of the night when we were told, pass the bill so that we can figure out what's in it. The American people are the ones paying for these failed promises. In fact, it is expected that in 2017, Obamacare premiums will grow by an average of 22% across America. Obamacare is hurting individual citizens, and it's also hurting small businesses. Out of 75 issues, small business owners ranked the cost of health insurance as the #1 problem they faced in 2016. Obamacare is neither affordable, and it's certainly not better care. We cannot afford Obamacare. Health care should be a decision made by individuals in America, not by bureaucrats here in Washington, D.C. The repeal bill is the first step in finally correcting this huge legislative blunder. Replace Obamacare with a free market alternative that provides affordable health care to all Americans. Let Americans choose about their health care. Obamacare has the efficiency of the post office, the compassion of the IRS, and it's time to make America healthy. Repeal this government control of our health. And that's just the way it
Gentleman's
is.
time has expired. Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll remind my good friend that his vote today to repeal the Affordable Care Act will result in 1.8 million people from his state of Texas losing their health care coverage, 175,000 workers losing their jobs, and an economic loss of $107 billion in gross state product over 5 years in Texas. I now would like to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Florida, a distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. Castor.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I'm compelled to come to the floor this morning to oppose the Republican attempt to pull the rug out from under American families. Why are we going to a repeal bill without a replacement? It's irresponsible. And what you're doing is you're throwing American families into quicksand. It's also, this is a dirty little secret, this is also a fiscally irresponsible move because this is likely to balloon the debt and the deficit. Now, what I hear from my families back home in Florida is that the Affordable Care Act has been a godsend to them, and that includes the 9 million families that have private and it's kept premium costs in check. We also have a lot of Floridians that depend on Medicare, and because of the ACA, Medicare is in 2015 alone, the average Medicare recipient has put about $1,000 back into their pocket because the ACA closes the donut hole. I urge the House to vote no. Don't throw American families into chaos, and don't wreak havoc on our economy.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and it is my honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Kansas, Dr. Marshall.
Gentleman from Kansas is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise today in support of today's resolution to repeal the Affordable Care Act. As a physician, I've lived the nightmare of the ACA for the past 6 years. Because of Obamacare, I know more physicians leaving their practice this year than any other. With its $12,000 deductibles and annual premium spikes of over 50 and many times 100%, Obamacare has made health care truly unaffordable and unattainable for many, many people. In fact, it would be irresponsible for Congress to sit back and watch the ACA continue its death spiral and bankrupt our country. As we begin to replace Obamacare, we want to reassure Americans we will not pull the rug out from anyone. If you're on a current exchange policy or have pre-existing conditions, we will have a period of transition and high-risk pools that will provide you with quality, affordable alternatives. Like many others, my district sent me here to fix health care, and we intend to do just that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Kansas yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll remind my colleague that his vote today to repeal the Affordable Care Act will result in 137,000 people from his state of Kansas losing their health care coverage, 19,000 workers losing their jobs, and an economic loss of $10.5 billion in gross state product over 5 years for Kansas. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Rhode Island, a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cicilline.
Gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, for 8 years, House Republicans have wrongly claimed that the Affordable Care Act would be catastrophic for hardworking Americans. Here are the facts. Since its passage, the ACA has helped cover 20 million previously uninsured Americans. 95% of America's children are now covered. Almost 130 million Americans with pre-existing conditions now have the peace of mind to know that they will not be denied health services. And healthcare costs have been growing at the slowest rate in 50 years. But as Republicans prepare to take control of the White House, it's clear they don't have an actual plan to replace Obamacare. Not only will they repeal and displace plan, cut off millions of Americans, men, women, and children from quality, affordable health care, but will also have devastating impacts on our economy. Repealing the Affordable Care Act will cause the loss of 2.6 million jobs, a majority of which will be non-health industry jobs. And it's projected that my home state of Rhode Island will lose more than 12,000 jobs. This budget resolution will not only increase prescription drug prices for our seniors, raise premiums and out-of-pocket expenses for Americans who buy insurance, but will lead to significantly larger yearly deficits and contribute more than $9.5 trillion in debt over the next decade. I urge my colleagues to oppose this budget resolution to protect the American people's access to quality, affordable health care, and to vote no. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is my honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Michigan, who is one of our freshman members, Mr. Mitchell.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlewoman from Tennessee for yielding. Mr. Chairman, I rise to support the resolution to give relief to millions of Americans who are struggling to access health care due to the destructive impact of the Affordable Care Act. Americans were promised that with the passage of the Affordable Care Act, costs for health insurance would decrease. Patients could keep their plans, and doctors if they liked them. Americans have now seen the truth. Massive increases in premiums, constantly rising deductions and copays, and fewer plans with fewer providers. Just because an individual or family has insurance does not mean they can access and afford health care. Health insurance means little if they cannot find a participating doctor or afford the deductible. In Michigan, premiums have risen over 17% this year. Deductibles are up an average of $492. There is a plan. I'll hand carry it over for you to read it. I suggest we not instill fear, but rather we move forward with a better way to provide health insurance. Broken promises have led us to a broken health care system. We promise to fix it, and beginning today, we're going to do just that. I yield back.
From Michigan yields back the balance of his time. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll remind my colleague that his vote today
All right, guys, looks like we have lost that feed, so we are going to work to get that back. In the meantime, I want to take you to Jacksonville, Florida. Investigators solving a kidnapping from 1998.
What is Williams' tie to South Carolina? Is that where she's from? I'm sorry, Williams, her tie to South Carolina, is she from Waltersboro?
Yes.
Can you say if the tipster was someone other than Kamani?
Yeah, we wanted to identify
Kind of curious about the cold case officers that made the approach. What was going through their mind, and was there any training they had prior to making this approach that helped them?
And it looks like we've gotten our Obamacare feedback, so we're going to take you there again. Obamacare repeal being discussed at the House.
What is collapsing is the time for Republicans to move beyond their rhetoric and come up with a plan. They say they'll produce a comprehensive replacement, but they've been saying that for 7 years. Mr. Neal's here. 7 years, Mr. Neal, we've been hearing that. Those files on the Republican desk, I wish you would raise them again, aren't a plan, they are a ploy. Republicans say repealing the Affordable Care Act will help people, and there's at least a sliver of truth to that claim. The GOP repeal bill will help millionaires, providing them an average tax cut of over $50,000 a year. At the same time, it will actually raise taxes on millions of moderate and middle-income families who will lose tax credits for purchasing health insurance.
Kentucky Reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now my honor to yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Garrett, one of our freshman members.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today and make a clarification because while I support this resolution, I oppose the description that some here have used. They're calling it a budget. This isn't a budget. It's a paper trail of crimes our government commits against the future of our nation vis-a-vis overwhelming debt. We need to be honest. We're sitting on $20 trillion in debt, and aside from starting the repeal of the Unaffordable Care Act, this does nothing to address that. Reluctantly, I'll vote for it to repeal the monstrosity that is the Unaffordable Care Act. We're told we need to pass the bill so that we could find out what was in it. Well, we found out what was in it. We saw premiums skyrocket. We saw families lose their plans and their doctors, even the ones they liked and they wanted to keep. Self-determination are the lifeblood of this nation, and the nation is terminally ill. Our debt is a cancer that continues to grow, and like a cancer, it doesn't discriminate. It's colorblind. It's gender neutral. It doesn't care about your political affiliation or what state you're from. It is here, and it continues to grow. Our children are being encumbered, packaged, and sold to the gallows by way of unprecedented debt. This is an unprecedented treatment, but if we continue down the Obamacare Unaffordable Care Act path that we're on, the results are guaranteed. Today's resolution provides treatment for some of the symptoms, but it's about time that we started getting to the root causes of the disease. The more government encroaches on the lives of its citizens, the more debt grows, the less our liberties can breathe, the sicker we become. I may be new here, but in Virginia we keep a balanced budget, and it's about time we got serious about one in D.C. I'll vote to pass this here today, but I refuse to call it a budget. I refuse to ignore the problems the Unaffordable Care Act was meant to address. Problems are political, solutions are, and we can provide a better way. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentlewoman from Tennessee Reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll remind my colleague that his vote today to repeal the Affordable Care Act will result in 327,000 people from his state of Virginia losing their health care coverage, 52,000 workers losing their jobs, and an economic loss of $31 billion over 5 years in gross state product for Virginia. Mr. Chairman, may I inquire as to how much time remains for both sides?
The gentleman from Kentucky has both sides have 14 3/4 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Vermont, a distinguished member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Welch.
Gentleman from Vermont is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman. On probably the most important issue, we're having the dumbest debate. We say the health care bill is good. You say it stinks. We think it's good because we think it's good that kids until they're age 26 can stay on their parents' plan. We think it's good because people with pre-existing conditions ought to have access to health care. And we think it's good that a person who gets sick shouldn't lose their health care. You say it's bad, even though the plan was based on a Heritage Foundation initiative and adopted largely in Massachusetts by a Republican governor. Bottom line, you're the majority in the House, you're the majority in the Senate, you've got the presidency. You've got some responsibility to show us the beef. Where's the plan? Now, there's a lot of paper over there, but you haven't shown us a plan, and here's why. Because when you put pen to paper, all hell is going to break loose on your side, because you have to move beyond the rhetoric to figuring out how you're going to pay to keep our kids on our health care plan. You're going to figure out how to have to pay if we're going to let folks with pre-existing condition have health care. Those don't solve themselves. And you don't have a plan. We're entitled, the American people are entitled to have it. I yield back.
Fired. Members are reminded to address their comments to the chair. Gentleman from Kentucky Reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now my honor to yield 1.5 minutes to one of the leaders of our conference, Mr. Davis from Illinois.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you to the distinguished chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Obamacare is now working.
We know this because the average increase for prices, average increase for plans in Illinois were between 45 and 55% this year. As a matter of fact, a good friend of mine had an 87% increase. We know this because of millions of Americans who were told they could keep their health insurance were kicked off their plans. We know it's not working because 31 million people are underinsured, meaning they can't afford to use the insurance they have. Deductibles are simply too high. It's not enough to judge this law simply by the number of people who are insured, since it mandates people buy insurance anyway. We must remember the people paying premiums that continue to double and then have a deductible so high that it will never be reached. That's not success. That's a problem for hardworking taxpayers, many of whom don't qualify for subsidies, but were forced off their previous plans because they didn't meet the standards set by Obamacare and now can't afford the plan they're mandated to buy. We know it's not working because people in a third of our country, third of our counties in the U.S., only have one insurance provider to choose from. Obamacare is collapsing on itself. Some say, why not work to fix it? We did. We passed my Hire More Heroes Act that helps small businesses, helps our heroes. But we have to begin today to fix the bill itself. To know why this process is needed, let's remember how we got here. This bill was rushed through Congress, then had 20,000 pages of regulations just for that one bill. But taking this first step to repeal it should not be mistaken for supporting the status quo before the ACA was put in place. We have a plan. We're going to cover pre-existing conditions because my wife's a cancer survivor. We have to do that. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll remind my colleague that his vote today to repeal the Affordable Care Act will result in 850,000 people from his state of Illinois losing their health care coverage, 114,000 workers losing their jobs, and an economic loss of $66 billion in gross state product over 5 years for Illinois. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Yarmouth. The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Yarmouth. I want to tell you that the last speaker said this was rushed through Congress. It took 2 years to write this legislation, even by congressional standards. This was not rushed through Congress. We've waited 7 years to hear the alternative. And the gentlelady from Tennessee has all of these plans over there, and she says, we've got plans right here. How about one plan that we might have a chance to focus on? They've had the luxury of saying, we're going to do a better job without telling us what the better job entails. The governor of Massachusetts recently wrote to our delegation and to the leadership in the House and said, during the ACA repeal-replace deliberations, quote, it is important that coverage gains, patient protections, and market stability be maintained. Let me give you some.
Okay, guys, looks like our Obamacare repeal feed has frozen. Stand by while I work to get it back for you. In the meantime, we're going to show you Trump Tower in full. And it looks like we've gotten that Obamacare repeal feedback, so I'm going to go ahead and put that in the corner of your screen once again. Obamacare
Gentleman
repeal
from
discussion.
Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And now it is my distinct honor to yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin who was the chair of our Budget Committee, our Ways and Means Committee, and now he is the Speaker of the House. Mr. Ryan.
The gentleman from Wisconsin, the Speaker of the House, is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for using. My colleagues, I rise to urge our colleagues in the House to support this resolution. Let me tell you why. This provides Congress with the legislative tools that we need to repeal and replace Obamacare. This is a critical first step toward delivering relief to Americans who are struggling under this law. In the weeks ahead, several steps will be taken to provide relief. Some steps will be taken by this body. Some steps will be taken by the new administration, including, after he's confirmed as HHS Secretary, our own colleague from Georgia, Mr. Price. Our goal is a truly patient-centered system, which means more options to choose from, lower costs, and greater control over your coverage. And as we work to get there, we will make sure that there is a stable transition period so that people don't have the rug pulled out from under them. So that this will be a thoughtful, step-by-step process. And we welcome ideas from both sides of the aisle. But today, I can't help but think, back when we were debating this law in 2010, what was said at the time. I was a member of the minority then. I stood right here and pleaded with the majority not to do this. Don't take something so personal like your health care and subject it to a big government experiment. Don't do something so arrogant and so contrary to our founding principles. But they pushed it all the way through, making all kinds of promises. People were promised that their premiums would go down, but instead they're skyrocketing. Look at the new premium increases announced just this year. % increase in their premiums. Illinois, 43%. Pennsylvania, 53%. Nebraska, 51%. Alabama, 58%. Minnesota, 59%. Tennessee, 63% increase in premiums. Oklahoma, 69% increase this year in premiums. Arizona, 116% increase in their premiums. People were promised, if you like your plan, you can keep it. Well, guess what? That was rated the lie of the year that year. People lost their plans. People were promised all sorts of choices. You'll have all these great menus of choices to choose from. A third of all the counties in America today, you get one choice. 5 whole states, one insurer. If you have one choice, that's not a choice. That's a monopoly. My colleagues, this experiment has failed. This law is collapsing while we speak. We have to step in before things get worse. This is nothing short of a rescue mission. By taking this step today, we are doing what is right. We are stepping in and stopping the collapse from doing more harm to the working families of America. To bring the kind of relief and to bring the kind of solutions that we need to really achieve the noble goal here. Everyone in America should have access to affordable health care, including people with pre-existing conditions. This is what we want to achieve, but that's not what's happening under Obamacare. The law is collapsing. The insurers are pulling out. People can't afford it. The deductibles are so high, it doesn't even feel like you got insurance in the first place. This is a rescue mission. This is a necessary move, and I urge all of our colleagues to do what is right, because the time is urgent. And on top of this, to my colleagues, we need to keep our promise that we made to the American people, and this helps us do just that. I yield back.
Gentleman from Wisconsin, Speaker of the House, yield back. Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll remind the Speaker that his vote today to repeal the Affordable Care Act will result in 211,000 people from his state of Wisconsin losing their health care coverage, 46,000 workers losing their jobs, and an economic loss of $25.7 billion in gross state product over 5 years in Wisconsin. It gives me great pleasure now to yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, the distinguished Democratic leader and architect of the Affordable Care Act, Ms. Pelosi.
Thank you very much,
California,
Mr.
the minority leader is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding. So proud of him, his leadership as the ranking member on the Budget Committee. I'm so sorry that the Speaker left the floor because I have some very good news for him. Clearly, he does not understand what the Affordable Care Act has brought to our country in terms of expanding benefits, lowering costs, and expanding the access of many more people to the promise of our founders of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, a healthier life. and the freedom to pursue their happiness. I understand why the Speaker may want to concentrate on some mythology that he presented about the Affordable Care Act, because he's not going to focus on what this bill on the floor does today. In the Republican budget, it does not create more good-paying jobs or raise wages. It does not invest in infrastructure to rebuild our nation. The Republican plan does not invest in the education of our children or the lifetime learning of working people. It does not help Americans find balance between work and family. It does not reduce the deficit. In fact, it increases the deficit. And it does not seek to drain the swamp of secret money from our elections. Instead, the Republicans are feeding their ideological obsession with repealing the ACA and dismantling the health and economic security of hardworking families. We all know that a budget should be a statement of our values. What is important to us as a nation should be reflected in our budget proposals. I always say, show me your values, show me your budget. Well, you heard me say some of what this budget does not do. As we get further into the next stage of the budget, we will see that what their budget does is just widen the disparity in income in our country, give tax breaks to the high end, and then part of their tax breaks for the high end is to repeal the Affordable Care Act so they can eliminate the tax on those who are helping to fund the Affordable Care Act. So let me just talk about the Affordable Care Act for a while, because this is one of the things that the public should know is that the ACA, Medicare, and Medicaid are now wed. If you mess with the ACA, it will directly impact these important other initiatives, Medicare and Medicaid. The Republicans have never supported Medicare. They opposed it at its origin and over time continued to oppose it. Their speaker in the 90s, Newt Gingrich, said Medicare should wither on the vine. Their speaker, Paul Ryan, has in his budget removing the guarantee of Medicare for our seniors. Remove the guarantee. That means you get a voucher and you go shop for Medicare in this non-existent health plan that they put forth. Republicans talk about they're going to repeal and replace. Interesting, alliteratively, but not realistic in terms of what for 6 years they have had a chance to propose an alternative. We've seen nothing, but what we have seen is their cut and run. They want to cut benefits and run. They want to cut savings and run. They want to cut access and run. They want to cut Medicare and run, Medicaid and run. The list goes on, and they want to cut jobs. Jobs are we will lose 3 million jobs if they have their way with their non-existent cut-and-run plan on the Affordable Care Act. So that's just what I've said about the relationship between ACA and Medicare and Medicaid. With their hospitals would be devastated under the ACA repeal because they would be left with uncompensated care. One of the challenges to hospitals was they must care for people who come and they don't have the ability to pay. With the Affordable Care Act, we now take care of that. And that alleviates the cost to corporate America or those who are providing health benefits to their workers, adding between $1,000 or $3,000 a year per policy because they're carrying the uncompensated care cost. The Affordable Care Act alleviates them of that. The reality is, as Mr. Richie Neal, our new ranking member on Ways and Means, has said, the reality is Medicaid is now a health program that crosses the economic spectrum. It's not just for the poor. People think of Medicaid as a poor people initiative. No, it enables mothers to work their way out of poverty by providing affordable coverage for their children, yes. It enables people with disabilities to get the care needed to live and work in community, and it provides critical nursing home care for middle-class elderly who have spent down their savings and have no other alternatives. As Richie says, Grandma's going to be living in the guest room or in the attic or in the basement if you cannot stay in have nursing home care. This is very important to families because families, we want a budget that enables people to have good-paying jobs, increase their paychecks so that they can afford their home, address the aspirations of their children, and have a dignified retirement. If they have to care for their aging parents, they can do less for their children. And this assault on Medicaid is an assault on the financial stability of families across the board, whatever their age. Furthermore, Medicaid is one of the best tools to fight in addiction. We made a big deal about our opioid legislation. Americans who previously did not have access to health care and therefore self-medicated, they self-medicated with opioids and other painkillers, are able to access diagnosis, treatment, and pain management. Medicaid provides real care for addiction, for the addiction and underlying condition to turn for the better for individuals, their families, and the community. The list goes on and on. The jobs issue. In most of your communities, healthcare providers, hospitals, et cetera, are the biggest employers. They won't be anymore. Millions of jobs will be lost. Mr. Pallone, our ranking member on Energy and Commerce, another committee of jurisdiction, keeps making that point. Why are you being, he says, ideological about this when the practical effect is about the economic security of our families? Thank you, Mr. Pallone, for that. And Mr. Bobby Scott, who was the ranking member on the Education and Workforce Committee, shows what happens to states if you overturn the Affordable Care Act. In his own state of Virginia, he can give testimony to the increased cost to the state or lack of meeting the needs, healthcare needs of constituents. The ACA guards and strengthens the healthcare and economic security of every American, no matter where he or she gets health insurance. It delivered transformational progress in terms of coverage, quality, and cost. Now, much has been said about the fact that more than 20 million people now have access to affordable health care. This is a wonderful and remarkable thing. But that is only part of the story. Every American benefits from this who has access to health care. Most Americans receive their health benefits in the workplace. And if you do, you now cannot be discriminated against because of a pre-existing medical condition. You cannot be discriminated against if you are a woman. No longer being a woman is a pre-existing medical condition, which means you paid more if you were a woman. No longer can the insurance companies levy lifetime limits, just hold you to lifetime limits for a pre-existing condition that you may have, or just even for the care that you are getting on a new basis. The list goes on and on. The list goes on, and you know how many people have a pre-existing medical condition? Over 100 million families are affected by pre-existing conditions. If your child is born prematurely, I myself have 5 children. Long ago, the insurance company said to me, "You're a poor risk because you've had 5 children." And I said, "I thought that was a sign of my strength. I didn't know that you were measuring it as a weakness." But any excuse will do. Any excuse will do, would have done, but not with the affordable health care. It stands there as a pillar of economic and health security. It stands there as a pillar of economic security, like Social Security, Medicare and Medicaid, which, again, the Republicans opposed. Wither on the Vine, Newt Gingrich, 1990s. Paul Ryan, in his budget, take away the guarantee. But it is a pillar of economic and health security. So when their proposal today, which increases the debt, the deficit, does not create jobs, undermines the health security of the American people, does not do much in any regard to address the challenges I posed in the beginning, it's no wonder they want to talk about the Affordable Care Act, because they have nothing to recommend them in their budget resolution. It is the GOP's repeal plan will raise premiums. Well, the Speaker was talking about the rate of growth of health care cost in our country has been greatly diminished by the Affordable Care Act. In the more than 50 years that they have been measuring the rate of growth, it has never been slower than now. Repeal would create chaos that will echo the health care. One of our things, affordable care versus chaos. Chaos is the order of the day for them. So American people will not be dragged back to the days when an illness or injury meant financial ruin, that you might not get a job because someone in your family was ill and was going to raise the cost of health care in a company that might hire you, that you could lose your home. Most bankruptcies spring from because of not being able to pay medical bills. Anyway, just in short, we will not allow the Republicans to make America sick again. I urge a no vote on this unfortunate resolution.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Kentucky reserves. The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is now my honor to yield a minute and a half to one of our newest members, Mr. Faso from New York.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, and I thank the new chairman of the Budget Committee for the time she's given me. I've listened to the debate, and I understand the difficulty that both sides have with fixing this system. We clearly believe the system needs to be repealed and replaced. Moreover, the system needs to be reformed, and there's perhaps no better prominent Democrat in this country who has made the case for reforming this system. And I quote former President Bill Clinton, who said just last October, quote, "So you've got this crazy system where all of a sudden 25 million more people have health care, and then the people who are out there busting it, sometimes 60 hours a week, wind up with their premiums doubled and their coverage cut in half. It's the craziest thing in the world," unquote. President Bill Clinton. Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, this is just the first step in terms of fixing this problem. The taxes, the premium increases, the loss of coverage, the small businesses who've been priced out of the market, the discouragement of employment in our country because of the costs that are imposed on the business sector through the ACA, these things have to be fixed. They have to be addressed. Today is just the first step in addressing that. Later, we will have regulatory changes that come from the Department of Health and Human Services. And more importantly, we will all have to come back here to work out a new plan to fix it. Mr. Chairman, I urge colleagues to vote for this resolution, and I yield back.
This time has expired. Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll remind my colleague that his vote today to repeal the Affordable Care Act will result in 939,000 people from his state of New York losing their health care coverage, 131,000 workers losing their jobs, and an economic loss of $89.7 billion in gross state product over 5 years in New York. Now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from California, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services Committee, Ms. Waters.
Gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members. I rise to oppose this budget, which is designed to repeal, not replace Obamacare. I am adamant about this because what I have witnessed all of my life, and I'm going to share it with you, and some of you may never have heard of these things. I've watched people die from preventable diseases. I've watched over the years from the time I was a child where people had home remedies. They didn't have any prescription drugs. I've watched as my great-grandmother was in pain, in tears because of arthritis and rheumatism, and we had to rub her down with something called liniment. I've watched men get up and try to go to work with pneumonia, and they tried to heal pneumonia with what was known as hot toddies. I've watched as people have died and children have died. Little children used to walk around with little bags around their neck with something in it called asphyxity that was supposed to protect them from harm. And they had pneumonia, they had colds, that's all they had. They didn't have a doctor. They died from preventable diseases. Now we have 20 more people who are insured under this health care plan. This is a health care plan for all Americans. The Republicans will tell you that yes, they're going to give you something better. But they've been saying this for 8 years. They've been after what is known as Obamacare for 8 years. Why don't they have a remedy? Why don't they have a plan? Why don't they have anything? They didn't have anything when they started to attack Obamacare. They don't have anything today. Ladies and gentlemen, they're not going to have anything better than this ACA. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to read the names of some of the groups that have written to us in support of ESCON Res 3. And there are more than 35 names on here, but I'm going to just read off some that we would recognize very quickly. The American Center for Law and Justice, Association of Mature American Citizens, Citizens Against Government Waste, Concerned Women for America, Health Benefits Group, Independent Women's Voice, Medical Device Manufacturers Association, National Association of Manufacturers, National Association of Wholesalers and Distributors, National Restaurant Association, National Retail Federation, National Taxpayers Union, Society for Human Resource Management, and the U.S. Chamber. And I just want to extract one paragraph out of the U.S. Chamber's letter that they have written. The U.S. Chamber of Commerce supports ESCON Res 3, the concurrent resolution setting forth the congressional budget for fiscal year 2016, an initial step toward making critical improvements to the American health care system. I think that you can see not only do our constituents support a change, but also these companies around the country. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, the distinguished ranking member of the Education and Workforce Committee, Mr. Scott.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to this budget resolution and its intent to compromise the health insurance for all Americans. Republicans continue to pursue the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, root and branch, despite the fact that there is no credible plan to deal with the chaos that this repeal will create. 30 million Americans will lose their insurance, and the vast majority working families. There's no plan to protect the other Americans who have enjoyed improved consumer protections and benefits. And although the rates have gone up, they've gone up at half the rate that they had been going up before Obamacare, and most of those in the marketplace don't even have to pay those increased prices because of increased tax credits. And when Republicans talk about repeal and replace, the only thing guaranteed is the repeal part. Republicans have shown little interest in producing an alternative. We've heard lots of complaints, but we have not seen a plan that will make things any better. And remember, when Medicare was created, most of the Republicans in Congress voted no. Republicans in the House have voted numerous times, over 60 times, to repeal some or all of the Affordable Care Act without proposing a credible alternative. And now we have some vague ideas, but no plan to deal with the total chaos that will be created if Obamacare is repealed. So I urge my colleagues to save the health and economic security of all Americans by defeating this resolution. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And what I'd like to do now is to read some of the broken promises that have occurred through the Affordable Care Act. Here's one that I think we will all recognize. Quote, that means that no matter how we reform health care, we will keep this promise to the American people. If you like your doctor, you will be able to keep your doctor, period. Those are remarks by the President at the annual conference on the American Medical Association back on June the 15th, 2009. Here's another one, and I quote, I will sign a universal health care bill into law by the end of my first term as president that will cover every American and cut the cost of a typical family's premium by $2,500 a year. This was in a speech on June the 23rd of 2007. Here's another, quote, you should know that once we have fully implemented, we're going to be able to buy insurance through a pool so that you can get the same good rates as a group that if you're an employee at a big company and you get it right now, which means your premiums will go down, which we know has absolutely not happened. And these were remarks that were made by the President at a campaign event on July the 16th, 2012. Here is another one, remarks made by the President after a meeting with the Senate Democrats in December the 15th, 2009, and I quote, "Whatever ideas exist in terms of bending the cost curve and starting to reduce costs for families, businesses, and government, those elements will be in the bill." And as we know today, that those elements have not come to fruition. Another, and I quote, "So this law means more choice, more competition, lower costs for millions of Americans." These were remarks by the President on the Affordable Care Act and the government shutdown on October the 1st of 2003. Another, in my mind, the Affordable Care Act has been a huge success, but it's got real problems. And this came from Jonathan Chait, 5 days that shaped a presidency on October the 2nd of 2016. And the last one that I'll read to you, and I quote, "I'm willing to look at the other sides to bring down costs." These were remarks by the President at the State of the Union address on January the 25th of 2011. In 2013, the PolitiFact rated this number number one lie of the year at a publication. PolitiFact found that there were at least 37 instances when the President Obama made this vow to the American people. I can say that as we look at these statements that were made, these are not statements that have come true. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves the balance for time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, the distinguished ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Mr. Pallone.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I want to thank Mr. Yarmouth. You know, I've listened to every Republican who spoke during this budget debate, and I'm convinced they will repeal the ACA and run. There'll never be a replacement because they don't have the votes for it. The Republicans are ideologues. They don't believe we should regulate insurance companies or help people pay for their premiums, so they can never support a replacement plan that would do these things. The ACA is a market-based plan to deal with the health care crisis that we faced 8 years ago. More and more people didn't have health insurance. Insurance companies wouldn't sell them health insurance if they had a pre-existing condition like cancer. People were paying more and more out of pocket. And the fact of the matter is that we stepped in a practical way, not because we were ideologues, because we were looking at the situation practically to help people. And what did we do? We provided 20 or 30 million people that didn't have insurance with insurance. With those who had health insurance through their employer, we guaranteed them a good benefit package, and we limited their out-of-pocket costs. We looked at this practically because we're trying to help the American people. We were not ideologues. We didn't care about whether you were on the left or the right. But what the Republicans are doing today is really a farce. They don't care about the average American. They don't care about all these people who have insurance now who didn't have it before, about the benefits that they're getting, that their out-of-pocket costs have been limited. No, they're just ideologues. They want to repeal this. They have no intention of ever replacing it, in my opinion. And they want to go back to the good old days when the insurance companies controlled the market. That's what we're going to have. Repeal and run. That's what you're doing.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Carolina, distinguished member of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Price.
Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this sham Republican budget resolution. After wringing their hands for the last 8 years about debt and deficits, today's resolution makes clear Republicans care about fiscal discipline only when it's a Democratic president they're dealing with. This budget resolution would add $9.3 trillion to the debt over the next 10 years. It has only one purpose: to provide for the eventual repeal of the Affordable Care Act, but it would ruin our fiscal health as well. Of course, the ACA was fully paid for by Democrats with new revenue and with cost containment measures. Nonpartisan budget experts say that repealing the ACA would actually increase the deficit by $350 billion. So the hypocrisy of our Republican colleagues on this issue is simply breathtaking, even by Washington standards. After more than 6 years, moreover, we're still waiting for that comprehensive Republican plan to replace the ACA. Newsflash, they don't have one.
I yield the gentleman an additional 15 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 15 seconds.
Newsflash, they simply don't have one. Rather than work with Democrats to improve the ACA, Republicans continue to put their own political ideology over the health and the well-being of the Americans we're all pledged to serve. I urge all members to forcefully reject this budget resolution.
Gentleman from North Carolina yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from Kentucky has 5 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Tennessee has 6 minutes remaining. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Washington, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Jayapal.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I rise in strong opposition to this budget resolution. It begins the gutting of the Affordable Care Act, stripping health care for millions of working families across the nation, including over 750,000 in my home state of Washington. Here is the bottom line. This repeal will put into chaos small businesses, hospitals, and community health centers. I have one of those in Seattle called the International Community Health Services, which provides culturally appropriate health services to anyone in need. And recently, an elderly woman at ICHS shared her fears about the ACA repeal. She and her husband, a heart attack survivor who went through bypass surgery, rely on Medicare and Medicaid for affordable health services. They have an annual joint income, Mr. Chairman, of $14,000, and they would be unable to afford quality care if the ACA repeal happens, and let's be clear, with absolutely no better plan to replace it. Mr. Chairman, the budget resolution is a moral document. It does translate our values into commitments, and it should tell the world what the United States stands for. Looking at this budget resolution, I cannot help but conclude that our moral compass will be broken if we pass this resolution. I urge my colleagues to oppose this immoral budget resolution, and I yield back. Thank you.
Gentlewoman from Washington yields back the balance for time. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee
Reserve.
reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlelady from New York, the ranking member of the Small Business Committee, Ms. Velasquez.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Let me thank the gentleman for yielding. I rise in strong opposition to this resolution. Mr. Speaker, if Republicans go forward with this plan to dismantle the Affordable Care Act, 30 million Americans will lose health insurance. In New York State alone, 1.6 million of our neighbors who gain coverage through ACA will lose their health insurance and will see their health insurance taken away. And 2.7 million New Yorkers who have enrolled in Medicaid could lose coverage. But this is not just about Medicaid, and it is not just about who obtained coverage through the exchanges. This is about the young person just out of college who can stay on their parents' insurance until they turn 26, giving them time to secure employment and coverage on their own. It is about patients with pre-existing conditions who, until the ACA, were blocked from securing quality medical insurance. It is about women who have faced gender discrimination in the insurance market. These are the people Republicans will harm with their irresponsible attack on our healthcare system. Now, let me also note this. The Republican slogan, repeal and replace, is a sham. What are they going to replace the ACA with? They have never, not once, put together a realistic, defensible plan to replace the ACA. Their plan should be called repeal and displace, because it will displace millions of Americans from their health coverage. Reject, repeal, and displace. Vote no on this bill.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
We reserve.
Gentleman he reserves.
Mr. Chairman, I have no other speakers, but I reserve the balance of my time to conclude the debate of the budget resolution after the Joint Economic Committee has finished its debate. Should we move out of here?
The gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Tiberi, and the gentlewoman from New York, Mrs. Maloney, each will control 15 minutes on the subject of economic goals and policies. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is a pleasure for me to be here in my role as chairman of the Joint Economic Committee, and I'm also pleased to have a couple of our new members here today, and I'm going to start by yielding each of them 2 minutes. So I'd first like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, for 2 minutes. A new member of the Joint Economic Committee.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this budget resolution as a first step in the process to repeal and replace Obamacare. It is undeniable that Obamacare has failed. It has broken promise after promise to the American people. Constituents in my district in central Illinois are watching their premiums skyrocket by an average of 15%. This chart next to me here shows all across the country, in state after state, premiums have skyrocketed. Citizens also face deductibles that are so high that they try to get by without going to a doctor. One constituent from Roseville, Illinois, whose insurance costs have gone up 75%, stated to me recently, quote, "This is crazy. Almost half of my paycheck goes to insurance. How do they expect us to afford this?" These burdensome costs stifle families and our small businesses' ability to participate in and help grow our economy. We have a mandate from the American people to fix this broken system and to rescue citizens from escalating health care costs. The goal is not to pull the rug out from underneath anyone. In fact, we are working to provide a stable transition to better, more affordable health care. We must have something that is economically sustainable and fiscally responsible, something that actually works. I look forward to working with my colleagues to replace Obamacare with a system grounded in economic reality, a market-driven, consumer-centered healthcare system that provides Americans with more choices, lower costs, and greater flexibility. That's why we are working on a replacement system that will expand consumer choice through healthcare focused on their needs, a system that will spur innovation in healthcare, attract new doctors and healthcare providers, and protect patients with pre-existing conditions. Mr. Speaker, we must help Americans gain access to insurance they can afford. Passing this legislation is one step towards helping people and fulfilling our promise to the American people. I urge my colleagues to support this resolution. We owe it to our citizens. I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
Here we are, Mr. Speaker, more than 3 months into fiscal year 2017, debating a budget which is not really a budget resolution. Even the majority admits it is nothing more than a shell to help them repeal the Affordable Care Act. It doesn't contain any way to grow jobs. It doesn't contain any new ideas to grow our economy. And with all of the majority's rhetoric about deficits over the last decade or more, this budget explodes the deficit and adds $2 trillion, as in T, to the national debt, only to set the stage for repeal of health care assistance to millions of Americans. What's more, the Congressional Budget Office has told us that repeal of the Affordable Care Act would increase the deficit, increase it by $353 billion over 10 years. Now, many of my colleagues have noted the devastating effect of the repeal of the Affordable Care Act, the effect that it would have on millions of Americans' health. 30 million Americans would lose insurance, including 4 million children. The cost of prescription drugs would go up for our seniors. Young people would lose the coverage on their parents' health care. And women wouldn't be protected, and men with pre-existing conditions. Pregnancy would no longer be covered. The Affordable Care Act has made critical progress for Americans. Millions have gained health care that they never had before. And our uninsured rate is now at 8.9%. It is the lowest rate in the history of our great country. Nearly halved from before the Affordable Care Act took place, as you can see from this chart. This is something we should be proud of. We have allowed more and more and more Americans to have health care when they need it. It's literally a life and death situation to millions of Americans. But this reckless repeal of the Affordable Care Act will also cause economic havoc. It not only hurts people, it hurts our economy. Now, just last month, our economy added 144,000 private sector jobs, the 75th straight month of job growth in the United States of America. That is something we can all be proud of. That is the longest stretch of job creation since 1939 in our nation's history. And that's in stark contrast to the way things were at the time that the last presidential transition took place. When President Obama took the oath of office, our economy was shedding a staggering amount of jobs. In December of 2008, the economy lost 695,000 jobs. The next month, another 598,000 jobs gone. We were losing, over a period of time, roughly 700,000 jobs a month. The banks were teetering, lending had halted, the auto industry was exploding, our nation was in economic turmoil. The combination of a bursting asset bubble and bank panic brought this country to the edge of collapse. It was the worst financial crisis in global history, according to the head of the Federal Reserve, Ben Bernanke, in global history. And today we have a very different story. Thank you, President Obama. Our unemployment rate, which had soared up to 10% unemployed, is now at 4.7%. That's a great achievement. In 2016 alone, our country added 2.2 million jobs, bringing the total to over 15 million new jobs created over the last 7 years. Instead of shedding jobs and losing jobs under the prior administration, we were gaining. Just look at this chart. We moved from the deep red valley of political devastation, economic loss of jobs and suffering, to moving out of our economic troubles to a continued growth of blue job creation. And in the job creation and in our economy, we also expanded health care to help our people. Just look at this chart. It tells the story. The deep red valley of economic devastation caused by the last Republican administration and the steady job growth under President Obama. We're now seeing stronger job growth after years of stagnation. Over the past year, average hourly earnings rose to 2.9%, another great success. But now we're considering a heartless, and I would say reckless, plan to repeal the Affordable Care Act, a move that threatens to undo our progress and will turn millions of lives absolutely upside down across this great nation. A report issued this month by the Commonwealth Fund outlined the disastrous economic consequences of the majority's plan. In just the first year of repeal, our economy will lose nearly 2.6 million jobs and over $255 billion in economic output. Over the course of 5 years, our economy will lose over $1.5 trillion in output. And these devastating job losses are not limited to the healthcare industry. As was pointed out by many Democratic speakers, our whole industry is intertwined. You can't cut the Affordable Health Care Act without also impacting not only people, but also the delivery of services through our hospitals and also Medicaid and Medicare. It's all intertwined. It is reckless to move forward and say, oh, we're going to come up with a good plan. Well, where is it? You've had years to come up with it. We've never seen it. 2/3, over 1.6 million jobs we will lose, not in just healthcare, but also in related industries, construction, retail, other sectors. And what's more, this repeal plan would also place massive financial burdens on our state budgets. The Commonwealth Fund report estimates that in just the first year, states would lose out on $8.2 billion in tax revenue. Over 5 years, our states would lose over $48 billion in tax revenue. And that means hits to our schools, our roads, our first responders, our neighborhoods. And of course, repealing the Affordable Care Act will hurt the millions of people who have directly benefited from it. People who come up to me and tell me on the street, I finally have health care. I have health care for my children. I know if they get hurt, they're going to be taken care of. People in my home state of New York will be hit very hard. Over 2.7 million New Yorkers have health care coverage today that they did not have before the Affordable Health Care Plan. And now their health care is on the line, for they are among the 30 million who would lose health coverage on the majority's repeal plan. And this would also cost, not only hurts people, it costs economic development, a loss of $89.7 billion in gross state product for my state of New York alone. And this is the way it is all across the country. Americans of every political stripe who work hard and play by the rules and think they finally have health care, who have at long last gained it, and now they are worried about what's going to happen to them tomorrow. They deserve better. They deserve what they already have, and they at least deserve a plan. We should not repeal. We shouldn't repeal it in the first place. But if you are going to repeal it, let's be responsible about it and have what it is you're going to put back in place to help people. It is reckless to repeal it, and in the most advanced, most economically prosperous country in the history of the world, our people deserve the certainty that they can have access to health care for themselves and their families, and with all that is at stake, health care for millions, the loss of 2.6 million jobs, economic havoc, it is simply irresponsible to move forward with a budget and reckless to repeal the Affordable Care Act without any real solution to help people. I reserve the balance of my time. I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote against this budget resolution, which is nothing more than a plan to take health care away from Americans.
The gentlewoman from New York reserves the balance of her time. Gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to yield 2 minutes to a new member of this Congress and a new member of the Joint Economic Committee. The gentleman from Florida, Mr. Rooney, is recognized for 2 minutes.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to speak about and oppose the travesty known as Obamacare. The need to replace this program was obvious on day one. It's a failed socioeconomic experiment perpetrated by people who don't believe in individual choice and don't understand free market competition. In fact, we can see less than half of the folks that were supposed to sign up have done it because it's a bad deal for them. Nothing promised under this medical health insurance program has proved true. Care costs have gone up. Premiums and deductibles have skyrocketed. We've got another chart here, if I might, that shows a projected 25+% increase in premiums in 2017. My state of Florida is 19%. Coverage has been circumscribed and reduced. And this business about keeping your doctor is proven to be another falsehood. You can't afford to keep your doctor. You can't afford to keep your insurance. The entire program was flawed from the beginning, and it's a top-down government-run boondoggle, and all it's done is create monopolies for a bunch of insurance companies. I have heard heart-wrenching personal stories from so many families in Southwest Florida who've suffered severe financial burdens and have had reduced and dropped coverage because of Obamacare. Paying more for less is bad policy. It's bad economics, and it's a raw deal for Americans. And now we have the opportunity to do three things to turn the page and put this disaster of Obamacare behind us. We have the opportunity today to enact the resolution which will lead to repealing Obamacare. We have the opportunity to have Dr. Price take the helm at Health and Human Services and begin a substantial administrative overhaul. And we have the opportunity to put in the replacement plan that has been talked about, described in the Better Way for America, which provides a seamless transition into a new form of health care, leaves no one without coverage, and assures the continual coverage of pre-existing conditions. But it will offer consumer choice, the American way. It will make coverage affordable and competitive.
Gentleman's given 30 extra seconds.
Gentleman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Thank you. And it will stimulate competition for insurance coverage across state lines, removing an archaic and artificial barrier which shouldn't be there in the first place. And lastly, it will encourage innovation in health care and the delivery of health care and advances in treatment. Thank you.
Gentleman from Florida yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
First, I'd like to apologize to two dedicated members of the committee on which we serve, Mr. Byer and Mr. Delaney, who've been sitting here waiting for a long time, but Mr. Nadler tells me he has an absolute pressing emergency and must go first, so I yield him 1 minute.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Speaker, repeal of the Affordable Care Act will be a disaster for the American public. It will send America back to the days when people went bankrupt trying to pay medical bills and seniors on Medicare spent $3,000 on prescription drugs alone. Adding insult to very serious injury, the bill before us would defund Planned Parenthood because of debunked accusations. Republicans are asking us to pass legislation that will punish an invaluable organization without any evidence or due process because they don't agree with it. This bill smacks of an unconstitutional bill of attainder. If we do pass this bill, we will leave millions of women with no access to health care. Republicans know that community health centers and Medicaid networks do not include enough providers, particularly OBGYNs, to take on all of the Planned Parenthood's patients. By voting to defund Planned Parenthood today, we will be leaving 2.7 million women and men with no access to reproductive health care. What a statement for Republicans to make as their first major piece of legislation. They are saying to the American people, and to women in particular, Republicans don't care about your health or about your families. Republicans just care about politics. Well, my Democratic colleagues and I care about the health of the American people, about American jobs, and about American women. That's why we will vote against this absurd budget resolution, that and the ACA repeal. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and I thank you and I yield back.
Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I yield 3 minutes to Mr. Byer, Congressman Byer from the great state of Virginia.
Gentlewoman has 4 minutes remaining.
Oh, then 2 minutes to Mr. Byer and 2 minutes to Mr. Delaney.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with my Joint Economic Committee Democratic colleagues to address the terrible effects that the Republican budget will have on this country's health. I listened with rapt astonishment to Speaker Ryan's recitation of the percentage increases in the premium cost for insurers on the Obama exchanges. But the Speaker omitted important facts. Number one, more than 80% of Obamacare customers get subsidies that help them pay the cost of these premiums. They do not pay the full cost and will not feel the brunt of these increases. Number two, these increases are uneven. Yes, Arizona is up, but Rhode Island will decrease 14%. The Speaker cherry-picked the highest ones, omitting the overall increase. But most importantly, number three, most people are unaffected because most people get their insurance through their employers, Medicare, Medicaid, or the VA. Only a small fraction of Americans who actually buy insurance on the individual market. And premiums for the average single person through the employer market last year were exactly the same. For those for families, only up 3%. As an employer myself who offers health insurance to more than 300 people, and someone's very concerned about the debt, My great concern is that the Republicans seem willing to throw out our total commitment to managing our debt for this repeal. I've listened to my friends in the Freedom Caucus lament about our national debt, and together we've made significant progress on the budget deficits. But blowing up Obamacare will blow up our national debt, the most fiscally irresponsible act since we waged 2 wars without paying for them. Look, a study by the Commonwealth Fund projects that Obamacare will cause my state repeal, will cause the state of Virginia to lose up to 100,000 jobs and $50 billion in business output. I urge my colleagues to vote no on this most fiscally irresponsible plan. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I'll continue to reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentlewoman from New York is recognized.
I yield 2 minutes to another distinguished member of the Joint Economic Committee, Congressman Delaney.
Gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that hard-edged partisan politics has not only eroded the confidence the American people have in our government, but it's caused government to function to a very low standard. And in my 4 years that I've been in this Congress, I've never seen a better example of that than what we have here today. Because today we're considering a budget that is not only fiscally irresponsible, it doubles our deficits across 10 years, increases the national debt by $10 trillion, but its sole purpose is to repeal the Affordable Care Act. The purpose of today's budget is not to amend the Affordable Care Act to preserve its strengths and tackle its weaknesses, nor is the purpose of today's budget to repeal the Affordable Care Act and put something in place that has been well thought through and shared with the American public. The purpose of today's bill is to repeal the Affordable Care Act in a cold, hard way and let the chips fall where they fall. And this is not being done because it's good policy. Anyone who's serious about health care policy, even people who oppose the Affordable Care Act, who have looked at this issue, have concluded by any measure the Affordable Care Act should not be repealed without a replacement. It's being done for political reasons because my colleagues, unfortunately, for years have told their supporters that they would repeal this bill at all costs without having the courage or convictions to explain to them the consequences of repeal without replacement, nor without the determination to do the work to come up with an alternative. The Affordable Care Act was passed 8 years ago. It was passed on a straight party line basis, which was unfortunate. It had 3 important goals, which it has achieved: to expand health care to over 20 million people, to lower the overall cost of health care in this country, which is the most important number in our fiscal health, and to improve the equality of health care. Is it perfect? No. Are we addressing its problems today? No. Are we repealing it without any replacement? Yes. By any measure, will that be bad for the public health and potentially cause a public health crisis in the United States of America? The answer to that is yes. I urge my colleagues to reject the budget proposal.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman has 15 seconds remaining. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge a strong no vote. This budget resolution jeopardizes the very health of our citizens and puts our economic recovery at risk. I urge a no vote and yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized to close.
I'm prepared to close, Mr.
Gentleman
Speaker.
from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, there are several perspectives, important perspectives, to health care and health insurance. One, value delivered to patients in terms of insurance plan options, choice of doctors, access to treatment, and most importantly, health outcomes. 2, health insurance premiums and health care cost sharing. 3, budgetary costs to the federal and state governments. 4, supply of health care services, including by doctors and hospitals and through medications. 5th, indirect costs to the economy, such as reduced job creation and labor force participation. The Affordable Care Act fails on all 5 counts, and that's why we're here today, to start the process of repealing and replacing it. The program is dysfunctional, and its costs have become and will become more unsustainable. Supposedly, the central objective for passing the ACA was to ensure those who did not have coverage. I was there. Yet the increased government sprawl shown in this chart in health care is striking. The Joint Economic Chart from the time of the law's passage illustrates the law's mind-numbing complexity. Unsurprising To anyone skeptical of bureaucratic solutions, the Obama health care system has not worked. Instead of empowering innovators, doctors, patients, Obamacare has implemented a complex scheme that relies on unelected bureaucrats, and this chart demonstrates that clearly. Mr. Speaker, Obamacare means fewer choices. In fact, Kimberly, a constituent in my district, recently told me that she had a brain tumor. Virtually no doctors take the marketplace insurance. So I am left to change doctors who I've seen for 30 years and switch to new doctors who I don't trust and cannot provide the same health care benefits that I've received in the past. Traumatic for her. Remarkably, the enrollment failure is happening despite penalties on individuals failing to obtain coverage and on employers for failing to provide it. Even with billions of dollars in subsidies, in my opinion, this illustrates that many would likely prefer to trade their subsidies for more flexibility, the choice of their own doctors, and useful alternatives. Obamacare also means higher premiums. Ohioans on the individual marketplace have seen increased premiums by 111% since passage of Obamacare. And now in my state, the average premium is over $5,000. Republicans agree that the system needs reformed, but Obamacare cannot be reformed. The argument that parts of the American health care insurance system were not working previously and that more people now have health insurance is irrelevant to the decision to repeal Obamacare. Nobody claims that the former system was perfect. I certainly don't. Certainly the government can increase coverage with subsidies, increase coverage with mandates, but what has it done to the underlying health care that is being provided? The extent and method by which Obamacare increases coverage has caused huge and unnecessary collateral damage to all others in the marketplace, all others with respect to patient choice of their doctors, the quality of the care that they're receiving, the supply of health care, and certainly state and federal budgets. The focus of Obamacare advocates has been almost exclusively on increasing the number of insured by government subsidy and mandate. I get that. I understand that. But not on maximizing healthy outcomes. Those aren't the same things. Health insurance is not an end in itself. Effective treatment to health care problems is. Private investment is so needed to push forward medical discoveries, innovation, accelerate drug development, personalized medicine, harness technology to coordinate our health care and help administrate it. There is a better way. You'll hear from the other side of the aisle that Republicans have no plan to replace Obamacare. Here are the plans. It's just not true. The goal of the Republican plans is not to go back to the way the things were before Obamacare. It's to move forward. We want to facilitate a well-functioning market in health care and health insurance as well. In the United States, we let the marketplace work things out. Republicans want to fix those obstacles and make it better. Among features of the better way is portability, patient-centered care, insurance across state lines, medical liability reform, new mechanisms for small businesses and individuals to power together to negotiate, flexibility for our governors, a patient-centered, patient-focused program. The government has a role and a responsibility to provide support for those who can't afford it, for those who fall through the cracks. A refundable tax credit's part of our plan. Addressing pre-existing conditions is part of our plan. Keeping dependents up to 26 on their parents' plan is part of our plan. But the deeper points to recognize are, one, there's no reason why a free market could not offer insurance to individuals that provide continuous coverage throughout their lives. There's no reason that helping the poor should not limit the choices and flexibilities of everyone else, which Obamacare has done, much less interfere with the larger economy. Moreover, the law has had an impact on employment. I see it every week. Economics professor Casey Mulligan of the University of Chicago estimated that the ACA taxes will affect nearly half of the working population in America, reducing average wages, hours worked, and GDP. And based upon CBO estimates, the overall impact of the ACA on the supply of labor will become progressively worse as time passes. Obamacare took certain problems in health care insurance, large number of uninsured, lack of individual coverage for pre-existing conditions, higher premiums for individuals, and used them as an excuse to create socialized medicine. The repeal of Obamacare will take us off that path, and replacement will offer shortcomings to other problems. Going forward, Republicans stand ready to provide support away from Obamacare through a transition, and getting improved health care system in place improves consumer choice. Ladies and gentlemen, I understand the anxiety that many are feeling right now listening to the Democrats tell them that health care is going to be yanked out from under them. When I was a kid, my dad, a steelworker, lost his job. We lost our health care. We lost our insurance. I know what that anxiety is like. And I want to assure everyone today, that's not what we're doing here today. I know what we're doing here today. We're empowering patients. We're empowering doctors, not bureaucrats. We're giving them more choices, more opportunities, and a better health care system. Mr. Speaker, I ask that we support this resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Ohio yields back the balance of his time. All time for the Joint Economic Committee has been used. The gentlewoman has 6 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Tennessee. The gentleman from Kentucky has 2 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentlewoman from Tennessee reserves. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, everybody in this room wants the same thing. We want the best quality of care available to the most people at the lowest price. That's what every American wants. That's what Republicans and Democrats alike want. We've put our plan to do that on the table. We recognize that there are ways it could be improved. But the idea that there is a plan competing on the other side is just hilarious. I mean, last night I testified at Rules before Chairman Sessions, and Chairman Sessions introduced a bill last year. He had one co-sponsor. That gentleman is no longer in the House, so he has no co-sponsors as of now. His plan is called the World's Greatest Health Care Act. I like the name, but I don't know how that relates to any of those other plans. I know that probably some of the elements are similar, but this is the problem with the exercise we're going through. We are heading down a road with no final determination or destination. We're going to repeal the Affordable Care Act, eliminating all the protections that we have provided for 300 million Americans, expanded coverage, extended guarantees, benefits, and quality, and we don't know what's the alternative. Waving around a bunch of papers does not mean there's a plan, does not mean that the Republicans can say to the American public, here is what your health care is going to look like when we get finished with our repeal and replace. They just can't do that. And that's why only 18% of the American people, according to a Kaiser survey, want this course of action, want a repeal without a replacement. All I have to say is, if we go down this path, we won't have repeal and replace. What we'll have is repeal and repent, because we're going to owe a huge apology to the American people for the damage that we caused. With that, I urge my colleagues to reject this resolution, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. Gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, after all the debate that we've had today, these facts remain. Obamacare is failing. Health coverage is becoming less affordable. Health care is becoming less accessible. And the American people want and deserve something better than this broken status quo. While my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are doing their best to defend this law and make excuses for the harm it's causing, Republicans promise the American people we will not ignore those in our country who are suffering under the current health care system. Today, we have an opportunity to begin to bring relief to the American people. Today's vote will kickstart the reconciliation process through which we can and must repeal Obamacare and pave the way to a patient-centered health care system. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this resolution so that we can pursue those solutions that will expand access to care, increase the quality and affordability of that care, and to give the American people, not Washington, the power to choose what best fits their individual needs. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee yields back the balance of her time. Pursuant to the rule, the concurrent resolution shall be considered for amendment under the 5-minute rule and is considered read. No amendment shall be in order except the amendment printed in House Report 115-4. Such amendment may be offered only by the member designated in the report, shall be considered as read, and shall be debatable for the time specified in the report, equally divided and controlled by the proponent and an opponent. It's now in order to consider Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 115-4. For what purpose does the gentleman from Kentucky seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk will designate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report Number 115-4, offered by Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky.
Pursuant to House Resolution 48, the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, and a member opposed, each will control 10 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kentucky.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Republican rush to eliminate the Affordable Care Act, to take health insurance away from 30 million Americans, introduce chaos into the health insurance market, and give millionaires and billionaires a giant tax cut is misguided and does not reflect the values of the American people. On top of that, it can significantly damage our economy. Repeal will upend our nation's health care system. Hospitals will see a spike in uncompensated care, leading to reduced services, job cuts, or higher prices for everyone. It will cost the nation 2.6 million jobs in 2019 alone, including 44,000 jobs in Kentucky. And the hit to the economy will be in the trillions of dollars. And it will give corporations and the wealthy hundreds of billions of dollars of tax cuts. Repeal isn't about what's best for the American people. It's solely about politics and what's in the financial interest of the well-off and the well-connected. There's absolutely no logic to this. That said, if Republicans are determined to rush something through Congress right now, using the budget process, we'd suggest a totally different approach. Let's look at areas where this Congress and this incoming administration can work together to address a pressing challenge facing the country. Members of both parties and the president-elect have expressed support for repairing our nation's failing infrastructure, investing in our roads, bridges, ports, and other transportation needs to create jobs and build a stronger economic future. The substitute I have offered today provides the budget procedures needed for such a bill to be considered. Mr. Chairman, I urge my colleagues to support this alternative budget so we can move our nation forward together.
Gentleman from Kentucky reserves. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, I claim the time in opposition.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee is recognized for 10 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, the Democrat substitute would guarantee that American people continue to be harmed by Obamacare. It would ensure that insurance markets continue to collapse and that premiums and deductibles continue to rise and that patients have less access to health care choices. At a time when we are trying to provide relief to the American people and protect them from a failed and broken status quo, this amendment ignores those who are suffering under the law. It ignores the 20 million Americans who have either paid the Obamacare penalty or sought an exemption from it because the cost of complying with the law is either too costly or not worth their trouble. This amendment tells those families who have seen their premiums go up dramatically, many who are paying more and getting less, that there's no relief in sight for you. What's more, the substitute does not include any reconciliation instructions, and it lacks the savings we achieved through our instructions. The bottom line is this: Obamacare is collapsing, it is failing, the American people need relief, and in order to get them that relief, we need to reject this amendment and get to work on patient-centered solutions for our nation's health care challenges. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee yields back. Does she reserve or does she yield back?
I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back the balance of her time. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I now yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Florida, a distinguished member of the Budget Committee, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
Gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentleman. As a mother, a breast cancer survivor, and proud Floridian, I rise today in opposition, in strong opposition, to the majority's irresponsible efforts to repeal the Affordable Care Act, because the facts speak for themselves. 20 million Americans, including more than 1.5 million Floridians, have obtained quality, affordable health care since the ACA became law. 129 million Americans who, like me, have a pre-existing condition can no longer be discriminated against by their health insurance company. Our nation's young adults now rest easy that they can stay on their parents' insurance until they're 26. Allow me to remind my colleagues on the other side of the aisle that we were elected to help Americans, not hurt Americans. And make no mistake, repealing the ACA will not only rip health care away from millions of Americans who have Obamacare, but we owe it to the 155 million Americans with employer-based coverage to maintain the prohibition against annual and lifetime limits. Before the ACA, 105 million Americans, most of them with employer coverage, had a lifetime limit on their insurance policy. The ACA prohibits annual and lifetime limits on policies. We owe it to our seniors to stop the repeal of key new Medicare benefits. Repeal of these life-saving provisions would actually increase prescription drug costs for millions of seniors in the donut hole who are currently saving more than $2,000 on their drugs due to the ACA by reopening the gap in Medicare Part D coverage. In addition, since the enactment of the ACA, the solvency of the Medicare Trust Fund has been extended by 11 years. And we owe it to the 129 million Americans like me with pre-existing conditions, like breast cancer survivors, to stop repeal so they cannot be dropped or denied coverage or charged an exorbitant premium by their insurance company. As a cancer survivor, I am also appalled that the Republican plan, or lack of a plan, would increase out-of-pocket costs for every patient by requiring them once again to pay for preventative services like cancer screenings. Mr. Speaker, the assault on the well-being of our constituents is an outrage, and we will not take it lying down. We will fight tooth and nail for the established right of all Americans to have quality, affordable health care coverage and not return to the days when it was available only as a privilege to those who could afford it or who were fortunate enough not to have a pre-existing condition. Thank you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Tennessee, a distinguished member of the Judiciary Committee, Mr. Cohen.
Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 2 minutes.
I want to thank Mr. Yarmouth for the time. Mr. Speaker, I've been listening to the debate, and I see the buzzwords that have been used about the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. Patient-centered, that sounds good, and against bureaucrats, that sounds good. What they don't tell you is it's for the insurance companies. And they say it leaves it to patient-centered and for the people to deal with it, not the government, because the people will have to deal with the insurance companies in the future. The people don't want to have to deal with insurance companies when their claims are denied, when they won't pay them, when they won't allow them to have certain procedures. That is what the American people are against, and the Affordable Care Act was insurance reform on steroids. And you can't have all of the insurance reform on steroids without government action looking out for the people versus the insurance companies. They also don't tell you about rich people, who the other side's always concerned about, who can use tax credits and get a lot more money for their tax credits because they're in a higher tax rate than others. So in essence, they're going to get more out of this. What we ought to be doing is what this alternative budget's about, is trying to create jobs. Jobs for people in infrastructure, construction jobs for people out there in middle America, where America used to be first in infrastructure, and now we're 28th in infrastructure. We need to have an infrastructure that gets goods to market and goods to the public for sale. That helps create jobs further. Jobs is what's important, and it's where America used to be first in infrastructure and jobs. America's always been last in health care. We were the only industrialized country in the world without a national health care policy, and the Republicans never wanted a national health care policy until now. So the Affordable Care Act did good because it woke the people up on the other side of the aisle to the fact that we needed to have a policy to make sure people got health care, because they've never, ever cared about it. Teddy Roosevelt cared about it in their party. Richard Nixon cared about it in their party. Mitt Romney cared about it in their party. But they were mute didn't say a word about it. All of a sudden, because they found something they thought is good, 2/3 of the people in Tennessee like the Affordable Care Act. Don't repeal it. Pass this alternative budget and create jobs. I yield back to the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield now 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, a new member of the Budget Committee, Mr. Boyle.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'd like to thank my chairman. You know, it's interesting that after 6 years of the mantra of repeal and replace, here we are, and we have repeal and maybe replace at some point when we get around to it. Although that shouldn't be very surprising, considering what is Obamacare? More than 20 years ago, Senator Bob Dole, then the Republican leader of the Senate, and a group of his colleagues introduced the Republican alternative to the then Democratic plan to expand health insurance to some 40 million Americans who didn't have it. The Republican plan, hatched at the Heritage Foundation, was instead of expanding Medicare for all, let's instead create a system of taxes and tax credits where we pull all the uninsured together and we enable them to buy private health insurance on a marketplace. Fast forward about 2 decades, Barack Obama comes to the White House, wanting to compromise, wanting to create a system that would disrupt the existing healthcare system as little as possible, decides to go in this direction. And then suddenly, all of those on the other side who supported that idea for 2 decades suddenly decided it was socialism and could not possibly be the healthcare law. So the reason why they don't have an alternative to Obamacare is because this is the market solution. This was the more moderate approach. This actually isn't a big government-run plan. So I am extending a hand to the other side. If they really want to come up with a way to improve the Affordable Care Act, there are many of us on this side who genuinely want to work on that. I have already voted as a member only here 2 years on ways we can improve the Affordable Care Act and make some modifications. The same way we've made modifications to Medicare and Medicaid many times since 1965. But, Mr. Speaker, if the real intent of the other side is just to strip away health insurance to 22 million Americans, we will say no and continue to fight it. I yield back.
Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I said in my closing to the debate on the resolution itself, it would be wonderful if the Republicans had a plan that they could describe to the American people so that American families would know what would be in their health care future. It would also be nice if they would wait to repeal the Affordable Care Act until they could do that. I think the American people expect it. The poll I mentioned from Kaiser, 82% of the people prefer to go in that direction. Let's find out if there is a better way. I've said many times in public, the reason there has been no Republican alternative to the Affordable Care Act is because there really are only 2 alternatives. One is to go back to the era in which insurance companies decided who lived and died, and the other one's to go to single payer, something like Medicare for everyone. I'd love to discuss that option. I think it would be immensely popular in this country. But instead, the Republicans come up with ideas that are drifting in the other direction. Again, back to not patient-centered care, back to insurance company-centered care. But the important thing today is that we have an alternative here through which we can actually do something constructive to the American people, for the American people, something that will help the economy, something that will make vital investments in our nation and the future economy, instead of putting the country's health care system at risk. That's what this amendment does. That's why I introduced it, and that's why I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Kentucky yields back the balance of his time. The question is on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, on that, I request a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, further proceedings on the amendment offered by the gentleman from Kentucky will be postponed. what purpose does the gentlewoman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I move that the committee now rise.
The question is on the motion that the committee rise. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the committee rises.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union, having had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 3, directs me to report that it has come to no resolution thereon.
The chair of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports that the committee has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 and has come to no resolution thereon. Texas seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 48, I call up S84 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 84, an act to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense within 7 years of relief from active duty as a regular commissioned officer of the Armed Forces.
Pursuant to House Resolution 48, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 90 minutes, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Armed Services. Gentleman from Texas, Mr. Thornberry, and the gentleman from Washington, Mr. Smith, each will control 45 minutes. Chair recognizes. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material on S84.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consent.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, let me get right to the heart of the matter. We have to pass this legislation in order for James N. Mattis to be able to serve as Secretary of Defense. I know of no one more respected and more admired in the field of national security today than General Mattis. It's true that this is an extraordinary thing we're doing to pass a new law to provide a one-time exception to an underlying law so that a particular individual can serve. The last time we did this was 67 years ago. Our predecessors then faced challenging times and believed it was appropriate to go through to extraordinary lengths to allow an exceptional individual, George C. Marshall, to serve as Secretary of Defense. And history reveals that it was fortuitous that they chose to do so. We face challenging times today. We live in an increasingly dangerous world, and we confront it with a military that has been significantly damaged by budget cuts and other actions. And I believe it's appropriate, in fact, I believe it's necessary for us to rise to meet the challenges of our time as our predecessors did in theirs and allow an exceptional leader to once again serve our country. Now, there are legitimate complaints about the wording of the resolution, about various procedural flaws, about not exempting General Mattis from the UCMJ. And in that regard, let me correct something I said before the Rules Committee last night. A retired officer can be held accountable for acts after they retire, although never has that happened to someone in civilian office. But there are legitimate complaints about the President-elect's transition team refusing to allow General Mattis to come to a hearing and testify before the House, even though he was very eager to do so himself. I share all of those concerns. I think it was a mistake and short-sighted to deny the House the opportunity to question General Mattis on the issues related to this legislative exception. I think it was also a missed opportunity, by the way. It was an opportunity to facilitate giving him a large bipartisan vote out of this House, which reflects the overwhelming bipartisan support that he has in this House. But getting back to the bottom line, even with those concerns, we have a responsibility to the men and women who serve. And I think we have a responsibility for the safety and security of every American to see that there is a fully functional Secretary of Defense on day one of the new administration. The only way we can do that is to pass this legislation today. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield myself such time as I may.
Gentleman is recognized.
And first of all, I want to thank the chairman. I want to thank the members of the Armed Services Committee. I think we had a very excellent debate on this issue yesterday in committee. A lot of very well thought out opinions on both sides were expressed in a respectful way. I also want to thank the chairman, because the second that it was said that General Mattis was going to be the president-elect's selection for Secretary of Defense, he joined me in saying that we wanted General Mattis to appear before our committee to answer our questions. This is something that has only happened twice, in the first time in 67 years, and our committee members wanted the opportunity to do our job as the House Armed Services Committee and hear from the nominee about how he felt about the separation or the civilian control of the military, which is the reason that this law was put in place back in 1947. So I thank the chairman for that. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. And the one thing I would correct, we do have to pass this piece of legislation in order for General Mattis to become the Secretary of Defense. We do not have to do it now. And I'll explain more on how we can do that in just a second. But the problem with where we're at right now, because of the actions of the transition team, we basically, certainly on the House Armed Services Committee and to some extent on the full House, are being treated as irrelevant. It was mentioned during our committee that General Mattis received an 81-17 vote on this legislation in the Senate, and that's true. It was bipartisan. He appeared before the Senate Armed Services Committee. The Senate Armed Services Committee was given the respect to do their job. And they heard him, they asked him questions, didn't take very long. He was done by 12:30, and they voted. That didn't happen for us. And really it was sort of a two-step process in which the legislative branch, and in this case the House, was basically ignored and treated as irrelevant. First was in the continuing resolution that we passed to keep the government open, where with guidance from the transition team, they insisted on very specific language in the CR to set it up so that General Mattis could be confirmed. And that was stuck into the CR. Now, we on the Democratic side objected to a couple of things in that at the time, but those objections were ignored and it was put in, and we were not prepared to shut down the government over this issue since it was put into the CR. The chairman has mentioned one of the problems with it, and the biggest one, and that is in the past, in the case of General Marshall, they exempted him from this provision that retired officers are subject to the UCMJ. They did not exempt General Mattis. And when we're talking about civilian control of the military, if you have a retired military officer who is still subject to military law, that without question blurs the line between him being a military officer and him being a civilian. It's something we easily could have fixed. But the way they wrote it into the CR, there was no way for us to do that. And then second, and more, or I can't think of the right word, second and worse, let's just put it that way, as we said, we agreed. We were going to have General Mattis come and talk to us, both The chairman and I spoke to General Mattis on the phone. He was very anxious to come testify. In fact, 3 days ago, we noticed in our committee that we were going to have a public hearing with General Mattis before us, answering our questions and addressing whatever concerns we might have. And then the next day, 24 hours before he was supposed to appear, the transition team, and as I am led to believe it was some low-level person on the transition team, said, nah, we're not going to let him come. And reporters have asked me many times, why did the transition team do that? The best answer to that question is because they could, because they just really didn't feel like it. And some people have said, well, it'd be a lot of effort, a lot of work. Like I said, General Mattis testified before the Senate committee. Most of us watched it on television. He was done at 12:30. We were scheduled to have him at 2:30. He could have had a nice lunch, walked over to the House, sat down for an hour, and the House Armed Services Committee could have been permitted to do its job. The reason this is important, and I have heard for 8 years endless complaints from the Republican side of the aisle about how President Obama has ignored the legislative branch, how executive authority is making irrelevant the people's house, and how wrong that was. And on a number of occasions, I've actually agreed with them. I think that has happened. But here we are, before this president is even in office, at the very first opportunity, he is choosing to completely ignore us for no reason. No good. You cannot tell me that General Mattis couldn't handle an hour and a half's worth of questioning in the House Armed Services Committee. He's done it before, countless times. So what we can do, and what I think we should do, and what I think we should have done at the time, when the transition team called up and said that, is we should have said, okay, we appreciate your opinion, but you need us to pass this law in order for General Mattis to be Secretary of Defense. We have been told that he is going to appear before our committee. We have told our members of the committee and everybody else that he is going to appear. And until he does, we're not going to pass that law. Now, I'm of the opinion that if we had said that, if we'd shown some backbone and stood up for what is our right as the legislative body, that all of a sudden General Mattis would have been available, and we could have avoided all of this. And even today, I submit, if we defeat this bill on the floor, we couldn't get him in by January 20th. I'll grant you that. But we're back January 23rd, 24th. We were scheduled to be here the 25th. I gather that got canceled because the Republican retreat's going to be a little bit longer than expected. But we could certainly take that day back. We could wait 3 or 4 days, which I don't think would be the end of the world, and assert our authority as the legislative branch. Because let me tell you something. If we set this precedence now, you think President Obama exercised executive authority in a high-handed way, ignoring the legislative branch? There's every indication that President-elect Trump is going to have an even greater approach in that direction. So if we don't stand up for ourselves now, we're going to be rolled over countlessly. We all want to support General Mattis. We want that bipartisan vote. The way to get that bipartisan vote is to do what we said we were going to do. Have him come before the Armed Services Committee and simply address the issues we want to raise. And that is why I would ask this body to reject this motion now so that we can actually have the Armed Services Committee do its job. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman Mac Thornberry, for yielding. I appreciate your positive leadership as Chairman of the House Armed Services Committee. I'm grateful to endorse the selection of General Jim Mattis for Secretary of Defense, and based on his extraordinary background, believe a waiver is appropriate. General Mattis's recent experience in the Middle East makes him uniquely qualified to address the threats to service members overseas and American families at home. I am confident that through his position, General Mattis will continue the great traditions of civilian control of the military, delivering peace through strength. My personal perspective of appreciation of General Mattis is as the grateful son of a World War II flying tiger who served in India and China, as the son-in-law of a Marine who received the Navy Cross for Okinawa service, as a 31-year veteran myself of the Army Reserves and Army National Guard, with 4 sons who have served in the military, as Army Field Artillery in Iraq, as a Navy doctor in Iraq and Italy, as a signal officer in Egypt, as an engineer in Afghanistan, with the Air Force nephew serving in Iraq. In his testimony before the Senate yesterday, reaffirming the European Reassurance Initiative, General Mattis spoke bluntly about the readiness crisis facing our military, and we are eager to work with him on the critical task of rebuilding our national defense to promote peace through strength. Simultaneously, bipartisan endorsements to me personally from his fellow Marines confirm he is the right person at the right time. General Mattis' swift confirmation is crucial to continuity for our ongoing military operations and protecting American families. I urge my colleagues to support the waiver for General Mattis. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. McEachin.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the ranking member for yielding. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to this bill. Mr. Speaker, every one of us in this body was elected to serve and represent the people of our district. Doing our jobs means fairly and fully considering the legislation that comes before us. If we pass this measure, we would have failed to meet that incredible responsibility. Our democracy depends in part on civilian control of the military. If we're going to appoint a recently retired general as the new Secretary of Defense, that decision calls for careful deliberation and informed debate. Mr. Speaker, I hear nothing but good things about the good general. But the good people of the 4th Congressional District of Virginia didn't hire me to take someone else's word for it. If we are going to waive this law that's been on the books for so many years, members of this body deserve the opportunity to ask the general questions, to hear his answers, and to weigh his views. Unlike our colleagues in the Senate, members of this body did not have the opportunity to have a full committee hearing with the general. For that reason, I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill. I thank again the ranking member for his leadership, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Turner.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The United States and our allies currently face some of the most complex security challenges in our recent history. ISIS continues to sweep across much of the Middle East. An expansionist China continues to develop its military prowess in order to counter the United States and its allies in the region. We continue to face a nuclear threat posed by countries such as North Korea and Iran, and an increasingly hostile Russia seeks to destabilize much of Europe. It is imperative that the Department of Defense not lose continuity in leadership, administration, and governance. General Mattis must be confirmed expeditiously. Such a lapse would create vulnerabilities in our national security strategy and would be detrimental to the safety and security of our armed forces. Civilian control of the military is undoubtedly crucial to the success and health of our Defense Department. This candidate's military experience alone should not bar him from serving in a civilian role as the Secretary of Defense. It actually enhances the capabilities he brings to the job. This is a unique exception for a candidate whose exemplary leadership and experience would come at a crucial time for our country and for our men and women in uniform. I understand that many of our colleagues across the aisle are choosing to vote against a waiver for General Mattis, despite the fact that they support General Mattis himself as an eminently qualified nominee for the Secretary of Defense. That is a mistake. To do so is self-defeating. Under these circumstances, a vote against the process by which General Mattis is nominated is, in fact, a vote against General Mattis himself from becoming our next Secretary of Defense. I want to thank Chairman Thornberry for his leadership throughout this important deliberations and for his work for obtaining this waiver for General Mattis and for the future of the service of General Mattis to our country. I urge our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support S-84. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Davis.
Gentlelady from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I opposed similar legislation in a markup yesterday, and I cannot support it today. My concerns are not with the exceptional qualifications and decades of honorable service of General Mattis, but I am opposed to a process that has made this House irrelevant. We have an obligation under the law to review this nomination based on General Mattis's military service, a law that codified the principle of civilian control of the military. General Mattis agreed and was even eager, according to the chairman, to speak before the Armed Services Committee. The people have the right to know that the presidential transition team blocked him from appearing. The American people, frankly, don't care what unelected members of the transition team think and would much rather hear from General Mattis on why we in the House should grant this exception to law. His testimony would be in all of our best interest. The General could certainly start the new relationship that he has with the House Armed Services Committee, with our committee, through a thoughtful and a productive conversation on the issues. So today, we're casting off our duty and agreeing to be irrelevant, to accept this legislation without making the appropriate changes, without fully participating in this legislative process. Under a closed rule, we are doing nothing to safeguard civilian control of our military. In fact, we're accepting poorly drafted language, and we're not performing proper oversight. Why are we doing that? Because President-elect's transition team said so. My colleagues have said that there is no requirement that General Mattis speak before us. But I want to say to them, why cede our power to the Senate? Both houses of Congress have a duty here. Why let a nascent administration push us and a distinguished general around? I will not roll over and allow the transition team to dictate the charge of the People's House. We can fix this, Mr. Speaker, and we should.
Gentleman from Texas.
Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Rogers.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today in strong support of the rule and passage of H.R. 393 to allow retired General James Mattis to become our nation's 26th Secretary of Defense. First of all, I'd like to say that I believe civilian control over our military is one of the pivotal principles of our republic. This body must ensure that our military leaders remain accountable to civilian authorities lest we put our hard-won liberties at risk. That's why before I decided to vote for this waiver, I had to answer 2 very important questions. First, does the appointment of James Mattis present any threat at all to the concept of civilian control of our military? And the answer is clearly no. James Mattis has demonstrated his openness as a straight shooter throughout his long career. I'm confident he will continue to candidly face the problems in the Department of Defense and be a positive force for change. It is James Mattis' record of reform-minded openness, his scholarly understanding of history and military matters, and his almost 4-year separation from the defense interest that assures me that this waiver, as a unique measure, poses no risk to civilian control of the military. The second question, then, is the appointment of James Mattis worth waiving the 7-year requirement? The answer is clearly yes. The United States Armed Forces are at a pivotal moment in their history. After 8 years of neglect under this administration, our military has been brought to its lowest point in the past 4 decades. James Mattis has the experience, knowledge, and leadership skills to rally the services while they rebuild over the next 4 decades. He will start on day 1 with a strong grasp of the challenges facing our military and with the ideas to meet those challenges. That's why I support this one-time waiver, which will allow James Mattis to serve as our nation's 26th Secretary of Defense. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I now yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Nevada, Ms. Rosen.
Gentlelady from Nevada is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you.
That was 3, actually. Sorry.
Thank you.
Chair apologizes. Gentlelady is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this legislation. In the aftermath of World War II, leaders from both parties, who many in this House revere to this day, developed the principle of civilian control of our armed forces and codified it into law. They had seen the rise of fascism and communism and held this principle dear because they believed it was necessary for the safety of our democracy. It was the outgrowth of a long tradition of thinking about civil-military relations as old as our republic itself, going back to the founders. And yet, almost all of these same leaders and legislators made an exception for General George Marshall. But when they did so, they did not take the action lightly. The exception in 1950 did a number of things that this legislation does not, which my colleagues have spoken about. All are serious, but I want to highlight one. The exception in 1950 named General Marshall by name and applied the exception only to him. This bill does not name General Mattis, and it is written more broadly. The principle of civilian control of the armed forces was important to the greatest generation, and it was an exception in every sense, an exception for an exceptional individual. This matter should not be rammed through Congress. There are serious issues to discuss. I believe civil-military relations remain vitally important to the American people and to the health of our democracy. I believe that General Mattis is an excellent general officer. He has served our nation well, and he will be a capable Secretary of Defense. My opposition to this legislation is not about General Mattis' capacity to serve in this role. But I ask, Mr. Speaker, why is this legislation written so that it could apply to other individuals, not name General? Why does this not have the exception and not name General Mattis and state that this is only for him? We are being asked to rush without conducting proper oversight, without holding a hearing, and after being prevented by an unelected transition team to hear from the general himself. This is the people's House. The House should have a proper hearing before a decision of this magnitude is made. The general should have been allowed to testify before our committee, as I am told was his desire. If today's legislation addressed these concerns, which should have been achieved,
Gentlelady is recognized for an additional half minute.
my vote would likely be different today. But I cannot, given this process and this language, vote for this legislation today in good conscience. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-84, a bill that would allow for General James Mattis to be considered for appointment as the 26th Secretary of Defense of the United States. Leading up to this vote, I've heard time and time again from my colleagues that they respect General Mattis, his service to our country. I've also heard that they understand him to be an intelligent, capable leader. Some have even gone so far as to say he's a military hero, and I don't doubt the sincerity of my colleagues' words. In fact, I echo them. But for some of my colleagues, this praise for General Mattis is followed by what I believe is a flawed line of thinking. I've heard the argument that this vote we have before us today is not about General Mattis. My friends, today's vote is clearly about General Mattis. Make no mistake, a yes vote today will not permanently change the requirements prohibiting the appointment of anyone inside of 7 years of active duty service. This vote will provide a one-time only exception for General Mattis, a man of utmost character. The original intent of this law was to prevent an active duty service member from retiring and then becoming Secretary of Defense within the same presidential administration. With President-elect Trump raising his right hand in 7 days, it is clear that General Mattis does not violate the law's original intent. The fact that we are here to deliberate this issue only proves that the nomination and appointment process works. I'm encouraged that we're having this debate today, but at the end of the day, we should not deny the best candidate to become the Secretary of Defense. A vote of no is a vote against General James Mattis. I urge my fellow colleagues to join me in voting in favor of an exception for America and an exceptional American, General James Mattis. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
This is not a vote against General Mattis. I think made that very, very clear. I think it is very important that the House have the opportunity to hear from him, as we said we were going to do. Now, yes, he's appeared before the Senate, but as all of us on the Armed Services Committee know, after the transition is over and the new Secretary of Defense is in place, one of the first things they do is they come up and they'll report the budget to us. The Secretary of Defense and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff will come up, and they'll go to the Senate too. And are we just going to say, well, we can watch the Senate on television, so why does he need to go to both places? I mean, really. Why would we bother even to have him come all the way over to the House and have our members have the opportunity to ask him questions? I don't want to set that precedent. So as passionate as the previous speaker was, please understand, and I've expressed this directly to General Mattis, this is not a vote against General Mattis. In fact, I've said, if we have the opportunity to do our job as the House Armed Services Committee, if we do not simply roll over for the presidential transition team, we'll be more than happy to support General Mattis in a bipartisan way, and we have plenty of time to do this right instead of doing it in the rushed way that disregards the power and importance of the House Armed Services Committee. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Hunter.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of S-84. Here's what I think this is about. We feel slighted. We in Congress feel slighted that the Trump administration did not deign to have General Mattis come and speak to us, the House, which is not required by any law, not required by any statute. We feel slighted. And I do feel the same way that the ranking member feels in terms of what the administration, how they're treating the House of Representatives in this body. But it's times like this when we need to rise above the slights from this Trump administration, the future Trump administration. I think there's going to be a few more. I think this future administration does not hold this body in the highest regard. That's going to become evident over the next 4 years. And I think we're going to have to take things like this as a body and do what's best for this nation. That's why they argue of the process, and the House was slighted by the future president. I understand it. I feel that as well. But it's time for us to say, hey, we need to be above that. This is about the future of our nation. It's about our men and women that are serving in conflict right now, under fire, and they need General Mattis as their Secretary of Defense. For those who assert that the martial prohibition, which bars, in the absence of a waiver, a general from becoming Secretary of Defense, a glance at the operational chain of command is in order. Under the U.S. Constitution and statute, the command of the armed forces flows from the President to the Secretary of Defense to the combatant commanders around the world. The idea that a link in the chain of commanding operations, namely the Secretary of Defense, cannot be a military leader is nonsensical. General Mattis will bring insight to a job that no background in academia or business could ever provide. Lastly, when I met General Mattis for the very first time, I was going up to Iraq from Kuwait. We got ambushed. My machine gunner got shot in the arm, drops into my Humvee. We pull out of the ambush area. My convoy gets up to Diwania, where Jim Mattis is. I had never met him. I'd heard of him a little bit. I was a lieutenant in the Marine Corps, didn't know much about much at that point. There's General Mattis in the Operations Center. He turns to me and he says, Lieutenant.
I yield an additional 30 seconds.
Gentleman's recognized for an additional half minute.
He says, Lieutenant Hunter, good to see you. I said, good to see you, sir. I was already sweating and shaking, speaking to a one-star general officer for a lieutenant that could be very trying. He said, did you kill him? I said, kill who, sir? He said, the guys who ambushed you. I said, no, sir. We followed procedure and drove out of the impact, the ambush area. He goes, next time, son, you need to kill him. And every single man and woman in the U.S. Armed Forces hearts will be filled with pride when Jim Mattis is sworn in as the next Secretary of Defense. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington.
I yield myself 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
I think that I have an enormous amount of respect for the gentleman from California. I've enjoyed traveling with him to Afghanistan and elsewhere. But I think what he said in the first part of his remarks was basically the Trump administration is going to ignore us, and we just need to get used to it. That is not my interpretation of our jobs. I think we were elected as well, particularly on the Armed Services Committee. And in our elections, we even got more votes than our opponents. That's how we were able to get here. So I don't think we should simply roll over for the Trump administration, because that's the way he is likely to behave. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Kaufman.
Gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise in strong support of S-84. General James Mattis, if we look back at the origin of this 1947 law and the aftermath of World War II, it was really written to require, I think at that time, 10 years separation between anybody who had served in the military and then serving as a Secretary of Defense. And I think one of the core reasons for that is the fact that would there in fact be a bias between that military officer and their branch of service? And I think with General Mattis, when we look at this waiver, that's certainly not the case. He was the combatant commander for Joint Forces Command when it was standing, and the purpose of Joint Forces Command was to integrate our military together in terms of jointness, and he was very successful at that. So that bias is not going to be there. In the state of Colorado, he came out about a year ago to speak before the University of Colorado Denver to our Veterans Association. And I'll never forget those young Marines and soldiers who had served under him in combat, those junior enlisted, and how they looked up to him in a way that I've never seen junior enlisted look up, in my time in the Army and the Marine Corps, never look up to a flag officer in the same way. And so I think he's going to be such an extraordinary asset to the national security of this country, and I'm proud to rise in support of Senate Bill 84. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, a new member of the Armed Services Committee, Mr. Khanna.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member Smith. I just want to say what an honor it is to be on this committee with Chairman Thornberry and Ranking Member Smith and their leadership. When I joined, I was told this was one of the only bipartisan committees in the House. And while we had a disagreement, and I associate myself with Ranking Member Smith's remarks, I will say that to me the debate seemed civil. It seemed genuine on philosophical and constitutional principles. And I'm hopeful that after this debate, we will be able to work in a bipartisan way. I know General Mattis was out in Silicon Valley. He has tremendous respect in the Valley for dealing with issues of cybersecurity and the future of the military. And I think some of those ideas can help our troops. And I look forward to working on the committee to support those initiatives. Thank you.
Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Hartzler.
Gentlelady from Missouri is recognized for 2 minutes.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today as an advocate for the United States military and the selfless men and women who fill its ranks. And while I fully appreciate the points that my colleagues are making, this is an extraordinary time as we consider this legislation and an extraordinary man about whom we are talking. In just 1 week, our nation will have its new president, and precedent tells us that we should also have the president's Secretary of Defense to step in and assume control of the Department of Defense that day as well. Our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines must have their organization's leader in position. That clear and steady leadership is crucial when lives are on the line. The state of our military's readiness under the current administration also merits mentioning within this discussion. Troop op-tempo rates are dangerously high and their retention rate is low. Our aircraft are unreliably old and many maintainers are inexperienced and new. Never before has there been such extraordinary challenges to the manning, training, and equipping of our forces with limited resources. We ask our troops to stand ready to and actively fight against a resurgent Russia, emergent China, unstable North Korea, unpredictable Iran, and widespread violent terrorism. Never before has there been an extraordinary demand as this time on our men and women in uniform. These are extraordinary times with extraordinary circumstances. General Mattis is the extraordinary man who will lead the Department of Defense in the direction it so desperately needs. And for this reason, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this measure. I yield back my time.
Gentleman from Washington.
Reserve at this time.
Gentleman continues to reserve his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Dr. Winstrup.
Gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong support of providing a waiver permitting the nomination of General James Mattis to the office of Secretary of Defense. General Mattis is an exceptional warrior, strategist, and leader. At a time in which the United States faces an increasingly diverse array of threats around the globe, his unique skill set and decades of experience render him worthy of this exceptional legislation. Civilian control of the military is a foundational underpinning of our system of government, and it's one of General Mattis's nomination strengths, not weaknesses. Just as everyone is a civilian before they join the military, they return to civilian life when they leave it. Since becoming a civilian 3.5 years ago, General Mattis has thoughtfully analyzed the civilian-military relationship, co-editing an analysis of the state of civilian-military relations today. This work includes recommendations that aim to, in his words, ensure our military are braided tightly to our broader society in a manner that will keep alive our experiment in democracy. Throughout his distinguished career, General Mattis has demonstrated a mastery of all aspects of American leadership on a global stage. He has a keen grasp of the value of diplomacy and has been a strong supporter of the State Department and its valuable mission. Throughout his decades of service, he's accumulated a deep understanding of the importance of deterrence and how a well-guarded peace can prevent conflict before it begins. As a seasoned strategic thinker, he has been an incisive critic of current and serious long-term planning for American national security that hasn't really existed. General Mattis knows firsthand the reality of combat and the stakes involved in any decision to use military force. The United States needs a Secretary of Defense equipped to use every tool necessary to defend our nation and defeat our adversaries. Because of General Mattis's unique capabilities to address the multitude of threats our country faces today, I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington.
Before yielding to the gentlelady from Texas, I would just point out that because of the way this law is written, General Mattis actually will not be going back to civilian life after he leaves. He's still subject to the UCMJ and therefore is still in some ways a military officer while he will be the, quote, civilian head of the Defense Department. And with that, I'll yield 3 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Jackson-Lee.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized for 3 minutes.
I thank the gentleman, and I thank him specifically for a clarity on the status of General Mattis as the legislation is written. I think it is important, Mr. Speaker, that all of us who stand make sure the American people know of our greatest respect and honor for General Mattis. His history of service to this nation, his tactical expertise, and his ability to acknowledge the constitutional underpinnings of which this nation is based is without question. But we have, as my colleagues have said on the other side of the aisle, a very serious moment in history. In the public domain is a conspicuous intrusion of Russia in the election of 2016. But there is also knowledge of other areas of which they have used the cyber system for cyber warfare. The talent of military persons is welcomed. But that is the strength of this nation, that we don't yield or bend this little book called the Constitution, which has, as I indicated, its essence, that our nation is governed by the civilian population under principles of democracy and equality, the recognition of the 3 branches of government, and the separation of military and civilian. This waiver is extraordinary. This waiver, I believe, undermines the very sense of the freedom of our military, its ability to counsel as a separate entity. And it undermines, again, the idea that in 1947, our Congress decided to acknowledge and only waive to General Marshall because of the potential concern and catastrophe of the Korean conflict, now Korean War. It has not been done since. And so I'd ask my colleagues whether or not we're going to bend, not bend the arc toward justice and recognition of the Constitution, but bend at any moment of convenience. I do not believe that this is a time in history to bend for convenience. I believe General Mattis would agree with his very fine record that civilian control of the government should be superior and raise the question himself, if asked, whether or not this waiver is for this time and for now, and whether or not we are in such a moment of history that that waiver needs to be granted. My view is that it does not. My view is that we should, in essence, adhere to the regularness of constitutional premise and also to recognize the well-established separation of civilian and military. At this time, I want to thank General Mattis for his service, and I would argue that this resolution should receive a no vote from our colleagues in the United States House of Representatives.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes. Gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Byrne.
Gentleman from Alabama is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you for yielding, Mr. Chairman. I support this legislation in order to ensure General James Mattis can become the next United States Secretary of Defense. It is critically important to our military men and women, as well as to the safety and security of the American people, that the Trump administration has a capable, competent Secretary of Defense in place on January the 20th. Our soldiers, sailors, and airmen need to know who their leader is, and we should do everything we can to minimize any gap in leadership. General Mattis is uniquely qualified for this vital role, and his nomination has earned praise from both Democrats and Republicans, as shown by the vote yesterday in the United States Senate. During his over 40 years of service to our country, he has consistently shown both a great appreciation for the true toils of conflict and the clear ability to defeat an enemy. That is an important balance for anyone leading our military. Now, I know some of my colleagues on the other side have concerns about the process, but let's not get caught up in a process fight when it comes to the safety and security of the American people. The fundamental question should be, do you or do you not support General Mattis serving as our Secretary of Defense? Now, when I found out General Mattis would not be appearing before our committee, of course I was disappointed. But I pulled out my copy of the Meditations of the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius, which is his favorite book. He carries it with him everywhere. And if you read those meditations, you know where they were written. They were written on the northern frontier of the Roman Empire, where the Emperor General Marcus Aurelius spent several years to be with his legionnaires as they fought against the enemy across the line of the Rhine. And in those meditations, he talks about the importance of humility. Any general who reads the meditations of Marcus Aurelius consistently, so that he can remember that his duty is to his soldiers and to a humility before the power that he has as someone who should be leading the Department of Defense of the United States. I have great confidence that he knows that the strength of our military lies in the men and women that fight for us. So I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation to help pave the way for General Mattis to lead our military and protect the safety and the security of the American people. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington.
We reserve.
Continues to reserve his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Russell.
Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman. What is it that objectors are truly afraid of? We hear the words civilian control of the military as if somehow those American citizens that have borne the brunt of service or battle are somehow no longer entitled to their citizenship, forever imprinted with some mark of Cain. What are opponents trying to say? Is it we are afraid of the warrior class? We are afraid that they might cause a war? American battle-hardened warriors understand the need to prevent human suffering, the chaos of destroyed communities, the loss of order, the lack of public services, and carnage caused by weapons, disease, or hopelessness. My own observation is that the greatest saber-rattling often seems to occur from bloviating politicians that have never borne the sword. What are opponents trying to say? Is it we are afraid they might take over the government? Well, if there was ever an opportunity for that concern, it was in the 1790s. President George Washington, a general, was revered. He had appointed to his cabinet 5 generals and a couple of colonels. If there was ever a time for a military takeover of the United States, it was then. Instead, George Washington relinquished the most important, powerful position in the land. He, like all warriors, understood what it meant to serve their country. If you look at our own secretaries of state, historically, nearly 1/3 had military service, with 10 obtaining senior rank. The parade of notable senior warriors serving as Secretary of State remind us that military leaders have often made the best foreign policy for our country. Why no such concerns about military takeover there? On observation, it appears as if America has a phobia of civilian control of diplomacy. General Mattis is a warrior who will put the national security and peace of the United States above all other concerns. He will do it with humility and continued selfless service. He needs to be wavered and confirmed immediately for the good of our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of the legislation that would allow General James Mattis to be allowed to serve as our Secretary of Defense. As a member of Congress, we're sworn to uphold the Constitution and to defend our country against its enemies. In order to secure our national security, we must have a seamless transition from one administration to another when it comes to military leadership. I somehow wonder which other cabinet appointees has the House questioned, and the answer is none. Although this requires a waiver, there's a Senate confirmation process that determines whether or not General James Mattis is the right person. So they are not stealing. I wish he would have testified in front of our committee, but there's no requirement that he testify in front of our committee. That is why we have the Senate. It is their duty to vet the candidates for these positions. It is their duty to confirm the candidates for each of the cabinet positions, and no other member who is trying to be on the cabinet has to come before the House and testify. I do wish General Mattis is, because he would have excelled like he's done in every other thing he's done in his life. I have concerns about the legislation undermining civilian control also, but I also, like Colonel Russell, think that there may not necessarily be the need for that. But even if there is civilian control of the military. The President is Commander-in-Chief. The Secretary of Defense answers to the Commander-in-Chief, who is a civilian. Some people say inter-service rivalry may be the reason that they want him to stay out for 7 years. I can assure you that 30 years from today, General Mattis will be as much a Marine as he is today, and 7 years or 4 years or 10 years or 30 years will not prevent him from being a Marine every day for the rest of his life, as it was the days preceding it. Passing this legislation ensures that our military will have a leader on the day the President is sworn in. And like my member before me,
Mr. Speaker, I yield additional 30 seconds to the
gentleman from Mississippi is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
General Grant served as Commander-in-Chief of the Union armies and later of all the armies of the U.S., and then was President within 4 years of having that title. General Eisenhower served as Supreme Commander and then served as President of the United States, the ultimate civilian authority. And General Washington was also our first president. I ask that we pass this legislation and that we say yes to General Mattis. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington with 26 minutes remaining.
Thank you. I yield myself 30 seconds.
Gentleman is recognized.
Not to be a stickler for detail, but we're actually not giving a waiver here. We are changing the law. And that is what makes this appointment different. When you confirm someone to the cabinet, the gentleman is absolutely right. The Senate, that's their authority. It's in the Constitution. We don't get involved in that. But when you're changing a law, the House has a say in that. It's the Senate and the House. And the fact this debate actually makes me even more strongly opposed to this bill as I continue to hear about how we just don't matter. The Senate's got it. Trump's got it. You know, what do we need to do? You know, we have a responsibility as the House, and when you're changing a law, it has to go through the Senate and the House.
Gentleman's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas with 20 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Dr. Gallagher.
Gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, like every Marine of my generation, during my time in the Corps, I gained a profound respect for General Jim Mattis as simply the finest warrior that we've produced since Chesty Puller. And much has been made in the last few weeks about his warfighting prowess. But what commands my respect, why I rise today, and what I believe binds Jim so closely to the hearts of everyone who has ever worn the uniform, is his humility. General Mattis understands not only how to wield military power decisively, but also its limits. General Mattis also realizes that the true source of our military strength doesn't come from the E-ring of the Pentagon, but rather from the fighting spirit of the brave soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines that are deployed right now doing a very dangerous job. And as the chairman mentioned, they deserve a Secretary of Defense on day one, and with Jim Mattis as that secretary, they will have a leader that always puts their welfare first and their mission first. Now, I respect the concerns of my colleagues about the longstanding principle of civilian control of the military. But I know Jim Mattis personally, and I know how seriously he holds this principle as well. When I deployed to Iraq in 2007 and again in 2008, it was the words of General Mattis that reminded us that if we ever showed contempt for civilians, we would give the enemy a victory. And so I say, for the mission's sake, for our country's sake, and the sake of men and women who have carried our colors in past battles, let's come together today in support of Jim Mattis and thereby send a signal to the world that there is once again no better friend, no worse enemy than the United States of America. Thank you. I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington reserves his time. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Gentleman from Nebraska is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of S-84 today to do this one-time exception so that we can have General Mattis as our next Secretary of Defense. Today, our nation is confronted with a complex array of trans-regional threats. We exist in one of the most dynamic and dangerous periods in our history, and these list of threats grow more vast and more dangerous. And in the meantime, our military readiness are at dangerous lows, and our modernization falls behind. But amidst these dangers, we are fortunate to be presented with a historic opportunity to select and elevate one of the most distinguished military leaders in our nation's history to the position of Secretary of Defense. General Mattis is many things. He's an infantry Marine, a decorated warrior, an experienced combat leader, and a respected commander who has fought our nation's wars and knows firsthand the human costs of war and the consequences of operating unguided by strategy. James Mattis is also a strategic thinker who understands that true strength and security results from coordinated application of all elements of national power, our diplomatic influence, our economic wealth, our values, and only when absolutely necessary, our military force. Mr. Speaker, not since George Marshall have we had a nominee whose distinguished military service record and mastery of operational art is matched by his intellectual prowess and grasp of strategy. One thing else is clear, not since George Marshall have we needed this type of leader as our Secretary of Defense. We need a Secretary of Defense Mattis on day one of the Trump administration. A vote no means we won't have him on day one. It could be day 3 or day 30. And our men and women in uniform deserve General Mattis as their Secretary of Defense on day one. These are extraordinary times, and General Mattis is an extraordinary leader. We need him on day one. I urge support for the one-time exception, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Banks.
Gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to express my strong support for granting a waiver for James Mattis's continuing his distinguished service to our nation as our next Secretary of Defense. We live in deeply troubling times as America is standing in the world and our military readiness have both deteriorated significantly over the past 8 years. Whether it is only 1/3 of active Army's brigade combat teams being ready for combat, or Marines being forced to pull spare parts from museum aircraft to repair their FA-18 Super Hornet fighter jets. These are not the marks of a ready force. This moment requires trusted leadership and someone with a genuine understanding of what is required of our brave men and women to stand ready when our nation calls. There is no one better equipped to understand the dangers that we face, how to repair our world image, and set us on a path to rebuilding our military than President-elect Trump's nominee for Secretary of Defense, General James Mattis. General Mattis embodies all of the traits we should look for when selecting a Secretary of Defense. As a member of the Armed Services Committee, I look forward to working with him to put our military back on sure footing and help and advance our nation toward peace and stability. I encourage my colleagues to vote yes on the measure, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington reserves. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Rothfuss.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of this legislation. Civilian control of the military is a very important principle that has served our country well. Current law provides that there should be a 7-year gap between military service and serving as the Defense Department Secretary. This is a general rule, but we know there are always exceptions to the rule. That is what this legislation makes today, clearing the path for a retired general who has been back in the civilian world for more than 3.5 years. I support this exception because we live in exceptional times. Over the past 15 years, we have seen millions of American service members deployed overseas. Thousands are still deployed. They have served well and served with courage. Many of them and their families have paid a particularly heavy price. More than 6,000 did not come home. Tens of thousands sustained life-changing injuries. Thousands have injuries we cannot see, and many families broke under the pressure of repeated deployments. Retired General James Mattis, now a civilian, has been there. He's been with these soldiers. He's been with these families. I appreciate the perspective General Mattis will bring to the Defense Department and President-elect's national security team. He understands, more than most, in a very personal way, the gravity of putting our service members in harm's way. He understands the moral obligation we have to ensure that those who are sent into harm's way are properly equipped. As important, he will be able to convey to his national security counterparts the impact decisions made in Washington have on the warfighter. General Mattis is the right person at the right time. I encourage my colleagues to support this waiver and vote for this legislation. I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington's time is reserved. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. DeSantis.
Gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of this measure. I think it's important to point out when you talk about civilian control, Jim Mattis is, in fact, a civilian. He's not in command of any Marine divisions right now, and I don't think prior military service should be held against him when he has the ability to offer additional service to the country. I hear this argument that, well, he's a retired general, he's subject to the UCMJ. That is not an argument that has much merit, because if that were the case, you couldn't have retired military officers serve in the Congress, because if they were still considered military officers, it would violate the incompatibility clause of the Constitution. Now, this 7-year statutory restriction, I think it's understandable, but I don't think it's in any way sacrosanct. If you go back to the founding of our country, a 7-year restriction would have prevented George Washington from being the first civilian commander-in-chief, because he had resigned his commission in 1784. He took the oath of office as our first president, 1789. Nobody was under any illusions that he was a civilian and he was somebody who was revered. Now, it's true the founders feared the civil being subordinate to the military, but that's because they thought Republican government could be overrun by a military junta. We don't have that danger here. We have a civilian president of the United States, a civilian Congress that's charged under the Constitution with providing and maintaining our Navy, with raising and supporting our armies, and prescribing rules for the regulation of the armed forces. And we will have Jim Mattis, who is a civilian, as a Secretary of Defense. This man, Jim Mattis, has been a faithful servant to our country. He's also a strategic thinker who I think can do a great job in rebuilding our military and getting our national security policy on a firmer, stronger foundation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Taylor.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Chairman, I rise to speak in support of General Mattis. I rise to speak to my colleagues, both Republican and Democrat. I rise to appeal to the unity of our chamber, unity of our voice to the world, unity for our men and women who voluntarily fight on our behalf. Less than 1% of this nation has gone forth for the past 15 years, over and over, sacrificing their youth, time with their loved ones, and sometimes their lives. Imagine you're standing there next to your spouse, best friend, battle buddy at attention. A flag-draped coffin passes you by, carried by an honor guard dressed in impeccable military uniform. Uncontrollable tears flow around the room as the ceremonial flag is tightly folded and presented to the stoic Gold Star family. Amazing Grace played on the bagpipes is at once the most beautiful and the most dreadful tone you have ever heard. You yearn to hear it again, and you never want to hear it again. Men and women like General Mattis who have been here understand true costs of war. Men and women like Mattis will think deliberately and carefully about putting the military into harm's way. Men and women like Mattis will fight very hard to put the tools and the leadership in the hands of the military members so that they may win. Military members, perhaps more than our civilian counterparts, understand civilian control of the armed forces. For in every headquarters building General Mattis or anyone else has served in, there is a prominent display of pictures of civilian leadership above military commanders. I am not naive to the politics. I too believe he should have been here yesterday. But those opposed have made their point. We were divided yesterday, but we can unify today. I ask that you rise above politics. I ask you to support General Mattis, not just with your words, but with your vote. I ask that you show the same unity military members show each other every single day. Let's give them a leader on day one. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Washington continues to reserve. Gentleman from Texas.
Mr. Speaker, I'd inform the chair that I have no additional requests for time and reserve the balance of my time in order to close.
Gentleman from Texas reserves his time. Gentleman from Washington with 25 1/2 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will not take the full 25 and a half, so you can relax. I do yield myself the balance of the time. And I thank the folks for the debate. I think it's been very good as it was in committee. But it is disturbing to hear this described as, politics, or we feel slighted and we should rise above that. This isn't what this is about. It is about us exercising our constitutional authority as members of the House and our constitutional authority as members of the Armed Services Committee. It's about us being relevant in the process and doing our jobs, as I said in the opening. And again, there is every opportunity to confirm, to confirm and then also pass this change in the law that's necessary to make General Mattis the next Secretary of Defense. We can simply insist with the transition team that he appear before our committee. And as I have pointed out, if we'd done that in the first place, we could have met the January 20th deadline, and even now we could still do it by January 23rd or 24th. And I don't think a few days would make that big a difference compared to the institution of the House actually mattering. Now, I will say that as I listen to the debate today, I've become even a little bit more disturbed as we've heard some of the reasoning behind supporting this change in the law to allow General Mattis to become the Secretary of Defense. As was said, basically the Trump administration is going to do this kind of thing quite frequently, as one member of the opposite party said, so we should just get used to it. I really do think that makes it all the more important that at this point, at this moment, that we assert our authority. And again, we can do that and have a bipartisan vote and approve General Mattis. We just have to insist upon it instead of rolling over and accepting what the transition team has said. That was my original argument. I will not belabor it or restate it. I think it is compelling. I think we should stand up for our rights here in the House and on the Armed Services Committee. The final thing I will say is, while I have an enormous amount of respect for General Mattis, and like many who have spoken, I have not served in the armed services. I didn't work with him there, but I certainly have worked with him on the committee. I will point out that General Mattis is not God. And as we listen to the people talk here about how we absolutely have to have somebody from the warrior class lead us in the military, that we have to have him in there in order to protect us from this dangerous world, that sort of language kind of makes me a little nervous. That's the point of civilian control of the military. We do not want to be run by the warrior class alone. Now, absolutely, we have many members on both sides of the aisle who have served in the military, and I think that's terrific. That perspective is enormously important. It is not the only perspective that is important to running a representative democracy. And we've heard comparisons to the Roman Empire. Again, another analogy that is somewhat troubling. That's not what we want. But more than anything, what we don't want is we don't want a president who thinks that he can roll over the House Armed Services Committee and the entire House anytime he feels like it, frankly, as in this case, for no reason. General Mattis, as everyone has admitted, was perfectly prepared to testify, perfectly prepared to come before us, and they simply decided not to send him. And I don't think it was mere pettiness or anything like that. I've watched the way President-elect Trump conducts himself, and he is, shall we say, aggressive. And I think they wanted to make it clear they're going to be running things, and we better get the heck out of the way. Well, that's not what I was elected to do as a member of the House Armed Services Committee or a member of the House. We are not here simply to get out of the way of President Obama or President-elect Trump. We are here to stand up for the people who elected us and for the country and to do our jobs. In this case, for no good reason, We were denied the ability to do that. So again, I will urge members to vote down this bill today so that we can assert our authority, hear from General Mattis, get him approved, go forward, but do it in a way that shows that the House of Representatives and the House Armed Services Committee actually matter. We cannot set the precedent that the President of the United States can simply ignore us on a whim. So I would urge us to vote no on this matter. I yield back. I want to again thank the chairman for his leadership on this. We've worked very closely on this issue amongst many others, and echo the comments of the freshman colleague from California. This is a very bipartisan committee. It will continue to be. We've done a bill for 55 straight years, and I'm hoping we'll make it 56 this year, and I look forward to working with Chairman Thornberry, all the members of the committee, and all the members of the House to achieve that goal. And with that, I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Gentleman from Texas with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of the time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree. This is a bipartisan committee. Here we have a large amount of agreement, but we have a difference of judgment on what is best for the country. I would say to all members, we're about to do our job, and that is vote up or down on legislation that would allow General Mattis to serve. Now, we're not irrelevant because if we don't vote for this legislation, he does not serve. So that's what members are elected to do, to vote. And we're about to vote, and we have essentially two choices. The comment, Mr. Speaker, as I made clear, I share many of the concerns about the process, about some of the decisions that the transition people made. There has been a lot of discussion about this setting a poor precedent. But actually, there's only one precedent before us. That was 1950 with General Marshall, and General Marshall himself did not testify in front of the House or the Senate on the waiver legislation. It was only after the waiver legislation was signed into law that General Marshall came to testify in front of the Senate for his confirmation hearing. But there is nothing that is different from what we're doing today from the only precedent that exists. So the notion that we are suddenly irrelevant, that we are harming the House, et cetera, I believe is mistaken. I hope that we do not have a national security crisis on January 21st or 22nd, but the fact is, unless we pass this bill today, we are not able to have a Secretary of Defense on January 20th. And I think, given the state of the world, given a number of other factors, it is important that we do so. Just two other brief points, Mr. Speaker. The press is reporting that the White House has indicated that President Obama will sign this legislation. I hope he does. That would ensure that General Mattis, if confirmed by the Senate on January 20th, will go ahead and be sworn in and take office at that point. There are, as I said, many concerns about how this was handled, the wording, et cetera. But the bottom line, as some of my colleagues mentioned, is that there are men and women who have volunteered to serve our nation, even at the risk of their own lives. There are Americans throughout the country that depend on those men and women to keep them safe and secure. They deserve, all of them deserve, to have a Secretary of Defense who is fully functional on day one of the administration. The only way that happens is to vote yes. I urge my colleagues to do so and yield back the balance of my time.
All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 48, the previous question is ordered. The question is on the third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Ayes have it. Third reading.
An act to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense within 7 years of relief from active duty as a regular commissioned officer of the Armed Forces.
Question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed. Gentleman from Washington. Recorded vote is requested. Those favoring a recorded vote will rise. Sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to House Resolution 48 and Rule 18, the Chair declares the House and the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for the further consideration of Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 Will the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Holding, kindly take the chair?
The House is in the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union for further consideration of S-Con Res, which the clerk will report by title.
Concurrent resolution setting forth the congressional budget for the United States government for fiscal year 2017 and setting forth the appropriate budgetary levels for fiscal years 2018 through 2026.
When the Committee of the Whole rose earlier today, a request for recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 115-4 by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, had been postponed. Pursuant to Clause 6 of Rule 18, the unfinished business is the request for a recorded vote on Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report 115-4 by the gentleman from Kentucky, Mr. Yarmouth, on which further proceedings were postponed and on which the noes prevail by voice vote. The clerk will redesignate the amendment.
Amendment Number 1, printed in House Report Number 115-4, offered by Mr. Yarmouth of Kentucky.
A recorded vote has been requested. Those in support of the request for a recorded vote will rise and be counted. A sufficient number having risen, a recorded vote is ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 15-minute vote.
right, guys, for those of you just joining us, we are watching the House floor. They are voting on an amendment that the Democrats put forth. It would stop Obamacare repeal efforts. As you can see, the votes are being tallied on the screen. More nays than yays as of right now. We're going to continue to monitor this Obamacare related amendment vote. Meanwhile, here's a quick look at Trump Tower lobby. The Trump Tower lobby. We'll monitor both the Trump Tower watch and the House watch with a countdown clock in the upper right-hand corner. Time left in Obama's legacy. Sorry, time left in Obama's presidency. Less than a week away. Inauguration Day. We'll carry it live here on News Now. Again, guys, you're looking at a live view of the House floor. It is a House amendment vote on repealing Obamacare. This amendment presented by the Democrats would stop the repeal of Obamacare, also known as the Affordable Care Act. We're going to continue to monitor the floor. We're keeping Trump Tower watch, though, in the upper corner for you guys, so you guys can see who is entering and exiting that lobby in New York City. we are monitoring a few streams for you. In the upper right-hand corner of your screen is a look at the Trump Tower lobby. In the large portion of your screen, you're looking at the House vote on an amendment that would stop the repeal of Obamacare. Right now, it looks like there are more nays than yays. It was an amendment presented by the Democrats. Also, in the upper corner of your screen, I'm going to quickly show you guys the countdown clock, time left in President Obama's presidency. 6 days left, 20 hours, and 43 minutes. All right, guys, we're going to alternate between the countdown clock and the Trump Tower lobby. As I know, viewers are split as to what they'd like to watch in the upper corner of your screen. Obviously, we're going to keep this House vote in the main portion of your screen, but I will alternate back and forth between the Trump Tower cam and the Obama countdown clock. We have them both for you here on Newsroom. Again, guys, for those of you just joining us, you are looking at a live feed of a House vote. This is an amendment presented by the Democrats. This amendment would stop the Obamacare repeal efforts. As of right now, though, it does not look like it's going to pass based on the number of votes you see on the screen. Meanwhile, in the upper corner of your screen, we have Trump Tower Watch happening live. We'll also periodically show you the Obama presidency countdown clock. We have it all here for you guys live on News Now. Alright guys, since not much is happening in the Trump Tower lobby right now, I'm going to go ahead and switch to the Obama countdown clock. Time left in President Obama's presidency. You have 6 days, 20 hours, 35 minutes, and 43 seconds.
On this vote, the yeas are 149 and the nays are 272. The amendment is not adopted. There being no further amendments under the rule, the committee rises. Mr. Chairman, the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 and pursuant to House Resolution 48, I'll report the concurrent resolution back to the House.
The chairman of the Committee of the Whole House on the State of the Union reports the committee has had under consideration Senate Concurrent Resolution 3 and pursuant to House Resolution 48, reports the concurrent resolution back to the House. Under the rule, the previous question is ordered. The question is on adoption of the concurrent resolution. Under Clause 10 of Rule 20, the ayes and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, this 5-minute vote on adoption of the concurrent resolution will be followed by 5-minute votes on passage of the bill, Senate 84, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. This is a 5-minute vote.
All right, some of you guys wondering what vote you're looking at now. This is in regards to repealing Obamacare. Everyone instructing committees to draft repeal legislation. This vote is on agreeing to the resolution. Republicans obviously voting yay, Democrats voting yay. Less than 4 minutes remaining in this vote. Plus, in the upper corner of your screen, we have Trump Tower Watch right here on News Now.
On this vote, the ayes are 227, the nays are 198. Majority voting in the affirmative, the concurrent resolution is agreed to. The unfinished business is a vote on passage of S-84 on which a recorded vote was ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 84, an act to provide for an exception to a limitation against appointment of persons as Secretary of Defense within 7 years of relief from active duty as a regular commissioned officer of the armed forces.
Question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
Again, guys, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at the vote on the Defense Secretary waiver. Would you want a waiver in place that would allow General James Mattis to be the next Defense Secretary? The yeas are beating the nays. 4 minutes remain in this vote. All right, guys, we're going to cut away from Trump Tower Cam for a little bit just to show you the countdown clock. Time left in President Obama's presidency. You have 6 days, 20 hours, 23 minutes, and 25 seconds left of the Obama presidency. It's also technically the countdown clock until the day, the minute, the second that Donald Trump officially becomes president of the United States. Some of you asking for the countdown clock regarding the time left in this vote. Time remaining, 0 minutes. Just put it on the screen now. Had to move our lower third just to show you guys. There you go. Got to put the lower third back on, because that's how it works here on News Now.
On this vote, the ayes are 260.
Mr. Gomert. Mr. Gomert votes aye.
On this vote, the ayes are 268, the nays are 151, with one member answering present. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the clerk will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the House Republican Conference, I sent to the desk a privileged resolution and asked for its immediate consideration.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 51.
Unanimous consent that the resolution be considered as read.
Without objection. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that when the House adjourns today, it adjourn to meet at noon on Tuesday, January 17th, 2017.
Without objection.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Chair,
Thank you.
Chair lays before the House communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Sir. I, Brendan F. Boyle, am submitting my resignation from the Oversight and Government Reform Committee effective immediately. It has been a privilege and honor to have served on this committee. Signed, Brendan F. Boyle, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. Chair lays before the House communication.
The Honorable the Speaker, House of Representatives, Sir. I, Ted W. Lieu, am submitting my resignation from the House Oversight and Government Reform Committee effective immediately. It has been a privilege and honor to have served on this committee. Signed sincerely, Ted W. Lieu, Member of Congress.
Without objection, the resignation is accepted. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by direction of the Democratic Caucus, I offer a privileged resolution and ask for its immediate consideration by the Chamber.
Clerk will report the resolution.
House Resolution 52, resolved that the following named members be and are hereby elected to the following standing committees of the House.
Unanimous consent be as read.
Without objection. Without objection, the resolution is agreed to, and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I thank the Speaker.
House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, every one of us who serves in this House relies on the talented, hardworking staff of ours and of the House itself. We couldn't do what we do without them. They not only serve us faithfully, but serve our constituents as well, and they often do so without recognition. Today, my colleagues, I want to recognize someone who has been serving the people of Maryland's 5th District and our country as a senior member of my staff for a decade. And indeed, before that, on the Senate side, for close to a decade as well. Many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle have come to know Mary Frances Repko. If you deal with the environment, if you deal with energy, if you deal with the history of the Senate and the House on energy legislation and environmental legislation over the last 20 years, you know Mary Frances Repko. Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, many of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle know Mary Frances well and respect her deep intellect, her professionalism, and her sage counsel. When it comes to energy policy and environmental issues, there are few on this Hill who know more of the intricacies and complexities of the issues than she does. I am very proud of Mary Frances because the leadership staffs on both the Democratic and Republican side engage her in order to ensure that all the facts and ramifications of energy and environmental legislation are known and considered. Mary Frances has been intricately involved in every major energy environmental legislative debate over the past 10 years, including the Recovery Act. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my colleagues on my side of the aisle
The House will be in order.
I know Leader Pelosi is also a great admirer of Mary Frances Repko's. And her staff and Mary Frances have worked closely together. The Recovery Act, the American Clean Energy and Security Act, Energy Independence and Security Act, the EPA Act of '05, the Renewable Fuel Standard, the BP oil spill, flood insurance, Hurricane Sandy relief, Water Resources Development Act, the Flint Water Crisis, Toxic Substance Control Act, the Land and Water Conservation Fund, land conservation bills, transportation bills, and fighting partisan anti-environmental riders. An extraordinary history of deep and effective involvement on the issues. She's also been my lead staff on Puerto Rico, working closely with the resident commissioner staff to help the people of the island through a debt crisis and Zika. For the past 4 years, she's also been the lead staffer for House Democrats' Make It in America plan, for investing in job creation and making opportunities more accessible to American workers. When Mary Frances first came to the whip's office in 2007, I felt fortunate to have enticed her to leave the United States Senate, where she had served as a senior policy advisor for the Committee on the Environment and Public Works. Earlier, she had served as Senator Cantwell's legislative director and as legislative staffer for former Senator Russ Feingold. Now it is with a great sadness that we must wish her farewell and send her back to the Senate, where she will return to the Environment and Public Works Committee as its new Deputy Staff Director. I'll yield to the leader, if I can.
Thank you, Whip Hoyer, for yielding and for calling attention to the serious loss the House will suffer with Mary Frances leaving. The first thing that I am inclined to say is, Mary Frances, say it isn't so. We so depend on your wisdom, your knowledge, your judgment, your advice and guidance on all of the issues the distinguished Whip has mentioned. The appreciation for Mary Frances goes well beyond the Whip's office throughout the leadership in our caucus, and I think across the aisle, certainly across the Capitol. So I wish that I was hoping in the last couple of days that that the decision might be reversed, but Mary Frances, we wish her well. We are not sending her, Mr. Hoyer, to the Senate. She is going to the Senate. But it's wonderful to know that the Senate will be blessed with her great leadership, knowledge, wisdom, judgment, and temperament. Beautiful, beautiful temperament. So, Mary Frances, thank you. Don't be a stranger to us, and we look forward to continuing our work together to preserve our planet, to create jobs in our country, to do so many things that are part of your values, our values. Thank you, Mr. Whip.
I know that Mary Frances very much appreciates the words of Leader Pelosi. I know that the leader is absolutely correct. We're not sending her. She is going. But I want to tell the leader and tell this House that I talked to Senator Carper, who is the chairman of the committee, and I said, Tom, I will not stand in the schoolhouse door, if you will, and not let her out of our office, but you must pledge that she will be available for our calls and for our questions on a regular basis. Madam Leader, he assures me that that is the case.
That's fine.
I thank you for the comments. Mr. Speaker, our loss, though it's the Senate's gain, I have no doubt that Mary Frances will bring her talents, her wisdom, and her Michigan-bred can-do attitude to the important work the committee will undertake this Congress and in the years ahead. I hope all of my colleagues, and indeed the American people we serve, will join me in thanking Mary Frances Repko for her contributions to the work of this House and to the service she has given to our country during her time as a member of the staff of the Senate and the House. And I hope you will all join me in wishing her great success in her new position, in which I can assure you she will not be a stranger to us in the House, but a crucial liaison to the work of the Environmental and Public Works Committee just across the hall. Thank you, Mary Frances. Thank you for a job well done and for your service and wise counsel. And Mr. Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. The gentleman from Pennsylvania. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Yes, sir. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on Monday, I will honor Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s legacy by volunteering my time to help veterans in my community. Congressman Scott Perry of Pennsylvania's 4th District and I will be at the Central Pennsylvania Food Bank in Harrisburg to pack boxes for the Military Share program. Military Share is a program that serves fresh, nutritious meals to families with at least one member who has served in the military. This program assists area veterans and their families to ensure they do not go hungry. Our veterans have numerous needs when they leave the military, and many of them are life-threatening challenges as a result of combat, such as post-traumatic stress injury. When we help meet the nutritional needs of military families, it allows them to focus on other pressing issues, such as joblessness or treatment for combat-related health issues. Military Share serves more than 4,000 households in central Pennsylvania, which translates to about 10,000 people a month. Mr. Speaker, to serve one's country is a noble and selfless act. The very least we can do is to help our veterans transition to civilian life when they return home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purposes does the gentleman from Rhode Island rise? Yes, without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of National Mentoring Month and in honor of youth mentors across Rhode Island and the nation. Every day, mentors enrich the lives of young people. They are powerful role models who provide essential support for at-risk youth. And just some examples of the powerful impact that mentors have in the life of young people are that vulnerable young people with mentors are more likely to enroll in college and volunteer more regularly than their peers. They are 46% less likely to start using drugs and 52% less likely to skip school. They are also more likely to develop self-confidence, form healthy relationships, and cultivate productive habits. Organizations like the Rhode Island Mentoring Partnership and Big Brothers Big Sisters lead the way in the Ocean State. Organizations like this and mentors across the country are improving our communities one child at a time, and I'm proud to honor them as we recognize National Mentoring Month this January 2017. And I encourage more people to step forward and serve as mentors and make a difference in the lives of young people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Iran is the world's leading state sponsor of terrorism. It funds and controls terrorists like groups like Hezbollah. Its tentacles stretch all over the world, far beyond the Middle East. Many of its activities are done through the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, which has funded, planned, and executed terrorist attacks in the United States and elsewhere for decades. The IRGC is the parent organization of the Quds Force and is directly responsible for its terrorist activities worldwide. But somehow this group has managed to escape repercussions, and the United States has never recognized it as a terrorist organization. I'm working to change that. This week I introduced the IRGC Terrorist Sanctions Act. This bill will require the President to designate the IRGC for its terrorist activity and levy the relevant statutory sanctions against it. It's time to close loopholes like these that allow terrorist-affiliated groups to continue their reign of terror. Designate and sanction these terrorist groups that are sponsored by the #1 world state sponsor of terror, Iran. And that's just the way it is. I'll yield back.
The gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Nevada seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
You know, the Republicans just voted to begin the repeal of the Affordable Care Act. Their misguided and heartless effort will not just affect thousands of insurance policies in Nevada. It will cost the state jobs, it will diminish access to health care, and it will jeopardize lives. Nevada had one of the highest uninsured rates in the country before the ACA. Since then, we've cut the rate by almost 50%, and we've created a system that now provides 400,000 children and adults with coverage. But Trump and the congressional Republicans don't want to hear about that. Make no mistake, when they voted to repeal the ACA, they are revoking vital programs that offer cancer screenings and mental health assistance. They are rescinding provisions that prevent insurance companies from charging women more than men or from denying benefits because of pre-existing conditions. This is unconscionable. Instead of repeal and replace, the Republicans should just call their proposal destroy and delay, or perhaps just simply scam and sham. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio rise? Seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the freedom to live in a democratic society with freedom of speech, assembly, press, and religion are rights Americans hold most precious. Not so in Putin's Russia. Putin's Russia brutally invaded Ukraine in 2013, resulting to date in over 10,000 war dead, with millions of displaced persons. The war grinds on. Dozens and dozens of Putin's critics in the press have ended up dead, murdered for expressing their views. In 2015, Boris Nemtsov, about to lead an assembly in favor of Ukrainian independence in Moscow, was murdered on the stairs near the Kremlin. Gregor Gangadze, editor of the news website Ukrainska Pravda, featured critical articles about Putin ally Leonid Kuchma. He disappeared in the year 2000, and his headless body was discovered in a forest more than 40 miles from home. Anna Politkovskaya, a Russian journalist, was murdered in the elevator of her block of flats in 2006. And Paul Klebnikov, an American who was chief editor of the Russian edition of Forbes, was killed in 2004, likely by hired assassins. All dead, no investigations, no justice. This is Putin's Russia. President-elect Trump best be very wary of whom he showers praise upon, for the cock is crowing too close to home.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise to commemorate the anniversary of the devastating earthquake that struck the nation of Haiti on January 12, 2010. This Thursday marked 7 years since a magnitude 7.0 earthquake struck Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince, killing Haiti's population center and the seat of its government. The aftermath of the quake was unimaginable. 316,000 people perished and 1.3 million were displaced. This tragedy struck a nation already hobbled by grinding poverty, health disparities, and food insecurity. Approximately 147,000 people remain internally displaced in Haiti, with countless others displaced outside IDP camps. The world and the American people, though, responded to the earthquake with generosity. To date, the United States has contributed billions to recovery efforts along with donors from around the world. The Assessing Progress in Haiti Act, which was a bipartisan effort with Congresswoman Ileana Ross-Layton, was signed into law 3 years ago. This provides us critical oversight to ensure that aid continues in the most effective way possible. Unfortunately, more work needs to be done. Haiti continues to be struck by natural disasters, including severe drought and the devastating effects of Hurricane Matthew in 2016. I yield back.
So for what purposes does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Affordable Care Act has improved the health care and financial security of every American, regardless of where he or she gets health insurance. Health care costs have been growing at the slowest rate in more than 50 years. Seniors in the so-called Medicare donut hole have saved more than $23 billion on their prescription drugs. Every American woman can rest easier knowing that women are no longer charged more than men for the same coverage. And 137 million Americans with private insurance now receive free preventive services. Despite this remarkable progress, the majority has made it their mission to destroy the Affordable Care Act, no matter the cost, and those costs would extend far beyond the health care system. A recent report found that repeal would cause just New York to lose more than 130,000 jobs in 2019 alone. The Affordable Care Act has reduced the burden of health care costs for hardworking families, not only in New York but across the nation, and it is those Americans for whom repeal would be so devastating. We are making a mistake if we repeal Obamacare. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. For what purposes does the gentleman from Pennsylvania rise? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I stood in the well of this House 59 days ago when I was sworn in, and basically I said to you that I'm not naive. But today I rise in support of the Affordable Health Care Act and oppose any effort to repeal it from what just took place. Since the ACA was enacted in 2010, the uninsured rate in Pennsylvania has fallen 37%. Additionally, a million more Pennsylvanians who would otherwise be uninsured have coverage with the employer. Medicaid, individual market, Medicare coverage as a result of the new protections provided by the law. No matter what lens you look through, Pennsylvania individuals throughout our nation have better health coverage and care today as a result of the ACA. Let us keep moving forward and help our communities have health care and quality affordable. Recently, our Pennsylvania Governor, Tom Wolf, sent a letter to the Majority Leader to underscore the importance of furthering access to care and keeping price affordable and spending in check, improving health care for those in our home state of Pennsylvania. Just in Pennsylvania alone, we had over 670,000 individuals that have enrolled in Health Choices, Pennsylvania mandate managed care program. That's 670,000 individuals previously did not have access.
The gentleman's time has expired.
We did not need rhetoric of repeal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, and the order of the House, January 3, 2017, of the following members of the House to the Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence.
Mr. Crawford of Arkansas, Mr. Gowdy of South Carolina, Ms. Stefanik of New York.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2017, the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Fortenberry, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, given that last week I took the oath of office as a member of the new 115th Congress of the United States, and given that next week we will watch President-elect Trump also take the oath of office, I want to share a few thoughts on the deep importance of this constitutional duty that we share. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, last week on Capitol Hill was marked by a day of celebration. It was a day of renewal of friendships, even with between people who have deep, deep disagreements in this body. Families and guests all gathered to share in the moment's excitement and meeting. and members of Congress congratulated one another on their recent victories, and we all took a reprieve from the intensity of the policy debate for just a moment. But amidst all of that swirl of activity, the day was set apart by the oath of office. Mr. Speaker, the oath, it lays down a clear marker of the serious obligations ahead for all of us. In our day and time, we no longer are deeply connected to this concept of oath. We see it in the courtroom when somebody is required to tell the truth. We will see it again next week when President-elect Trump is sworn in, but we rarely take the time to reflect on its deeper meaning. We see it more like an old tradition, a nostalgic option that we exercise out of deference to our history. However, the oath is much, much more. It is a solemn declaration. It is a pause, the start of sacred duty. By taking an oath, you effectively hold your very self at ransom. You commit at the deepest levels that you will perform the task ahead of you to the best of your ability. The oath is the ultimate test and measure of integrity. And if you violate it, you tear at the center of your being to the detriment of not only yourself, but to the community, to those you are sworn to serve. This is a very high bar indeed, Mr. Speaker. I'm reminded of the words of Sir Thomas More, who was the Lord High Chancellor of England during the 16th century. He strove to live a life worthy of excellence in public service. But in the end, he was put to death by the very state that he sought to so nobly serve. And in an earlier reflection on the idea of oath, St. Thomas More had this to say, and I quote, "When a man takes an oath, he's holding his own self in his own hands, like water. And if he opens his fingers, then he need not hope to find himself again." Now, Mr. Speaker, throughout that wonderful day last week of our swearing in here in the body, I was reflecting personally on a singular word, and that word is replenishment. Our American system of governance has an extraordinary capacity to replenish itself with new ideas and new people and refreshed perspectives. Our political system starts with the belief that political power is derived from each person's dignity. By voting, citizens invest that very power in the representatives that are sent here to make judgments on their behalf. But of course, to earn that right in the first place, the representative must make his case to the people. And in spite of the drama, in spite of the raucous nature of elections, and we've just come through one, the fact that America goes through this cycle of constant replenishment is truly an extraordinary gift. Mr. Speaker, as I stood in the center aisle right here last week, I raised my right hand. I raised it along with everyone else who is a new member of this 115th Congress. And I took that oath of office. Mr. Speaker, I just think it's worthwhile to read these powerful words. I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter, so help me God. Mr. Speaker, indeed, this is a very high bar. This is a sacred duty. This is a solemn task. And it sets this body apart and our system of governance apart by forcing each of us who have been given this extraordinary privilege of taking on the heavy mantle and weighty responsibility of making decisions on behalf of the people of this great country, to do so to the best of our ability, having put our very self, the integrity of what it means to be a person, on the line to uphold that commitment. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield back the balance of the time.
Purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
I move that we adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until noon on Tuesday, January 17th, 2017.
Hello all. Looks like our House coverage has wrapped. So what I'm going to do is give you guys a live feed again of the Trump Tower lobby as well as the Obama countdown clock. And earlier today, we brought you part of a press conference from the Department of Justice looking into the Chicago Police Department, their investigation there. I did promise you that we would show you it in full in the afternoon. Well, that time is here now, guys. For those who've been watching all day, I don't break my promises. So here you go in the upper corner of your screen.
Chicago Police Department officers on the job. And on the basis of this exhaustive review, the Department of Justice has concluded that there is reasonable cause to believe.
Our country is a great day for people all over the world to see the transition of power. It's the best example of democracy that we have gotten really good at. You know, when Reagan was inaugurated, his first inauguration in 1981, he said, what we do here is commonplace and miraculous. And what's maybe the most miraculous about it is we make it look so commonplace and easy to do, and it's a great moment for the world, and we had a good time talking about it today.
Representative John Lewis spoke to Chuck Todd today. He said that Mr. Trump is not a legitimate president. In fact, he's not going to go to the inauguration his first time since entering Congress. I just wonder if you would comment on that.
Well, I think it's interesting that people that were so concerned before Mr. Trump won about whether the election results would be accepted, no longer nearly as interested in that. But John Lewis is a great man. He's a friend of mine. He has to make his own decisions. But the idea of constantly looking for ways to delegitimize the results of an election, no matter how unhappy you are about it, isn't the best example we set. The best example we set is understanding that there's a democratic process that you go through. There's a unique process in our country where states still matter, and Mr. Trump won that election handily.
Can you say anything about the inauguration?
Okay, guys, again, we're going to continue with Trump Tower Watch here on News Now, but in the corner of your screen, we're going to show you the Department of Justice investigation into the Chicago Police Department. I'm going to play that for you here on News Now.
Documents, they have observed Chicago Police Department officers on the job. And on the basis of this exhaustive review, the Department of Justice has concluded that there is reasonable cause to believe that the Chicago Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of use of excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. Our investigation found that this pattern or practice is in no small part the result of severely deficient training procedures and accountability systems. Now, as my colleagues will explain in greater detail, CPD does not give its officers the training they need to do their jobs safely, effectively, and lawfully. It fails to properly collect and analyze data, including data on misconduct complaints and training deficiencies, and it does not adequately review use of force incidents to determine whether force was appropriate or lawful, or whether the use of force could have been avoided altogether. All of these issues are compounded by poor supervision and oversight, leading to low officer morale and an erosion in officer accountability. These are serious problems, and they bear serious consequences for all Chicagoans. And as I said when I announced this investigation, the systems and policies that fail ordinary citizens also fail the vast majority of Chicago Police Department officers who risk their lives every day to serve and protect the people of Chicago. And during the course of our investigation, the department heard from countless officers who were themselves disillusioned and discouraged by strained trust, by inadequate training, poor oversight, and inattention to officer wellness and safety. Now, those officers are proud to wear the badge, but they recognize that they lack the support, both from the community and from the city, to properly do their jobs. And they understand that repairing trust with the communities that they serve will require difficult and meaningful reforms. Now, to Chicago's credit, the city has not been standing still since we announced our investigation at the end of 2015. Under the leadership of Mayor Emanuel and Superintendent Johnson, Chicago Police Department has taken a number of encouraging steps to improve oversight.
All right, guys, we're going to switch to Geraldo Cam momentarily.
What did you discuss?
Well, you know, I've known Mr. Trump since the 1970s. We're very proud of him as New Yorkers. Spent a lot of time together over the decades. I've interviewed him many times. I'm just telling him congratulations and see him next week at the inauguration.
Did you sit down for an interview or anything?
And it looks like Geraldo Rivera only making one comment. So we're going to take you back now to that Department of Justice investigation in the corner of your screen.
The Department of Justice and the City of Chicago have agreed to begin negotiations on an independently monitored, court-enforceable consent decree. And in the days ahead, we will continue speaking to local residents, local authorities, to officers, to ordinary citizens, to gather their perspectives about the challenges facing this city and the changes needed to address them. Now, of course, this announcement comes at a critical juncture for this proud city. Chicago is grappling with a deeply troubling rise in violent crime, one that has already claimed far too many lives. Now, fighting violent crime has long been a priority for the Justice Department as well. And we at the Justice Department have brought our full resources to bear on this issue, from the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals Service, and the DEA, who've participated in joint task forces to combat violence, to the Department's Violence Reduction Network. Now, our efforts to work closely with local authorities to fight violence in a number of ways began long before we opened this investigation, and they will continue during and after this investigation. And no one understands that better than Zach Farden. Under his outstanding leadership, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois has worked literally around the clock to tackle gun violence, gang cases, and other serious crimes afflicting this great city. And at the same time that Zach's office actively partnered with our Civil Rights Division on this pattern and practice investigation, the prosecutors in his office in 2016 charged the highest number of illegal firearm cases in any year since 2004. So the U.S. Attorney's Office here and federal investigative agencies have truly ramped up their efforts to help stem the recent rise in violence. But as I have seen firsthand from my community policing tour, that work is undermined if the community does not trust law enforcement. And that's why, in addition to increasing intelligence efforts and enhancing crime-fighting operations, we're also working with the city on a range of other critical initiatives, from youth outreach to counseling for the victims of crime. And these efforts will continue, and they will only be strengthened by the reforms that we are announcing today. Because successfully reducing and preventing violent crime requires a collaborative and trusting relationship between officers and residents. And where that relationship is broken, as it is in far too many of Chicago's neighborhoods, it's much harder to solve crimes and reduce violence. By making the changes necessary to bring constitutional, community-oriented policing to Chicago, the city and the police department will place itself in a much stronger position to combat the scourge of violence. And finally, I want to commend the people of Chicago for their patience and for their resilience throughout this long process. Community police relations is an especially difficult issue. It taps into long histories, deep beliefs, and strong opinions, and there's no lack of strong opinions here in Chicago. But it also forces us to honestly acknowledge the ways in which our society has fallen short in extending the protection of our laws to all Americans. It does not yield to swift or simple solutions. But meaningful change is never easy. The task of realizing the promise of our country has always been hard. And here in Chicago, thanks to the determination and the commitment of countless public officials, police officers, advocates, and citizens, we've taken the first step towards meaningful change and a brighter future. The people of this city have recognized that there is work to be done, and they've committed themselves to seeing that work through to the end. And the Department of Justice will stand beside you along the way. And I'm confident that when we are finished, when this review is finished, and the changes are set in place, Chicago will be a stronger, a safer, and a more united city for everyone who calls it home. And at this time, I'll turn things over to Vanita Gupta, the head of the Civil Rights Division, who will say more about our findings. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Attorney General Lynch, and thank you also to U.S. Attorney Zach Farden. I am deeply grateful for the extraordinary work of the DOJ team, of the Civil Rights Division, and the U.S. Attorney's Office here in Chicago that has worked tirelessly over the past 13 months. I also want to thank Mayor Rahm Emanuel and Superintendent Eddie Johnson for their cooperation during this investigation and for their commitment to reform. And I want to thank the people of Chicago, including the city's police officers, for engaging with the Justice Department over the last many months because you care about your city so much. Since we launched this investigation in December of 2015, the Justice Department has deployed our largest team ever in a policing pattern or practice case to conduct a thorough and fair investigation of the Chicago Police Department and Independent Police Review Authority. We reviewed thousands of documents and hundreds of force reports. We met with community members, city officials, and each of the police unions. We visited each of Chicago's 22 police districts, went on 60 ride-alongs, spoke to 340 members of the CPD, from command staff to line officers. We also met with over 90 community organizations and heard from more than 1,000 Chicagoans. And 11 independent subject matter experts, most of them current or former law enforcement officials, assisted with this investigation. As the Attorney General said, we found that the Chicago Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of using excessive force, including deadly force and non-deadly force. This pattern includes, for example, shooting at people who present no immediate threat and tasing people for not following verbal commands. This conduct doesn't only harm residents, it endangers officers. It results in avoidable deaths and injuries and trauma. And it erodes police community trust that truly is the cornerstone of public safety. We found that this pattern of unconstitutional force is largely attributable to systemic deficiencies within the CPD and the city. We found that CPD does not adequately train its officers to use the appropriate amount of force. For example, we observed training on deadly force that used a video made decades ago with guidance inconsistent with both current law and internal policy. We found that CPD officers do not fully report their uses of force and that supervisors are not appropriately reviewing these uses of force. We found that Chicago's accountability systems are broken. Many complaints that should be investigated are not. And when investigations do occur, they are glacially slow and staffed by overworked and undertrained investigators who often fail to obtain basic witness statements and evidence. Officers are too rarely held accountable for misconduct, and when they are, discipline is unpredictable and ineffective. We found that CPD's approach to data collection on the use of force prevents CPD from spotting dangerous trends, responding with remedial training, and sharing information that would be useful to the public. We found that CPD's promotion systems are not transparent. And we found that CPD is failing to provide officers with the support that they need to deal with the stress and trauma of their jobs. We make these findings acutely aware that this is a time of significant challenge for Chicago residents and police officers. Gun violence has spiked, relations between police officers and residents is strained, and officer morale is suffering. But really, this context only heightens the importance and urgency of our findings. The failures that we identified and that we heard about from residents and officers alike have deeply eroded community trust, particularly in African American and Latino communities suffering the most from gun violence on Chicago's south and west sides. These neighborhoods are the hardest hit by CPD's pattern of unlawful force and breakdown in the city's accountability systems. These breakdowns breed distrust and undermine police legitimacy in the very communities that need fair, proactive policing the most. Distrust of law enforcement makes residents unwilling to share information, and that makes it harder for officers to solve and prevent crimes. Addressing the deeply rooted police community distrust is a critical part of fighting crime and reducing violence in Chicago. Chicago's leaders, including especially the mayor and superintendent, of course, are aware of many of these problems and, to their credit, have been working to address them, such as revamping IPRA, bringing officers new de-escalation training, rolling out body cameras, and adopting a new policy on the release of videos, just among some. CPD's greatest resource is its officers, the men and women who every day put their lives on the line to keep the nearly 3 million people in this great city safe. Many officers feel let down. Our investigation determined that for too long you have been forced to do your jobs without the training and resource and equipment that you need. And when accountability systems are broken and individual misconduct goes systematically unaddressed in your midst, it hurts the entire police department and the city. This can change. The city and CPD need to consistently incentivize and reward effective, ethical, and active policing, and to hold to account misconduct when it is found. We know that for both residents and officers, the days when the Justice Department announces our findings are difficult. But today is also a moment of great opportunity where we move from identifying problems to developing solutions. CPD must undergo broad and fundamental reforms sustained through a federal consent decree and independent oversight. The City and the Justice Department have entered into an agreement in principle which commits both parties to negotiate a court-enforceable, independently monitored consent decree that resolves our findings. Our findings report contain a set of comprehensive recommendations, and these recommendations are to serve as a guide to begin negotiations for this agreement. And as our career lawyers begin negotiations with the city, they will once again be seeking the input of all of the community members here in Chicago, CPD officers, leaders, and police unions, and all community members about the kinds of reforms that are required to remedy the problems that we found. Your voices are absolutely essential and critical to help us craft the reforms that will last. In Chicago and around the country, reform cannot and will not happen overnight. Chicago deserves a police department that has the support and trust of all of the communities it serves and that supports its officers. And I know that our findings can lead to reform and rebuild community police trust. I know this because we've seen it happen around the country in communities around the country over the past 20 years. At this time, I'd like to invite U.S. Attorney Zach Farden. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanita. I am grateful to you and to Attorney General Lynch and to all of the outstanding women and men of the Civil Rights Division and my office who have spent the past 13 months working so hard to make today happen. Today, history is made, and it couldn't come at a more important time. The past year has been among the most brutal in Chicago memory. Gun violence has overwhelmed us. We have been suffering grief and heartbreak, fear and confusion, uncertainty, sadness. Today's findings, coupled with the commitment of CPD and the city to work with us towards sustained change, mark an historic turning point, a major step forward. This is hard. I am in law enforcement, and I have spent much of my career working with the Chicago Police Department. They are a noble institution with thousands of wonderful and brave public servants. The bad officers are fewer, the good officers the many. And yet, the institution as a whole has some challenges, and those challenges are getting in the way of being as good as we can be at fighting crime. I have seen that firsthand. And the first step is to take an honest look at what's wrong. And to be clear, that doesn't mean pointing fingers or casting blame. That is not what this is about. It is about what a challenging, incredibly challenging job it is to be a police officer and making sure our police officers have what they need to do the job right. As the Attorney General and Ms. Gupta both mentioned, the city and CPD have not stood still while we've conducted this review. And I want to thank and commend the city, Mayor Emanuel, Eddie Johnson, Superintendent Johnson, as well as the many others with the city and CPD that have worked hard and thoughtfully for the past year or more. They have led and are leading a number of new reforms and efforts to address some of these deficiencies. In our report, we address each of those new measures, in some cases simply with applause because we agree with them, in other cases by pointing out how and where we find the new measures insufficient or inadequate. Those critiques, while important, in no way detract from the reality that the city and CPD have leaned in and are pushing for change. And with today's agreement, we now have a framework in the form of an anticipated consent decree that will include an independent monitor for not only making sure change gets done, but making sure it sticks. Let me emphasize that point. Our findings, the problems that we discovered are longstanding, in some cases decades old, and prior efforts at reform in Chicago's history, there have been many. They have not gotten the job done. Year over year over year, these festering problems have impacted and even come to define CPD's culture. Chicago police officers need and deserve what the citizens of Chicago want and deserve: a culture of excellence, a culture of integrity, a culture of altruism, a culture of pride in public service. Today is a big step toward manifesting that culture, and I again want to thank and commend Mayor Emanuel, Superintendent Johnson, and their leadership teams for being part of that. Look, there has been, over the last couple of years, a lot of pain and polarization around policing. There are those who are very skeptical about police and want a complete overhaul. And there are those who think that police, particularly in a violence-ridden city, don't need any reform and should be unfettered by scrutiny. Neither. There is so much about CPD that is great and worthy of our deepest respect. And yet, no one is above scrutiny, especially our public institutions. This report issued today is balanced, and the truth lies in that balance. Today's findings are entirely consistent with a police force that is proactive, vigilant, and effective. I strongly believe that implementing our findings is a necessary precursor to our long-term success in fighting violent crime in the city of Chicago. Chicago is a world-class city that faces a tragic and challenging epidemic in the form of gun violence. Yes, last year, but year after year, decade after decade now, we have seen far too many people killed by gun violence in Chicago, far too many kids struck by errant bullets, and entire neighborhoods on the south and west side set apart, unfairly, disproportionately impacted by gun violence. I spend a chunk of my every day working with CPD and others to try to stop violence in those neighborhoods for over 3 years. That is what keeps me up at night. And one thing I have learned is that for us to have long-term success, we have to address these systemic issues at CPD. When officers engage in misconduct, do bad things, and there's no accountability, that hurts us all. It erodes trust. And when that pattern repeats itself year after year, that breaks trust. Broken trust is a serious impediment to law enforcement. As Superintendent Johnson has noted, if folks don't trust and respect CPD, they won't work with CPD. If victims and victims' families and witnesses across entire communities will not provide information and help solve crimes and take violent criminals off the streets, then crimes don't get solved and violence continues. Today, with the city and CPD, we begin to change that paradigm by providing Chicago police officers with first-class training, proper supervision, a promotion system that is fair and that is perceived to be fair, by having an accountability system with consistent rules and results that hold officers accountable when they violate laws and policies. By doing those things, we rebuild trust and repair relationships and begin to make Chicago safer and stronger. I am a public servant who believes that police officers are the noblest of our public servants. They are women and men who've taken a job at modest pay where every day they wake up not knowing if they may get hurt or even killed. I've been in law enforcement the majority of my career, and I know that the vast majority of them do that for this simple reason. They are good people. They care. They want to serve and protect. They want to love and live impactful lives as part of our community. It is time for us to give them what they need to succeed. And in doing that, let all of Chicago shine. I'm going to turn it over to Mayor Emanuel for some comments, followed by Superintendent Johnson. Mayor?
Thank you, sir. Madam Attorney General, thank you. While the Chicago Police Department has made real progress and achieved meaningful reforms, the incidents described in this report are sobering to all of us. Police misconduct will not be tolerated anywhere in the city of Chicago, and those who break the rules will be held accountable for their actions. Misconduct not only harms the individuals affected, it damages the reputation of the Chicago Police Department. At the same time, it is important to recognize that the incidents of misconduct cited in this report do not represent the values of the city of Chicago, and I believe firmly they do not represent the good work of the vast majority of the men and women of the Chicago Police Department, I said it earlier, who put their lives on the line every day. That is why I'm confident that any wrongdoing cited in this report can be solved by what most Chicago police officers are doing right. And they're doing right every day in very difficult circumstances. One of my privileges I have as being mayor is getting the chance to spend time with our police officers, also running with new recruits. I'm consistently impressed by their dedication, their sense of duty, and their desire to serve the people of this great city. That goes for new recruits, and it also goes for senior officers. I'm reminded of the words of a recent graduate of the Chicago Police Academy, who as president for his class spoke for his class at the graduation ceremony. And he said he chose to join the force. This is because this is the only Chicago we have, and we can only move forward together as a united team with mutual respect. That is a sentiment we need to keep front and center as we make essential changes to strengthen the Chicago Police Department. We need to keep that spirit and that resolve alive in every one of our officers, not just spoken on graduation day, which means we need to support our officers and give them the resources to do their jobs, as they had asked for in this report. We need to provide clear policies, consistent leadership, and certainty around training. As this report makes clear, focused and consistent supervision and management are essential. That is why Superintendent Eddie Johnson and his command team are providing a new approach to leadership. And we are hiring and promoting hundreds of new officers and detectives and sergeants and lieutenants and field training officers to provide the management and guidance for the entire department as outlined in this report. Today you'll hear from the superintendent about some of the steps that we'll take to build on the reforms of the last year and the changes we will be adopting in the days, weeks, and months ahead as we work through this report. But I want to be clear. The Chicago Police Department, the City of Chicago, is already on the road to reform, and there are no U-turns on that road. As noted in this report, we've already improved and expanded de-escalation training, and we're upgrading our use of force policies. We're providing every officer with body cameras and tasers. We've expanded recruitment efforts to ensure that the department draws on all the communities that make up this great city. As a result of our efforts today, the Chicago Police Department has the most diverse command staff in its history. We've improved transparency and strengthened our oversight and accountability. We have changed the way our first responders react to individuals with serious mental illness so that they know the difference between a mental health call and a crime call. And we have given them the training they need to know that difference. But we are not going to rest on our laurels because our work is not done. We all want to help officers achieve and maintain the highest level of professional standards. And we want to give them the certainty and the support they need to be both proactive and engaged in their community. And as I said the other day, and it's been said here, and I want to repeat, achieving, maintaining professional standards and high professional standards are complementary to a proactive and engaged police department. They do not pull in different directions. We all want our communities to be safe and secure. We all want our dedicated officers to have the tools, the training, and the technology not only to do their jobs, but to earn the trust they need to be successful. We all want our children to have mentors, positive role models, enriching after-school activities, and rewarding summer jobs. We all want economic opportunities and good jobs in every part of the city. And we all want repeat gun offenders to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law for the crimes they commit. Getting there will not be easy. It's difficult, but doable. As I said in my speech at Malcolm X College last fall, we all know from our own lives that change is very hard. It is especially hard when we are simultaneously asking officers to fight crime while adopting and integrating fundamental changes to the way they approach their jobs. Our officers know they need to earn the trust of the residents they serve and the communities they police. They don't get a blank check for that trust. They have to earn it. But when they do, they need to hear from all of us that they are appreciated and that their work is important. Because let me be clear, there is no resource or technology that we purchase that will match the resource of community support and community engagement with local law enforcement. Ultimately, there is no us versus them. We are one Chicago with one goal. And it's my fervent hope that this report does not lead to another round of finger pointing or a more acrimonious debate of us versus them. Because if you look at the report, you read it, a lot of the recommendations for change come from police officers. The coverage and the discussion of this should be about one city with one police department, with one future and one community. And it's not about putting it on officers, but actually taking their recommendations of what they seek, whether it's in both training and technology and in leadership and clarity around all of those, giving them the certainty so they can be both professional and proactive. I want to thank the Attorney General and the Justice Department for their tireless work. I appreciate the report's candor about both the abuses of the past and the reforms we've made to date. As we move forward, there are questions about what the next administration will do in Washington. But we know with certainty what we will do in the city of Chicago. We will continue on the path of reform because that is the path of progress. Our success will be determined by our courage as a city to use the lessons learned from some of the shortcomings of our past to build a future we can all share and be proud of. So as I said earlier in my remarks, any wrongdoing cited in this report can be solved by what most Chicago police officers are doing right and doing right every day. I'd like to end where I started. What impresses me most about the officers I meet, like those I sat with on Sunday in both the 3rd District and the 6th District on the South Side, is their steadfast determination to make Chicago not only a safer city, but a better one. And that's a lesson for all of us. If we want Chicago to be safer, if we want Chicago to be better, every person in this city has a job to do. If we want Chicago to be a model for the nation, each of us have to choose to be a model in our own lives. A model toward those we protect and serve, a model towards those we love and cherish, and a model toward those we do not know and have not noticed. It's my honor now to introduce the superintendent, who has been leading the department and leading it through a period of change with incredible character and also incredible in professionalism. Eddie Johnson.
Good morning. The report released today by the U.S. Department of Justice contains a critical look at a number of serious challenges that the Chicago Police Department face, many of which have already been identified and we're working to remedy over the past year. And I think it's important to note that the Department of Justice reflects that in their report. As superintendent, and for anyone who wears the CPD star, some of the findings in the report are difficult to read, but it highlights the work we have yet to complete to restore the trust between the department and the communities we serve. Unconstitutional policing has no place in CPD or the city of Chicago. That's why we've been fully cooperative with the DOJ throughout their investigation, and many of their findings have come as a result of their interviews with CPD personnel. What the findings in their report say to me is that we, CPD, need to do a much better job at mentoring, supporting, and training our police officers. It's what they deserve for putting their lives on the line for us, and that's what the city deserves when we ask for its trust. Quite simply, as a department, we need to do better. And you have my promise and commitment that we will do better. CPD has already taken significant steps to address some of the issues raised in the DOJ report. And we'll look and work very hard every day to continue this critical reform by providing police officers better training and resources and continuing to build public trust, accountability with the public. In 2016, we launched live scenario-based training for force mitigation and de-escalation. We partnered police recruits with teenagers from areas affected by violence so both officers and these teenagers can gain a better understanding and perspective of one another. We overhauled our officer merit promotion process to make sure that the best and brightest are becoming the next generation of leaders at CPD. We continue to train officers in the crisis intervention with nearly 3,000 officers receiving certifications so far. And for the first time in the history of the Chicago Police Department, we held a public comment period on our draft revision to our use of force policy. Despite this progress, it's important to recognize that the challenges we face will not be fixed overnight. It'll take a sustained effort over time to achieve the systemic reforms that are necessary to make CPD better. That's why we're hiring more officers and promoting more detectives, sergeants, and lieutenants over the next 2 years to provide additional supervision and critical resources in the neighborhoods that need them most. We are reinvigorating our entire training operation, which will include modernized curriculum and the creation of a state-of-the-art training facility. We're going to continue to enhance transparency by equipping every officer on regular beat patrol with a body-worn camera by the end of the year. We will forge meaningful partnerships with the public by launching a new community policing pilot program before the spring. We'll also roll out our new use of force policy based on officer and public input, with training beginning this year as well. And we will make officer accountability more transparent, more certain, and consistent by publishing a matrix of disciplinary offenses and associated penalties. So I'm optimistic and hopeful about the direction that we're heading in, and I'm realistic about the fact that there's much, much, much more work to be done. While this report certainly highlights what needs to be addressed and where we need to improve, we must also never forget the 12,000 men and women who swore an oath to protect the Constitution, the city of Chicago, and every Chicagoan. They are the same people who answer the call to service and leave their families every day uncertain if they'll make it back home, and we must be respectful and appreciative of their commitment and dedication to service. The report doesn't negate the amazing service of these men and women. I'm proud of the work that they do, and I'm still humbled to lead this great department. Their jobs aren't easy, and it's up to us to make sure that they have what they need to do their jobs effectively and safely, not only for themselves, but for the citizens of Chicago. We started on that path over a year ago, and I give you my word. I give my word to every officer and every Chicagoan that we won't quit until we get it right. Thank you. And I guess we'll take questions now.
General Lynch, I have a question.
Thank you.
The fact that this report was released 1 week before the administration's change in Washington, isn't that proof positive that this process has been politicized?
So as we've discussed, this investigation was announced over a year ago. We've worked tirelessly, and yes, we have worked quickly with the city and with the U.S. Attorney's Office, the Civil Rights Division, to get to this stage. Where we are, however, is at the beginning of a process. This is not the end. This will continue. So this is the result of the hard work of dedicated career investigators and prosecutors. It's also the result of the work of the people of the city of Chicago, people that you report about every day, as well as the officers who are separate and apart from that political process. This is designed to bring about real change to address the problems that Chicago is facing.
Has the process been politicized, given the timing of this report?
This is not a political process. This is an investigative process.
And one follow-up question. I noticed that much of your information focuses on police officers. What about the enablers? The mayor's office, the city attorney's office, the state's attorney, all of these appointed and elected officials who do not punish and then sometimes overlook police misconduct.
I would refer you to the full report. Our report does focus on the Chicago Police Department as well as the board IPRA that was set up to review it and talks about the interaction there as well. Our focus is also on the interaction of the Chicago Police Department with the citizens of Chicago, and also in seeing how can they more effectively fight crime, in determining whether or not there are constitutional violations there.
Without Trump, when the Trump administration takes over, what's the guarantee? Even though there is this agreement, what is the guarantee? You all are leaving. What is the guarantee this will be a priority?
So, as is very, very clear, a transition is coming in Washington. But the departure of one or two people, and yes, the top people at the Department of Justice move on, but this agreement is not dependent on one or two or three people. This agreement has been negotiated and is dependent upon the career lawyers, both here in Chicago and in Washington. Also, it is dependent upon the partnership with the elected officials here, the police department here, as well as the community residents here in Chicago. It is the first step. And then I'll turn to you, although I think the mayor wanted to add something as well, but then I'll come to you.
I'm actually happy that you're doing that.
But then I'll come, sir, you'll be next. As well as I mentioned before, this is the beginning of a process. This is an agreement in principle to continue the investigation, to continue gathering the participation of community residents, of law enforcement officers, of everyone who has an interest in this, in really focusing and drilling down on the specific reforms that will be encapsulated in the consent decree. That work is carried on, regardless of who sits at the top of the Justice Department. But I will say, it is also something that is dependent upon this city continuing to lean in as it has done. This is something that is very much a partnership. We work very collaboratively because this is for you. This is for this city and for this police department. And in order to continue, we need to hear your voice. We need to hear the suggestions, the concerns that still exist, what needs to be in the consent decree, and then even then, it continues to be an effort that requires the participation of everyone. The agreement will ultimately have obligations for both the city, in terms of the elected officials, the police department in terms of the command structure and what changes they will make, and the Department of Justice. But in every city in which we've done these consent decrees, community participation is essential, and that's not going away next week. I promised this gentleman.
I want to ask you, there's one word that I have not heard in this discussion today, and that is race. The mayor's police accountability panel found that there was disproportionate policing and that black people, brown people in the city were overwhelmingly abused to a greater degree. How much of a factor has race played in the operation of the police department, and how will the recommendations going forward look at ameliorating that?
Yes. So, and I'll ask Ms. Gupta to also address this, but what I'll say is that we found constitutional violations in the use of force, including deadly force, across lines. However, what we do see is that where you do have a greater police presence in minority communities, the impact of that lack of trust is felt to a greater degree in those communities. And then, of course, the collateral consequence of far, far lesser participation by victims, by witnesses in crime solving leads to a deadly cycle of continuation of crime in those communities also. Did you want to add anything, Benita?
Sure.
Okay.
I'll just say that, as the Attorney General referenced, the disproportionate impact of the systemic deficiencies that we found, and I said burden the Black and Latino communities in Chicago much greater. We also found, if you look at the report, recurrent incidents of racially discriminatory conduct by some CPD officers that went unaddressed by CPD over and over again. There's no question that in order to ameliorate and remedy the very serious systemic deficiencies in our findings, that the race issue and issues of trust between communities of color and the police department have to be addressed head on.
Okay.
Mayor, may anybody interview former police superintendent Gary McCarthy for this report?
I can't see the...
Hi.
Yes.
Did anybody interview former police superintendent Gary McCarthy for this DOJ report?
Attempts were made to reach former Superintendent McCarthy, but he was not available.
Can I hold on? Just hold on. I gotta.
Tell me whether the citizens of Chicago deserve an apology from your administration for those discriminatory actions and that unfair policing this report details?
Sure. Let me first of all try to make a comment at least on a couple questions. First, Charles, 13 months ago we asked the Justice Department to expedite their work. So it was actually in our request that this work be done fast because I wanted to actually, without any shortchangings, get working on putting in place the reforms. So it was our request that it be done expeditiously. Second, I would say that if you look at it and look at that report, there's a series of recommendations at the back end that is going to be exactly the guiding points for both the superintendent, leadership of the police department, to get moving on what I would call stage 2 of the reforms and the foundation we've already laid over the last year. And Mary Ann, as I said in my comments, and I want to repeat, we're going to negotiate with the Justice Department if it's the Senate confirms Senator Sessions. We're going to continue to work with that new Justice Department, but we are going to take the recommendations in the back end of this report, of which I want to remind people, many of them come from the police officers themselves, about the leadership, the certainty around training, not just when you become an officer, but throughout your career, the investments in technology. All those things are things that officers themselves have asked for and asked of us, and we haven't done our job, both as a leadership of the police department and the city, providing the officers what they need. And I would say, Blake, both to you and the question, there is no room in the city of Chicago for racial statements, racism, or comments that are permissive of racism. You take an oath of office as a public official. Now, there is racism in every sphere of society. In every profession, there's racism. But when you have a responsibility as a public official, it means you have to serve every individual. And if you feel it's okay to make a racist comment, it is not permissible. And those individuals have to be held accountable, and held accountable for their statements. There have been actions in the past, and you know about those incidents, where people have been held accountable for what they've done. But I want to be clear, as the mayor of the city of Chicago, we have a set of values, and when you take an oath of office to serve the public, you uphold those values of that is one city with great diversity, but with one city and one future where there is no room for bigotry, hatred, or racism.
Mr. Mayor, you've been quite vocal about the sanctuary city. Just as recently as yesterday, Speaker Ryan has said that he does not want to see federal funding go to sanctuary cities. Does CPD need federal help? And what is outlined in terms of this consent decree specifically that is going to require funds, and where are those monies going to come from?
So, well, I've been clear about a number of things as it relates to welcoming people to the city of Chicago, and taking the was executive order as a sanctuary city in 2012, making it the policy of the city beyond just the personal views of a mayor. And I say that as a son and a grandson of immigrants. My grandfather came to this city 100 years ago, 13 years old by himself. And I believe firmly that if you come here, you sacrifice, you struggle to give your children a better chance at a better tomorrow because of the country of your origin, you left. That is in our interest, that diversity. I met yesterday with Muslim leaders of the city and the surrounding area to give them comfort. We will stay as a sanctuary city because it's the right values and in our interest. And we're going to continue to abide by that because that is who we are, what we are. And I welcome the past involvement of the Justice Department at multiple levels, and not just the Justice Department, because a lot of these issues as relates to public safety are beyond criminal justice. They deal with economic opportunity, they deal with job training, they deal with mentoring, giving young men a sense of who they are and their potential. Those investments are key to resolving a complex issue in a comprehensive way. We are going to be clear who we are. We are a sanctuary city where whether you've journeyed across the Pacific, journeyed across the Rio, or journeyed across the Atlantic, Chicago says when you come here, welcome.
So do you believe that the White House is about where will the money come from? Where will the money come from?
One more question, gentleman in the gray. Thank you, ma'am. Gentleman in the gray, and then we'll go to you.
As Mr. Barden said, people in Chicago have been promised reform in this police department for decades. Why should anybody believe it'll happen now?
Well, look, I think that we all recognize the value of commitment And you see the commitment here before you. This is a unique partnership, not just Main Justice, but the U.S. Attorney's Office. And as I mentioned, the career lawyers who stay regardless of the turn of the electoral wheel. Not just, however, the Department of Justice coming in, trying to impose what we think is right for Chicago. You have the involvement of city leadership. You also have the involvement of CPD leadership, as well as the involvement and commitment of so many of CPD's command staff and officers. So every party to this, in terms of the agreement, is here before you and committed. And I have to say, during the course of this investigation, what has been quite striking for all of us is the commitment of Chicago citizens. The voices that we have heard, the people with whom we have met, whether they met with our teams in person, they submitted letters, emails, personal statements, talking about their experiences, good and bad, with CPD. And a lot of people came forward and talked about their positive experiences, but as you can imagine, we heard a lot of pain. And we heard from people who were also committed to continuing to work in that process to try and make this agreement come to life. And that has to continue. This is the work of everyone.
Can I say one thing, Ben, to your question? I got it, Fran. One question. The question is, let me try to say this so you can hear it. There's a difference between holding people accountable and being cynical. And what I mean by that is, given the history of the city, and I say that on the day in which we're obviously commemorating Martin Luther King's life and his work. But when he came to Chicago in '66, he talked about the Chicago Police Department. So it's right to say, with slightly a skeptical eye, what makes us believe that you're going to be sincere in following through. That's okay, but it's not allowed to be cynical. It gets you nowhere. And so you have to look at the work we've done over the last year. You have to look at this report. I would agree with all the other voices up here. This is a moment of truth for the city. There have been actions, whether you not only see what Dr. King said, but when you see what happened in Summerdale, incident for the police department, Abadi, Burge. This is a mayor that actually took a step forward for the city in closing that chapter. That this is not going to be changed. It's going to be done overnight. It's going to be a long process. But as I said earlier, and I want to repeat what I said in my remarks, we're on the road to reform. There's no U-turn in that. We're going to take the back pass part of this report and begin immediately implementing, as we did when we got the task force. A lot of you, when you said, why would you have a task force? It's going to be a whitewash. That was your comments. And over the year, then when the report was issued, there were voices that said, wait for the Justice Department. If we had waited, there are some parts of that report you wouldn't have heard what they said. We've actually done the right work in moving fast and moving and implementing the suggestions. We're going to do that with the back end and continue to work. It is right to hold us accountable to see that we are going to see through these changes. But as the mayor of the city of Chicago, given the history that backs decades, it is my commitment, I think I can say this for the superintendent since he said it himself earlier, we have chosen this path because this path of progress is in our self-interest to make these changes, holding, maintaining, and establishing the highest professional standards are complementary to a proactive, engaged police department in the communities.
Hi, thank you. One moment. Thank you.
We had promised this lady, sorry.
Fran.
If Attorney General Sessions, if he's confirmed, President Trump say, we don't like consent decrees. We want to take the shackles off police officers. What will you do in that event?
What? You sure you don't want to answer this one? Fran, I don't make it a practice to answer hypotheticals. Obviously, so we got to be honest. Senator Sessions gave his views, and nominee Sessions gave his views. I can tell you, and I can speak for myself, we are going to work with the incoming administration to, as we said in the signed principles agreement, to work through a consent decree. Simultaneously, the police department and the city are going to do what is necessary to take recommendations in the back end, other things that we have to do to continue on the road of making the steps that we think are important to build the trust that ultimately needs to happen. And that trust, I want to repeat this, our officers asked for these things. They spoke up on behalf of training, not just when they become an officer, but throughout their career in different areas. They've asked for greater investments in technology. They've asked for greater transparency. When you go back in the use of force recommendations by the police department. We published them so people could comment. You know, the lion's share of the comments were from police officers. They want this. And I would say to you, this is not us versus them. This is not about putting something on the police, but getting them a seat at the table to be part of the solution for better professionalized police. We are going to negotiate with the earnest of trying to reach an agreement. We are also going to do what's in our interest to do what's necessary to make the changes that are important for the professionalization and proactive police department to ultimately, because in the end of the day, the PRISM, all of us talked about, is public safety.
But do you believe in consent decrees?
No, that's, I already.
Do you believe in that?
I understand. As a person who ended the Shackman decree, negotiated and professionalized our hiring practices, I obviously believe, and I wouldn't have signed what I signed on behalf of the city if I didn't believe that they were right. I can't negotiate for he's not the Attorney General yet, for Senator Sessions and the nominee of Donald Trump. I can negotiate on behalf of the city of Chicago and speak for the city of Chicago, as I have not only with my signature, but today and every day since the task force report.
Attorney Gentlemen with the purple tie in the back. Thanks.
Mayor Emanuel, you answered some of my questions in your previous answer, but have
You want to see if the answer is any different? Okay.
Have you directly spoken with the Trump transition team about this?
The Trump transition? No, because I've been working on the report. I haven't gotten the consent decree. We just got it. We were briefed last night. We were intimately involved in obviously working in material. We just got it. My view, and I want to repeat it, so I obviously wasn't clear enough. So let me try it one more time. You guys okay back there? Okay. My approach as the mayor, I signed a principals agreement in principle to take the report, and now I have to negotiate with the next administration. I think the Attorney General spoke to this. I don't want to put words in her mouth, but what I heard is, yes, the leadership may leave, but the career people are there. We're going to negotiate. I can't negotiate for, assuming Jeff Sessions gets confirmed, I can't negotiate for him. But we're going to be at the table. But while we're at the table, Superintendent Johnson, the leadership of the police department, and the city of Chicago are going to make the necessary investments in training, technology, transparency, all the things, because this is what the police officers need to do their job. I want our police officers to be proactive and uphold the highest professional standards, which I believe are heads and tails of the same coin.
Attorney General, Attorney General, black sweater here.
Attorney General, if I may. Yes, sure. Attorney General, if I may. Do you still have confidence in James Comey, and do you have any regrets about how the Clinton investigation was handled?
Well, as you know, our IG is going to look at that. They're going to do an independent and thorough review, and everyone is going to cooperate thoroughly with that. So we don't comment further on that. I certainly think if you look at the tremendous work that the FBI has done across the country, as well as the support they provided here in Chicago, you'll see that we have confidence in them.
Last question up front. Thank you. Last question up front. Thank
Attorney
you.
General Lynch.
Thank you.
Attorney General Lynch. Mayor Emanuel has made a point to talk about problems of the past and reforms of the present. He mentioned the Burge scandal. Did this report find any difference in the conduct of police officers before Mayor Emanuel took office and after he took office?
So our report, I think, let me get the years that the report spanned for you specifically in a minute. But what I can say is that obviously we looked back in time, but we also looked at incidents that people discussed with us that were occurring during the actual investigation. So we certainly were hearing from people, from citizens, community members throughout 2015 and 2016 about their views of the current situation of Chicago as well. But let me confirm just for you what years we covered. Do you know, Vanita?
It was the last 3 years.
Okay, so the last 4 years.
And can you also discuss the enforcement mechanism in the decree?
So the consent decree has not been fully negotiated yet. What you'll see in the agreement in principle is an agreement between these parties to continue to sit down and talk about, with all the input that we have received and will continue to receive, and craft that consent decree. The consent decree, if you look at those from other cities, you will see specific issues listed and specific remediation that'll be taken, as well as things that the Department of Justice will provide as well. So that process will begin. So we can't, of course, obviously give that.
Thank you. Is there a third party?
Thank you, everybody, for joining today's press conference.
Once it's negotiated and signed, it goes to a federal judge for signing.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, everyone, that's the end of that Chicago police investigation. That took place this morning. Unfortunately, we weren't able to take you there live because we were showing you the live press conference regarding Inauguration Day safety. So we just wrapped that up, You're looking at a live look at Trump Tower. We're going to continue to show you Trump Tower here. I'm going to go ahead and put the Obama presidency watch in the corner as well, and Mary Kate will be joining you in just a couple minutes. Thanks for tuning in.
All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. We are giving you a live look inside Trump Tower right now, where you never know who's going to be coming in or out of those elevator doors. I want to take you guys to the White House press briefing now. I'm going to put that in the upper right-hand corner to get you guys all caught up on the latest in world news, and we'll keep full screen the live look inside Trump Tower.
Happy Friday. TGIF for one last time. That's good luck. Let me do one quick announcement before we get to your questions. Today, the White House is hosting a transition exercise with current and prospective cabinet members, agency heads, and senior White House officials. The exercise provides an opportunity to familiarize members identified by the president-elect to fill senior administration positions on the authorities, policies, and coordination structures that this administration has used to respond to major domestic incidents. Cabinet members, agency heads, and advisors in the current administration will share experiences and lessons from incident responses that they have led as they discuss a number of response scenarios together. This exercise, which we announced back in November, advances the President's goal of conducting the most professional, seamless transition possible. We'll be in a position to provide some additional details at the conclusion of the meeting. You'll recall that an exercise like this was held in early 2009 it was hosted by senior officials from the Bush administration, and they invited their counterparts from the Obama administration at the time. This is the next step in the process of ensuring a smooth and effective transition to the incoming administration. So with that, Darlene, you want to get us started with questions?
Thank you. Is this an all-day sort of exercise?
It's not an all-day exercise. I know it's a multi-hour exercise. It is ongoing as we speak, and I anticipate that it will encompass a significant portion of everyone's afternoon schedule.
Is there any more detail you can provide on exactly what they're doing and how they're doing it? Are they breaking up into little groups and doing exercises or reviewing policies and all the things that you mentioned? Or?
The way that it's been described to me is that this is primarily a large group exercise, and will be an opportunity to discuss a variety of different scenarios, some related to domestic emergency response, the response to a natural disaster or a significant weather event, for example, but it also will include some foreign policy and national security exercises as well. And it will include both a review of responses that this administration has led to specific incidents, as well as exercises to walk through the options that are available in the context of a hypothetical event.
And what senior administration officials from this administration are participating?
We'll get you some additional information about the participants in the meeting once the meeting is concluded.
On another subject, will the President sign the waiver that's moving through Congress to allow General Mattis to serve as Defense Secretary?
I think we've indicated in the past that that's not something that the President would prevent from passing. So yes, I think you can anticipate that if it did make it to the President's desk, that he would sign it.
Thank you.
Okay. Aisha.
Thanks. I want to follow up on the actions on Cuba yesterday, the ending of wet foot, dry foot. I wanted to be clear, is this a move that can be overturned by the next administration, realizing it was the ending of a policy, but is this something that they could come in and decide they want to put that policy back in place?
This policy change was codified in an executive agreement between the U.S. government and the government in Cuba. As even some of the incoming administration's nominees have noted, there's a tradition of subsequent presidents observing and adhering to the executive agreements that were put in place by the previous president, unless, of course, a specific decision is made to change the policy. So, obviously, President-elect Trump will assume the awesome responsibilities of the American presidency on January 20th, 1 week from today. And he'll be able to exercise all of the executive authority that are invested in the presidency at his discretion. We believe that there is a strong case to be made about normalizing relations between our two countries. And this is just the latest step in that process to ensure that we are treating Cuban migrants in the same way that we treat migrants from other countries. And that has a variety of benefits, including not providing an incentive for Cubans to attempt the very dangerous journey across the 90 miles of ocean that separate our two countries. So I think the response to this announcement, I think, is indicative of how public opinion is changing on these issues, including in the Cuban-American community. And I noted the supportive comments of someone like Jorge Mas, who is the chairman of the Cuban-American National Foundation, somebody who's a leader in that community, obviously an influential voice, and his indication of support for this step, I think, is an indication of a growing majority of Americans who agree about the direction that the president has moved the relationship between the United States and Cuba.
Does the White House have any message to those? I mean, there have been a number of stories done on people who were just at like the Mexican border, trying to get across who had come from Cuba, made a very long, treacherous trip.
Yeah.
And were just there and just missed getting over before this policy was ended. Does the White House have any message for those people that were just there? I mean, some of these stories sound pretty heartbreaking.
Well, look, I think the first thing that's important for people to understand is that the migrants from Cuba will be treated in the same way that migrants from other countries are, which is to say legitimate claims for refugee status or for asylum will be subject to due process, which means that their claims will be evaluated. And if they have legitimate claims for asylum, then that will be granted. But that will be adjudicated through the regular process that that the migrants from other countries go through as well. And as we've talked a lot about immigration policy over the last several years, obviously the president believes strongly that the United States live up to our values as a nation of laws and as a nation of immigrants. And that means abiding by the law, but it also means showing respect and recognizing the humanity in people who are fleeing their home country. So this is and the policy that we have, the policy change that we have announced, ensures that we are harmonizing and normalizing our immigration policy with regard to Cuban migrants.
On another topic, the head of the House Oversight Committee has threatened to subpoena the Office of Government Ethics, the head of the Office of Government Ethics, over his comments about Trump's conflicts of interest.
All right, everybody, we're going to take you to a live press conference happening in Chicago right now. This is a Black Lives Matter press conference. Let's see what they have to say.
Of those bereaved ones, and that is a problem. While you're around here cutting ribbons and worrying about infrastructure, you need to be more concerned about your people, because if we're hurting, then you're supposed to be hurting. You're supposed to feel our pain. That's right. So although he was there today in support of what the Department of Justice has said, I don't believe it any more than I believe he never saw the Laquan McDonald video until we saw the video, and we know that's a lie. We know he saw it when it first happened. So there's a problem here, and it's systemic, it's historical. This is nothing new. There's nothing new under the sun. And I just want our families to be encouraged. I want our families to continue to fight. I want us to continue to be vigilant to go against this oppressive system. And I want to know when they're going to start implementing race in these crimes that these police officers are committing against African American people, that hate is never brought into the equation. They're never charged, and that's what we want to see. Someone say, what do I want to see? I want to see officers being charged for the crimes that they're committing against our people. I want to see Officer Sean Hitt, the officer that shot and killed my nephew, I want to see him locked up. I want to see him go to jail. I want to see all of them go to jail for the crimes they committed against our people. That's what I want to happen with the release of the Department of Justice report. Thank you.
All right.
No, she doesn't want to speak right now. Next, we have the mother of Ronald Johnson, Dorothy Holmes.
Dorothy Holmes, DOROTHYHOLMES. I'm the mother of Ronald Johnson, who's also slaughtered by Detective George Hernandez, October the 12th, 2014. And the decision that DOJ made today, I said it a long time ago, that the system was corrupt.
Say that.
And for them to come in to release the statements that they made against CPD, I wasn't surprised that it wasn't going to come. But we want accountability. We want these officers charged as criminals as they would charge one of us for something. And when Laquan McDonald video got released, Rahm Emanuel said he didn't know if it was another video out there. Of course he lied.
Yeah, he lied.
My son's video was released right after Laquan McDonald video was released, and they stated he ran, he turned around, he pointed the gun. But when the video got released, it shows none of that.
Right.
It shows him pulling on the gate, trying to get in that gate. Yeah. He turned around and ran past Hernandez's squad car, that he pushed the door open and the door closed back and the door came back open. The man jumped out the back seat and shot at my son 5 times. 2 of the bullets hit him. 1 was fatal. Shot him in the back. But
That is not right.
Ron Emanuel, McCarthy, Anita Alvarez, it was justifiable in their eyesight, not in mine, because I'm going to keep fighting till Hernandez get convicted of murdering my son.
All power.
When he murdered my son, he murdered me too. And for Emperor, Independence, whoever they is anyway, but I'm holding them accountable too for lying on their paperwork.
Yes.
My son should have been here. I shouldn't be standing here. He should have been here with his kids. He leave behind 5 kids. Ages ranges from 9 to 4. Ron Emanuel is a coward. He still haven't faced me from day one. No type of way had this man came in contact with me under no circumstance. So I'm going to keep calling him a coward until he face us. Not just me, us. Because there's other parents that's out here going through the same thing. Their kids' lives been taken behind this. Then you got these cops, they back on the street. Who child next? It could be one of y'all kids. Who knows? These cops are trigger happy. Most of these kids, young men and women being murdered by the police, these police, half of them was Latinos that took our kids away from us. That's racial profiling. Then you got the system to help y'all cover it up. Plant guns, drop guns at the scene that they turning in for $50 gift cards, and the police putting them on our kids when they murder us.
Talk about it. Tell it. Talk about it.
I don't know how nobody else feel, but I know it's people out here that's behind me 100%.
We got your back, 1,000.
We not having it no more. We tired of CPD cover-ups. We tired of Ron Emanuel. We can't wait to vote him out of there like we did Anita Alvarez. Since he threw McCarthy under the bus, it's time for him to go also.
That's right.
You just as guilty as McCarthy was because you knew that video of Laquan McDonald was out there. Y'all paid the family off to keep it a hush-hush, but it still got out.
That's right.
So it's making him looking even guiltier. I want Ron Emanuel to stop being a coward, hiding behind everybody else and face us. You got security guards. We're not going to harm you. We want you to come and talk to us. We can have a one-on-one meeting, however you want to do it. Stop hiding behind your powers and face us. Until then, you're a coward and you're going to hell.
So I just want to address a couple of the problems around Rahm Emanuel's narrative, right? They tried to deflect accountability by saying because of gun violence, because of all the deaths, the over 770 murders last year,
Yes, sir.
they're trying to use that as an excuse why policing isn't happening. That is the biggest lie and the biggest distraction of smoke and mirrors that we've ever heard.
Say that.
We know for a fact that putting money into policing, hiring more police, paying for body cameras, paying for tasers, adds to our oppression instead of investing in our communities. We need our schools reopened. We need mental health clinics. We need jobs for our young people. We need investment in businesses in our communities. And how about the lead poisoning in CPS schools in the park districts? They don't want to talk about that, right? So let's talk about the $400 million that CHA is sitting on, and it could literally solve more than 12% of the homelessness in our communities.
Tell it.
Poverty is violence. Him putting profit over people is what the problem is. And until the press puts responsibility on him and makes them accountable for that, we're going to continue this cycle. We are being killed by the police and by intercommunal violence. There's no either or argument. They are both problematic. And the only way we solve that is by getting resources to our communities and alleviating the oppression and the colonialism that we've been experiencing. I asked the question, what is the difference between Rahm and Trump? I don't see any. They both are catering towards business interests. Rahm is a neoliberalist and Trump is a fascist. But at the end of the day, they both do not care about poor and black and brown communities.
That's right.
And we are exposing this truth today, and we will continue to expose this truth as long as we have breath in us. We will not allow our communities to continue to be attacked and bombarded and then the blame being placed at our feet. Do not give us those false lies. So we are driving that home today. We are working with families that have lost loved ones to police violence and intercommunal violence. We know that solidarity in our community and us organizing and coming together to fight against all this violence that is happening to us is the only way that we push back. And that's what we're doing. So please get that straight. Do not believe these lies about policing, about trauma. They had it in the report about the police experiencing trauma, but don't talk about the trauma that they cause on the communities. They don't talk about the intergenerational we are experiences of poverty being passed down. Mayor Daley Sr. has the blood of Fred Hampton and Mark Clark and many others on his hands. Rahm Emanuel has the blood of Laquan McDonald, Ronald Johnson, and all the families here on his hands. Let's make that crystal clear. So we're going to close out with questions, but we just want to make sure that you all understand that. And we implore the press to ask the mayor these hard questions because he is a good rhetorician and he's good at deflecting, and y'all don't allow him to take any responsibility.
That's right.
TIF money should be coming to our communities. CHA money should be coming to our communities. That's the reality of the situation. So until we have that conversation, y'all know his emails got exposed. Y'all know he is about making sure the business interest gets met before our community's interest. Now we open it up for any questions.
Are you encouraged at all by the report? Do you think anything will come of it?
Well, without the consent decree, right, without any real accountability, and the fact that now we have a Trump DOJ possibly coming in, we have absolutely no idea how this is going to pan out. But we can look at Ferguson, we can look at Baltimore, and we can look at other places where the DOJ is investigated, and we can ask what real change and reforms have happened. We don't see any as the police murders across the country continue to happen, and officers still are not being held accountable, with the most recent with Walter Scott's killer being exonerated, basically.
Rewarded.
So we don't know. We don't see any accountability. We're paying close attention to what happens to Van Dyke's case here in Chicago, but we saw the precedent set with Wakia Boyd's killer Dante Servin getting off, right? So we know in Chicago, at least with State's Attorney Anita Alvarez, we saw no justice. Right. So we're hoping that change will come.
Kofi, can you guys talk about the arrests that happened this morning, like how that whole event played out?
Sure. I'll let.
What was the question again?
What was the sequence of events with your arrest this morning at the breakfast?
Well, the whole deal was to stop the event from happening anyway, because they're doing it in honor of Dr. King. But the sequence were to block the doors and stop the whole event from happening, period. It's a great event, and we got our point across.
And so what were you charged with? And why
Trespassing. We were charged with trespassing, but Brother Clark was charged with assault to a police officer, right? When the police officer attacked him, right?
charges dropped?
No, he's still in.
Yours?
No, I have court.
What will Black Lives Matter do to ensure, to apply pressure, make sure that consent decree is signed, and do anything else to try and get reforms to arise out of this?
So we're doing a teach-in at Northwestern Law next Saturday, and we're going to talk more about that. Yeah, in Chicago, downtown. So we'll have more conversation around what that looks like. We still have to really examine it and have a proper analysis of everything. We haven't had the opportunity to fully examine everything. So once we do that and speak with different attorneys, then we'll talk about next steps and our strategy in that. Any other questions? So, in the spirit of Dr. King, we will be doing something on Monday with the families. We're calling it Reclaim MLK. We want to talk about the real radical MLK, not the watered down one that Rahm Emanuel tried to, pimp today. Right, exactly. So we will be at Harmony Community Church at 1908 South Millard on January 16th from 2:30 to 3:30. We will have the families there. We will have all the other organizations that we work with fighting for justice in our communities. So please join us for that. If there are no more questions, I'm sorry, we have one more speaker. Pastor Brown just walked up. Pastor Brown, can you come on, say a few words? I know you just pulled up. Please tell them who you are, your name, and why you're here.
Hi, I'm Reverend Catherine Brown, Catherine Brown, like the color. I am a survivor of police brutality. And as a survivor of police brutality, I am just here happy that we have some results from the DOJ to prove the reckless conduct of the police officers in the city of Chicago. Hopefully now, which should have been seen before, that the people have not been out here fighting in vain for justice. We don't need just justice for one or two. We need justice for all. And that's the only way the city of Chicago, and this message is to the mayor, that we will have unity within our communities. No matter the color, no matter who it is, no matter the profession, what is important is that we have justice for all. Yes. And then when there is an officer who has displayed reckless conduct, they need to be reprimanded for what it is that they have done. They have to be put in their places, and their reckless conduct should be dealt with accordingly. As a survivor of the reckless conduct of officers, my advice, or I would say my suggestion to the mayor and the leaders of this city of Chicago is to do the right thing and to set the people free, because the people do not need to be in bondage for no longer. The truth is coming out, and they might as well face it for what it is and begin to treat the people fairly.
Yeah.
Fairness for all.
Yeah.
That is one thing that I believe that Harold Washington stood for. And that was fairness for all. And we need to have justice for all. It doesn't matter who you are, the color that you are, the profession that you're in, the religion that you believe. But what matters is that we have justice for all. And that's it. When I say justice, you say now, justice, now. Justice. Now. When I say justice, you say now, justice, now. Justice. Now. When I say justice, you say now, justice, now. Justice. Now. That's why Black Lives Matter. Yes. No lives matter until Black Lives Matter. All All lives matter when Black lives matter. This is why we come here. This is why we speak. How can we have peace? How can we have unity within our communities without all people being respected, without all people being treated fairly, without all people having peace, love, and unity for one another? So this is the end of my message. We'll be saying to all the people that are the leaders of Chicago, make a true confession to yourself. You know that God allowed you to have a position, and you know that you got in those positions to do a job. Now, if you got in that position to do a job, do the job right. Don't take a position and don't do your job. Treat the people how you would want to be treated, and that's with respect and justice for all. And I want the people behind me to give me some energy. I want you to let the people of Chicago and all over the United States of America know that when we say justice, we mean it now. When I say justice, you say now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now. When I say justice, you say now. Justice. Now. Justice. Now. I'd like to thank the DOJ for stepping up and being accountable to do their job. Have a great day.
Any questions for Pastor Brown? All right, if not, we're going to go ahead and close out. Thank you.
Kofi, just spell your name again for me. I'm sorry.
A-D, D is in dog, E is in earth, M is in mother, O-L-A.
Thanks, man. Just trying to move the mic to show. We're on the Daily Line. We're a paid newsletter basically for elected lobbyists.
All right, you guys. Well, I appreciate you joining me here on the Fox News Now stream. That was a live press conference out of Chicago for the Black Lives Matter movement. Want to take you to another live event that's happening right now. This is the investigation for Tamir Rice. That was the boy who was shot by an officer. He had a toy gun. So let's take you to that investigation. This is live right now on the Fox News Now stream.
We've been conducting the administrative side of the investigation around the shooting in November of 2014 of Tamir Rice. The criminal investigation was completed, and we've, as you also know, there was a settlement on the civil side, and the only thing left in regards to the procedures is that of the administrative side, and that's what we're here to talk about today. And D.C. Drummond will give you some details, and we'll turn it over to the Chief Calvin Williams and then Director McGrath. All right?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hi, I'm Wayne Drummond. I'm the Deputy Chief Field Operations. I was appointed the chairperson for the Critical Incident Review Committee. We named it CIRC for short. The chief impaneled the CIRC to review and conduct administrative review and reviewing all the actions of all the officers or members involved in the incident that we just talked about for compliance of the rules and regulations, our general police orders, the rules of the Civil Service Commission, our training, our tactics, the standards of the Division of Police. Also, the chief charged the CIRC with providing recommendations relative to our training, policies, and equipment needs, and just overall assessment of the incident. CIRC completed that investigation. We turned over our findings and recommendations to the chief. The chief ultimately will make a determination of our findings. During our investigation, we reviewed the internal affairs investigation, the investigations from the county prosecutor's office, Ohio State Patrol, as well as our use of deadly force investigation team. All of those investigations, including the Sheriff Department's investigation, was taken into consideration when we made our final determinations and also our recommendations to the Chief of Police. We took our time, our due diligence, in our efforts to come to our findings and also our recommendations. And again, stating that we finally turn our investigations over to the Chief of Police.
Good evening. As Deputy Chief Drummond stated, we've concluded the review of the incident, the tragedy that happened on November 22nd of 2014. The Critical Incident Review Committee, along with the Safety Director's Quality Control Office, our Internal Affairs Unit, our UTFIT team, all those investigations have been completed, reviewed, and we're coming to the final stages with this incident as far as the administrative process. Currently, I have reviewed the Critical Incident Review Committee's report and made a recommendation on some of the items in that report to the Director of Public Safety for a hearing for possible violations of our orders, our rules, our regulations, and our tactics and training and procedures. The Director will explain his process. One of the individuals involved in this process will have a hearing before myself, before the Chief of Police, for alleged rule violations as it pertains to this incident. But again, we're nearing the close of this. We still haven't finished it because now we start the hearing process for the officers to give them their due process for the violations that have been outlined in all of those reports, including the CERC report. With that said, I'll turn it over to Director McGrath.
Thanks, Chief. Today, the Division of Police forwarded to the Department of Public Safety the administrative, investigative files and recommendations relative to the Tamir Rice incident. What will happen next is I will schedule pre-disciplinary hearings for the 3 officers later this month, and we'll conduct the pre-disciplinary hearings, and at that time, we'll collect all the evidence, we'll give the officers their due process, and a decision will be rendered. Thank you.
Now, I know that's a brief summary and probably leaves you a lot of questions, but there's a process that we have to follow here in order to provide due process. And after the hearing, there will be more information available in terms, I guess, the reports and whatever brought them to those conclusions. All right. So any questions? You mean are the charges, recommendations of charges?
We won't get into the specifics. Those charge letters will be made available to you after this press conference, but the charges are ranged from administrative violations that deal with the application process all the way to use of force violations.
Is anyone losing their job over this?
Well, again, as I stated earlier, we're not at the end of this process. Once the hearings are conducted and once the officers are given their due process, their chance to defend themselves against the charges, then there will be a determination made if they're found guilty of the charges that are levied against them, what happens with that officer after that time.
You mentioned that one will go before you, which means, if I'm right, that means that that's anything under a 30-day suspension, or can you explain?
That's, the chief has discretion with a person that's found guilty of violations with a 10-day suspension or less.
And anything above that?
Anything above 10 days, up to and including termination, goes to the Director of Public Safety.
So we're talking about Mr. Garmbach, Mr. Lohman, and the dispatcher?
We're currently talking about Mr. Garmbach, Mr. Lohman, and Officer Cunningham.
Who's going before you?
Right now, we're finalizing that process, and when we get that finalized, we'll push that out to you guys.
Who would like to explain why it has taken so long to come to this point?
Well, I will. I mean, again, we started this process immediately after the incident happened. There were several reviews by several different agencies. As you remember, the county prosecutor weighed in on this. The county sheriff weighed in on this also. Our division weighed in on it. Once all that was done on the criminal side, which happened around the first part of 2016, then it was turned over to our Critical Incident Review Committee. We formed that committee to really take a deep dive on everything that happened with this incident. As the Deputy Chief stated, they didn't rush through it. They had to conduct interviews again. They had to look over reams and reams of information to complete their investigation.
I've covered this pretty extensively, but I guess I'm not sure exactly what Officer Cunningham's role in this is. Can you?
Well, Officer Cunningham actually was at the Recreation Center in what we believe to be a secondary employment capacity when the incident happened. So there are some things tied with that that we'll take a look at. But again, you'll get the exact charges once we're done with this.
When you say once you're done, do you mean like in the next?
They'll be sent out once we're done with the press conference, yes.
Why can't you just tell us right now?
Well, because there's a lot of things going on here. And you guys are, our process is to do a press conference to let you guys know what's going on. And then after that, we send you out additional information. So if you have questions later, you know, you can reach out to Dan Williams or Sergeant Chach, and they'll answer those questions.
It would help if we had it in front of us so we could ask you correctly.
But we've never done it that way, Kevin. So we're sticking to the way we do business. Anything else?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, you're okay.
What if you guys get out? Yeah, that makes sense.
Is there a summary? I'm going to be live here in about 4 minutes. Is there a summary? Okay. Okay.
It's like the first piece of the spec letters, right? So you what it is and then the specification.
But it will tell us what the recommendation.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the investigation for that shooting of Tamir Rice, that 12-year-old boy that was shot and killed by a police officer when he saw him holding a toy gun. We're getting a look of New York City right now. Let me bring down that lower third. Let's take you back to that White House press briefing with Press Secretary Josh Earnest.
Growing majority of Americans who agree about the direction that the president has moved the relationship between the United States and Cuba.
Does the White House have any message to those? I mean, there have been a number of stories done on people who were just at like the Mexican border, trying to get across who had come from Cuba, made a very long, treacherous trip, and you know were just there and just missed getting over before this policy was ended. Does the White House have any message for those people that were just there? I mean, some of these stories sound pretty heartbreaking.
Well, look, I think the first thing that's important for people to understand is that the migrants from Cuba will be treated in the same way that migrants from other countries are, which is to say legitimate claims for refugee status or for asylum will be subject to due process, which means that their claims will be evaluated, and if they have legitimate claims for asylum, then that will be granted. But that will be adjudicated through the regular process that the migrants from other countries go through as well. And you know, as we've talked a lot about immigration policy over the last several years, obviously the president believes strongly that the United States live up to our values as a nation of laws and as a nation of immigrants. And that means abiding by the law, but it also means showing respect and recognizing the humanity in people who are fleeing their home country. So this is and the policy that we have, the policy change that we have announced, ensures that we are harmonizing and normalizing our immigration policy with regard to Cuban migrants.
On another topic, the head of the House Oversight Committee has threatened to subpoena the Office of Government Ethics, the head of the Office of Government Ethics, over his comments about Trump's conflicts of interest. Does the White House think it's appropriate for Congress to be looking into those comments from the Office of Government Ethics? Do they think that, I mean, I think the comment from Chavez was that he felt like the head of the Office of Government Ethics wasn't behaving ethically when he was discussing Trump's conflicts. Does the White House have any thoughts about this?
Well, this is the completion of the congressional Republican swamp-filling hat trick. They were able to get it done in 2 short weeks. You'll recall that before congressional Republicans were even sworn into office, their first act was to vote in secret to repeal the ethical regulations that applied to them. And it was only after an outcry from the public and a tweet from the president-elect that they reversed course. A week later, we learned that Senate Republicans were prepared to roll back the standards that they'd insisted on for 8 years when it came to making sure that nominees for executive positions had been fully vetted and fully complied with ethical requirements before they were given a hearing before the United States Senate and considered for their nomination. Senate Republicans have famously walked that back, such that they are moving through the process nominees that haven't been subjected to the kind of scrutiny that they themselves, that Mitch McConnell himself has said was necessary. And now, to complete the hat trick, you've got the Republican chairman of the House Government Oversight Committee, the individual who's, as much as anyone else in the United States Congress, is charged with providing oversight of the executive branch, is now seeking to intimidate a senior executive branch official who's responsible for enforcing ethics rules. He's threatening to shut down the office of the guy who is doing the job that Jason Chaffetz himself is refusing to do. It's outrageous. And I will say, only the latest installment in the embarrassing series of episodes that have characterized Jason Chaffetz's tenure as chairman of that committee. You'll recall this is the guy who was charged with investigating government employees who are using personal email for government purposes, at the same time that he's handing out his government business card with his personal email address on it. You can't make it up. This is the guy who led the investigation into Benghazi that the House Republican leader admitted was focused solely on politics and hurting Hillary Clinton's poll ratings. So this is not a departure from the series of embarrassing episodes that have characterized his tenure as chairman of the committee. And it certainly, as I've said before, runs contradictory to the preferences of the millions of Americans who showed up at the polls on Election Day and voted for the guy who is vowing to drain the swamp. Certainly it's going to make for an interesting relationship between the members of that committee, I suspect. And I think it will be worth watching. Particularly, we'll be counting on all of you to watch the relationship between that committee and the incoming administration. Okay. Michelle.
Thanks, Josh. Speaking of outrage, we heard from some House Democrats today after meeting with James Comey, and they expressed all kinds of emotions: anger, concern, lost confidence, yes, outrage, and
I think Washington psychiatrists are going to be doing a brisk business in the years ahead.
We're hearing some Democrats saying that they have no confidence in the director of the FBI at this point, and that they don't feel like he's fit to do the job. I mean, hearing these strong words coming from Democrats, I mean, we knew obviously some of that sentiment was there, but at this point Americans have heard anger and doubts coming from both sides related to the FBI and the intelligence community over the past couple of weeks. What are your thoughts on hearing this and the indication of deep problems that the American public now sees laid bare?
Yeah. Well, again, I think it is really important to make sure that we don't draw too many parallels between these two different situations. With regard to the handling of the investigation into Secretary Clinton by the Department of Justice and the FBI, for better or worse, we spent a lot of time in this room talking about that matter, not just in October, but frankly for a lot of the last 2 years. But when this came to a head in October, you often heard me describe the merits of abiding by the long-standing norms and traditions about the way the FBI conducts investigations and traditionally doesn't talk about those investigations in public. Now, as I said back in October, and I'll repeat again, the President does not at all believe that Director Comey was motivated by a desire to influence the outcome of the election. But there are long-standing norms and traditions that have served senior Department of Justice officials well over the years. Now, there's also, as was announced yesterday by the Inspector General, there's now an independent investigation into this matter. And that certainly is going to limit the degree to which I can discuss it. That investigation was initiated at the sole discretion of the independent Inspector General. That's the way the process should work. And presumably when he's got some findings to release, presumably he'll be in a position to do that publicly. You know, with regard to the situation with the intelligence community, I think it's different, because I think what you've heard from the intelligence community, including from Director Clapper in the statement that he released just a couple of days ago, is that the intelligence community feels a strong responsibility to communicate to senior officials as much as possible about what they know, and as much as possible about the information that is available to them. Now, what Director Clapper also said in that statement was he expressed confidence that the intelligence community was not the source of those leaks. I verified for you before that the White House is not the source of those leaks. And I think all of that is an indication that both the intelligence community with regard to this matter and the White House with regard to this matter is following long-standing precedent and tradition and norms and guidelines that have served generations of White House officials and intelligence officials well. So I think that that's why I would caution against drawing too many parallels between these situations. There are obvious similarities between these two cases, but there are certainly some places, as I just described, where the handling of these matters was different.
I mean, Comey in his explanations talked about how he felt the need to share information. He was choosing between two bad options, but he felt getting that information out there was the right thing to do at the time. And
well, but by getting it out there, briefing it to the President-elect, making sure that the President-elect himself was aware of the information that had come to the attention of the intelligence community. He stated in his statement that he could not, at this point, confirm the accuracy of the report. But I'll leave it to him and other intelligence officials to describe how they describe this information to the president-elect.
Okay, and does it bother the administration that retired General Flynn was in contact with the Russian ambassador several times on the day that President Obama was sanctioning Russia?
I've read some of these reports, and I think to answer your question as bluntly as I can, depends on what he said. And I know that some members of the President-elect's transition team have tried to describe those conversations. Mm-hmm. Obviously, I have zero insight into what may have been communicated back and forth. So I'd refer you to General Flynn himself or spokespeople for the transition who may be able to provide additional insight into the nature of those conversations and why those conversations were initiated.
And you today, and often you sort of list a long string of problems you have with behavior of Republicans in Congress over the last couple of years. But I wonder if everyday, average Americans who aren't in this industry or yours really know or care. I think maybe a lot of that falls on deaf ears. I don't know how much of that translates. And we just heard President Obama in his latest interview say that he feels that on some issues that he and his team lost the PR battle. Mm-hmm. So why do you think that is? Why do you think these things that you and he have been stressing as being so important, in some cases so important to democracy itself, they don't seem to matter?
Yeah. Well, as a substantive matter, they do make a difference. They do have a bearing on the strength and success of our democracy. But you're asking, I think, an entirely relevant question, particularly in light of the election outcome. Given the sordid record that Republicans have on some of these ethical matters and have continued since the election, it raises questions about why that didn't influence the vote of more people. And I don't know that I can give you a real direct answer on that. I think that in some ways, the president addressed this in his speech on Tuesday night. Pretty directly. He said that it's a problem in our democracy when we excuse the ethical shortcomings of people in our own party, but are ready to question the motives of people in the other party. He said it more eloquently than that, but you know the passage I'm referring to. I think the concern that I'm raising is about one of the basic functions of the United States Congress, which is to provide oversight. There have been a bunch of ethical questions that have been raised about some members of Congress, about some of the conflicts of interest that loom in the background of some of the nominations that the incoming administration has put forward. There are some people who fit both those categories. And the responsibility lies with all of you and with the United States Congress to resolve those questions. And the real problem I have right now is that there seems to be zero appetite among Republicans who are voted into office by people literally chanting "drain the swamp" for enforcing not tougher ethical regulations. They're not even doing the basics. They're not even enforcing the minimum standards. They're trying to roll back those standards. They're voting to reduce the standards that apply to them. They're not applying the standards to cabinet nominees that they have been applying for the last 8 years. And in this case, the most egregious case, you have the person in the House of Representatives who's most responsible for oversight suggesting he's going to shut down the office of the independent ethical watchdog of the executive branch. So again, they're moving in the wrong direction. And those are all facts. I think it'd be hard to contest any of this. Is it going to make a difference at the polling place the next time that people have an opportunity to vote for their elected representatives in Congress? I don't know. We'll see. But it does seem like Republicans are taking a pretty big risk, considering the drain the swamp chants at their pre-election rallies, to roll back those ethical standards within their first couple of weeks back in Washington. I think does pose an electoral risk to them. And the last time that Democrats won the majority back from Republicans in the House of Representatives was prompted in no small part by a series of ethical transgressions on the part of congressional Republicans. So, but again, I think it's far too early to be making too particularly specific prognostications about the 2018 elections, but we'll see. Okay, thank you. April.
Josh, a couple of questions, and primarily on justice issues. With the announcement today, it kind of makes me go back to something with justice. The Justice Department put new federal officials on the case for Eric Garner. Do you believe there's still enough time left in this administration for some action to happen?
I saw news reports about that, but I do not have, as we've discussed in here many times, the White House is not briefed on these kinds of criminal investigations. Those investigative decisions, including determining which investigators will take a look at a particular case, those are decisions that are made entirely by the Department of Justice without any influence or input from the White House.
Okay, I understand that. But do we still have time left? Yes, we have next week, but do we still have time left for anything to happen? Is there still enough time for things to happen?
I don't know at what stage they are in the investigation, so it's hard for me to assess how much more time they need in order to complete their investigation.
Okay, and lastly, several of President Obama's friends have had to do some prison time or jail time. And there's one in particular, Congressman Shaka Fattah. There's a letter that has been sent to President Obama for a pardon. What does President Obama feel about pardoning some friends like Shaka Fattah? Jesse Jackson Jr. has not asked for a pardon, but what does he feel about that issue, about his friends asking for pardons and the possibility of pardons of those people?
I assume you're using friend in the broadest possible context.
No.
I mean,
When I say friend, Shaka Fattah was a friend to this administration. I'm not saying that he was involved. I'm saying they were friends of the administration. He was supportive.
he was a political supporter of the administration,
As
and
well-
the president certainly appreciated his political support. But I think describing him as a friend might be going a little too far here. But
Junior, who was part of the campaign, who was a big
well,
part of the...
I'm not sure it's fruitful for us to assess the president's relationship on an individual basis with all these people. But let me just get to the root of your question, which is simply that there is a process in place at the Department of Justice to evaluate petitions for clemency that are filed by individuals who are currently incarcerated or people that have a record that they're looking to clear. And the president established this process and has asked the Department of Justice to take the lead in considering these applications, to help process these applications as efficiently as possible and make individual determinations on the merits. And that's what the president expects the Department of Justice to help him do, and that's a standard that we have lived up to. Okay, Olivier.
Thanks, Josh. A couple for you. One, can you? You've already been asked for more details about the exercise today, but I'm wondering if you can say now whether this is actual incidents that they're being walked through, or whether they're modeled on incidents that, like, is there an Ebola crisis model? What exactly are they responding to?
What I can tell you is it's a little bit of both, and there's a reference to it in here. So it will be a combination of both walking through hypothetical scenarios so that the incoming administration can get a sense of what procedures and mechanisms are in place, what resources are available for responding to these kinds of hypothetical incidents, so that when a real one comes up, they can have a sense of how the process typically works. But they also will review in some detail real-life incidents that this administration did respond to help the incoming officials understand what lessons learned, what best practices we were able to implement to benefit the American people. So I guess the point is it'll be a little bit of both.
Would you be able to say, like, they looked at a Deepwater Horizon, they looked at an Ebola crisis? They looked
I
at
don't know how I don't know how detailed our readout will be afterwards, but we'll take a look.
Request for as detailed a readout as possible.
Okay.
And then Rex Tillerson has been to the White House many times.
Mm-hmm.
On any of those occasions, as far as you're aware, did he take a position with administration officials on the merits of sanctions involving Iran?
I don't know the answer to that question, but I can see if we can try to get you an answer. As the leader of one of the largest companies in the United States, it certainly shouldn't be surprising to most people that he did come to the White House on a number of occasions to discuss with senior officials important issues that have an impact on our economy and our national security. But let me see if I can get you some kind of an answer to that question. I'll let you know. Okay. Stephen.
Does the President have a reaction to the Department of Justice report on Chicago that there's a pattern or practice of discrimination and unjustified use of deadly force?
I haven't spoken to the President about the specific report. I know that this was an inquiry that was initiated at the discretion of the Attorney General. These kinds of investigations are conducted independently, and the conclusions were put forward based on their own independent analysis of what exactly has been happening in Chicago with regard to the local police force there. The President does believe that the Department of Justice, as a matter of principle, can play a useful role in helping uncover facts that can then be used to begin to restore trust and faith and confidence in local law enforcement, particularly among those communities that feel as if the concerns that they have raised have gone unheard. That surfacing them in the context of these kinds of investigations can be useful in all sides designing the kinds of strategies that would rebuild trust in a way that makes these communities safer, but also makes these police officers more safe as they try to do their dangerous work as well. These are men and women, the vast majority of whom are doing this dangerous job for all the right reasons. These are men and women who are genuinely interested in fighting crime. They're interested in the public interest. They're focused on trying to keep people safe. And they've got an extraordinarily difficult job, and if there's something that we can do to make their job just a little bit safer, then we should be looking for ways to do that. And the President's hope is that that the effective, professional, genuinely independent investigations that get to the bottom of some of the root challenges that are facing some of these law enforcement agencies, that does have the effect of restoring a little trust and making the work that police officers do every day just a little bit safer.
There are some police officers who have said, high-ranking law enforcement officials who have said that the scrutiny that's applied on police agencies is leading to a standouts Ferguson effect. Does the President share that concern? It's particularly in Chicago.
Well, the President, when he's been asked about this in the past, has indicated that there's that he hasn't seen any evidence to support that hypothesis, and I think some of it goes to the argument that I was making, which is that the vast majority of men and women in uniform who put on the blue every day, who go out there to put their lives on the line to keep us safe, are motivated much more by their genuine interest in public safety than they are in covering their own behind, if you will. I think that, to be totally blunt about it, I think it speaks to their character. I think there's a reason that people have put forward this hypothesis, and I think there's a reason that a number of law enforcement officers and leaders have taken some umbrage at that suggestion, because they see the men and women under their command at work every day, and they recognize they're putting their lives on the line, intervening in dangerous situations to try to protect the public and try to protect public safety, to live up to their motto, to serve and protect. And they do that even in the face of some of these other, an environment in which their job's as complicated as it's ever been. And again, I think that's a pretty powerful illustration of the character of the vast majority of the American men and women who serve our country as law enforcement officers. Okay, Ron.
Does the president see a connection between the challenges, as you put it, that the department faces and the spike in murders and violent crime in Chicago?
Well, again, I think this goes to the same question. I think it's difficult to assess exactly what that relationship is. I think the president's view is that if the local law enforcement agency has an effective working relationship with the diverse community of the city of Chicago, I should say the diverse communities of the city of Chicago, they'll be more effective in fighting crime. They'll also be safer as they do that important work. And so that's why the president believes it's a worthy goal for us to work in a direction that I know that Mayor Emanuel advocates. And I know that he's put in some reforms and structures to try to address this basic challenge. And I know that his administration has worked to cooperate with the Department of Justice to try to get to the root of some of these problems and try to design some solutions that would address them.
I ask because the bigger question is to what extent are the problems in the police department contributing to the crime problem in the city? Yeah. And I ask because obviously a lot of people in law enforcement would not like to, would disagree with any notion that that is contributing to the problem. And, yeah. And this would, the next step in their argument might be that this is another indication of the president not supporting law enforcement, as he has been accused of in the past. Yeah. And as you're well aware,
falsely and wrongly. But yeah.
That's why I'm just trying to see if the president sees any connection between the problems identified by this DOJ investigation and the spike in murders specifically in Chicago.
Yeah. And again, I think the president's view is that if we can get to the root of some of these challenges, we can certainly make law enforcement more effective at protecting the rights of every citizen in their community, even as they aggressively fight crime and keep all the citizens of that community safe.
The other thing is, when the president talked about this losing the PR battle in the 60 Minutes interview, and he specifically mentioned that his inability to get a hearing for Judge Garland. I'm wondering what other issues out there does he think it was largely a question of not PR but swaying public opinion or bringing public opinion to bear on the Republicans or on the nation's psyche to get something done. For example, he talks about the inability to get common sense gun laws passed. Is that another issue where he feels that that his inability to get public opinion on his side was the determining factor, or is there something else out there that was more causative? And I know, again, it's hard to sort out what caused what's so on. But beyond Garland, what else was he referring to?
Well, I think it's important to differentiate between public opinion and mobilizing the public. So, for example, when it comes to things like common sense gun safety measures, closing the gun show loophole, closing the loophole that allows an individual who is on the no-fly list from walking into a gun store and buying a gun. Those are measures that have the strong support of a majority of Americans, a majority of Republicans, a majority of Democrats, a majority of gun owners. Those are common sense measures, and the fact that they are common sense measures is evidenced at least in part by the fact that there's common agreement around the country that these would be good things for the Congress to do. So I don't know that people needed to be persuaded about the notion of common sense, but what clearly didn't happen is there was not a successful mobilization of the American people around that common sense to get Congress to act, and the president has been deeply frustrated by that. And I think that would, and I think the Garland nomination would actually fall in that same category, because I think if you take a look at the public view of that situation, the vast majority of Americans didn't have any objections to Chief Judge Garland, which is notable because Republicans didn't really have any substantive objections to him either, other than the fact that he was nominated by a Democratic president.
I guess the question is, to what extent is it the inability to mobilize public opinion as sort of a tactical thing versus misreading public opinion and misreading what's really out there in terms of what people want in terms of gun safety or Judge Garland or I don't know, any other range of
Immigration
issues.
reform, I think, would be another case.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Because again, there's a strong coalition of Democrats, Republicans, law enforcement, religious leaders, faith leaders, the business community, who support the kind of common sense immigration reform that this administration pursued and that this administration worked effectively with Republicans in the Senate to pass. But it was House Republican leaders who got together to block it. So I think the other element of all of this, Ron, is the widespread and damaging dysfunction that Republicans have imposed on the United States Congress. That strategy of essentially political sabotage was something that did apparently work for them politically, but it was bad for the country. Some of these common sense steps are things that would be good for the country, and everybody agrees that they would be. Immigration reform would have lots of obvious economic benefits.
On immigration reform, there's a lot of people who also want to build a wall, and it seems like there's
But they
more
don't
of them. Seems like there's more of them out there based on the outcome of the election than those who fall in the other category.
Now when you consider that Secretary Clinton got 3 million more votes. So again, and now when you consider that Democratic candidates for Congress got more votes than Republican candidates for Congress. So I think what we're illustrating here is I do think that there is a risk of oversimplifying this and saying, well, if you just convince more people. That's not actually what it is. It's the solution to breaking through this dysfunction is more complicated than that. And this is a proposition we're going to test because I don't think, we'll see, I don't think, however, that it's possible to rely solely on dysfunction and sabotage as your organizing governing principle when your party is in charge of both houses in Congress and the White House.
But the other thing is what the president seems to be saying is that he believes that he is on the right side on so many of these issues. And
Absolutely.
That the reason that he didn't prevail was more tactical than right or philosophical.
Well, I think what's true about a number of the
His
things.
opponents would argue, well, no, you're not. You're not. You don't quite understand the country on immigration or on guns or on the inability of a.
If there are people who are indeed saying that, I think those are people that aren't familiar with some basic principles of math, because there's ample public opinion data to indicate, at least on the handful of things that we've discussed here, investments in infrastructure, investments in immigration, or progress in immigration reform, common sense gun safety. There are strong majorities of Americans that agree with the president's position on this. And so, but look, here's the other disconnect. Despite the fact that the administration was advocating for those policies that have the strong support of the American public, at least some of those Americans, despite the fact that they agree with the president on all of those measures, voted for somebody who doesn't. And that, I think, is more complicated than just public relations. I think there's an element of it that relates to a political strategy, a set of obstruction tactics that were implemented by Republicans. And I think some of it has to do with how effective the Democratic Party was in communicating with those who aren't regularly inclined to agree with Democrats. So I think there's a lot to sift through here. And some of it actually goes back to the thing that Michelle raised, which is these are issues where people say that they agree with the administration, but or the position that's been put forward by the president, but they don't appear to care And does that raise questions about the way that some of these issues are covered in the media? It might. But I think that there's a lot of this that we're going to have to spend some time thinking about, and I think you can be assured that the president, in his post-presidential life, will be thinking about these issues and looking for ways to solve them.
And just lastly, are you going to do a week ahead or almost week ahead, full week ahead?
Yeah, I will do a week ahead.
And short of that, can you tell us anything about Friday and the president?
Yeah. I'll have some additional details on that, and we'll do that at the end and with the schedule. Okay, Alexis.
Josh, a quick follow-up on the tabletop exercise.
Okay.
I missed the beginning of it, so if this is a repeat, I just want to clarify, the transition team, not the actual incoming staff, but the transition team witnessed a tabletop practice in December, right?
That's correct. So that was the December exercise. This January exercise that's taking place today, it's ongoing as we speak, includes some of the individuals who have already been named to senior White House positions. And in some cases, it includes individuals who've been nominated for cabinet positions, even though they have not yet been confirmed.
They're actually conducting it.
They're actually participating in the exercise, yes.
And then just to use that.
All right, everybody. Well, we are going to cut out of this momentarily to bring you to a different story here. My co-host Mike Page coming up here with me in just a few minutes. All right, everybody. Well, I have my co-host Mike Page up here with me, and we're discussing Friday the 13th.
Yeah, I like that. That was some good sound effects there.
That's perfect. So let me put up the live bug here so everyone knows that we are, in fact, live here.
We are live. But we won't be live in a little bit, though, if you're watching this later on.
Yeah, that's true. So this story you brought up to me this morning, and it's really a strange story, and I thought, well, you actually thought it's appropriate for it being Friday the 13th.
Folks, this is probably the most perfect story for Friday the 13th. It's so creepy. So I found the story. It was on the Washington Post, and all right, it's a story of two sisters that lived in this beautiful mansion in a suburb of Boston together. For years and years, they lived in just this beautiful mansion, but then throughout the years, neighbors kind of saw the house deteriorating, and they says, well, it's a little bit unkept, and so they were worried about the sisters because, well, they haven't seen them in a while, right? So they're just like, okay, what's going on? So this is what happens. A family member decides to knock on the door of the house and wants to check in on the two sisters. Situation is when the one sister opens the door and says, hey, is everything okay?
Yeah.
And
this is crazy to me.
This is the
freaks
part.
me out.
This is the part here. So the relative told her she'd come in and help her pack and asked if her other sister was around. And what's the older sister say? The woman told her they'd see when she goes inside. And the discovery was that the sister was dead under the kitchen table, and it turns out for more than a year.
So she told her family member, oh, you'll see when you get inside.
You'll see.
Oh, that's weird.
Isn't that a little strange and weird at the same time?
Did we have a picture with that article? It says, so sisters.
Well, we just have the home.
Okay, let me at least show the home.
Show the home. This is really bizarre, and I don't know if it's a situation where the sister just never wanted to let go of her other sister, so she didn't want to, get any help or want to alert the authorities, but that's the mansion in question. It kind of
looks like the house from Home Alone.
yeah, it does.
It's one of those traditional colonial style houses. This is a $1.2 million house, you said? Wow.
Yes.
And so you said that her sister was just, were they twins? Is that why she was so, they're just
They weren't
sisters.
twins, no. The one sister was 74, the other was 67, and it was the younger one that passed away. And right now, the medical examiners don't have a cause of death right now. They don't suspect foul play, but Can you imagine for more than a year your sister is under the kitchen table?
That's strange. Why did she keep her under the table? I can understand maybe, you're so attached to your sister you don't want to, give her away, but to keep her just on the floor under the table is strange.
And wouldn't it smell like so bad?
I would think so.
I can't with this story sometimes.
And this reminds me of these twins right here.
Oh, do.
Remember from The Shining?
Yeah.
Come play with us, Tony. So this is exactly what Friday the 13th is all about.
Yeah, it's these weird type of stories, but unfortunately, this is real life for this family. And, I feel bad for the extended family, the cousins, and, the nephews that have to hear this sort of story, and they're like, what? So our grandma was dead for more than a year and no one did anything?
Well, it's also sort of strange how they're just now finding out. There's something fishy about this,
Yeah. And
how was she able to hide that?
And you're right. That had to be the scariest thing. Can you imagine saying, when you're hearing from the older woman saying, oh, you'll find out when you go inside.
That would scare me. That's
really weird.
And
we don't know if it's a hoarding situation either.
Yeah, because didn't you say the neighbors were saying that the house just looked, it looks beautiful in this photo.
Yeah, but who knows what the current picture looks like.
Maybe a lot of newspapers were sitting on the porch, maybe paint was chipping, you never know. But didn't you bring up a really kind of cute part in the story where, what is it? It said somewhere in the article, she falls a lot, and when she does, I do this. What did it say?
So in the article, it talked about how the sister would fall a lot, and the other sister would come and try to help her out by giving her fudge popsicles, and hoping that she would get better. Well, this time she didn't turn out to be better. She was dead for more than a year.
No, I just think that's really cute that she would give her fudgesicles to feel better. What a sweet sister, I just think, to me, it sounds like two sweet old ladies that lived together and they loved each other, and she wasn't ready to let go of her sister.
Yeah, I would hope that's the case, but in a very weird way. It's because wouldn't the body be decomposing and everything?
I would think so. At this point, after a year, I think it would smell for sure. And to have it in the kitchen of all places where you eat, I don't know. That's a fishy story.
And
to
another
me.
sad thing is it took a year for the extended family members to come on over. If you're really worried about them, shouldn't you check in maybe more than once a year?
Yeah, I would think so.
Oh my gosh.
And here's the real creepy twist of this story. I think I read in that article they live on Clinton Avenue.
Oh, there it is.
What does that mean?
Yeah.
What does that mean? I don't know.
That's a good part. That is a real good part.
I'm just throwing things out here, It's Friday the 13th.
Yep.
Are you superstitious?
No, but I do love watching Friday the 13th movies.
Me too. Wait, what are some Friday the 13th movies?
It's the
like
Friday
Halloween Town, or is that just Halloween?
That's more Halloween, but Friday the 13th, is Jason with the mask. That's
that one, yeah. Is it Jason and Fred, or that's like the second installment, right?
Well, Freddy is a totally different. Freddy Krueger is its own.
Oh, okay.
Nightmare on Elm Street.
Right. I thought they
But they did have a movie together.
Freddy
where
versus,
it was, yeah.
Oh, I gotta watch one of those tonight.
I know.
Okay, I've got my plans this evening.
And who always scared me more though?
Who?
When there was always this big question in the 80s and 90s when these movies were really popular. It's who scares you more, Jason or Freddy? And for me, it was always about Freddy, because Freddy, he comes and attacks you in your dreams. So think about how scary that is.
That's
you can't even go to bed. This guy's gonna come and get you. At least Jason. I mean, he walks very slow. He's always in the woods. It's like I'm not gonna go in the woods, so I don't deal with that. But
it's like you can avoid the woods, but you can't avoid sleeping.
Yeah, when you sleep, that's when Freddy comes.
Here they are.
Yeah, here they are.
This one's Fred. I mean, what a creep.
Yeah.
This guy looks at least like he's got a hockey mask on. He works out.
Yeah.
He's kind of cool. This guy is like, what is with the Where's Waldo sweater?
I know.
And what is this all about? Did he burn or something?
Yeah, he died in a fire.
Okay, and now he haunts the kids that were on.
Yeah, he just goes after their dreams.
That's not. That's not cool. Yeah, I don't know what scared me the most. I remember The Others really scared me. That movie with Nicole Kidman. It was about ghosts.
Oh, when
and
she was already, they were
they're
already
dead. Yeah.
And so the people they were hearing weren't ghosts; they were the actual living people.
Yeah, they were the ghosts. So those ghost movies, like The Sixth Sense, scared me so much when I was little. You know, where he'd see these bloody people, and I would just, I would freak out for him.
You want to know a funny aspect, part of that movie?
Yes.
I remember going. I was little. I
Okay.
don't know, when did it come out? Like
In the 90s.
Yeah, like maybe mid or late 90s.
Yeah.
Anyway, I remember going to the movies with my grandpa to go see it.
Mm-hmm. With your grandpa.
Yeah,
Sweet.
and we go to and see the movie, and I tell you this, when we left, we still had no idea that that the guy was dead.
Wait, you still didn't know that Bruce Willis was dead?
I didn't piece it together until I was told. That's like, where was I? Was I even paying attention at all?
You were probably just so scared and you weren't understanding the plot because you were young. I didn't either. Okay, I saw that movie on the Disney cruise, okay?
Oh, why would
it's
they
supposed
play
to be
that?
a happy time. It's a Disney movie. Did you know that?
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so I think, let me just confirm that. Right? Didn't Disney make it? Maybe Disney didn't make it.
That just seems weird if they did.
Yeah, maybe they didn't make it, but they were showing it on the Disney cruise, and I saw it, I think, just with my brother or something. You can do whatever you want on these cruises, and I was scared the rest of the trip. And I was like, I can't even get off this boat.
Yeah, that's
and there's
scary.
dead people everywhere.
I've never been on a
freaking
cruise.
out.
Is it fun?
The Disney cruise was fun. That's the only one I've been on, and it had like water slides on it and stuff. I was afraid though, to go on the water slides and like shoot out and then go in the ocean like by accident.
Yeah, you don't know.
Yeah, I don't think that would happen. But,
No, not.
Titanic had just come out, so I was a little afraid.
Oh, okay.
But so yeah, there are some scary movies out there. I don't think that they do that well with scary movies now. I think the ones back in the day were better.
I know.
You know?
Me too. And I think they try to go above and beyond too much, and really we just want the basic stuff.
I know. Like Saw was disgusting.
Yes, but I didn't like the Saw franchise, but I did like. Have you ever seen Hostel?
Oh yeah, they made that too.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah.
I like that.
Hostel
I like
was
that.
pretty good.
See, I like the movies where like the things can actually happen in real life. Like,
Yeah.
I don't like these sci-fi thrillers where like aliens come. Like, that's not
Oh,
gonna
you
happen.
didn't like Signs? With
No.
Mel Gibson?
Yeah.
Swing hard, son.
Yeah.
Swing hard. I liked that movie just for the spirituality part of it, but yeah, it wasn't that scary really. It was like, let's see what people are saying here in the chat.
Oh,
okay. Hollywood Pictures. Sorry. I thought maybe
You were really gung-ho about Disney.
it wasn't Disney, sorry. I don't know. Why would they make a movie like that? It was on the Disney cruise when they showed it, which now I really am confused because
Yeah.
why aren't you showing your Disney movies?
Well, they maybe they did it for the parents.
But when you brought up this story about the
Oh,
twins,
Tyler likes Hostel. That's awesome. Yeah,
Hostel was good. Saw was okay. Like the first one was okay, but
Yeah.
then when they kept making them, I'm
Oh,
like,
that
okay.
first Saw is amazing because of that ending. It's like, I did not see that coming. Like, the dude was alive the whole time in the middle of the room.
Oh, I know. How was that
like,
even possible?
I remember watching it. I was like, no.
Okay, but you can't forget.
Oh, little Jigsaw.
This is the guy. I mean, this actually might be someone playing.
Yeah.
But remember this guy from Saw, and he rides around on his bike.
Yeah, his name's Little Jigsaw.
Yeah, and it's like, wanna play a game? Like it's so creepy. Have you been a good person or something? I don't know. So I don't. Those just grossed me out
Yeah.
more than I'm like, ugh, he's cutting off his leg. Like, come on, I'm
know.
not sitting there like.
Yeah, Jigsaw
oh,
would
no.
always be like, I want to play a game.
Yeah, cut off your leg or you will not be. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Yeah, very weird stuff there.
Yeah, so we're talking about Friday the 13th. If you guys are just joining us, I just asked you if you were superstitious. You said no, right?
No, I don't. I'll walk under a ladder, 5 times a day if I could. I don't care. Black cat, who cares? I hate cats anyway.
I like black cats, so they don't bother me, but I do admit when I spill salt, I do throw it over my left shoulder.
Okay.
But then
okay.
sometimes I'm like, wait, which shoulder? So I have to do it on both. I don't know, for good luck. I don't know why, it's a salt thing.
Yeah.
Everything else doesn't really
Oh, temporary channel. Would you like to play a game? That's what he would always say, Jigsaw.
Would you like to play a game? Yeah.
Wait, let me try to do it. Okay, I'm gonna do this for temporary here. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Let me try my best Jigsaw right now.
All right, let's get the mic
Okay.
up on you.
All right, let me try my best Jigsaw. Wait. Show the. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so here's my best Jigsaw. Everybody, coming up. Want to play a game?
Oh, that was good. All right, let me try one. All right. Okay. My voice is gonna crack. I can't. Oh, don't even ask me. But I think I could do the one, the little kid from The Shining, where he's like, I see dead people.
Oh,
They're everywhere.
Wasn't that Sixth Sense?
Yeah, that wasn't Jigsaw. Sorry.
There we go.
And so I like the older movies. I
Oh,
think.
James, yeah, Leprechaun. That's scary. Oh,
I never saw that one.
Yeah.
Let's look that up. The Leprechaun.
Yeah, Leprechaun. That was a very good series. The first three were good. Not when he goes to the space, like that one.
What? What is this? Is this serious?
No, that was really the first one. The first one had Jennifer Aniston in it.
What
Yeah,
is this?
I think I want to say it was one of her first movies. The original Leprechaun, Jennifer Aniston.
That is so weird to me.
Yeah,
Okay, you can't forget about Chucky though.
that's scary. That
That
was.
was scary, but now today it's hilarious to see.
Oh yeah, yeah.
When they're like running away from this little doll, it's just. Why do they always use little kids and little dolls in movies to be scary? I don't understand
Well,
that.
I think it's playing on the whole they want it to get kids play with dolls all the time.
Right.
And if you make it a scary thing, it's going to be extra scary for a kid.
Well, because for me, I liked playing with dolls until I started seeing these scary movies and I threw them all out.
Ooh.
I was like, you guys are watching me while I sleep.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Furbies, how scary were those?
Yeah.
Those were scary.
I never got into a little Furby.
Yeah. I'm glad you didn't. It was a waste of money.
I did do Tamagotchi, whatever that was. That was ridiculous,
I had a nano.
stupid.
I had a nano.
Now, what's the difference from a nano to were they the same?
They were pretty much the same. It was just like, I think one was competing with the other. I think one of them came out first, so another company.
And wasn't it horrible? Like, okay, you got to keep. It was so
stupid.
demanding.
You had
It
to
was
feed it all the time and play games with it.
Yeah,
And
it got-
that's what the Furby was like too. It would wake up in the middle of the night and be like, "Feed me." And
Yeah, it's like, no, chill.
I just took its batteries out eventually because it started to scare me.
Like, was Tamagotchi was like part of you would put it on your keychain, right? Like that's how weird it was.
It was weird. Anyone who was anyone in grade school had one, right?
And I'm like, why are you making it like a keychain when we don't even have keys when we're that young?
I know, what did we? I just had it on my backpack or something like that. I want to look up the best movies for Friday the 13th. So you said Jason, Jason one.
Yeah, anytime you start doing Jason stuff, you got to. I mean,
They're
it's
all
in
the Jason
well,
ones.
yeah, it's in the title. It's in the title.
I guess that makes sense. But remember we were talking about, so these two twins, you brought up that story, or twins, two sisters, and one was found dead. It reminded me of that movie Psycho, when his mom's dead the whole
That's
time,
true.
and he's like still talking to her and he keeps her alive. I don't know. It's creepy stuff.
You know what was weird was I did some research about that, connecting these stories, and the weird thing about that is recently a Florida man secretly buried his dead mother in the backyard to collect her Social Security pension checks. Okay, that's bizarre.
Ooh.
That's a weird story. And then this is another weird story. A man kept his grandmother's decaying corpse in New York for 5 months so he could keep living there. Oh my gosh, these people are horrible.
Why do you want to keep the body? I don't understand.
Well, they were doing it for financial reasons.
Okay.
But I think this sister was doing it because she just didn't want to let go.
Okay, that's sad. It's really sweet that she gave her fudge sickles to make her feel better.
I know. It's like in Titanic when Rose said to Jack, I'll never let go. I mean, these sisters technically never let go.
Technically, yeah. And he did let go eventually.
Yeah.
Gosh. Random facts about Friday the 13th if you're interested. You want to hear a few?
Yeah, I want to know a couple.
Okay, so on Friday, October 13th, 1989, the U.S. Stock Exchange suffered a major crash. So people refer to that sometimes as Black Friday.
Okay.
Interesting. Hotel and hospital buildings often skip the 13th floor, and some airports don't have a gate number 13.
Oh,
Isn't that weird? Why are people so
Yeah.
scared of this number?
Well, you know, even some hotel floors will just not have a 13th floor. It'll go right 12, 14.
Isn't that weird? Look out for that next time you're in an elevator. And during World War II, 5 German bombs hit Buckingham Palace on Friday the 13th. So
Wow.
weird.
Yeah,
So this is weird stuff.
And we were being
Yeah.
told this was interesting because it's going to be a full moon tonight and it's Friday the 13th. Remember Marcy, what she was talking about in the meeting
Yeah,
today,
full
that
moon.
some of her nurse friends are having special meetings tonight because they're thinking they're going to get an influx of patients because weird things might happen tonight.
Oh, that's freaky. But
Yeah.
like, what kind of patients? People trying to hurt themselves, or people getting hurt from being pranked on, or I wonder what kind of patients they're really expecting in there.
Yeah. I know the type of patients that'll be coming, unfortunately, in Chicago, and will probably be more gunshot wounds.
Ooh,
Gosh.
let's hope not. Let's see. What was that?
Oh. Yeah, that's the Friday the 13th little theme right there.
Let's see if we can end this segment with just a little bit of this music here. Let's see. I don't know if this is the same thing. Is that from the Friday the 13th? What you're doing? That.
Yeah, that's the scary thing.
All right, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit. See if we can hear it.
We should have done the whole talking.
That's scary.
We should have done the whole segment.
The whole segment with that music
just
playing.
that under.
Okay, I'm gonna do that next time.
Yeah.
We'll start that next
I
time.
think I'm gonna get some pizza tonight, and when I call, I'm just gonna first go.
I'm gonna call someone just the heavy breathing, like, wanna play a game?
Oh, there
Have you been truthful? I can't do it as well as you can. All right, you guys. Well, thank you, Mike, for coming up here and talking with me about that story. What do
Hey.
you have coming up on your show?
Well, we're going to look back at the top headlines of the day, talk about what's going to happen if Obamacare is repealed. Looks like it's going that route, and we'll see what else. Any breaking news, of course, we'll take it.
All right. Thanks, Mike. He's coming up next on the Fox News Now stream.
Sketch just into the newsroom from Mesa Police. Take a look at it. They're looking for a man who broke into a Mesa home and sexually assaulted a child inside. This happened Monday near Broadway and Mesa Drive. Police say the man entered the residence while everybody was asleep and then sexually assaulted that child. This is a horrifying case. A witness in the area was able to give this description of the man. If you recognize him, call Mesa Police.
Another news alert this afternoon. Sky Fox over a house fire. This is near Price and Broadway. Live pictures out of Tempe. As you can see, a lot of damage there to the rear of the home, even the front of the home, it appears. And the garage area also damaged. We noticed a broken fire hydrant a few minutes ago. Fire crews are still on the scene. No word yet on how that fire started. This is a story everybody's talking about. A DPS trooper shot in an ambush attack is out of surgery and recovering in the hospital tonight.
That is great news. We're also hearing new details about the people who stopped to help during that attack on the freeway of that officer in Tonopah.
Danielle Miller, live at DPS headquarters tonight with an update on this. This is remarkable, first of all, that he survived, and had that Good Samaritan not been there, we would have been talking about a completely different story.
Absolutely, John and Carrie. And today we spoke with a Good Samaritan. Now, he's not the Good Samaritan who pulled over and shot that suspect who was attacking the trooper, but he was another Good Samaritan that did pull over to provide aid. His name is Brian Schober. We talked to him by phone today. He did not want to go on camera, but he tells us that when he pulled over, he saw the trooper. He says that he was badly injured there. He had blood coming from his head. He had several wounds. He even used that trooper's radio to call in for help. So definitely just a great job by that man. And also today we're learning about the role this trooper plays in his community. DPS Director Colonel Frank Milstead updating us on Trooper Edward Anderson's condition, tweeting saying yesterday's surgery went well for our trooper. Trooper Anderson was shot in the shoulder and chest Thursday after being ambushed along the I-10 near mile marker 89 west of Tonopah.
I'm sure his spirit and his drive for life will help speed his recovery and make it pleasant for the people around him as well. He's just that type of person. He's not going to want a lot of help or assistance or attention to himself.
Saddle Mountain Unified School District Superintendent Dr. Paul Ty, along with all the students and staff, breathing a sigh of relief. The 27-year vet trooper is okay. Ty says Anderson has been the varsity girls volleyball coach for many years. He says he's like family.
And had great success with the volleyball team. He's been very involved, well-known, well-respected in the community. His rapport with kids is excellent.
Ty is hoping for a speedy recovery so Anderson can put back on the badge and get back on the court.
We want Coach Anderson back and smiling and doing the great things he does with kids. I think this is a good example of how fortunate we are to have people who are willing to put their lives on the line every day to protect us, and how that often goes unrecognized. And we certainly appreciate it, but it's a good reminder of the dangers that law enforcement officials face every day, and it's right here in our district's backyard.
And that is very true there. Now, at this time, we do not know the identity of the suspect in this case, as well as the woman who was killed during that rollover crash there. We're not sure at this time if the two are related or even how they might have been. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
The man once accused of being the I-10 freeway shooter is getting his gun back. The shootings terrified people in the valley back in 2015. Charges against Leslie Merritt Jr. were dropped in April of last year after he spent 7 months behind bars. The ballistics in the case, to say they were questionable would be an understatement, and that's why the case was dropped. Prosecutors had argued that Merritt should not have a gun in his possession because he was arrested last year for allegedly threatening a woman in Glendale, but in the end the judge disagreed. He gets his gun back.
New details on a shooting at a Tempe apartment complex. We brought you this story last night. Police say the woman who was shot has died, and her boyfriend, you're looking at his picture right there, has now been charged with manslaughter. They say that last night 25-year-old Brian McCartney heard a knock at the door and grabbed his gun. He saw that it was another roommate. He started to secure his gun, but it went off and shot 21-year-old Katrina Durham. She died at the hospital.
A mother and daughter accused of stealing cell phones from Valley Gyms plead not guilty to several charges. 43-year-old Bonnie Herbert and 24-year-old Ebony Herbert caught on camera using a child to distract people in gyms around the valley while they stole cell phones. They were arrested last month on charges including theft and endangerment.
Employees at a West Phoenix gas station are shaken up after a brazen armed robbery overnight. The lone suspect jumping over the counter and holding a gun to the clerk. He cleaned out 2 cash registers in less than a minute's time, and it was all caught on camera. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia has the story.
This isn't the first time the Chevron here at 51st Avenue in McDowell has been robbed, but employees say they're extremely rattled after this particular incident. It was pretty brazen, and the man's face all caught on high-definition camera. At around 4:30 Friday morning, an armed robber enters the convenience store and wastes no time, jumping over the counter, pointing what appears to be a gun at the clerk. He holds the gun at the clerk's back as he takes cash from the register and then orders the clerk to open the second register and proceeds to take more cash. The robber didn't even bother covering his face.
It is, of course, very much scary because he had the gun, he jumped there, and then he could shoot the guy even.
Employees say this store is frequently targeted, and drug deals often go down on their corner.
These are not from these neighborhood people. They come in the motel, rent the room for 1 or 2 months, and then they do their crime and then they leave. So this person, actually, I think I have known this guy for a month.
Despite the repeat robberies, the staff says they'll continue to risk their lives to stay in business.
We are really basically working for food and money and rent, basically. We are not making here not $1 million. So it's kind of a life risk, but it's still, we don't want to go out there, be homeless and ask people money.
Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
Governor Doug Ducey reaffirming his commitment to education, and many said the devil's in the details. When he reveals his new budget, will he put money behind what he proposed earlier this week? Well, he is pumping cash into K through 12 schools in Arizona. He's calling for $114 million in new money for initiatives including teacher raises, signing bonuses for low-income teachers to go into low-income areas and teach, and an expansion of full-day kindergarten. There's also a $52 million boost in university funding. The $9.8 billion plan for the budget will start July 1st. It's an increase of just under 2%.
Snow is already falling in northern Arizona, and it's expected to be a busy holiday weekend with a lot of people heading north to play in the snow, which could mean snow areas left looking like this. Hundreds of pounds of trash dumped at the Oak Snow Play area last weekend.
It's extremely upsetting to see people just tossing away their sleds.
Jackie Banks is the spokesperson for the Kaibab National Forest.
This last snowstorm, we ended up with more than 1,000 pounds of trash, most of it sleds. And it took 6 vehicles to get all of that out of there.
This weekend, additional law enforcement officers will be on hand at Oak Hill, along with extra garbage bins and Forest Service employees working to educate visitors.
Pack it in, pack it out. So if you bring something with you, we just ask that it leaves with you.
But be warned, if you dump your trash, you could be ticketed.
Well, it is shaping up to be a cloudy, wet weekend. We could get a little bit of rain up north, snow, and here in the valley, rain.
And here's Dave with a look at the wintry weekend ahead.
Yeah, I think we're going to see waves come in. It's not going to all come at once. It's not going to be real steady. We'll see some rain in the morning. We'll see some rain in the afternoon. We'll see some rain in the evening. But I think Saturday is going to be the big day. Here is your low pressure system pumping that moisture into the state. You can kind of see it coming from the south, working its way up around the Flagstaff area. Snow, but you see how the rain is mixing in some freezing rain. So it's not all snow. It's very wet. We do have some advisories around, and that is for winter weather. That's down in the southeastern and southern portion of the state at this particular time. And as we get a look at the future cast, you can kind of see the action as it comes in over the weekend here. Here we are on Saturday, everything up and down the rim. And here's Phoenix right in here as we continue on just to continue to see that moisture come in. And then it gets out of here on Martin Luther King Day. Here's your getaway weather. You're heading over to San Diego. Well, you've got some cloud cover, but temperature's not bad. Lots of sunshine up in Las Vegas. And as you get a look at Flagstaff, yeah, boy, that's going to be a mess up there. That's a mixture of rain and snow. And then you can see Tucson area, some rain as well down there. And then, of course, the way things are looking in Phoenix, this is the way things are going to shape up. Saturday, a pretty good rain day. A chance of rain on Sunday. Martin Luther King Day is just going to be kind of one of those days where we watch everything roll out of here. Might see a sprinkle or two. We'll have more weather coming up.
You got it, Dave. Thank you. Valley Tattoo Shop is raising money to help a foundation in honor of a Valley boy who lost his battle with a rare form of cancer. 7-year-old Hollis Doherty died earlier this year, and today, New Chapter Studio is pitching in to help. Marcy Jones, live in Glendale with the story tonight. Marcy.
That's right, John. Well, like you said, every Friday the 13th, tattoo shops are absolutely bustling. Everybody is put to work. It's all hands on deck. And as you can see, this is the wait list for people coming in. And this is not only to get a brand new tattoo, but it's also for an excellent cause.
Sometimes the kindest acts are the ones performed by strangers.
I couldn't fathom what they're going through, the emotions, how tough things are for them.
Even though Ryan Papis said he never had the pleasure of meeting 7-year-old Hollis Doherty, he was still touched by his short but full life. That's why he's honoring him the best way he knows how, with tattoos.
Although me personally never had an opportunity, my family's never had an opportunity to actually meet Hollis, being a parent is still something that is just close to our hearts.
Friday the 13th is known unofficially as Tattoo Appreciation Day, often coming with discounts or deals. But today, the percentage means a little bit more. 25% of all proceeds at New Chapter Tattoo and Piercing Studio will go to Hope for Hollis Foundation. And even though Hollis is no longer with us, he's left his mark all over the valley.
They say it ends at dying, but if we've got people coming down here for Hollis, we're going to keep doing this.
So the special today is $20 for a 3x3 tattoo. Now 7 of that goes to the artist for tips. The 13 is for the actual tattoo, but 25% of that is going to Hope for Hollis. Now, as you saw that list over here, it's about 75 people deep. And Ryan says that his artists are already working to the bone right now. So if you come here before 9, you can put your name on this list and they're going to get to you probably through this week. They're just going to get chipping away at this list. It's a lot of work, Ryan. You got a lot of people, but it's all for an excellent cause. This is all for Hollis. But for now, live in Glendale, Marcy Jones, Fox 10 News.
So Marcy's going to have to put off her tattoo for a while.
Is she going to get inked? Is the question.
All right, folks, you are continuing to watch the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. We're going to keep the news stories going here. We're going to take you to a White House event, the Healthy Campus Challenge Day at the White House. The challenge aimed to engage college and university campuses, and in particular, community college campuses across the country in enrollment efforts. Let's hear from that campaign at the White House.
Speaker and begin what we are billing as our awards ceremony. It's going to be a little bit graduation style, which I thought all of you would understand very well. And our master of ceremonies is Christy Canigallo, who, as I said, is the strategic mastermind behind all of our work here at the White House on health and healthcare. And she scrubbed into this work on October 1st of 2013, which wasn't just the day that the government shut down, it was also the very first day of open enrollment. And we had a little bit of a rocky start, if folks remember, with healthcare.gov. But it's because of Christy that we were able to not just come out of that rocky start and finish incredibly strong in that first open enrollment, but continue day after day, not just the defense of, but the embracing of the Affordable Care Act by millions of folks across this country. And I warned you about the nostalgia. This is my last event, and Christy has been one of my bosses for the last 2.5 years. And I just have to say that there are not a lot of people in this building that are more dedicated, that are more tireless, that are more passionate about making sure that folks have access to quality and affordable care, and that do it with more grace and kindness and patience than Christy. And so it is my absolute honor, maybe for the last time that I work in this building, to introduce Christy Kanikola.
Thank you, Bez. Good Lord. I'm not really a crier, but I just might. I hope the cameras are rolling for that. I'm going to play that back to my mom, who's here today, for the departure photos, and she loves moments like that. Fair bit of irony, being the person who's charged with health policy. My body, after 8 years, has just completely given out, so I apologize for my voice and the coughing that I'm confident that I will do at various parts of this event. I was fortunate enough to go to the Medal of Freedom ceremony yesterday, during which the president presented the vice president with a surprise award, which was unbelievable. You may or may not have heard me have a coughing fit in the middle of when the president was speaking, and I was like, good Lord, what do I do? So I excused myself, and so these are the days of our lives, I guess. Well, look, I'm really excited to be here with you guys, and to be here with Bess, who you all got to see a little bit, but I get to see a lot of her commitment, and just right back at you on all the nice stuff you said about me, Beth, so thank you. And really right back at you at all you guys. You know, I started working, was a big believer in government service, started working on the national security side of the house, and thought that the way to contribute to my community, to be a public servant, was to work in government. And I had the idea that that was the only way you could do it. And really, it's been through working on healthcare that I've learned that that's just completely wrong. You can contribute by working in government. You can contribute by being a community leader. You can contribute by doing the work that you all are doing to help educate members of your community and help them lead stronger and healthier lives. And so just a round of applause to you all for that commitment and service. Thank you. So I have to let you guys in on a secret, which was that when we came up with this idea, it was built on an idea that one of our colleagues, Jesse Lee, had last year around the Healthy Communities Challenge. And we had 25 or 30 mayors and communities that came together and said, we want our cities to get healthier, and they competed. And Milwaukee, Wisconsin was the winner. Shout out to Milwaukee. All right, excellent. Represent. And so this year we had this idea of how do we attract young folks, and how do we get the word out to young folks who may consider themselves, you know, invincible at that time in their lives. And so we said, okay, great. So we had 25 or 30 this year. Let's try to get 40 campuses to sign up. And we have a Monday morning healthcare staff meeting, and Bess was like 40. And I was like, okay, 40. And everyone was like, 40. 350, good Lord. We were so excited. And it was like every week we'd get an update from Bess, and the number would grow and grow and grow. 350 small schools, big schools from all 50 states plus Puerto Rico. But it's just a testament to, I think, what we're seeing this open enrollment period, which is that we all know members of our community who need and want affordable health care. And, you know, set kind of the partisan stuff aside, at the end of the day, healthcare is really personal. And you guys are the ones who are helping get the word out to folks about choices that might be right for them and their families. I've got some of you guys may know that the president gets 10 letters a day. And he gets way more than 10 letters a day. But he has a representative sampling of 10 letters that he reads every night, and many of them he replies to. And I have one that is on my board that is an email from a gentleman. It was sent in 2015, and it basically says, it's very, very short. It says, you know, Mr. President, I'm a lifelong Republican, and I agree with you on very little. But I have to say thank you, because the Affordable Care Act saved my life. It just needed to be said by someone. And that's why I do the work that I do. And I know that that's why the president does the work that he does. I know that's why you guys do the work that you do. Because it's about people, and it's about helping people in our community where we can. So that's why we're so excited to have you guys here, because you've done a great job of it through this open enrollment period, and will continue to do a great job of it through January 31st, of course, which is the deadline for coverage. And I know that, that you got to hear from some of your colleagues, but we wanted to give everyone an opportunity to be recognized for their great work. So I will be calling folks up and presenting you with fancy certificates. So when I call your school's name, please join me on the stage here. All right, we're going to start with Augsburg's College. Yay!
Yeah, these are my bosses. Okay, I'm hijacking. I'm Ray Purcell. I'm a director of student health, also a nurse practitioner from California. These are my bosses. These are my student advisors. And so they're taking the point. I serve at the pleasure of them.
Bethune Cookman University. So we'll move on. Bowie State University. Ooh, I like the style going on here. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you guys. Bunker Hill Community College. California State University, LA. Oh yeah, you can look official if you don't have the badge. Believe me, tricks that I've learned after being here for 8 years. Thank you very much. Hi. Hi, thank you so much. Thank you. Great to meet you. Great. You did. Excellent. Really? Great. Thank you, guys. There we go. Great. Thank you. Thank you very much. And I appreciate everyone's indulgence with your fellow colleagues. I know everybody loves a good photo, so appreciate folks being patient. Concord University. Hi. Thanks so much. Hi. Thank you. Thank you. Did you guys, Matt? I mean, really? School colors. Wow. Well done. All right, great. Great, thank you. I'm going to mispronounce it. Cody College? Cody College? Cody College. Thanks very much. Hannah, want to hold it? Great. Thank you guys. Delta College.
Is there a way to turn the screen back on so the White House thing that's in the background?
Okay, Kyle's on it. Thank you. Thank you guys. DePaul University. And our youngest member of the of the Healthy Campus Challenge. She's like, thank you. Now this kid is going somewhere. It takes a lot of people a lot of years to get into the White House. So somebody's going places. Durham Technical Community College. Hi. Thank you very much. Hi. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Great, thank you. Florida Memorial University. Hi. Oh, also in school colors. Very nice, very nice. Way to represent, guys. Great. Great, thank you guys. George Mason University. Hi. Hi, thank you so much. Thanks so much. Thank you. All this great school spirit here. Great, thank you. Thank you. Harold Washington College. Thank you. Thank you. Hi, thanks so much. Hi, thank you. Great, thank you. Thanks so much. Hennepin Technical College. Where is Hennepin Technical College? Minnesota. Oh, good Lord. I'm so glad that Dennis McDonough, also of Minnesota, is not here because he would freak out for you guys. Hey, thank you guys. Hi. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you guys. Keene University. Woo. I need to develop my announcer voice better. Now coming to the stage, Keene University.
Hi, how are you? Thank you very much. As they're coming forward, I'd really like to take the moment to recognize Robin Mansfield. Wow, she's our nurse practitioner, director of health services, and has done an awesome job with us.
Thank you, Robin. Great. Thank you guys. Keystone College. Hi. Hi, thanks. All right, scarf ladies. Yours is good. Great.
Oh, thanks.
Great. Thank you. Thank you guys. Los Angeles Pierce College. It's like we're at the Golden Globes and you guys were at a table in the back. I have to move through. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you guys. Lane Community College. Great. Thank you guys. Livingston College. Thank you guys. That's all right. Some of you other guys need to be stepping up your game here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Great. Mansfield University of Pennsylvania. Is there a Mansfield University not of Pennsylvania? There is. Is there? Thank you, Beth. You guys don't know that? You want to know your competitors. Oh, I didn't wear my gray suit today, did I? Thank you. Thank you, guys. Mercy College. Pocket square on point. Thank you very much. Great, thank you. Millersville University. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Great, thank you. Missouri State University. Shortcut works. Thank you so much. Great, thank you. Monroe Community College. I feel like we should learn something about school. What's your mascot? The what? Okay, I was expecting a bobcat or something. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you guys. All right, Nash Community College. Home of the Nighthawks. Okay, that's more my speed. I can get it.
We also have a culture of blue love, under which our open enrollment was one of those ways we love our students.
Oh, that's great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much for it. And with the blue suit. Good stuff. Very excited. All right. Great. Thank you, guys. Norwalk Community College.
Let everyone know I'm collecting a fee.
Thank you. Great, super.
Thank you guys. Notre Dame's Namur University?
Yes.
Really? Is that Notre Dame's University? I knew where I was going, and I got distracted. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Orange Coast College. Orange Coast like Florida? Orange Coast? California? California, okay. Does Florida have oranges? Did I just really screw up mine? Okay, okay. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks. All right, thank you guys. Great, great. Pacific Lutheran University. Oh, you guys made the trip from the West Coast, yeah? Yeah. We appreciate you guys coming in for this. That's great. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you. Hi, thanks so much. Great, thank you guys. Thank you so much. Pierpont Community and Technical College. I feel like you should get any photo angle you want. Look at all the Thank you so much. That's great. Thank you. Princeton University. I feel like this should be a wedding and we should give an award for the furthest travel. So, who will be best? Thank you guys.
It's on the University of Hawaii.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Great. Thanks, guys. Rider University. Rider Broncos? Broncos? Okay. Good.
These are the students who work in the
Oh,
social
great.
media.
Thank you so much. Thank you guys. Great to get the word out. Thanks very much. That's a real camera. I feel like I haven't seen one of those in so long.
Our motto is in all things prepared.
That's very good. Santa Rosa Junior College. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much.
Yeah. And so on behalf of Student Health Services, Martha Cole, Kit Conover, and everybody at Student Health Services back in Santa Rosa, thank you so much. We love you. The friends are offering.
Great. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Southern California University of Health Sciences. Oh. Hello. Hi, Christy. Hi, I'm Nicole. Julie. Julie, who is missing her white coat ceremony for this? Jerry Abramson?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Jerry Abramson, former mayor, lieutenant governor down there. He's a good guy. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Sullivan University. Also Louisville. Great. Thank you. University of Arizona. Thank you, Wildcats. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you, guys. University of New Orleans. Stay healthy in New Orleans. I spent 3 days there, and good Lord, I could not spend more than 3 days there. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks very much. Great, thank you. Thank you very much. University of Southern Mississippi. Oh, sweet. I got some swag from the University of Tennessee. I know the rest of y'all do. Thank you guys. Thanks so much. I don't think the First Lady would be down with that. So. Trocaire College. Where's Trocaire?
Buffalo, New York.
Oh, Buffalo, New York. A lot of White House folks from Buffalo.
Thank you so much.
Gotta get all angles, all angles. United Tribes Technical College. Hi, ladies. Thank you so much. Hi, thank you. Thank you, guys. University of Delaware. Thanks so much. Thank you. Did you guys take Amtrak down? What did I Vice President down? Have aviators, damn it. Thanks, guys. Thank you. University of Hawaii. That's amazing. Thank you for coming. And more importantly, thank you for doing this work to get people signed up. Huh? Yeah. I'll tell POTUS about that later. So I was saying, so my family's in town because I have my departure photo with the president because he is so kind to do a departure photo with many of the departing staff. And so I'll tell him that I've been taking a lot of pictures today and that, you know, I represented him well, hopefully. University of Memphis. Hi, thank you so much. Thanks. University of Michigan. We have a lot of Michigan alums on our senior staff, and they're very loud and proud about their Michigan alum status. Yes, nice to meet you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Great. Thank you guys. University of South Florida. University of South Florida was so patient with us after a few fits and starts of trying to have the president speak there, but you guys have done such great work. Have been really a leader for all of these open enrollment years. So thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much. Right. Who wants to do that? Great. Thank you guys. Thank you. University of Wisconsin River Falls. So do you guys have a little rivalry, like the University of Wisconsin and Milwaukee? Is there any other element? Or no. Happy competitors? Thank you so much. Great, thank you. Now University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Can show off to your mayors, you know, they did it last year, you guys did it this year. Yes, right. Thank you. Thanks so much. I like the, stickers. We had stickers? Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you guys. Upper Iowa University. Is there a lower Iowa? Just make that happen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. Thank you. Virginia Commonwealth University. Western Michigan University. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you guys. Western Washington University. It doesn't get much more west than Western Washington. Continental United States, I guess. Thank you so much. Thank you. William Rainey Harper College. Do you want to tell us a fact about William Rainey Harper?
We're celebrating 50 years.
There we go. That's a good fact.
And William Rainey Harper. Yes, William Rainey
Really?
Harper College.
I did not know that.
He was president of the University of Chicago.
And Ron and Margaret.
Thank you. Thank you for that factoid.
Thank
and
you.
thank you for all you've done.
Thank you.
All right, great.
Thank you very much.
All right, great.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. Xavier University of Louisiana. Louisiana is a great example of a state that has recently expanded Medicaid, and hundreds of thousands of fellow what do you call yourselves? Louisianians are being helped. Thank you, guys. Thank you. And last but not least, we realized that we missed our friends at Ashland University. Sorry about that. And you got scarves too. When I was in college, I went to Colgate University. We did not have a scarf. Let me just point that out. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Great. Thank you, guys. All right, give yourselves a round of applause, guys. Look, I just want to say thank you so much from all of us at the White House, from the president, who I will be talking to about this later. He's got to do 55 clicks, and I'll tell him that I beat him today, and I'm sure he's going to be really excited about it. But he knows that you guys are out there working every day, just trying to help folks in your community, and that's how he got started, working in government and being inspired by doing that. So keep it up, particularly you college students. Don't stop doing this. This is work worth doing. Just find a way to give back, because that's what our country is. That's what's great about our country. Just people pitching in to help other people. So keep it up and enjoy the day. Take advantage of being at the White House as someone who's worked here for over 8 years, but sees her time coming to a close. Take all the obnoxious selfies you want.
Okay, my biggest fear realized. Did we miss anyone? All right. So before we go to our next panel, I am absolutely honored to introduce our next speaker and our very special guest. Again, with the nostalgia, I have had the absolute honor and privilege of working for the senior advisor to the president, Valerie Jarrett, for the last 5 years of my life. And she isn't just an incredibly fierce advocate for those that need to get that coverage and that those that need the peace of mind of health insurance. She is also an unbelievable mentor to all of the staff that look up to her, that draw strength from her, that draw incredible wisdom from her. And as one of the most caring and kind people, she is also the most senior in this building. And to walk that line between an incredible amount of ability to change the lives of people and the incredible, sort of on a macro level, and the incredible willingness to do it on a micro level with staff like me, it is my absolute honor for the last time to introduce Valerie Jarrett.
Thank you. I said to Bess, how am I going to not cry when you introduce me like that? There have been tears flowing, as you can imagine, of late. And this is my last time in the South Court having the opportunity to say welcome to the White House. And I cannot think of a group I would rather say that than to you. To the 59 Campus Challenge winners, congratulations. We love a little healthy competition. But particularly when we know that the competition is going to lead to improving the quality of life for so many people across our country. I'm going to tell you a story. It's one of my favorite stories about the president, and because I think it reflects a lot about who he is and what he cares most about. The night that the Affordable Care Act passed, I had actually gone home for the evening because we knew we had the votes. I'm from Chicago. We count the votes early in Chicago. And someone else from Chicago in the House, good. So I go home, I get in my pajamas, I make a big bowl of popcorn. The person who later became the First Lady's Chief of Staff lived across the hall from me. She was a lawyer who had worked on the ACA. She came across and we're sitting there, and then the phone rings. And it's Katie Johnson, who was the president's assistant. And she said the president would like everyone who worked on the passage of ACA to come back to the White House for the vote. And I said, well, Katie, that's very sweet, but you know, we're home, we're in our pajamas. And she says, yes, but it is the president asking you to come back. And I'm like, oh, that's right, okay. So Susan and I rushed back to the White House, and after the vote, the president invited everyone who'd worked on it to come up to the Truman balcony in their personal residence. And that's not something they do very often. The First Lady was out of town, so he thought, ooh, I can do this. And so everyone from the most junior staff person to the vice president, we all traipsed up to the Truman balcony after the vote. And it was an unseasonably warm spring day. And I just looked at the president's face, and he looked so happy. And he went around and he thanked everybody. And there were probably 100 people up there. And he spent, I don't know, 2 or 3 hours just thanking everyone individually. I remember he walked up to one person on my staff, and he put his hands on her shoulders, and he'd never met her before. And I said, this is the person who not only found Natoma Canfield, who ended up being really our beacon of hope for why the Affordable Care Act is so important, but nurtured a relationship with Natoma and her sister. And when Natoma was too ill to come and talk about what health insurance would mean to her, her sister showed up. And I will never forget him just squeezing her arms and saying, because of you, we were able to get this done. So later, much later in the night, like at about 1:30 in the morning, most people had left, and I was sticking around, and I said to the president, you look so happy. How does this night compare to how you felt on election night? And if those of you who remember, we were in Grant Park in Chicago, and it was in November, obviously, and it was about 70 degrees, something that never happens in Chicago in November. And I said, how do you feel tonight compared to election night? And he said, Valerie, there's no comparison. Election night was all about getting to tonight. And I thought, well, you know what? That's why we work so hard for you and for our country, because you have never lost sight of what this was about. This was never about him. It was about you. And the fact that he was so happy that night because we'd done something that seemed so obvious, make sure that every American has access to affordable health care, from the most little one to the older one. Why was that so controversial? And I still, to this day, as I came to D.C. with the president from Chicago and thought Chicago was kind of a rough and tumble place and had no idea what we were about to encounter, here that people would decide that they were going to put their short-term political interests ahead of you. And what I found refreshing when I heard the president, as so many of you probably did earlier in the week when we were home in Chicago, is that he's never lost sight of that long view.
For the ages.
What the effort was all about, how messy our democracy is, how messy it has always been, and the fact that when we engage and care, as all of you in this room have done over this most fundamental right, that's how we perfect our union. And so my challenge to you as we're leaving is, don't give up the fight. Continue to do just what you did on campuses all across our country, not just about healthcare, which is really, really important, but about so many issues that you know you care about. And I always say that my absolute best day in the private sector, and I spent about half my career in private and half in public, my best day in the private sector wasn't as rewarding as my worst day in the public sector. And I've had some pretty bad days in the public sector, I will tell you. But, and so it doesn't matter whether you serve full-time or whether you do what you're doing, you are doing the most important thing that a citizen can do, and that is you are engaging, and you are looking beyond your own limited self-interest, and you're trying to help the neighbor and the student and the person who lives next door, everybody in your life, to try to say to them, take advantage of this opportunity. Don't take it for granted, because we don't know how long it will last. But on a very positive note, I will say to you that having traveled the country and having seen so many of the 20 million people who have health insurance, many for the first time, having met so many women who have no other way of getting preventive care other than now through the marketplace because they couldn't afford it before, they couldn't afford the copay. My daughter, who for the first year was 25 and was able to come on my health insurance, senior citizens who are getting help with prescription drugs. There are just so many people who are benefiting that I remain optimistic that it will prevail, but only with your engagement and your help. And so we will not be here for the end of the enrollment period, but you will. You will. And just because you won the challenge doesn't mean that you stop. We still have till January 31st. So please, please accept my my absolute heartfelt appreciation on behalf of the President for what you've done. And just please continue to be the citizens that you have shown us that you can be. And when you do that, this will now gone. The little baby that was here a minute ago will grow up into that more perfect union. So thank you very much, everybody.
Once again, folks, that was Valerie Jarrett, senior White House official and aide to President Barack Obama. You guys watching the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com.
To catch this man accused of sexually assaulting a child. This is a sketch of the suspect, police tell us, and this is horrifying. He entered the home at night near Broadway and Mesa Drive while the family was sleeping. He then sexually assaulted the child who was inside. A witness provided a description, and now police are desperate for your help in identifying and tracking down this guy. If you know anything about him, please contact Mesa Police. A DPS trooper is still recovering in the hospital after he was shot and beat up on the I-10 west of the valley. And this is a wild story that continues to develop as we learn more on what actually happened yesterday. This story has gone national. Danielle Miller joins us live with the details. A couple of Good Samaritans involved.
Absolutely, Carrie. Now, today we spoke with a Good Samaritan by the name of Brian Schober. He's not the one who shot the suspect who ambushed that trooper, but Schober also pulled over to provide some help there. Now, he even used the trooper's radio to call in for help. He did not want to go on camera today, but he told us today that when he arrived there, Trooper Anderson was badly hurt. He had blood coming from his head. He had wounds on his head. And today we're also learning about more of the role Anderson plays in his community.
DPS Director Colonel Frank Milstead updating us on Trooper Edward Anderson's condition, tweeting saying yesterday's surgery went well for our trooper. Trooper Anderson was shot in the shoulder and chest Thursday after being ambushed along the I-10 near mile marker 89 west of Tonopah.
He's impacted a lot of kids, a lot of families over many years, and so certainly there's a deep concern when somebody is injured.
Saddle Mountain Unified School District Superintendent Dr. Paul Ty, along with all the students and staff, breathing a sigh of relief. The 27-year vet trooper is okay. Ty says Anderson has been the varsity girls volleyball coach for many years. He says he's like family.
Just the rapport with kids, he knew them by name, and I could just see the admiration and respect from the kids. He's really done a great job for the athletics, but also character building with our kids.
Ty is hoping for a speedy recovery so Anderson can put back on the badge and get back on the court.
We want Coach Anderson back and smiling and doing the great things he does with kids. I'm sure his spirit and his drive for life will help speed his recovery and make it pleasant for people around him as well. He's just that type of person. He's not going to want a lot of help or assistance or attention to himself.
And DPS has not yet released the name of the woman who died in that rollover accident. They also have not released the identity of the man who ambushed Anderson. Reporting live, Danielle Miller, Fox 10 News.
Thank you, Danielle. We've got a weather alert ahead of 3-day weekend, holiday weekend. A lot of people taking off, and maybe you should add skiing or sledding to the list of your to-do list this weekend. The snow has already started to fall in Flagstaff, and it actually began around 1 this afternoon. And people will be traveling back and forth, of course, to the high country over the weekend. And since the winter storm is already here, We wanted to get an early check of how things are going to look for the rest of the weekend. So Dave Muncy joins us live in the Weather Center. Yeah, people probably starting to head up the hill, as we say, right now.
Yeah, there are people that want to get to the snow and they hear it's coming and they head up. Got a weekend, a long weekend for a lot of folks, Gary. And also that snow level where the heaviest snow is going to be above the 6,500 foot level. We'll get a few inches below that, but a little heavier the further north you go. Let's take a look at the map. We'll see the low pressure system that is ushering in the moisture at this time. And as you can see here, a lot of that moisture coming in from the south as that low is kind of churning it in here. And we do see moisture up in the form of snow and freezing rain up in the Flagstaff area, as was mentioned. It just got started this afternoon, and it will go through the weekend kind of off and on. We're going to see some waves of this stuff. We do have a winter weather advisory, and that is down on the southeastern portion of the state. And in our future cast, you will see that we are going to be introducing some moisture. Take a look at that through the weekend. And as I mentioned, Kara, it's not going to be just a great big rainstorm. It'll be a wave of rain. We'll get some in the morning, we'll get a little in the afternoon, we'll get some in the evening. But Saturday is going to be the day where we'll probably see the most and the heaviest rain. We'll have more weather coming up.
All right, we've been warned. Thank you, Dave. A house catches fire in Tempe just hours ago. Sky Fox was over the scene. This is near Price and Broadway, and you can see severe damage, total ruins for some parts of that home. Crews are still working to put out the hot spots, and we are working to get more information about how this fire started and if anyone was hurt.
Over the past 30 days, the Phoenix Police Department's robbery unit has been investigating dozens of robberies. They recently arrested these 8 men who could be responsible for more than 60 robberies from Scottsdale to Mesa and Tolleson to Buckeye. Police tell us they don't believe the men were working together, and right now there's no connection between the suspects. They're all accused of robbing several businesses and homes across the valley.
Caught on camera, an armed gunman robs a West Phoenix gas station. He stole the money from 2 cash registers in just 60 seconds flat. Fox 10's Nicole Garcia gives us a better look at the detailed and very clear surveillance video.
This Chevron at 51st Avenue and McDowell has been hit several times in the last couple of months, but employees say this last one is one of the most brazen incidents. The suspect's actions and face all caught on camera. At around 4:30 Friday morning, an armed robber enters the convenience store and wastes no time, jumping over the counter, pointing what appears to be a gun at the clerk's back. As he takes cash from one of the registers, he orders the clerk to open the second register and then proceeds to take more cash. The robber didn't even bother to cover his face.
It is, of course, very much scary because he had the gun, he jumped there, and then he could shoot the guy even.
Employees say this store is frequently targeted, and drug deals often go down on their corner.
These are not from these neighborhood people. They come in the motel, rent the room for 1 or 2 months, and then they do their crime and then they leave. So this person, actually, I think I have known this guy for a month.
Despite the repeat robberies, the staff says they'll continue to risk their lives to stay in business.
We are really basically working for food and money and rent, basically. We are not making here not $1 million. So it's kind of a life risk, but it's still, we don't want to go out there, be homeless and ask people money.
After this, employees are hoping Phoenix police officers will monitor this area more closely and keep them safe. I'm Nicole Garcia, Fox 10 News.
In Tempe, a construction worker is injured after he fell on the side of a construction job. This happened near Apache Road and Terrace Road. It had to be closed down for a while so crews could get to the man. Tempe fire crews had to use their ladder trucks to retrieve the man from the top floor of that building.
A 5-story structure. It is an apartment complex that's being built right now. We have a lot of development that's going on in the city of Tempe. And this is one of those things we train for and we plan for, and occasionally it has to be put into operation.
Luckily, though, that worker did not fall very far. He was not badly hurt, but he did suffer a leg injury. He's expected to be fine.
One local tattoo parlor offering discounts in honor of a little boy who recently died of a brain tumor. The family that owns New Chapter Studio Tattoo and Piercings was close to the father of Hollis. He's the 7-year-old who died just last week. And now, to honor the little boy, they're offering $13 tattoos, and they will donate $3 from every sale to the Hope for Hollis group. The Hope for Hollis Foundation was created as Hollis battled his disease, and even though he has passed away, the tattoo studio still wants to hold the fundraiser.
It wasn't a tough business decision. It was like, hey, we're doing this for Hollis. I couldn't fathom what they're going through, the emotions, how tough things are for them.
If you would like to help and get a tattoo in the process, donating to Hope for Hollis, the parlor in Glendale at the corner of 47th Avenue and Olive is the one taking part. Today, the Mesa Fire Department helped to check off a first item on a shelter dog's bucket list. Meet Rocco. He has an incurable disease, and he's been fighting it for years with treatment and temporary aid. Animal care and control volunteers know that Rocco will soon lose his fight against cancer, so they want to make sure that he lives out his last few days to the fullest. So today, he checked off riding in a fire truck with the help of Mesa fire crews.
I've been called a hero because I'm fostering him, but honestly, at least in my case, the dogs are the heroes. I struggle with PTSD, and they've saved my life time and again. We could learn a lot from dogs and most domestic animals, because that's all they want is love.
What a sweet dog. There are several other items in line for Rocco for his experience and to check off on his bucket list. If you would like to provide a unique adventure for Rocco, contact the Maricopa County Animal Care and Control.
New development to the minimum wage fight in Flagstaff.
A large police
or that they've taken responsibility for themselves, but we have to have something like that in place in Chicago. No time like the present to start it. We don't need to wait until the negotiations with DOJ. It is, page 111. That part I know.
And the mayor, pats himself on the back for all the reforms he's made over the last year. Do you think he could have and should have done more?
Well, could have and should have doesn't get the job done. Here we are right now. The roadmap for change has been laid out in the task force report. It's been reiterated in many instances and expanded upon with the Department of Justice report. The blueprint's there. We got to move forward.
But do you believe with the change in administration that the pressure will be off to complete the agreement because it won't be there from the top?
No, I don't think the pressure will be off because we have a number of people in the city have been working on these issues for decades, as I said before, and particularly very focused on it over the course of the last year. And we are going to demand that the reforms happen. And I'm going to take the mayor at his word when he says, I'm committed to this. I'm going to do this. He spoke at length, I think, in an article that I read yesterday about we're going to do what's in our self-interest, and this is in our self-interest. Now, the devil will be in the details. We need to understand, well, what is that self-interest mean? What is that? How does that manifest itself in specific programmatic changes that need to be implemented? But we can't go backwards. We need to move forward. And again, I'm a very practical lawyer. If we don't do that, the plaintiff's bar is going to continue to sue the city. We're going to continue to hemorrhage money. We're going to continue to have to go into the bond markets at crazy interest rates and pay for settlements and judgments. That is madness. We need to stop that and go in a different way. Go ahead, Derek. Okay.
The emphasis on training, to some people's ears, sounds like a way to not talk about accountability and oversight. It almost sounds like maybe a crutch in some instances. In other words, I mean, do you really know? You really need training to know you shouldn't have taken a guy in the alley and beating his head in. I mean,
well, some things, if you didn't get it from your mama when you were a kid, then you shouldn't be in the job of policing. But yeah, of course, training matters, but it's a bundle of things. It's not just exclusively training. It's not just exclusively internal accountability systems. It's not just exclusively repairing the relationship with the community. It's a bundle of things that need to be done in a comprehensive plan to put the police department back where it should be, which is one of the finest police departments in the country. So you can't have one without the other.
Does the report...
Let me go here. Sorry.
There have been at least a few people since the DOJ came out with their report. At least a few different people have said there was no mention of race whatsoever in that, in their original findings. They don't even use the word race. And there are some groups that are concerned. I'm seeing it all over Twitter, and a couple of people asked, in the lobby of the federal building. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, you can't talk about reforms of a large urban police department without coming to terms with race. We set that out, I think, in bold relief in our task force report back in April. And we have a long history in the city of difficult, fractured relationships between the police department and communities of color. And we heard from communities of color throughout our task force process and individuals about their experience with police. So that is a reckoning that has to happen. The superintendent has embraced that. He understands that. He's been going out to communities of color, making himself available and talking about this tough, difficult issue of race. It's an issue that is important inside of the police department, and it's an issue clearly important outside of the department in its dealings with all of our citizens, particularly citizens of color. So that doesn't go away whether or not it's specifically spelled out in bold relief in this report.
Well, why did they avoid it?
I don't know that they avoided it, and I don't want to speak for them, but what I can tell you is it's an issue. We talked about it as part of our task force work. It's an issue that has to be addressed. The perceptions of people of color that they are dealt with in a way that is different than our white citizens is a reality that the police department understands, as I know the superintendent does. He has been dealing with that reality, and we need to continue that hard work.
Should merit promotion be out the window? And does this report say anything about that?
It definitely is critical of the promotion process. I'm not going to say that merit promotion should go away, but clearly we have to have job descriptions that are better capture the totality of the responsibilities of supervisors. The process has got to be very fair and transparent. If you look at officer surveys that have been done, some of that's reflected in the report, some of it's reflected, for example, in the work that Wes Scogan of Northwestern has done. They think that the process is rigged, that it's not fair, that there is no merit to it, whether it's the taking of the test or whether it's the quote-unquote merit selection. That is a perception problem also within the department, that if the department itself is going to have legitimacy with its officers, that it has to address. But it starts with, let's figure out the job description so that we actually are hiring people who can actually do the job. Let's have a fair test. If there is going to be exceptions made through something like the merit selection process, let's make it transparent and make sure that we are not just awarding our buddy, but we're putting people in a position to actually be successful because they've got the skill set to do the job the right way.
Just to be clear, if there is no consent decree because the Trump administration doesn't want it and Sessions doesn't want it, will you be involved in any kind of a lawsuit that forces the issue locally?
Well, I'm hoping that doesn't come to that. Obviously, a private action is something that is a possibility. That happened in Oakland. I don't know all the specific legal implications of that. But my hope, frankly, is that, like with the process that led to the passage of the ordinance in October, that there is going to be outreach from the mayor's office to a range of stakeholders, then invite us to sit down at the table and talk about the path forward and what needs to be done. That's the way it should be. It should be an inclusive and transparent process. And if that happens, I will be one of the cheerleaders for that process and encouraging people to get on board and support the efforts of the mayor and his team. But that outreach has to happen. It's got to be real and it's got to be transparent.
Is there anything in the report that leads you to believe it was rushed? Does it look
No.
like there were things that were left out?
No. I mean, no report is going to capture everything. I think the Attorney General and Deputy Gupta indicated this is one of the largest teams that they have ever employed in doing a pattern and practice investigation. And of course, there's no wonder, because this is the largest police department that the department has ever investigated on a pattern and practice basis. But I have no indication whatsoever that their work was rushed. Obviously, what typically happens, which is a signed, negotiated consent decree, is not something that is in the immediate offing. But I think the findings, frankly, are, as I said, mirror many of the things that we spent an intense amount of time in the task force process, and then frankly handed off to the Department of Justice. We were very conscious when we were doing our task force work that the Department of Justice was there, and we wanted, frankly, a report and findings and underlying data that they could use and not have to reinvent the wheel following our process.
But you were so out there on the issue of race, and they are like tiptoeing through the tulips about it. Why is that?
I don't speak for them, but the issue is on the table. It's something that has to be dealt with.
How much
Go ahead,
do you
Derek.
think the issuance of this report and the city's acceptance of it will go to repairing the mayor's political profile and his political viability?
Well, the one thing I don't do is speculate about politics. But I'll say this, since you asked the question. I think that this is an important milestone time. And I think that it is going to be a very interesting and critically important test of his leadership. These are difficult issues to navigate. You've got a lot of different audiences. You've got a lot of different stakeholders. I think, frankly, his statement today at the press conference was really very solid and addressed, I think, a lot of issues. It was a fulsome response to a lot of different audiences, and we need to have him lead in exactly that way. But the leadership matters. Leadership is important. All of these issues can be solved with tools and resources here in Chicago, but you've got to have the leadership from the mayor's office, the city council, the public safety committee, and of course the superintendent. But this is going to be a very critical test of the mayor's leadership, and we need him to be successful because we need Chicago to be successful.
What about the cost of this all? How many millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions will it cost?
I don't know that that's been costed out yet, but all I know is we're spending tens of millions of dollars in settlements and judgments every year. That money could definitely be better served and better used by supporting our departments, supporting our individual officers. So the money this is not going to be cheap. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be easy to fix. But we will find the money, and frankly, I think we'll recoup it from the money that's going out the door to pay victims and their lawyers.
Lori, about the pace of the investigation, the FOP voiced concerns maybe predictably about the pace of this investigation. Are you confident that the FOP will work with the task force, will work with the recommendations by the DOJ? What kind of pushback do you think that you're
Well, I've seen no evidence that the FOP is willing to work with anybody, which is really unfortunate, and I frankly think does a terrible, terrible disservice to its members. If you look at the task force report, if you look at the specific recommendations that are in the DOJ report, there is so much here that is intended to empower officers, to give them better tools and resources to be able to do their job more effectively. And frankly, I don't understand anybody who reads our report, the task force report, who reads this report and then comes away with it with the perspective that, oh, this is anti-officer and it's not supportive. That's just wrong. And once again, I'm going to encourage Dean Angelo to actually read the report, read our task force report, which he didn't read the DOJ report, because there's a lot in here that is intended to, and if implemented, will, I think, significantly aid officers. So I think this, as I said, this is a tough day, but in many ways, this is a real watershed moment, and I think there's lots to encourage us about the future of policing in Chicago, because if these recommendations of DOJ are implemented, our police department is going to soar. They're going to be.
Says that they didn't even try to talk to him, even though the Attorney General said they tried, but they couldn't. That's not what he's saying. How could they do an honest assessment without talking to the man who led it for 5 years?
Well, last time I checked, communications run both ways. If Mr. McCarthy had things that he thought were important, he could do like what every other citizen did. DOJ did a significant amount of outreach to individual citizens, stakeholders, and nobody that I know who really cared about the police department and had specific things to say didn't take advantage of the many opportunities, whether to attend a forum, whether to send a letter, an email. There were many, many avenues for outreach to the Department of Justice, and Mr. McCarthy clearly could have availed himself of those opportunities if he felt like his voice was important and needed to be heard. And frankly, I don't think it's helpful to talk about recriminations and what didn't happen. What's important is to move forward in a positive direction with solutions. Yes, sir. Yeah, go ahead.
You've addressed this already. I apologize.
No problem.
But the Attorney General designate has made no secret of his deep skepticism of these kinds of civil rights investigations. And Senator Durbin says he specifically declined when he spoke to him to assure Durbin that he would pursue this. What happens if he simply decides not to pursue this?
Well,
Jeff Sessions and Donald Trump say, where, you know, the president-elect said he'd been told by a Chicago police officer he could end the killings in a week.
Well, regardless of what happens in Washington, and if you look at the examples of places where there was a consent decree that was negotiated between the department and the municipality, the hard work of change and the onus and responsibility for making that happen always lays with the municipality. So my personal view is, regardless of what happens in Washington, the desire, the impetus, the responsibility for change lays right here in Chicago. It starts, of course, with the mayor and the superintendent, but really all of us have a responsibility to play. I intend to do my part to be constructive, to push forward the things that I think are laid out in the Department of Justice report that are necessary for reform. So the politics and the resource and the priorities may change in Washington, but the work has to be done here. And I'm going to take the mayor at his word when he says, I'm committed to this, we're not going backward, we're going to go forward.
May I follow up?
Sure.
The one piece that's been helpful in other cities is, you were mentioning FOP. A federal judge has a lot of latitude in forcing changes in collective bargaining, which this union has resisted with every fiber of its being. If in fact Jeff Sessions doesn't pursue, we don't get to court, we don't get an oversight, the FOP remains a massive obstacle in that contract, right?
Well, the FOP is a necessary partner, and I'm hopeful, frankly, once they get past their leadership election, that we'll see more reasonable rhetoric and frankly actions, which is more important, that will come from the FOP. The sergeants, lieutenants, and the supervisors contract is already expired. Those negotiations are underway. They're clearly also very important partners in this. But I feel some confidence that regardless of what happens in Washington, the change is coming. It's already started. This report lays bare the challenges, and it lays bare a path forward, and we would do well as a city, certainly the elected officials, and all the other stakeholders to move forward in a positive direction. As I said, I take the the mayor's word, and I take the superintendent's repeated personal commitment to change. We need to do what we can to support that, and that's what I intend to do. Yes, ma'am.
Does it make
Let me just go here first, Fran. Yes, ma'am.
How's the police department feeling, especially coming off, 2016, the criticisms about clearance rates and then this coming out? I mean, how does, the department kind of take that on and move forward?
Well, the officers that I speak to, and I speak to a number on a regular basis, from supervisors down to the line officers, this is a challenging time. No, there's no mistake about it. This is very difficult for them. The ones I know, and I had the privilege of working with when I worked in the department in the early 2000s, they came on the job for the right reasons. They want to make a difference, a positive difference in their communities. It's been difficult for them to do that. It's been difficult to do that because the investments haven't been made to give them the tools that they need to be able to do their job at the highest level. It's been difficult because of the fractured relationship between the community and the police. And it's been difficult because they have been whipsawed between different and shifting policies over the last few years. I think what's important is that the superintendent and other leaders within the department speak to them about those challenges, address it honestly, but also provide leadership in the path forward. If you think about us being a little bit in a cave right now, we need somebody with a big flashlight and the courage to say, follow me, guys. I can lead us out of this. That's the kind of communication that we need to see over and over again, so that line police officers understand that the supervisors have their backs, that they're going to get the support and resources they need to be successful, and that they're not going to be overly penalized for honest mistakes. We cannot afford in this city to get to a place where police department and line police officers are completely delegitimized, frankly, in their own eyes and in the eyes of members of the community. That would be a tragic set of circumstances. I don't think we're there, but I think we need to act quickly and aggressively to implement the reforms that are laid out in the department's report, so that we can move out of this dark place to a better footing. Yes, sir.
When you talked about, you said you were encouraged with what the mayor said today. What are the concrete steps that he needs to take in the next few months, given the uncertainty in Washington, the city council needs to take? What do you need to see from city officials to remain encouraged as whatever's going to happen?
Well, I think we need to know the specifics about what he means around he's going to do what is in the city's best interest. The devil will be in the details. We need to see the specific policy recommendations and changes and resource support for those changes coming from the mayor's office, and articulate a strategic plan for how it is that we're going to get from where we are now to where we need to be. And that's got to be more than a good speech. It's got to be specifics on the ground, coupled with resources both in personnel and finances to make it happen. And we'll be looking forward to seeing that in the coming days. And I hope that there will be an articulation of those specifics, because I think that's what's absolutely necessary. Fran, back to you. I'm sorry.
You were very critical of specific aspects of a police contract. You say codified the code of silence. Does this report say anything about specific changes that need to be made in that contract? And if it doesn't, then is that a failing of it?
No, it does. It does. Again, I haven't gone through the details, but on a number of different fronts, the Department of Justice report identifies things that are in the police contracts that are impediments. For example, I'll go back to early intervention system. There is a reference in the report that specifically talks about things in the collective bargaining agreements that will need to be changed to fully implement an early warning system. There are things regarding training and for example, I don't know if this is specifically in the report, but it's something that we focused on during the task force. Because of the vagaries of the seniority process and picking shifts, we keep sending way too many very young officers out into the most dangerous neighborhoods on the midnight
Part of the
shift.
reason that I wanted to...
That is ludicrous, and it sets them up for failure. That has got to change, but that's something that clearly has to be addressed through the collective bargaining process. And there are other things that we identified in the task force. One of the other things that's in the report is changing the language in the collective bargaining agreement so that victims don't have to file an affidavit accompanying a complaint about alleged misconduct on the part of police officers, and there are other things that are there. So I think many of the recommendations in the report track the things that we talked about in the task force report, and obviously go deeper and beyond what we covered in the task force report.
What page is that?
A look at 111, 111, 112.
111 is a hot page.
It is a hot page. It's one that I read, so I know it off the top of my head. Other questions or comments? Yes, sir. Well, I'm still the president of the police board, so for now we have an important role, I think, in addressing allegations of serious misconduct. But beyond that, I'm going to continue to, express my First Amendment right as a citizen of the city who cares about the department very much, and who cares about people in the communities that need good constitutional policing services. So I will not hesitate, as I'm doing today, to express my opinion when I think that it is constructive and can move forward towards solutions.
Will you apply for U.S. Attorney again?
I saw the reports about that. I'm focused on doing my client work. I'm focused on contributing in a way that I think is helpful. Obviously, if there's no secret that I'm interested in making sure that federal resources are fully utilized to help with the violence in particular. So I'm going to do what I can to think that to be helpful. We have a U.S. attorney. There's no vacancy, so there's no applicant. Well, I don't know that.
If there is, will you apply?
If there is a vacancy, I will give it serious consideration, of course.
And what about mayor? That's out the window?
I've answered that question many, many times. I am not running for mayor. Any other questions?
Are you the person that's going to hold his feet to the fire at least?
I think there are going to be a lot of people who are going to be adding logs to a fire to spur change, and I won't be the only one for sure. Any other questions, comments?
Can I ask one last question?
Yes, sir.
Why do you think we have so many more murders and shootings?
Well, I'm not as, I'll start by saying I'm not a social scientist, and I think that's really a question that has to be answered by them. But I'll attempt an answer because it's obviously something that is concerning to me, and I've given a significant amount of thought to. I think it's a combination of the following. One, it's no coincidence to me that our violence has spiked at the same time that we haven't had a budget in Springfield. Our social service structure depends upon organizations at the community and grassroots level to deliver interventions like interventions for young people, interventions for ex-offenders. And as of spring of 15, when the budget impasse was in full bloom, a lot of those social services agencies were told the money's gone, either use your own services or we can't provide you with any more state funding. So the fact that that happened at the same time that we started to see the violence uptick, and then of course in 2016 really spiked to historic levels, I can't believe that that's a coincidence. I think there is a cause and effect correspondence. I think the other thing is that the reality is that in many of these crime-plagued neighborhoods, take Austin, take Inglewood, take North Lawndale, Roseland, West Guilford Park, these are neighborhoods that have historically been underinvested. You go blocks in many of these neighborhoods and you don't see stores. There are not community anchors like grocery stores, good schools, movie theaters, the kind of things that many of us take for granted just simply don't exist in those neighborhoods. You also see the kind of classic poverty indicators. Many of these neighborhoods have unemployment rates that are 50% or higher. I mean, imagine living in a place where 50% of the able-bodied adults don't have a job, have no prospects for a job, and haven't had a job for years. What does that tell our kids that are growing up in those neighborhoods? I mean, you know as well as I do that a lot about getting a job is having a network. And the network starts with your family. The network starts with people in your neighborhood. But if everyone around you has historically and chronically been either underemployed or unemployed, that gives those kids a huge challenge to try to get and become responsible parts of our society. And then, of course, we can't underestimate the scourge of illegal handguns. We have more guns in this city than New York or LA. We see that in the increasing number of guns that CPD pulls off the streets every single year, despite, in 2016 was no different. Like I think the final number is like 8,000 guns, twice as much as LA or New York. And it's not because we have a better strategy, it's not because we focus more on gun violence, it's because there's just more guns that are out there. And you know, ATF and CPD issue annual reports talking about where those guns come from. They come from Indiana, they come from Wisconsin, they come from Mississippi, they come from gun stores that ring many of our most impoverished neighborhoods. So we've got to get a handle on the illegal guns. We need to make sure that federal prosecutions are up to the levels that they can and should be in prosecuting repeat and violent gun offenders. And we need to do more on the state side. Obviously, there's legislation in Springfield that is intended to address that issue. But it's a combination of all of these factors, I think, that has led to the increase in violence. And if we're really going to get at that, we have to have a plan that recognizes all of those bundles of factors that are drivers of violence, and the plan has to address every single one of them and more. But importantly, we've got to empower people in those most crime-plagued neighborhoods to address the challenges and the poverty and the guns and the violence in their neighborhoods. We can't keep having a circumstance, and I think about this, frankly, as a mother. We can't keep having a circumstance where kids, before they learn their ABCs, learn duck and cover, where they can't take advantage of the richness that this city deserves because they're fearful of leaving their house. We are in that place in way too many neighborhoods in our city, and we have got to do a better job at addressing that. That has got to be a huge, huge mandate. And we talked before about leadership. We got to have leadership on those issues. And I know, and I've frankly been in a lot of conversations over the last couple months with a number of stakeholders who are committed to changing the tide in 2017, and I am confident that we can. Anything else, folks? All right, thank you all.
What do you really think?
You should never give a lawyer an open mic, because you're going to, well, it's a passionate Chicagoan. Thank you all.
Documents, they have observed Chicago Police Department officers on the job. And on the basis of this exhaustive review, the Department of Justice has concluded that there is reasonable cause to believe that the Chicago Police Department engages in a pattern or practice of use of excessive force in violation of the Fourth Amendment to the Constitution. Our investigation found that this pattern or practice is in no small part the result of severely deficient training procedures and accountability systems. Now, as my colleagues will explain in greater detail, CPD does not give its officers the training they need to do their jobs safely, effectively, and lawfully. It fails to properly collect and analyze data, including data on misconduct complaints and training deficiencies, and it does not adequately review use of force incidents to determine whether force was appropriate or lawful, or whether the use of force could have been avoided altogether. All of these issues are compounded by poor supervision and oversight, leading to low officer morale and an erosion in officer accountability. These are serious problems, and they bear serious consequences for all Chicagoans. And as I said when I announced this investigation, the systems and policies that fail ordinary citizens also fail the vast majority of Chicago Police Department officers who risk their lives every day to serve and protect the people of Chicago. And during the course of our investigation, the department heard from countless officers who were themselves disillusioned and discouraged by strained trust, by inadequate training, poor oversight, and inattention to officer wellness and safety. Now, those officers are proud to wear the badge, but they recognize that they lack the support, both from the community and from the city, to properly do their jobs. And they understand that repairing trust with the communities that they serve will require difficult and meaningful reforms. Now, to Chicago's credit, the city has not been standing still since we announced our investigation at the end of 2015. Under the leadership of Mayor Emanuel and Superintendent Johnson, Chicago Police Department has taken a number of encouraging steps to improve oversight and to encourage community-oriented policing. But our report makes clear that there is still considerable work to be done, work that will require federal partnership and independent oversight. And that is why I am pleased to announce today that the Department of Justice and the City of Chicago have agreed to begin negotiations on an independently monitored, court-enforceable consent decree. And in the days ahead, we will continue speaking to local residents, local authorities, to officers, to ordinary citizens, to gather their perspectives about the challenges facing this city and the changes needed to address them. Now, of course, this announcement comes at a critical juncture for this proud city. Chicago is grappling with a deeply troubling rise in violent crime, one that has already claimed far too many lives. Now, fighting violent crime has long been a priority for the Justice Department as well. And we at the Justice Department have brought our full resources to bear on this issue, from the FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals Service, and the DEA, who've participated in joint task forces to combat violence, to the department's Violence Reduction Network. Now, our efforts to work closely with local authorities to fight violence in a number of ways began long before we opened this investigation, and they will continue during and after this investigation. And no one understands that better than Zach Farden. Under his outstanding leadership, the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Northern District of Illinois has worked literally around the clock to tackle gun violence, gang cases, and other serious crimes afflicting this great city. And at the same time that Zach's office actively partnered with our Civil Rights Division on this pattern and practice investigation, the prosecutors in his office in 2016 charged the highest number of illegal firearm cases in any year since 2004. So the U.S. Attorney's Office here and federal investigative agencies have truly ramped up their efforts to help stem the recent rise in violence. But as I have seen firsthand from my community policing tour, that work is undermined if the community does not trust law enforcement. And that's why, in addition to increasing intelligence efforts and enhancing crime-fighting operations, we're also working with the city on a range of other critical initiatives, from youth outreach to counseling for the victims of crime. And these efforts will continue, and they will only be strengthened by the reforms that we are announcing today. because successfully reducing and preventing violent crime requires a collaborative and trusting relationship between officers and residents. And where that relationship is broken, as it is in far too many of Chicago's neighborhoods, it's much harder to solve crimes and reduce violence. By making the changes necessary to bring constitutional, community-oriented policing to Chicago, the city and the police department will place itself in a much stronger position to combat the scourge of violence. And finally, I want to commend the people of Chicago for their patience and for their resilience throughout this long process. Community police relations is an especially difficult issue. It taps into long histories, deep beliefs, and strong opinions, and there's no lack of strong opinions here in Chicago. But it also forces us to honestly acknowledge the ways in which our society has fallen short in extending the protection of our laws to all Americans. It does not yield to swift or simple solutions. But meaningful change is never easy. The task of realizing the promise of our country has always been hard. And here in Chicago, thanks to the determination and the commitment of countless public officials, police officers, advocates, and citizens, we've taken the first step towards meaningful change and a brighter future. The people of this city have recognized that there is work to be done, and they've committed themselves to seeing that work through to the end. And the Department of Justice will stand beside you along the way. And I'm confident that when we are finished, when this review is finished and the changes are set in place, Chicago will be a stronger, a safer, and a more united city for everyone who calls it home. And at this time, I'll turn things over to Vanita Gupta, the head of the Civil Rights Division, who will say more about our findings. Thank you.
Good morning, and thank you, Attorney General Lynch, and thank you also to U.S. Attorney Zach Farden. I am deeply grateful for the extraordinary work of the DOJ.
This is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, folks, we are on breaking news here on the Fox 10 News Now stream. A major accident at 147th Drive in Camelback. You're looking at a head-on collision. Latest info that we have, 3 critical and 1 trauma patient involved here. So very, very horrible scene here that we're able to bring to you, unfortunately, this evening. Stay right here with us, folks. Sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out. As you can see here,
is a Fox 10 News Alert.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream. Thanks to everyone joining us live right now on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You are looking at a major accident at 147th Drive in Camelback, dealing with a head-on collision. You can see first responders there on the scene still treating those involved in this accident here. We're being told, this is the latest update that we have from the fire department, that the crews on scene are responding to a two-vehicle head-on collision that also right now involving 3 pedestrians as well. The latest toll right here is 3 critical patients and 1 trauma code at this point. Also reports of 2 patients trapped still in those vehicles there. Still very active scene here on the Fox 10 News Now stream this evening here. You could see the helicopter is there waiting to take some of these patients to the hospital right now. This is a very, very active scene here. Viewer discretion is advised on the Fox 10 News Now stream this evening here. We do have an update as well from the police department as more crews are on the scene here of this head-on collision involving several patients being transported. No pedestrians involved, okay? So that earlier word was there was pedestrians involved. Okay, no pedestrians involved. No further information at this time. The chopper is flying to PCH. So our thoughts right now with the victims of this head-on collision crash. Folks, sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out. We'll get back to Sky Fox as soon as it comes back, but our thoughts are with those involved here. Unfortunate scene there this evening. We're wishing the very best for all those loved ones and family members. You continue to watch live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. As bear with us here on this shot as it goes a little bit in and out. A lot of you right now on the Fox 10 Facebook stream are hoping for best prayers going out to those family members and friends all associated with that crash. We'll continue to monitor this feed here for you. So you can see, though, our Sky Fox shot just going a little bit in and out. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you here for the next 10 minutes. Mary Kate is coming up next. Be sure to check on Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 this evening for full updates to this crash here. Let's take it back now. Sometimes our Sky Fox shot goes a little bit in and out, but stay here right with us. You are continuing to watch live breaking news here of this major accident, 147th Drive and Camelback, with this head-on collision. You guys are watching from all over the country right now. Is our thoughts are with those. You could see that chopper is now heading to the hospital right now. Phoenix Children's Hospital is where it's headed there, so hopefully they'll be able to be saved there. So, wow, I know a lot of you are very, very concerned there right now. We're continuing to watch live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com, over this horrible head-on collision. There you could see the scene is very active right now. Many first responders there. Dozens of first responders there at the scene. Another example of what our first responders have to do. You know, they get the call and they just go. They don't know what the scene is going to be like. They don't know what they are going to encounter when they get there, but they do it time in and time out. So we do have to always thank our first responders for the outstanding work that they always do heading to a scene. And look at that head-on collision there. Wow, that is a terrible, terrible wreck that we are dealing with right now this evening here. You are all watching live right now on the Fox 10 News Now stream. I wish we all met tonight on some better news, but unfortunately we are talking about this breaking news alert here on the Fox 10 and News Now stream. As soon as more details do become available, we will pass that along to you. I encourage you all to watch Fox 10 News at 9 and 10 this evening. We do stream as well, fox10phoenix.com. And there you go. You can see that terrible, terrible accident, everybody. If you're just joining us here, welcome to the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be with you here for the next 7 minutes. Mary Kate is coming up next. Sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out for us. We thank you for your patience. Sometimes, signals can get a little bit crossed. That leaves us to get the screen black for just a moment here, but our thoughts are with everyone involved in that terrible accident. 147th Drive and Camelback. You saw moments ago of what it looked like with that head-on collision there, and boy, it just does not look good. You could see that the destruction there, and what they always say, material things, they come, they go. Sometimes, things get damaged, but there's one thing that you can never replace, and that's a loved one. So we are hoping that everyone is able to make it out of this crash here. 3 critical and 1 trauma is what we are hearing at this moment here. But when you take a look at that scene, it's amazing that they were able to pull people out of there still alive. When you take a look at really just how that happened. Wow. Please be safe there on the roadways, everyone. You just never know. And everyone watching live right now from all over the country, I know so many of you are sending your well wishes for the victims of this major accident happening at 147th Drive and Camelback. As you can see, those first responders there doing the very best job that they can given the circumstances. Day in and day out, they respond to these accidents, and they look so bad. And when you see a scene like this, it's amazing how they are so professional at times and just don't break it down there at the scene like so many of us would. But they are true professionals, these first responders. They go to the scene where they don't know what they are going to encounter, and they do it time in and time out. So when you do see those first responders there at a scene, or maybe you're even at a grocery store and you see some fire officials there getting some food as well, maybe some paramedics there as well, just say thank you to them. They do such a thankless job that they do. But we really need to all rally around them and really let them know that we are always thinking about those first responders as well. Continuing to watch live here on the Fox 10 News Now stream, part of fox10phoenix.com. If you haven't already shared this post, I heavily encourage you to do, especially if you are local, to remind your friends and your family members to please always be safe when you're behind that wheel. We're looking at, this investigation will take some time to do. Right now, the major concern is the well-being of those victims that were inside those two vehicles there. And then the investigation will be ongoing to try to determine how this all happened here. I'm your host, Mike Page, going to be now sending it over to my colleague, Mary Kate, who's going to be with you for the next 2 hours on fox10phoenix.com. Stay right here with us on Facebook Live as well. Sometimes that shot goes a little bit in and out. I'm going to come back on camera just so when we get that shot established again, we'll go back to it. I know it is a hard scene to look at, so I appreciate everybody with their concern. I know it is not being lost there in the comments. I'm seeing some just absolute great comments by the community here on Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook Live. You guys are amazing during these breaking news events. It's such a hard scene to look at sometimes, isn't it, when you take a shot at that? All right, folks, Mary Kate is coming up next. Please have a safe weekend, everybody. It's going to be a holiday weekend, and I'll see you all on Monday.
All right, everybody, what looks like we did lose that feed. Bear with us here for just a second while I switch you guys over to something else here on the Fox News Now stream. All right, everybody. Well, welcome to the Fox News Now stream. I am your host, Mary Kay Gaffney. I'm going to be taking you into the next few hours here on the stream. We have a lot of top stories to take you to this evening. You guys, it's Friday the 13th. I'm just saying, it could be a crazy night, okay? There's going to be a full moon as well. So let's all remain calm. Let's have a safe evening. And don't do anything stupid. Let's all be safe, okay? It's Friday the 13th. Let's take you to some top stories here on the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to bring up some of the things that I've got ready for you guys here. Really cool car show happening here in Phoenix. And just, I think it's in a week or so, or I think the first one's on Sunday. But we did have our reporter here, Corey, live there earlier today, showing us all the cool cars here at this car show. So if you're a car fan, you'll really like this segment. So let me pull this up for you guys. And it's not long, so we'll take you to some more top stories if you're not a car fan. But I think these cars look pretty cool. So let's take you there.
And with Corey one last time, those cool classic cars out at the Biltmore.
What's that? We're coming up.
Hey, Corey.
Yeah, you're not just coming up. You're on,
you guys,
buddy.
sorry about that. I know. I'm always distracted at an event like this. This is Rich, and Rich, let's step aside so we can see the glory of this Maserati race car, driven by Carroll Shelby, the famous Sterling Moss. So what year is it? What's its race history, real fast?
1955. It was a factory race car, originally driven primarily by Roberto Mieres, and during that time, all of the factory drivers would switch cars. So during that time, Sterling Moss won the British Grand Prix in 1955 in this car.
Boy, it takes a lot of nerve to drive a car like that fast, doesn't it? All those open wheels. Thanks for sharing it with us. And Steve Evans, real quickly, we'll see two more cars, but tell me, when should people come? What are the nuts and bolts of the weekend?
You bet. On Saturday, we have two great panels happening. Pioneer Legends, Pioneer Women in Racing, our Legends panel with Janet Guthrie and Lynn St. James, and then we also have a panel at 2 o'clock with Bobby Rahal about team ownership. Fantastic stuff.
Okay.
The actual Concord Elegance is on Sunday, and for both events, tickets are available at the door, so we welcome people to come on down.
Steve, thank you so much. And real quickly, my friend, Renault, 1908, Paris.
Right.
This was a taxi?
Yours is a taxi cab. It had two seats that faced the wrong way, if you will, as an option, and it was monumental in the Allies winning the First World War.
Thank goodness.
From the city out to the front lines.
I love it. Thank you, my friend. And real quickly, here's the man with the Lincoln.
Yes, sir.
1933. Gosh, I love your car. Give me 10 seconds on it. What do you love the most?
What do I love the most? The whole car. It just
Of course you do.
runs great, looks great. Wonderful car.
You got it. Hey, Ivy, thank you for helping us. Everyone's met Ivy, right? What do you think about this car, sweetheart?
I think this car is gonna win. I just don't know which car is gonna win because I think all of the cars are gonna win because they all look cool.
She's a doll.
And with Corey one. Well, how about this now? Corey's checking out cool classic cars.
Hey, Corey.
Oh, morning, you guys. You know, I'm always bleary. I'm in a bleary world of chrome and paint, and I'm just such a fan of what's happening. We're here at the Concord Elegance here at the Biltmore. It's going to be a big event on Sunday, and Steve Evans is here with us. Steve, you're a car lover.
I am indeed.
You would have to be.
Absolutely.
And what a gorgeous lineup you've got here. We're only showing about 7 or 8 of these cars right
Just
now.
a little sneak preview of the cars that'll be out here on Sunday.
Yeah. Well, first of all, this beautiful MG. We're going to head right down the road. Tell me about it.
Well, this is a fantastic MG.
Is this the owner?
And this is the
Oh, well, you've got 30 seconds. Give me your best shot, friend.
Okay. This is a 1935 MG. It was basically the first of the pre-war MGs built back in the 30s. They're used primarily for racing. And the great man that designed it was Mr. Kimber, and we all think he's wonderful.
Oh.
So anyway, it's pretty much restored. It's been set up for racing with the wheels. I mean, the fenders and mud guards put on it, and the special windshields.
I'd love to see you in about 3 hot laps just around the veranda here.
Yeah.
If you could come right through the portico share, that'd be awesome. Thanks for sharing it with us.
It'd be better to race around.
All right, we'll do it. It'll be a grudge match. Hello, friend.
Hi.
Oh my
Gary.
gosh, Gary, nice to see you. Tell me about your Lincoln.
Well, this is a Brun-bodied 1937.
They're out of Buffalo, is that right?
Buffalo, New York. And that year they took in 29 cars. They made 3 like this.
Any idea who the family was that was first squired around in this car?
We believe it was the Baldwin piano people because they got a picture of this car right in front of their house in Detroit.
Love it. Oh, and that, Steve, that's one thing I love about an event like yours, the history. There's cars are inevitably tied to great moments in history, and isn't that true? This is Kevin Cornish. Kevin, we recognize this lady on the hood there.
Yep.
Oh, and what's the name of this?
Flying Ecstasy.
The Flying Ecstasy, right. Well, tell me about your rolls. Give me about 30 good seconds.
1951 Rolls-Royce, originally ordered by the Danish embassy, which is why it's Danish blue.
Uh-huh.
They thought it was a little too ostentatious, so they sent it back to the factory and got black.
Oh, really? Too much for the Danes.
And
Yeah,
it came, a lawyer bought it in 1965 here from Phoenix, and it's been here ever since.
Oh, boy. Thanks for sharing it with us. We appreciate it. Oh, my favorite Corvette of all time, the 63 split window. Mike, could you go to the back and show those beautiful hips and that beautiful split window? Is it true, my friend, that some owners, I've heard, is this a rumor, or was it, they might have actually taken out this split?
In 1960,
because they couldn't see well enough.
No, in 1964, the split.
Right, I know it went away.
And
Did anyone
because
actually saw it out?
They actually sawed it out and put a solid window back.
I wish those people could come back to life. I'd like to kick them in the pants.
Trying to put them back together, but
Yeah.
the problem is the parts aren't available
I'll bet
anymore.
they're not. Well, thanks for sharing it with us. Oh, now I have to admit, I'm a 356 fan. Friend, thanks for bringing out the... Oh, look, we've got a friend in here. What year is your Porsche?
This is the 62 356.
Oh, yeah.
And it's a super coupe. And this is my friend Ivy.
Hello, Ivy. I love your car, by the way. This is the cutest. Get your hands up there on the wheel if you can. Oh, yeah. You look like dynamite back there. Now, Ivy, the good news about Ivy is she's part of our Make-A-Wish crew. And just so you know, if you come out...
The judger.
Oh, you're judging everything?
Oh.
So
Judger.
far, come out with me, honey. Let's step out. So far, which car do you like the best?
Oh, she's a judge.
I mostly like in this car because it's nice and red.
Yeah, I like red ones too.
nice
Now,
and
there's a
red.
red one back here. How about this one? It's kind of funny looking, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's all this under here? Let's look under there.
That's I think that's where the motor comes from.
Oh, I think the motor is in there.
she's right.
It looks like a big fish mouth, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I wonder what it would eat if it was a fish.
I think you would eat bait.
Yeah, probably would eat bait.
Ivy.
I think you're exactly right. Well, let's run down and see this last one. We have to run because all my friends back at the TV station are saying, "Hey, why, Corey? Why are you talking so much, Corey? Look at this. This looks like. Have you ever heard of Willy Wonka?
Yeah.
Oh,
Chitty Chitty Bang Bang kind of.
My dad showed me it, and these little guys that make the chocolate pool. They're little like once they sing like this funny song.
Oh, they go Oompa Loompa Doopa Dee Doo. This is a car that's just right for you. What?
It's actually, it goes, I have another mission for you.
Yes, that is the way it goes. This is Ivy, and she knows just about everything. She'll be one of your judges at the Concours d'Elegance right here at the Biltmore. Let's wave to Andrea and Troy back there.
Hi, sweet
They're my
Ivy.
TV friends.
You're beautiful.
See you soon.
We love
in
Ivy.
every way.
And smart,
Yes.
right? Sharp.
Mwah. Mwah.
So that was really cute. I just wanted to share that with you guys. That was 2 live shots that I showed you guys with Corey. He's a great reporter here at Fox 10, and that little girl was so cute. But even if you're not a car fan, seeing some of those old cars can be really interesting. They almost look cooler back in the day than they do now. Doesn't it seem like now on the roads everything looks the same? You know, every once in a while you see something that looks cool, but I don't know, back in the day, the cars looked way cooler. All right, you guys, let's take you to some other top stories here on the Fox News Now stream. Again, I always appreciate you guys sharing your comments and opinions in the live chat. Love reading what you have to say on the air here. Again, I'm your host, Mary Kay Gaffney, and I'm taking you into the next couple hours here on the show. So let's get you guys all caught up on what else is going on in the world here today. Patriots Day is a really cool movie that just came out, and we have a movie critic in the studio to tell us more about it.
My favorite segment of the week.
I think
with
so.
Michael Dixon.
And there's
Thank
a lot
you.
of movies out right now.
Yeah, there are a lot of movies out, and thank you very much. This is the one that I was really looking forward to seeing that really made me happy that I went to see. It was Patriots Day.
Oh.
This is the story, the retelling of the Boston Marathon bombing.
Right.
And it stars Mark Wahlberg. It is well directed. The script is tight. But the most important thing about this is because the story is really about the people, the individuals, the victims, the first responders, the investigators, and then, of course, the pursuit of the Tsarnaev brothers, which was really good, and they look just like them. And interestingly enough, they would cut away to actual footage, distant footage, the ones that were taken from the top, the surveillance cameras, and so you had some of that. So, I mean, it was a very realistic, a lot of verisimilitude as they go through it, the capture, everything. They didn't exaggerate anything. They didn't exploit anything. It was a true human story about a human tragedy. And so I absolutely loved it. Stars Mark Wahlberg, Michelle Monaghan, whom I really like, Kevin Bacon, J.K. Simmons, John Goodman. Really an extraordinary cast, many of them doing roles that you wouldn't associate with them. And so I absolutely recommend it. You feel the despair, the pride of the city, and the resilience of Boston. I mean, it's just really a very
Glad
good.
to hear that. We had John Goodman on the show, and he was fantastic.
One of my
It seemed like
favorite
they really
actors.
got it right. So
yeah,
good.
absolutely.
Glad you like it.
Absolutely. The next one that I want to talk about is 20th Century Woman. This is really an extraordinary film, and at first when I'm telling you about it, you might think you're not going to like it, but you will. It's a coming-of-age story for every character in the film, including Annette Bening, who plays an over 50-year-old mother of a 15-year-old boy. Right? She's 50, he's 15, single mom, not quite sure how to raise a boy. She has a big home that she's trying to remodel and takes in boarders. Among them, a young 17-year-old girl, Elle Fanning. Greta Gerwig is in it, another one of my favorites. Billy Crudup, wonderful as the handyman. But it's all about raising this 15-year-old boy. But it's not about the 15-year-old boy. He's the catalyst to show how all of the other characters kind of mature and come to an age where, come to a new maturity, I should put it that way. It's an engaging film. You love each of these characters. Elle Fanning is terrific, as she always is. Wonderful role for Annette Bening. It is not glamorous. It is working mom who smokes too much, and you can see it when there's the kid. Wonderful kid in this film. Wonderful moments of happiness and joy and confusion. And it's not like any other coming-of-age story. This one will really get to you. I really recommend it. 94% of critics, 95% of audiences love this film.
Okay.
Okay, Live by Night. I was really looking forward to this, and it turns out to be the disappointment of the week. This is Ben Affleck starring in it, directing it. Another good cast. Elle Fanning again. Brendan Gleeson, Zoe Saldana is in it. So, story set during the Prohibition. Affleck is a small-time gangster, gets involved with the real rival mobs, Italian and Irish in New York. The acting is good. Affleck is a good director, but the plot goes nowhere. There's nothing compelling about this film. It goes from point A to point B to point C to point who cares. It just doesn't hold your interest. And it could have, but it just can't. Why? It's the writing, it's the story. If you don't have that, you don't have a film. You keep waiting for it to grab you, but it never does. A couple of real quick mentions. Monster trucks. This is for younger audiences and families. About a teenager who builds a monster truck out of spare parts, kind of wrecks it in an oil field, and uncovers a monster.
Whoa.
But it's really interesting and good for the whole family. Not a horror film, but it's something the whole family can see. And my last recommendation is Julieta. This is a a film for people who like subtitled films. It's Spanish, beautiful images, wonderfully acted, sophisticated story, brilliantly directed. This is my favorite film of the week, actually. Very unusual. If you like foreign films, this one you should really see, and it's out there now. But by all means, a lot to choose from. And everyone ought to go see Patriots Day. It really tells the story of something that's contemporary for us and in our experience. So I think that would be a great one for everybody.
And it seemed like they went really deep into the investigation, too,
yes,
about how they found these guys as quickly as they did.
Absolutely, absolutely. And it is amazing that they found them as quickly as they did. And the pursuit and the ruthlessness, I mean, it's really a good film.
Michael, as always.
Thank you.
Great work.
All right.
Have a great week.
Well, that's a disappointment that Ben Affleck one flopped. But, I didn't really see a lot of promotion for that movie. Did you? I didn't see very many previews about it. I didn't really hear about it on the radio. You can always tell when a movie's not going to do well when they don't pay a lot in advertising. I mean, I didn't even hear about that movie. Did you guys? Oh, well. Ben Affleck's got to do what he's got to do. He's made some other great ones. So it's okay to have a flop every once in a while, right? They still get paid a very nice paycheck. All right, you guys, let's take you into some other top stories here on the Fox News Now stream. It is Friday the 13th, everybody. And it's going to be a full moon as well. Tweet me the pictures of what you see, where your full moon is. Tweet me at Mary Kate Fox 10. I want to see those pictures. But again, it's going to be a safe evening, Friday the 13th. Is anyone in the chat superstitious? I was telling Mike earlier, my co-host, that I'm a little superstitious. I don't know why. When I spill salt, I throw it over my left shoulder, and then it's like I get scared and I keep doing it, and then my parents are like, what's with the salt everywhere? You just wasted half a can of salt. But you gotta do it if you're superstitious. So, all right, you guys, let's not get off track here. Let's take you into some top stories here. Oh, the mics are down. That's why you guys thought the audio was low. Sorry about that. Can you hear me better now? Can you hear it better now? I don't want to yell. But let me know in the chat. Is that better? I'll wait to see what you guys have to say. Can you hear me better now? I can't keep... Mic check. All right, let's take you into some other top stories here on the Fox News Now stream. Great live shot from our reporter, Liz. So this was really interesting. This at the Home and Garden show, and they're showcasing tiny houses there. And it's one of the funniest live shots I've seen towards the end when she's trying to fit in these tiny houses. It's just really funny to see. She's an amazing reporter, and got to give it up to her trying to walk around in these tiny houses and also, be talking on the news at the same time. Frida saying the sound is much better. Good. Florence saying much better. Good. Glad you guys can hear me now. I wasn't sure if I was talking really lightly or just the mics were down. So, okay. Let's take you to this segment, and you guys let me know what you think in the chat.
Well, the Maricopa County Home and Garden Show is this weekend.
And one of the hottest things out there is that tiny home street of dreams. Oh, look, it's just the right size for you, Goldilocks.
Nap time.
Yes, and this is one of the fancier ones. I mean, they're all pretty nice, but you're like living in the lap of luxury in this one. It's called Escape, or at least it's built by people, and their company is named Escape. And this is a room. This is one of a couple rooms here, and it's incredible how these people put all this together. This is Dave. He's just kind of relaxing here on the couch. First of all, how much does this run for?
This unit here runs around $92,000.
$92,000. And as we take a look, you can see we have a loft up here. You could hang out. You can put another mattress. How did you decide where to put everything so that you're making the most out of the space that you have?
Well, what we want to do is always make it user-friendly. And the main level seems to be a very common question, and it could be done. So we went with what the customer wanted and made a one-level laundry and bedroom.
Yeah, and you can see the laundry, if we can turn around, is in the bathroom. So you figured it out, Dave. I think you did a pretty great job here. So people they are able to come in here all weekend. You can check this out yourself. How about that fancy shower? Okay, so this is one of them. There are a bunch that you can check out here at the Home and Garden Show as I very awkwardly step outside here so I don't fall. We're going to go over to this one now. This one's incredible, too. Come on up. roundup. I want you to see this one. Just as fancy and kind of a different color scheme for this one. And I just don't know where the builder would be. He's supposed to be meeting me for some sort of an interview. Oh, Nathan. Of course I find you here. Because, I mean, this is, I'm sure, your favorite part of this home. And you want to show people just because it's a tiny house doesn't mean you can't relax and live large, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so tell me how you created this whole thing. What was your vision?
Just watching the different shows, what people wanted, what people liked, what the must-haves were.
Yes. You are so happy to be in this position right now, aren't you?
Oh, very much.
Yeah, so how much does this home run for?
This one is 89.5.
Okay, and how many square feet?
This one is 344.
Amazing. So did you get into this because of the show?
Just the popularity of it.
The popularity of it. Do you have a lot of people calling you and asking for things like this?
Starting to.
Yeah, starting to?
Yes.
Okay. Would you ever live in a tiny home?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Why?
Just, it's easy. You can move it around. It's convenient. They're inexpensive.
Yeah.
It's easier to live.
Yeah.
As far as financially.
For sure. Okay, Nathan, thank you. So I want to show you guys. This is the coolest part. I'm going to go up here without breaking my neck, hopefully. It's Friday the 13th, though, so knowing my luck, it's probably going to happen. But this is one of 2 loft spaces, okay? So you got the mattress up here. There's this one. And then, you want to turn around, Eric, so you can see that one? Then there's that space there. And then, Andrea and Troy, check this out. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. It's a closet that you can stand up in, and there's a ton of room, and they've got, I know we can't show you, but they have racks and everything. So you can come on in here and check this out yourself. There's a nice window. What do you guys think? Could you do it?
Yeah, maybe.
Troy and Andrea?
Not with kids. Definitely not with kids. That would be tight quarters. But I like the look of that one. That was beautiful.
Well, they did a nice job with that.
Yeah.
Those stairs, though, could be treacherous for me in the middle of the night.
She did pretty good getting up there with heels and a microphone.
Alice in Wonderland, like when she drank the drink that made her too big or whatever, and she's kind of squatting next to there.
Wasn't that amazing at the end when she's trying to fit by the bed and it just looks so much smaller than you realize? I just thought that was the best part of her live shot. She's a great reporter here at Fox 10. I just thought that was super funny. And again, those actually looked pretty cool. And they're pretty well priced. I mean, think about that. It's only, what'd she say, it was like $89,000 just to have that whole house. But it depends on what you're into. Tiny houses are kind of cool, right? All right, you guys, let's take you into some more top stories here on the Fox News Now stream. It is Friday the 13th. I know I keep saying it, but crazy things can happen on Friday the 13th. Ooh, you have to be careful at all times. And again, there's going to be a full moon tonight. Tweet me your pictures of that if you want at Mary Kate Fox 10. I want to see how it looks to you. I know that you guys aren't all watching from Phoenix. We're streaming live out of Phoenix, but I know some of you are probably watching from all different parts of the U.S. I think someone in the chat said they were watching from Detroit. I myself am from Cincinnati, Ohio. So, hey, you could be watching from anywhere. Tweet me your pictures. I'd love to see it. But let's take you to some more top stories here. We did actually have Steve Harvey in Trump Tower earlier. This is a very short clip, but he was in Trump Tower. And let's see what he had to say from earlier today.
Some of the things the president-elect said during the campaign trail about the inner cities.
Yeah.
Are your doubts fully gone, or are you going to still try and work them out with them?
Well, I mean, look, you don't kill it with one conversation, but you can start it with the conversation. So, a lot about what people say, well, now it's time to see what you do. So, and he said he wanted to do something. You can't beat better than that, and so we're going to see. I've been put in contact with Ben Carson, which was great. I spoke with him, and so we're going to get some things started. And they have a plan for the inner cities, but they need help. And so that's why they called me. And so I'm assuming, and so we'll see what I can do.
Steve, do you support the Sessions nomination?
The Sessions nomination? Yeah. I don't really know anything about it.
I mean, Ed, you were asking that, he had a testy hearing this week in which some questioned whether or not he was on the right side of history in terms of his work in the civil rights.
Yeah.
You can't.
Well, yeah, I mean,
But is it something you've noticed sort of?
well, I don't really like commenting on stuff I don't really understand or know about. You know, I'm not a politician, man, to be honest with you. I'm hoping that these people can straighten it all out, but I want to get in here and just do my share. And I had a good conversation, and man, so moving forward, it ought to be good. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all very much. Thank you, guys.
All right, well, that was Steve Harvey in Trump Tower. Pretty funny. You never know who you're going to see in Trump Tower. Sometimes we have Kanye West. Other times we have, you know, Ivanka walking by. It's just, you never know who you're going to see. All right, let's take you to the next top story here that I have for you guys. Let me pull this up. Fox 10 anchor Troy bringing you guys the latest news from here and across the U.S.
Time for the Friday movie review. Michael Dixon, always great to hear what he thinks on things, and he's going to look at Mark Wahlberg, Ben Affleck, Jamie Foxx new movie, so some interesting stuff, and he's always, I think he's pretty dead on when it comes to his assessment.
Definitely. All right, and the entertainment doesn't stop there. We are going to tell you more about an upcoming dance festival that's taking place in Tempe.
All right, so a lot to get to here in our 9 o'clock hour on this Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Let's get to news now for you at 9:01. We have new information on a shooting investigation in the West Valley. We are learning now the victim has died, and this has become a homicide investigation. Sheriff's deputies contacted before 4 a.m. about a man who was shot at a party near Dobbins and 55th Avenue. He was dropped off with a gunshot wound at a nearby hospital. So MCSO deputies say people inside the home were not cooperative when they arrived. SWAT teams surrounded the home. We brought you live pictures about an hour and a half ago, and we could see that scene was still active there. Everybody inside the home eventually came out, and now they're all being questioned.
So we have at least 12 people detained currently right now at the home. What their involvement is, we're trying to sort that out. We are looking at video surveillance footage from the hospital.
Deputies are checking the hospital surveillance video to see if somebody from that party dropped this person off. So again, murder investigation now. The man once accused of being our freeway shooter, and those freeway shootings really terrifying the valley. A few years ago, back in court this morning. The proceedings began about a half an hour ago. Charges against Leslie Merritt Jr. dropped in April of last year. Released from jail after 7 months behind bars. Well, now his attorneys are fighting to have his weapon returned, to get his gun back. DPS and prosecutors, though, they say no, that he could still be a suspect, and his gun should be held as evidence if they need to test it again. A judge told prosecutors that they needed today to say how much longer they needed to hold that gun as evidence. Prosecutors argue Merritt can't have his gun back because he was arrested last year for an unrelated crime of threatening a woman in Glendale. But the defense says they would take possession of the gun and argue DPS no longer needs it in evidence. We'll keep you updated and see what happens today in the case of Leslie Merritt Jr. Police are looking for a missing teenage girl from Chandler right now, 15-year-old Terry Ann Brooks. Police think she could be in danger. Last seen on Tuesday, and could be with a 40-year-old man named Douglas Jones, who police say is currently the subject of a criminal investigation. So if you have seen Brooks or Jones, or you know where they are, you should call 911. Overnight shooting at an apartment complex in West Phoenix is being investigated. A man shot near 83rd Avenue and McDowell. We don't know his condition. The gunman took off. Police working on getting a description of the suspect. An Arizona congressman has introduced a bill to end the catch and release of illegal immigrants who've been arrested for deportable crimes. So it's called Grant's Law. After the death of a Valley store clerk who was shot and killed in 2015, police say, by an illegal immigrant who was trying to rob that QT. Apolinar Alta Romano had a prior conviction for burglary. He was sentenced to 2 years probation, released on bond. He was awaiting deportation hearings when Grant was shot. So Andy Biggs, who represents Arizona's 5th Congressional District, says Grant's Law will ensure that illegal immigrants who commit deportable crimes are not released back into communities in this way. At the state capitol today, Arizona Governor Doug Ducey is going to unveil his budget plan. We heard a lot about what he wanted to do in his State of the State address earlier this week, and now he's going to tell us how he's going to pay for it. He's going to present that plan to the public during a live stream this afternoon at 2 p.m. The details of the plan aren't yet known, but the governor did talk about funding for education. He wants to give a raise to every single teacher in our state, a bonus for teachers who are willing to work at troubled schools, and help out with student debt for new teachers who are studying to get into that profession here in our state. Big shortage of teachers here in Arizona. The latest move to stop a higher minimum wage in Flagstaff just happened. A group opposing the wage hike has turned in a petition with more than 8,800 signatures. That petition is asking for a special election. The group hopes to repeal Flagstaff minimum wage law, which requires wages to go up to $12 an hour in July. So you remember statewide, voters passed that law that now our minimum wage is $10 an hour. Well, in Flagstaff, they went a step further. And in this summer sometime, I believe it's July, their wage goes up to $12 an hour, their minimum wage. So a group is trying to stop that. So because of that minimum wage hike I just spoke about, could you be paying more on your next camping trip? And I'm talking about the $10 an hour minimum wage. Fees in the Flagstaff and Red Rock Ranger District expected to go up anywhere from $1 to $10. And that hike is in response, yes, to the minimum wage going up, which many of those workers working in the Forest Service and the National Park Service and the State Park Service apparently make. Back here in the Valley, your light rail commute could soon have Wi-Fi. Valley Metro is testing it out. Right now, Wi-Fi available in 2 train cars, and Valley Metro wants feedback from riders to decide whether or not to bring Wi-Fi to more cars. Ron Hoon is in our newsroom now with some brand new stories that we're looking at here at 9:06 on your Friday morning.
All right, Troy, we've been keeping our eye on Paris because we understood that the wheels of justice were really going to start moving this morning. And sure enough, take a look at the images. In from France, 6 people go before a judge today in connection to the high-profile Kim Kardashian armed robbery case. The judge is going to take the first steps to determine whether or not there's enough to actually move forward with the criminal prosecution. On Monday, police investigating the robbery did announce the arrest of 17 people, including the chauffeur who drove Kim Kardashian around Paris in the days leading up to the robbery. Now, the prosecutor in Paris has already placed 4 people under formal investigation, but because it looks like it's such a large ring, they continue to move forward. So they got the first 4. Now they have another 6, so they'll have 10, and we'll wait to see if additional charges are coming. All right, this video is, man, is it getting some talk this morning. If you've ever wondered what it would look like or feel like to be in an avalanche, here you go. A snowboarder up at Whistler in British Columbia barely escaped after it suddenly gave way. The video clip shows him trying to stay above the snow. Of course, we're bleeping out the cuss words here as he's plunging down the hill. At one point, it looks like he's going to be completely buried by the snow while he tries to dodge a few rocks and pine trees. There was an inflatable backpack that helped him to stay above the collapsing snow until he came to a stop, and he reassured those who came to help him at that point that he was okay. Look how fast, man, they get up there quick. They had the guys out on the snowmobiles to check in on him. Hey, the memory of the king, I'm talking about, not King Henry VIII or somebody like that. I'm talking about the king of rock and roll. Lives on in Australia, literally on the other side of the world. The Elvis Festival in Parks, Australia. It's a big year, their 25th anniversary. This year's theme is from the 1964 film classic Viva Las Vegas. Did you like that? I like that sort of heavy-set bearded Elvis. That guy's not going to change his overall look. The guy just getting off the train. So, a husband and wife, Bob and Ann Steele, started this festival, you guys, back in the early 90s. They said there was a time where it looked like the festival wasn't going to really survive, but now they've cleared the hump and it's only getting bigger and better. And I don't know, it has almost a Key West. It's almost like Key West meets Memphis as I look at it now. There in Australia.
You know what bums me out is why do all the Elvis impersonators go for that 70s jumpsuit? Right?
Yeah.
And instead of like the gold lame, like in the 50s, or I think his very best look was that the comeback special, the black leather.
Oh, yeah.
Remember? I mean, it's always the guy with the big glasses and big mutton chops and the kind of the gut.
Yeah. Maybe a lot of them couldn't fit into the leather pants and the leather look.
That could be a problem.
I don't know.
Yeah. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you. Also.
All right, you guys, well, that was a look at your top stories from anchors Ron and Troy here at Fox 10. I appreciate you guys watching with me tonight. I'm your host, Mary Kate Gaffney, taking you into the top stories here to get you guys all caught up on the news. did any of you watch the live stream of Nintendo's new game console? I wouldn't be surprised if you hadn't, because they streamed it pretty late last night out of Japan. But it's still cool. Let me see if I can find it. If it's all... I know that it's all in Japanese, but I know that they have a translator over it. So let's see. But if it's... Let's see. Okay, they live streamed it last night. Oh, okay. This is what confused me, was it's called Switch, and they streamed it on Twitch. So it's very confusing. Let's see if they've got it here. Huh. Well, the new game console seems cool, and again, they did this because they were really having bad sales with the Wii. Did you guys ever try the Wii? When I saw my mom using it to try and play tennis, I thought, you know, I don't know if this is for me. Seems like my parents liked it more. Let's see if they've got it here. Okay, I think we found it. What? Oh, there it is. Sweet. Okay, let me try and bring this up. Right, I know Twitch is the gaming channel, Farida, but I got confused because when I was reading the article, do you guys remember I kept calling it the new Nintendo Twitch, but it wasn't a Twitch, it's the Switch is the name, and Twitch is the video service they were streaming it on, and I just got so confused. I got so confused. Let me just show you guys this really quick. We won't stay on it for long, because I know not everybody is as interested in this as some of you are in the chat. I know some of you like to talk about this stuff, but others are like, I don't know about this new game. But let's just see what it is a little bit, because again, this is one of they're trying to get this to be as big as the first Nintendo console was when it came out. So let's see here. It's so crazy that they live stream this whole thing. Okay. Oh, this is cool. Okay. Is there a translator? Let's just see really quickly.
I'm Tatsumi Kimishima from Nintendo. Thank you very much to all of you who have joined us here today. And thank you to everyone viewing the presentation live online. Many people around the world watched the Nintendo Switch video we released in October of last year and reacted quite positively to it. This video introduced the Nintendo Switch console, Nintendo Switch dock, Joy-Con grip, and 2 Joy-Con controllers, as well as the Pro controller. Nintendo Switch is a console that can be played while connected to your television, but it is also a system you can bring with you to share the fun wherever you go. Nintendo Switch is a brand new kind of home gaming system that offers a wide diversity of play styles. In today's presentation, we intend to provide a detailed introduction to the Nintendo Switch hardware and software. I'd like to begin by introducing the Nintendo Switch launch date, suggested retail price, and online services. Nintendo Switch will release simultaneously on March 3rd, 2017 in Japan, the US, Canada, major European countries, Hong Kong, and other territories. This is the suggested retail price for Nintendo Switch. In Japan, it will be 29,980 yen. In North America, it will be $299.99. For the price in Europe, please check with your local retailer. Next, I have information about Nintendo Switch online services.
So this is pretty cool, and it was nice that they already had a translator. So it's interesting, they streamed this last night in Japan, and again, this is Nintendo's new game console. This is a big deal for people that, you know, if they want to buy their kids something besides an Xbox or something, there's other options out there now. So again, this is Nintendo rebooting with a new Switch game console. They unveiled this console last night, and it works both at home and on the go as it tries to offset disappointing Wii sales. It's complete with Sony's big selling. Yeah, and they're trying to compete. They're trying to compete with Sony's big selling PlayStation 4. For me, I grew up more on Nintendo than I did on PlayStation. I sort of played Nintendo and then graduated into Xbox. I played a little PlayStation, but that's interesting. So they're trying to compete with PlayStation 4. The hybrid device, which goes on sale March 3rd for $300, comes as Nintendo also dips its toe into the mobile gaming market following its brand win after Pokemon Go's worldwide success. Did you guys play Pokemon Go? What do you think about that? So that's pretty cool. This looks like a fun event to be at, doesn't it? I love all the flashing lights and the techno playing. It's pretty cool. All right, well, we can discuss that more at a later date, everybody. Let's get back to the real news stories here, right? Okay. Beetlejuice saying PS4 cannot be beat. Danielle saying, I do have a limited edition Mario. That's funny. You know, actually, I started playing the first Mario again. You know, Mario Brothers. Oh, just takes you back to the 90s. I love it. So much fun. And you know what? It's good because they weren't violent games. Now games today, these kids today, games are so violent. I mean, Call of Duty and Fallout, and I mean, they're great games. But they've really gotten more violent. I mean, I guess, obviously, so have movies. Everything has really gotten more extreme. We're all desensitized now. But remember how Mario and Zelda, those games were fun, and all you had to do was, you know, shoot a little arrow at something, and it was just easier times back then. All right, you guys, let's take you to some more stories here that I have for you. Let's see what we've got here that I want to play for you guys. Okay. Let's pull this up. Big dance festival happening here in Phoenix. And you're about to see some people really dance. Now, everyone thinks they can dance well. I mean, I think I can dance well. No, it's really just hard to watch. These people, though, these people can dance. Let me know what you think in the chat.
The big dance festival taking place in just 2 weekends from now, January 27th and 28th at the Tempe Center for the Arts.
One of my favorite venues in town. Mary Fitzgerald's here now. Mary, you're representing the director of this whole thing, and it's a pretty big show, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a giant show. There'll be 22 artists involved. There are 150 applicants, and only 22 were chosen. It features local artists. 3 are being commissioned this year, and then also artists from around the nation, internationally. It's one of the biggest contemporary dance festivals in the state every year. Wow. And it's the 10th anniversary celebration.
Wow, so it's super special. Now, two of the dancers that are here, you two are from Cuba, and you've been dancing together for a few years. This is Joanne and Tayami. Welcome.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Yeah, so what is your art like? What is your dance like?
We are professional contemporary dancers, but we are training. I mean, I'm graduated from the National School of Ballet back in Cuba, and she's graduated from the National
School of Modern Dance and
Folklore. Modern Dance and
So
Folklore.
what brought you to dancing? Why did you decide you wanted to dance?
Oh, well, I think for me dance is everything, and I feel really free when I perform.
Oh, well,
That's everything we know.
And
It's everything we know to do.
so again, it's the 27th and the 28th, correct? At the Tempe Center for the Arts, and I want to see you two dance.
Yeah.
So let's get to it, all right?
Thank you, guys.
All right.
Thanks.
Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have the magic technique. When we sway, I grow weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before it begins. Make me thrill as only you know how. Sway me smooth, sway me now. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have the magic technique. When we sway, I grow weak. I can hear the sound of violins long before.
Well, I think they just showed us. I can't dance like that. I don't know about you guys, but that was pretty cool. Appreciate you guys watching with me here in the chat. Lots to talk about tonight, and of course, when we get breaking news, we will be sure to take you there. I'm watching all the feeds very closely. I've got a live look of New York for you right now. Check that out. Looks pretty there tonight, doesn't it? It's Friday the 13th, everybody. You gotta be safe. Gotta be safe out there. Okay. You guys know that singer Lee Greenwood set to play at the Trump inauguration concert. You guys hear about this? Country artist Lee Greenwood, best known for his patriotic hit God Bless the USA, is scheduled to perform for President-elect Donald Trump's inauguration during the Make America Great Again welcome celebration on January 19th, the day before he is sworn in. Additionally, Greenwood's fellow country artist Toby Keith, as well as singer Jennifer Holliday and Southern rock band Three Doors Down, have also been added to the lineup for the pre-inauguration concert. So that's pretty cool. Everyone was saying he couldn't get anyone to perform. Looks like he's getting someone to perform. So that's good, right? Prior to Friday's unveiling, Cowboy Troy, country band Big and Rich, and America's Got Talent singer Jackie Evancho were among the entertainers who were listed as performing at Trump Celebration. This will mark Greenwood's fourth presidential inauguration ceremony. Previously, he sang during President Ronald Reagan and George H.W. Bush and George W. Bush's ceremony. So that's pretty cool. And you guys have heard that song, God Bless the USA, because Donald Trump played it almost every time before he'd walk out during one of his rallies. Let's see if I can pull one up here just to show you what we can expect for the day before inauguration. And that's going to be great, you guys. We're going to be streaming that day before, day after. It's going to be a big show. I hope you guys tune in here on the Fox News Now stream, because we're not going to be cutting anything out. We stream everything live. Nothing's cut out, so I think that's the best part of our show. Let's see if we can get one video of Donald Trump. Let's see. when they sing. He played this at every rally. Do you guys remember? Let's see. Let me go to the videos section on our YouTube page, which I always encourage you to go to. If you missed anything, we clip all the moments. Let's see here. Let me scroll down a little bit. Okay. Okay, let me search Donald Trump in the thing here. Let's see if he plays it in this one. Yeah. Okay, so let's just listen really quickly here. Let me pull this up. And this is the song that will be sung the day before his inauguration. This is the Lee Greenwood, and he's going to be performing. And it's very fitting because he played this song before every rally this year.
Defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Well, that is a patriotic song. That'll be so cool to watch that performance the day before the inauguration. Political views aside, that's a great song. You got to admit. So we'll definitely be streaming that. We'll be streaming the inauguration. I hope you join us. That's just next week, you guys. Can you believe it? Pretty cool stuff. All right, let's take you to some other top stories here. It's Friday the 13th. It's about 7:55 here in Phoenix. Let me know in the chat where you guys watching from. There's going to be a full moon tonight. Tweet me those pictures. Let me see if you guys have tweeted anything to me yet here. Not a single person. You can't pay people to tweet at you. All right, let's take you to some. We had so many people in Trump Tower today. We had against Steve Harvey. I showed you guys that one. So funny, the people that just come in and out of Trump Tower. And I didn't show you this one. This is when Donald walks him out. So he'll usually meet them in the lobby or walk them out in the lobby and talk to reporters with the guest. So let's show you this. This is him with Steve Harvey now. Let me make sure this volume's not too loud for you guys. All right, here we go.
We want them to be themselves, and I told them, be yourselves and say what you want to say. Don't worry about me. And I'm going to do the right thing, whatever it is. I may be right, and they may be right. But I said, be yourselves. Wouldn't you say, Steve? Let them do it. I could have said, do this, say that. I don't want that. I want them all to be themselves.
Okay, and on repeal,
everybody okay?
Sir,
Everybody
on
good?
repeal and replace.
Thank you. Thank you. Say hello to Harvey. Repeal and replace is going great.
Sir, Mr. Trump,
Yeah.
That was amazing. Did you see that at the end? Yeah. What'd you need? Have a question? That was good. And then we did show you that other part with Steve Harvey right after that. I love how Donald Trump is just, everyone okay? Everyone good? What a character. All right, you guys, let's take you to some other videos I want to show you tonight here on the stream. Let's see what we got. Okay, we've got that one. I'll take you to that one later. And I also have move this over here. Getting this all set up for you guys so I can play you some videos tonight. Okay, you might like that one. All right. definitely don't want to put you guys to sleep, so I'm trying to find you something that's exciting for you guys here tonight. And again, if we get any breaking news, I'll be sure to take you there. Let me pull this up, actually. One second here. How's everyone doing tonight? Let me know in the chat. Love hearing what you guys have to say. Love reading your comments on the air. We always have the active ones in here. It's usually, you know, a temporary channel, and James and Jared and Reese, Farida. But let's get those other shy ones out there. Don't be shy. You know, say how you feel. All opinions are accepted, whether you're Democratic, Republican, skinny, tall, happy, sad. Share your opinions with me in the chat. Love to hear what you guys have to say. All right, let's take you to this next top story here. Let me pull this down. Uh-oh. Okay. Freezing up on me a little bit here. Don't you hate it? So we did tell you that the God Bless the USA singer Lee Greenwood would be performing at the inauguration concert. Let's see if we have any updates on who else could be there. Toby Keith. So that's pretty cool. I also wanted to bring you guys, because now, is Toby Keith performing mean he's Republican and mean he supports Donald Trump? Not necessarily. And I think that's to me, that's the issue that needs to be brought up, is that just because you're performing for Donald Trump doesn't mean you're supporting him or that you believe in what he does. It just means you're a performer and that's your job and that's what you like to do. Because, you know, we were telling you guys earlier, the Rockettes didn't want to perform for Donald Trump because they didn't like what he stood for. And, you know, the owner of the Rockettes was saying, hey, you know, you don't have to like what he stands for. It's what we do for a living. You know, so hopefully Toby Keith and Lee Greenwood don't get haters over performing for Donald Trump. I want to bring this up to you guys too. I wanted this sort of parlays into what we're discussing here. 50 celebrities that you didn't know support Donald Trump. Now again, the reason we're talking about this is because there's so many that have come out and said that they support Hillary. You know, we've got Katy Perry, we've got John Legend, we've got Chrissy Teigen, the list goes on, you know, Jay-Z, Beyonce. So I think it's important to also discuss the celebrities that support Donald Trump, because you guys saw Meryl Streep giving that speech at the Golden Globes, and you know, I discussed this with Fox 10 anchor Carrie about the fact that Meryl gave that speech as if everyone in the audience was a Democrat, when that's probably not the case. And as the camera's panning out in the audience, some people were smiling and agreeing with Meryl, but other celebrities in the audience, you could tell, felt very uncomfortable, and some don't feel like sharing who they voted for in fear of getting, you know, blacklisted or bullied. So let's go through some of these celebrities that we do know support Donald Trump. We've got Alex Trebek, pretty cool. He supports Donald Trump. He's a Republican. Maybe you didn't know that. Scrolling down the list here, see who else we've got. We won't go through all 50, but hey, who knew? Melissa Joan Hart. Supporter of Donald Trump. Let's keep going. David Blaine. Again, we're talking about celebrities you didn't know were Republican or support Donald Trump. Oh, you guys, who knew? Here's the next one. Hillary Duff, Republican, supporter of Donald Trump. Again, though, isn't it interesting that you don't really hear from these people? I mean, yeah, Jared, you're right in the chat. Kanye West does, and he's outspoken. But a lot of these celebrities have kept quiet. Let's see if I can find someone that would be a little surprised. Shannon Doherty, she's one of them. Oh, take a look. Sylvester Stallone. Now, do you think this has anything to do with the fact that Casey Affleck didn't let him sit at their table at the Golden Globes? Do you guys hear about that story? Well, now we see he's a supporter of Donald Trump. Do you think that could have been part of the issue? And if that is true, then we're just taking it too far. Okay, this one's not so surprising. You guys remember her? Heidi Montag. I'm sure her and Spencer Pratt are big supporters of Trump, you know. But they love being sensational, don't they? I remember them from The Hills. You guys remember them? All right, let's just take you down a few more on the list here. Again, I just think it's something that is interesting to talk about since we know who supports Hillary. So let's talk about who supports Donald Trump here. Heather Locklear. Okay. And let me know in the chat, are these surprising to you? Or did you already know some of these? Peyton Manning. He's on that list. Jessica Simpson. She's pregnant in that picture. Obviously. Let's see who else is on the list here. Drew Carey. Mel Gibson. And again, you guys saw that photo during the Golden Globes when Meryl Streep was giving that speech. Mel Gibson looked very awkward. And again, that's because she was sort of speaking as if everyone in the room agreed with her. And hey, she's entitled to her opinion, and that's great what she was saying, and that's great that she was sharing her feelings, but not everyone in the audience is going to agree with you, and I think that, and that's okay too, but I think that they felt uncomfortable when the camera was panning out around the room, and Mel Gibson was one of those actors that sort of didn't know how to act. Nick Lachey, he's a supporter of Donald Trump. Not too surprising. He's from Ohio, which is typically a red state, and you know, he's a Republican guy. Let's keep going here. Bruce Willis. Interesting. Bruce Willis. Now, I don't think Ashton Kutcher is, and I say that because Ashton Kutcher dated Demi Moore after Bruce Willis, and you would think Demi was probably a Republican too if Bruce was, or maybe they weren't, and maybe that's why they divorced. Who knows? Who knows, you guys? This is all messy here in Hollywood. Kelsey Grammer. Now, also, I like to see, is there a pattern between the celebrities that like Hillary Clinton and the celebrities that like Donald Trump? That's something to think about. Sarah Michelle Gellar. Did you guys know this? Britney Spears on the list of 50 people who support Donald Trump. That's interesting. I mean, I guess it's not surprising. I just didn't know. Kelly Clarkson. Dwayne Johnson, a.k.a. The Rock, on that list. Let's see if we... LL Cool J. Okay. Oh, okay. Here's one. Cindy Crawford, top model. Very interesting. Again, we're breaking down the list of top 50 people you didn't know support Donald Trump. Again, we're just talking about this because, you know, Meryl Streep gave that speech at the Golden Globes. Obviously, we know she supports Hillary. We know Katy Perry supports Hillary. We know Beyonce supports Hillary. So I just thought it would be a little interesting to see which celebrities support Donald Trump. And some of these are surprising. Some of them aren't. Actually, I'm a little surprised by this one. Adam Sandler. Supporter of Donald Trump. Those are some interesting sunglasses. Right? All right. Yeah, temporary channel saying yes, there might be a pattern. A lot of people who like Clinton or one way. Okay, can't read. I wish I could read the rest of your comment, but sometimes, you know, you gotta be balanced. Trying to read all these comments here. Beetlejuice saying psycho Britney. Oh, I see what you're saying, temporary channel. Reese saying, oh gosh, LL Cool J is a Trump supporter. Yeah. Lucky number 7 saying Crawford is a shock, actually, but I bet she knows Trump. You know, I wonder if she probably really does know him. He's worked with models and he works with, you know, top models and pageant girls, and she is one of the world's most famous supermodels, and I bet maybe he helped her out when she was younger. Maybe they knew each other from, different shoots and events and things like that. Again, she also could just be a Republican, and that's just the way that she's always voted. But yeah, I thought that was a little surprising too. Let's keep going down the list here. You guys surprised by this one? 50 Cent, aka Curtis Jackson, supporter of Donald Trump. Let's keep it going here. Juan Ramirez saying Cindy is very intelligent. You know what she is? And she's gorgeous too. Have you seen her daughter? She looks just like her. Okay, let's keep going here. Let me change the lower third actually while I keep showing you these celebrities. I don't want you to get confused. Top stories, we'll change it too. Okay, I'm trying to find some people. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, Freddie Prinze Jr., but, his wife supports him too, so. Oh gosh, Mickey Rourke, supporter of Donald Trump. Let's keep the list going. Vince Vaughn, supporter of Donald Trump, and again, that's why that awkward photo came out with Mel Gibson and Vince Vaughn not really knowing how to react. I don't think they knew what face to make when Meryl Streep was giving this speech at the Golden Globes, and now it's even more clear. It's because they support Donald Trump and they weren't sure. When the camera's filming everyone in the audience and you just don't want to make a face either way. You don't want to be smiling a lot and then look like you're supporting what she's saying. You don't want to be frowning to look like you're against what she's saying. So you try to make this straight face of, you don't know how to act because whatever face you make is going to be snapshotted and taken and put on the internet, and then everyone's going to assume who you voted for. And again, that's something where, if you were a celebrity, a dancer, an actress, a singer, would you want people to know who you voted for? It can be very personal. Well, that is the end of the list. I didn't go through all of them, but I just kind of wanted to go through some of the ones that I thought were interesting here on the Fox News Now stream. I appreciate you guys joining me tonight. Let's take you to some other top stories here. Trying to find out what you guys might want to hear about. Wow, some of these stories are just. All right, let's take you to some video, so that I don't bore you with my voice here. Okay, let's pull this down. And did you guys get a chance to see? Let me pull this up. NASA had an event today, the spacewalk. Let's see if we've got this video. Oh, this is kind of cool. So NASA had this event today. This is the ISS Expedition 50. It lasted 6 hours. Obviously, I'm not going to show you 6 hours of footage, but I want to show you a little bit, just so you can be all caught up here on the news. Again, this was the spacewalk. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, it was 6 hours, but I'm only going to show you a little bit. So let me pull this up for you guys, and let me know what you think in the chat here. We're all witnessing history. This is NASA, people, and it's very important. Let's take you there.
I'll go ahead and open the bag now. right, come on, and let me get a scoop out, put it on it. Okay, no problem.
And Shane, thank you for all the adjustments on the APFR. You are going to look for a square scoop from the curl bag and install it on the CLPA micro square. Thomas, since you've opened the bag, you can look for the empty ret in the internal tether point of the CLPA bag and transfer it to the EV1.
And this view from the helmet cam of Shane Kimbrough, EV1, the lead spacewalker for all of today's operations. You can see now in the foot restraint, looking down at that camera assembly that he's getting ready to swap out.
It seems from here, but
He'll once again be breaking out the PGT, the pistol grip tool, the drill that the crew members use for the removal and installation of a lot of different hardware across the station. They've been using it throughout when they were installing those adapter plates, and we'll use it one more time now for the replacement of this camera assembly. You can see Thomas Pesquet, the European astronaut, floating just below him, and he'll be handing over the new assembly once this old one is off the port.
all right, slot. Where's my red?
Copy, Shane. You are going to ret a square scoop onto the with the red that you just got from Thomas.
Yeah, that's complete.
Okay.
So I can get my red off. Hold on. I'm gonna have to take it off to get my red off, Luca.
Copy, Shane. Once you reinstall the scoop, give me another lock check.
Will do. Okay, it's locked, and I see it's ready to the back. Yeah, I think, wait a minute. That's locked, I think. I see some black action. That's probably true the way it looks. Of course, it's at the bottom of the bag. Right now. Yo? Just a second. I'll let you know. Oh, it's Jill.
Okay, Shane, whenever you're ready, you can retrieve your PGT and set it to Bravo 2, Counter 2. Once you install it on the scoop, we're going to release 19 turns, and we will stop on turns. So please count the turns and make sure that you don't go past 19.
Okay, copy, Luca. Bravo 2, Counter 2 is set, stopping on 19 turns. Are you ready? No. There you go. I got the red. No, it's good.
And Shane, I'm going to read you a caution that the CLPA bolt should not be driven to hard stop on release.
Not what? Too hard stop. Okay. Wake this thing up. On the cow.
And so Shane Kimbrough preparing to use the pistol grip tool to remove this failed assembly. You hear basically parameters for it called up from Luca Permentano, just setting obviously the direction that the drill is going to run in counterclockwise. As you can see, it's spinning. Also the force So the amount of torque that they're applying to these bolts.
10 turns. 15. 19 turns.
Copy 19 turns, great job. Remove the CLPA from the soft dock and transfer to EV2, or if Thomas is busy with a spare CLPA, you can temp store it on your BRT.
Okay, just a second, I'll get my PGT put away. Thomas, whenever you're ready. I'm gonna go come back gently to the bag and we'll hold it. I got it. Great. Ready for the new one? Ready? Okay, is there a soft dock on this? Yes, there is, right? Yeah.
And Shane, there is a magnetic sort of soft dock when you're ready to install the spare CLPA.
All right, thanks, Luca.
And so with that, as you just saw, the failed camera light and pan tilt assembly now removed, and Thomas Pesquet handing over the new unit that Shane Kimbrough now going to work to install. That failed one will be stowed inside of the bag that Pesquet is holding on to, and that'll be transferred back to the airlock and then brought back inside the International Space Station. But for now, Kimbrough going to work to get this new one installed, and then that will pretty much wrap it up for this get-ahead task, and then they'll probably be splitting up into different directions to tackle whatever the teams here in Mission Control decide is next up on the list.
You can retrieve your PGT to a setting of Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Bravo 2, clockwise 2.
Then you will drive 22 to 26 turns to a hard stop install and verify that the indicator, if you can see it, is flush with the target after you are done driving.
All right, Bravo 2, clockwise 2, 22 to 23 turns to torque.
And Shane, for your situational awareness, 22 to 26 turns.
Thank you. Okay,
and Shane, at this point, the scoop will go into club bag number 2. That's the one that's with you. And you can put it on an AT if you need to.
And we just send it back to the other bag?
That's negative, Shane. We want the CLPA to stay on its own in the ORU bag, so we would like you to put the club bag, the square scoop, into club bag number 2.
Okay, work. Okay, I can send the rat back there, right? Or not?
Yeah. That's affirmative, Shane. You can send the rat back.
Okay, Tamar, you ready? Yeah, I'm ready. I have it. I'm going to start packing the old CLPA in the bag.
And Shane, once you have put the scoop back in the cooler bag, you can perform an inventory at this point, and anytime at your convenience, you can give me, if you can see it, the indicator status flush with the target.
adapter plates, but it looks like this first one's about to be in the books, and then they'll likely split off, go into separate directions, and accomplish a number of other ones. It could be heading off to photograph what's known as the rat's nest, a very concentrated area of different fluid lines and cables, or moving some shielding that'll be used on one of the ports a little bit later. So we'll update you once those get-ahead tasks get assigned. But for now, join our astronauts back in space. This task just about wrapped up.
Okay, I got the sun right in my eyes, so I can't tell right now, so I'll have to wait a minute.
Okay, Shane, and for both you and Thomas, we are ready for, while we're waiting, we can have an inventory of CLPA medium RU bag and for Thomas, and for Shane, crew of bag number 2 inventory.
Let me go first, Shane, if you don't mind. Go ahead. Well, a red going to a square scoop, the old CLPA. The bag. I have a red with nothing inside the bag, and I have 2 AETs outside the bag.
Copy, Thomas. And Shane, before you close the bag and perform the inventory, you can pass at this point the WIF adapter to Thomas for the next get ahead.
Okay, we'll give it a shot. I'm not sure we can reach.
And we copy, Shane. You at this point, if you feel that you need to egress the APFR, you can certainly do that. And when you do that, if you could read us the settings the way we can record them.
Okay. I can just meet Tamar down at the base here in a minute and do the swap over too, if that'll work. Glenn.
And Shane, also, you can just egress and find a good position for that club bag and to pass the width. We don't need you to spend more time on the indicator on the target.
Okay, I'll get it in my WVS here if you can see it. It's getting a little dark. That.
And you can see things starting to get dark on board the station as they are just about to head into another orbital nighttime.
Pass the WIF adapter to Thomas and give us a crew log bag inventory, and at your convenience, read us the settings.
Look, break. Look, I'm leaving the medium RU bag here for now, correct?
That's affirmative, Thomas. And Shane, Thomas, at this point what we're thinking is that...
Come on, let me...
Okay, guys, when you're ready to listen...
Before you get too far, let's try to do the handoff. All right, I'm going to hand off the WIF adapter to Thomas. Yeah. And Shane, if you don't mind, I'll give you the GoPro for the bag. Because I filmed some and it's taking some room. Oh, okay. Sure. You find the WIF adapter here. Oh, there it is, down the bottom. This out first tomorrow, then I'll take it. with that wire tie. The bag is very full. Oh, not that much. It's just got wire ties and stuff in it. They're catching on everything. The wire tie. I think it's on the ratchet. I think the ratchet over there. You just have to go in, go under a big old red. That thing got around everything in there, didn't it? Right. So do you want to take the camera out first? Or no, I'll take that while I got this thing lined up. Don't mind? No, that's fine. Got a rep on it. You can let go. I'll let go of yours. Yep. You have the width adapter. Got the reef adapter. I'll get this bag kind of put back together. Stay very stable over here, sorry.
Shen, Thomas, we copy that you have swapped...
I'm holding you.
Okay, Shen, Thomas, I copy that.
Look, I got 2 scoops. I got a ratchet wrench with a... Let me inventory while I'm doing this. I got 2 scoops, square scoops, ratchet with a 9-inch. EVA camera with bracket, got an adjustable between the scoops, and I got a rat on the ratchets, and let me get back in just a minute. Bracket caddy with a 9-inch as well.
Shane, we're happy with that inventory. We were looking only for the double scoop on the adjustable, so we're happy with what you have. At this point, you can start the ingress aid to the boot plate and verify locked. And when you do that, if you could please read us the settings of the ATFR.
Okay, I'll be with you in a minute, Luca. Ready for the camera, Shane?
Take your time.
Almost. That'll hold you. Works well. Alright. So, let's see. I got a ret here. Internal ret. Okay.
And locked.
I'll do that now, thanks.
All right, everybody. Well, I think it's just too dark to show the rest of that because, let's see. Let's see if I can find anything that's a little lighter in this. No. It's too dark. You can't see it there. Sorry, guys. It can be dark in space sometimes, right? All right, let's take it to something a little bit more interesting now. I do want to give you guys that video, though, because this happened this morning. And whenever a NASA event happens, we gotta show it to you, right? Chris Stearns saying Mary Kate makes us watch 6 hours of this. So cruel. I wasn't gonna make you watch it for 6 hours. I just wanted to show you a little bit of it. But let's take you to some more top stories here that are a little bit interesting for you guys to watch tonight. It is Friday the 13th, everybody. Full moon tonight. Don't forget to tweet me your pictures. pull this up here. Okay. Trying to find you guys. Okay. I can show you that one. Oh my gosh, I've got to bring you this one. Lego robots. Yeah, we're taking you to this one. Let me bring this segment up for you guys. Pull the volume down a little bit. And here we go.
Happening now, some Valley students are getting ready for a big competition this weekend involving Legos and robotics.
How cool is this?
Yes.
Liz is live this morning with them. Hi, Liz.
Hi, good morning. So it's the first Lego League competition. Hundreds of kids are going to be participating this week. Basically, they get a mission, and this year's theme is Animal Allies. And they've got to figure out a way to make it happen using Legos and their brains and robotics. And Brian, you are with Team Red Pandas. Look at that nice little t-shirt you got going there, all of them matching. So your mission was what?
Our mission is to bring the shark to the base. We're supposed to be getting the shark all the way back to sea, and we're wanting to get the robot back to base.
And how long did it take for you to figure all this out?
It took about a day or two.
Only a day or two?
Yeah.
Are you some sort of a genius or something?
I mean, we kind of have to be.
Right? Okay, so have you ever participated in something like this before?
No, this is actually my first year.
Okay. Well, good luck, Red Pandas, but we have other teams here. That we want to show off too. We have the Queen Bees. Fabulous. Hello. Okay, so what's your project?
So our project is basically, as Mahima will be showing you, is we have to collect the pig who's ill. Its hind legs have been damaged, and we have to bring it back to base and heal it by putting prosthetics on the pig. And as you will be seeing, Mahima will collect the pig right now. So she goes and swings around and collects the pig and bee, and then brings it back to base.
How about that? That's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
How long did it take for you guys to figure this out? Couple days too?
1-2 days.
1-2 days. My goodness. And how old are you?
I am 14.
14. And how old were you guys?
I'm 9.
9, 12, 14. I'm 27 and would never be able to figure this out even if I had help. Anna, and you've been helping everyone out. You're an engineer. What got you involved?
Hi, I work as an engineer in the Valley, and these are Chandler community children. We volunteer. We have about 20 kids this year. We have about 4 or 5 coaches that are helping, or 4 or 5 mentors. Yeah. And so this is our youngest team, and these are our experienced team, and they're making it to the state.
Great. Now, before we go, I want to get to the youngest team really quick here because they have something really cool. Of course, we all remember what happened at Universal, not Universal, it was Disney World over there in Florida with the horrible situation with the alligator, but you guys have figured out a way to help. So who wants to speak? Did you want to? Okay, 1 second. I know we're wrapping here, but I want to get this in. Okay, so what did you guys come up with?
So we came up with a way to help alligators get back to their normal habitat by making a ranger station to make the alligator get away from the pool so children can be safe and people can ride boats safely.
And these are all sensors that would sense when the alligator was around, and they would notify the people who could help.
Yes.
Well, how about that? Okay, he would like to please speak. We only have like a couple seconds, so really quick.
When the alligator comes in, the sensors go on.
Got it. Okay. Amazing. And how old are you all?
I'm 9.
9?
I'm 10.
10?
I'm 10.
10? Oh, this is the future, everyone. I think we're in good hands. These guys know what they're doing. Good luck this weekend, all right?
Thank you.
Back to you.
All right, you guys. Well, that was a cool live shot. Just wanted to bring you again. That's our reporter Liz here from Fox 10. Let me see what you guys are saying in the chat right now. What are you oh, yeah. These kids could be engineers. They're smart. And you know what? They're going to work for NASA someday, and we're going to be streaming that event for you guys here on the stream. All right, let's take you to some other stories here. I clipped some things I'd like to show you. Let's scroll down a little bit. Let's see what we got here. I'm hard at work right now, trying to figure out what video to show you guys. I've got a bunch. I did take you, oh, you know what? I want to take you to this. I showed you guys this earlier today. TMZ interview, breaking down the latest in entertainment news. Let's get you guys all caught up.
TMZ is here. We always love talking with our friends. Gary is here with us. And Gary, before we get going, buddy, I want to tell you, we're expecting a news conference any minute. We had a DPS trooper shot here in the valley, so we may have to interrupt you, just to let you know.
Oh, wow. Okay, absolutely.
Okay.
That's more important than me. I will be honest.
Well, we're going to go ahead and plow forward, at least right now, to give us the latest on what's going on in Hollywood, and especially with the Kim Kardashian robbery case. I know you guys have an update on that.
What do you have, Gary?
Yeah, so here's the deal. As of now, Kim, it looks like, is not going to have to go to France to testify against these guys when they level charges against them and they end up in court. It's kind of interesting. So according to French law, if you're a victim of a crime, you're not obligated to face your alleged perpetrators in court. And we're told that the judges, the way it works is the judges actually have private conversations with the victims outside of court and sometimes travel long distances to have those interviews. And the French attorneys we spoke with said this fits the bill. And so they feel that the judge will probably travel to America to interview Kim and talk with her. So she won't have to have that big media circus in France, which, you know, is probably good, but it's also, she's a Kardashian, so maybe she wants the media circus. But, you know, it's at least she's not going to have to deal with a lot of hassle going forward with this. And they have not formally charged anybody yet.
I remember back during the Princess Diana investigations when I first started learning about the French judicial system and the way they do it. And it's interesting that judges do lead these investigations. It's not like some inspector somewhere or some detective.
Yeah.
I mean, the judges are in charge.
They do a lot of work, and I think I think it's very interesting, especially since they're making the official decisions and everything. I like how much involvement they have in the case, and you know, it's a very interesting way of doing it.
Sure is. Okay, switching gears, Selena Gomez and The Weeknd. What's going on with the two of them?
They seem to be in a relationship. So there were some photos earlier in the week. They went to Giorgio Baldi, which is a big fancy restaurant out in LA, and they were very, very up close and personal. They're kissing. They're all over each other and hugging and stuff. Now, what's kind of interesting is they run in very similar social circles. By a dumpster. Well, it's LA, you know. There's, but they run in similar social circles, which is interesting. So, you know, remember Selena Gomez is friends with Gigi Hadid, very good friends. Obviously, Gigi's sister Bella is The Weeknd's ex. So there's a lot of commingling here. So we haven't heard from the other girls yet, but this could really break up the cliques running Hollywood right now, the youngins.
And you saw Bill and Hillary Clinton out and about.
Yeah, this is great. So Bill and Hillary Clinton went to dinner out in New York. They went to Milo's in Midtown, which is famous for its fish. And they went out with Ted Danson and Mary Steenburgen. As they were leaving, we tried to ask them some questions. They didn't want to talk too much, but we did get out of Ted Danson who paid for dinner. A lot of high profile, a lot of rich people there. Who pays? And Ted says it's Mary. She picked up the tab, and if you think about it, she's the only one with a steady job right now. She's she's on TV. She's doing well. I mean, listen, Cheers money and is probably rolling in pretty good, and obviously the Clintons can afford it. But Mary was nice enough, and she picked it up for everyone.
Well, isn't that gracious of her?
Yeah, I like that.
Okay.
Yeah, Ted Danson, he's got it. Cool. I mean, remember for a time he was like the highest paid guy on TV, and it was for years and years.
Oh, yeah. With Becker, I mean, he is, I don't think he's not in any shortage of cash anytime soon. No, definitely not.
Way. All right, Gary, always good to see you and chat with you. Have a great rest of the day.
Yes, buddy. You too. You guys take care.
Yeah, and TMZ on 2 or 3 times a day here on Fox 10, and they blog, they tweet.
Twitter, everything.
And they're all over. They're omnipotent.
All right, you guys. Well, I just wanted to give you guys your latest in Hollywood news. What do you guys think about this whole Selena and The Weeknd thing? Something's not right about that. Now, I watched on Wendy Williams today that restaurant is a place that celebrities go to see and be seen. So it's not like this is a private spot they went to. This is the restaurant in Santa Monica where you go if you want to be seen. And she was looking right in the camera, Selena. So to me, here's what I think. Now, feel free to throw this back at me if you think this is crazy. But I feel like they were doing this together to get back at somebody. As if maybe, this could be crazy, was Bella Hadid texting Justin Bieber. And so, you know, The Weeknd breaks up with Bella, and Selena hears about the fact that Bella was texting Justin, and so she says, let's go out together. I'm talking Hollywood news right now. I'm trying to break this story down. John Hook laughing at me as I'm breaking down The Weeknd and Selena Gomez. To me, I just think this whole thing seems phony. She's looking right in the camera, and they're making out by the dumpster, and I just think maybe they were trying to get Justin and Bella Hadid jealous or something like that. Now, I just pulled that out of thin air. There was no talk of Justin Bieber in this story, so that could be totally false. That's just what I think. But let me know in the chat, what do you guys think about this story? Maybe you don't care, maybe you think it's phony, maybe you think it's real. I want to know what you guys think. Jared saying, who do you think is going to win the boxing match, Chris Brown or Soulja Boy? Probably Chris Brown. He's had a lot of anger in him lately. Well, actually, I think it was my first day on the job here when we were streaming Chris Brown barricaded inside his home. That was a pretty crazy first day. Let me bring that up for you guys, actually. We showed video of him barricaded inside his home, and he was posting videos on Instagram as he was barricaded in there, and he seemed angry. Let's see. Jim saying, but she's still hotter than Justin. Hatchback saying Justin Bieber's too good for Selena. Ooh, Hatchback. Let's see. Yeah, Adam, that Mayweather comment, I agree with you. I want to see that fight. Shinobi saying she probably has a new song coming out. Yeah, maybe she's just trying to get some press. James saying Selena has become a wild child. Now, people keep saying, why is she hanging out with The Weeknd, who's a known substance abuser, when she just got out of rehab? But I'm told that she was in rehab for depression and anxiety, not drugs and alcohol. Although, you never know what they're in there for. Hollywood drama. You're right, Daniel. All right, I want to see, can I find, this is when he was barricaded inside his home. This was my first day on the job, actually. And my co-host Samia Khan was up there with me, and she was just kind of showing me the ranks of this crazy mess where Chris Brown barricaded himself inside his home because somebody stole jewelry or something. Again, this was my first day on the job, and I didn't know, you know, what buttons to press, what to do here. And this is how I learned, was this story. Chris Brown barricaded inside his Hollywood home. Let's show you a little bit of this segment.
You think he might be a little more cautious, but we don't know what the altercation was about. We have very limited information right now, but we do have these live aerials outside the singer's home. Is pointing a gun at her. I'm assuming he wants to get rid of that gun.
Everything in the house, yeah. Just
right.
So they've been there since 3 in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay. And so is he still in the house right now, do you think? Or I guess we'll just have to see what TMZ brings down.
Yeah, so now I'm reading this update from Fox News as well. You had asked, is the woman still inside the home? Was she in the home?
Yeah.
Apparently she was at the home, but she was able to run out and call police.
Okay.
After Chris Brown allegedly pointed the gun at her. So I want to go ahead and check in with Facebook, see if any of you guys have any comments, any questions. Wow, drugs, I'm shocked, Mike McGrath says. What's going on? Did he kill someone? Eduardo, we have no reports of anyone getting killed. All we know is that a woman called authorities, claim that Chris Brown pointed a gun at her. This woman, according to TMZ, is a beauty pageant title holder. We really don't have a lot of information right now other than this. I'm going to go ahead and monitor social media, work to get you guys any new information I can. We have these live aerials coming in from Los Angeles, and we will bring you another update in just a couple minutes.
So that was when Chris Brown barricaded himself inside his home. We have that full video clipped on our YouTube page. Just search in our video section Chris Brown. The video is titled "Full Coverage: Police Arrest Chris Brown." Crazy first day here on the job. We had thousands of people tuning in to see that live, and that was pretty crazy. All right, you guys, let's bring you to some other top stories. Giving you a live look of New York City right now. Doesn't that look pretty? But you know it's cold there, you guys. So, let's take you into what I want to show you next. Here on the stream, I have some stuff clipped for you guys. We saw Steve Harvey in Trump Tower earlier today. I want to pull this one up. I just heard someone in the newsroom talk about the best looking president. That's an interesting topic. Who do you guys think is the best looking president? And again, if you're a guy in the chat and you don't feel like saying who the best looking president was, feel free to tell me who you think the best looking first lady was. I'm gonna Google this. Best looking presidents. This is so bad. Best looking presidents. Oh, aren't we just so bad? Let's see who made the list. Oh, someone actually wrote an article called "The Presidents of the United States in Order of Hotness." That is so bad. Okay, and again in the chat, if you're a guy in here and you think, oh, I don't want to talk about who the hottest president is, what about the best looking first lady? You can't go wrong with Jackie. I'm just saying, she was beautiful. People still copy her style. Ooh, so okay, we're starting back. This is a look of the presidents and in the order of hotness. I'm not kidding. So I don't know why this is making me laugh. Okay. Franklin Pierce, one of the hottest American presidents. He died in 1869. Let's keep going here. Next one, James Polk. What do you guys think? Oh, and we all know he'd make the list. Well, we all know that, right? A lot of you saying Ivanka. Well, she's not the first lady, you guys, but I guess we can call her the first lady, right? She's been kind of acting like the first lady. What about Melania? Ivanka is beautiful, though. She's got class. Take a look at this guy, though. Can't go wrong with John F. Kennedy. Let's keep it going here. Theodore Roosevelt. What do you guys think? Like the glasses? Drosy in the chat saying Lincoln. His beard hid his inner beauty. Temporary channel saying the womanizer himself, Kennedy. Let's keep going. Oh, here you go. Mr. Grant. Yeah, pretty good looking guy. Again, this is a list of the presidents in order of hotness, because we are just so fair here. Let's take a look at this one. Barack Obama. Okay. Political views aside, you guys, he's cute, right? Whether you liked him, didn't like him, loved him, hated him, he's cute. Oh, look at this one. Thomas Jefferson.